Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Listen to this, Derek, magic instructor of the Beldern mercenary group. As I was informed by Butler Clervin, I understand that you have begun teaching Denise at the Ebelstein mansion. First of all, I commend your efforts. Your reputation for excellence precedes you, and the Beltis family has made many efforts and sacrifices to bring you here. I hope you will deliver results worthy of that reputation. As the instructor directly educating my daughter, it would be natural for me to meet and greet you in person, but as you know, the situation in the southwest of the empire is too chaotic for me to leave my post. However, summoning the instructor who is fully engaged in teaching my daughter to the estate would only delay matters, so please accept this letter as a substitute for a personal meeting. My daughter Denise has excelled in various fields of magic even before becoming active in Ebelstein's social circles, but at some point, she stagnated and has not made further magical progress. As a renowned magic instructor, I greatly anticipate your ability to help her break through this seemingly impenetrable wall of limitations. I grant you full authority over Denise's education. If you need anything, speak through the butler or the mansion staff, and if there are any accomplishments to report, send a letter directly. The wisest and longest ruling sovereign of Beltis territory. His Highness, Andalof Kellic Beltis, Grand Duke. Reply. To His Highness, the Grand Duke Beltis. It is a great honor to receive a handwritten letter from you. I will honor the trust you have placed in me and remain faithful to my duty. Please do not worry too much about Miss Denise's progress. If I say I will do it, I will. Sincerely. Derek. For Denise, attending meetings at the Rose Hall wasn't a difficult trial. From early morning getting dressed, maintaining an elegant demeanor, chatting with nobles while forcing a smile, it was all incredibly exhausting. As she walked through the various luxurious halls of the noble district, Denise would always think to herself, how much she wished she could return home, collapse, and read a romantic novel. However, over time, attending the Rose Hall meetings had become a kind of break. Because home was even more of a hell. Derek isn't coming to the mansion today, right? In the morning, I plan to attend a lecture on Ancient philosophy at the Cultural Center, and in the afternoon, I have a meeting at Rose Hall. It'll be late at night when everything's over. Yes. There's been no special contact from Mr. Derek. It wouldn't make sense for him to come since you'll be busy with social activities all day. I must finish getting ready quickly before that stubborn man arrives. The schedule is set to leave after breakfast, but let's eat something simple and leave the house before dawn. However, Derek was already standing at the front door, carrying several magical training tools. Good morning, Miss Denise. Eek. The dawn air is quite refreshing. Today, let's focus on basic physical conditioning and theoretical lessons instead of magical training. D. Derek. Lessons are fine, but social activities as a noble lady are also important. Yes, you're absolutely right. Derek wasn't unreasonable. No matter how hard he tried to correct Denise's lazy mindset, he couldn't go against her noble responsibilities. Therefore, with a refreshing expression, Derek told Denise. I'll wait at the mansion until you finish your schedule. I also have much personal training to focus on. Please don't worry about me and dedicate yourself to Rose Hall and your social duties. You'll wait? At the mansion? Won't you return around dinner time? From then until you go to bed, if you make time, you can train for over 6 hours. Considering you'll be physically exhausted, let's focus on theoretical lessons. I've already prepared all the study materials. I even used my savings to buy them, so please read them thoroughly. And Mr. Derek, those expenses should be charged to the mansion. When her exclusive maid Bella gasped in surprise, Denise shook her head firmly and looked at her. I am going to attend the meeting for now. Denise felt a chill run through her, as if the tenacity of her magic instructor had latched onto her like a water ghost. Derek silently watched Denise's retreating figure as she fled, then followed the servants' guidance into the mansion. The servants had completely emptied the drawing room to make Derek comfortable. After all, with the lady of the house away, no honorable guests were expected. Derek placed several magical artifacts and the letters he brought on the lounge table. He also unpacked all the food and household supplies he had bought at the market. There was a reason he brought all these items from Dawn. Phew. Due to the absence of the young lady he was supposed to teach, Derek kept himself busy. He took off his cloak, carefully folded it to the side, and rolled up his sleeves. After all, to gain support among the three noble families, one had to show at least some results. Whether intentionally or not, Derek had gained recognition among the noble families by teaching their teenage daughters. Given his current situation, giving his all was the right course of action. What does it mean to teach someone? If it's merely the transfer of knowledge, reading a book would suffice. Teaching someone means connecting and sincerely communicating with that person, progressing together. Therefore, the current situation, where Denise feels overwhelmed and runs from Derek, couldn't be viewed positively. Denise was completely different from Ellen. While Ellen actively absorbed Derek's teachings, Denise seemed to avoid them. In other words, a different approach was needed. Derek was someone who handled everything efficiently and methodically. It was his habit to research the safest and cleanest way to complete any task. To gain control over Denise, foster magical accomplishments, correct her attitude toward magic, and repay his debt to the Beltis family, this grand plan would begin by tying Denise down so she couldn't protest. Although he had been acknowledged by the Duke of Beltis as a magic instructor, that alone wasn't enough. To truly win over Denise, the best way was to gradually turn her environment. The Grand Mansion was her domain. Backed by the Beltis family, it was a place where the servants gathered solely to serve her as their lady. The first step was to win over the hearts of the servants who toiled year-round just to support her. That's why Derek arrived at the mansion early in the morning, even though Denise wasn't there. The first person Derek sought out was the gatekeeper of the Grand Mansion. Please take it easy. With the increasingly extreme temperature changes, you need to stay warm to avoid health issues. Oh, such a fine tea. Thank you. You're the magic instructor who came to teach Miss Denise, aren't you? Yes. The young lady is away, so it's a bit more relaxed here. Ha. An uneducated man like me certainly has a different spirit than her. Though we're both commoners, the difference is stark. Still, please take good care of the young miss. She may seem unmotivated, but she has a kind heart. Of course. I'm here to serve Miss Denise, so I must remain loyal to my duty. And so, that day, until Denise returned, he shared tea and mundane stories with the mansion's gatekeeper. That evening, after lessons were over, under the pretext that there was liquor available, he invited the gatekeeper out to drink at the seaside dock. Hence, he occasionally drank with the gatekeeper. Next, he discussed the flavor of food with the mansion's chef and butler. Derek spent whole days in the Cultural Corridor's library, studying various ingredients and culinary cultures. While walking down the hall, he would talk in depth about the ingredients used in that day's meal and debate the depth of flavor they brought. From time to time, Derek would bring rare ingredients from the market to the chef, cook delicious dishes together, or even serve them to Denise. When Denise praised the flavor of the food, the chef, wearing a satisfied expression, would hug Derek in the kitchen. Seeing Derek slowly immerse himself in the culinary world, the chef would passionately lecture spitting as he talked about the difference in sweetness between fruits from the western continent and the northeast, and explain for over 30 minutes how the direction of an ingredient's cut affected how the sauce soaked in. Derek listened to all these stories with great interest. He also discussed the flora of the southwestern continent with the gardener whenever he had the chance. He spent entire days reading books about plants and ecology to build a basic foundation. He couldn't amass the knowledge of an expert just by reading a few books, but at least he could pretend to be someone worth talking to and learning from. Having worked for several noble families, befriending the servants was no problem. Understanding their hardships, he empathized with them, occasionally helped with washing or cleaning, and shared delicious food in the kitchen, soon earning warm smiles whenever they saw him. It was easy to get along with the seed vendors and guards. They were fascinated by the rugged lifestyle of mercenaries. They listened eagerly to Derek's stories of slaying monsters in various labyrinths. The butler was the hardest to crack, but once he realized Derek's main goal was to rehabilitate Denise, he even came to Derek's lounge first to share stories about the mansion's history. Miss Denise. Mr. Derek has arrived. He brought a lot of good ingredients today. Is seafood okay for dinner? I'll cook with no restraints. Oh, Derek. Poor man. You've been working hard since morning. Rest a bit. Mr. Derek, I've already mended the clothes you mentioned last time. They were really helpful for training the apprentice servants. Before long, the mansion's gatekeeper was laughing heartily while hugging Derek, the servants welcomed him warmly, and the butler smiled in satisfaction. The gardener spread good words about the man, saying he was truly honorable, and some clumsy apprentice servants blushed whenever he passed by. He's more sociable than I thought. But of course, to stand out in a harsh mercenary world, you need sharp insight into people and wisdom. No. Bella. Still, it's strange how quickly he integrated into the mansion. Could he be using magic or deception? Well, it's true Mr. Derek himself is a substantial person. Though as a mentor, he can be tough. Denise lay on her back in bed, enduring the pain that tormented her body. Since lunchtime, Derek had stopped training and gone out to talk with the servants. Though he hadn't been appointed instructor for long, his reputation among the staff had already skyrocketed. Of course, this goodwill wasn't gained for free. He had spent his own money on various gifts, and though busy with magic training, he studied people's interests, listened to them, and helped late into the night when needed, slowly building relationships. All of this was the result of time and effort invested. Most importantly, there was an insurmountable gap between Denise and Derek. Denise was a high-ranking noble, someone to approach cautiously, while Derek was a commoner who had risen from nothing. It was obvious whom the servants would feel more comfortable with. So what? It's not strange to socialize with the servants, right? Yes, but I feel uneasy. That mercenary is straightforward and indifferent, he wouldn't flatter without a reason. So there must be a motive behind his actions. Surely, it's a tactic to trap me. Bella, you mustn't be deceived by the unknown intentions of that mercenary. Bella quietly rested her chin on her hand, daydreaming. It was true Derek had always been kind to Bella. The magic instructors who came to the mansion were usually arrogant and proud, treating the servants poorly, so his refreshing demeanor was a welcome change. He would help Bella clean artworks using a soft breeze spell, and when she had trouble cleaning supplies late at night, he would nonchalantly step in to help her carry them. It might seem like a blatant attempt to win favor, but it was hard to believe someone as respected as Derek would try to win over low-ranking servants. After all, he simply helped without seeking praise and moved on with his tasks. Could he really be a good person? Bella, you too. Before she knew it, Derek had completely infiltrated Denise's household. Getting rid of him was becoming increasingly difficult. It was hard to understand this side of him when she only saw him buried in magic in a dirty cave. Derek was already skilled in social maneuvering. Much of it was influenced by the tavern owner, Jaden, who could handle any guest with ease. Denise felt herself slowly being pulled under his control. Derek has been working as an instructor for the Beltus family for quite some time now. While listening to the lecture on magical theory at the conference, Ellen of the Belmiard family, known as the Rose of the Rose Salon, couldn't help but lose focus. She remembered the mercenary instructor with whom she used to talk about magic late into the night. Ellen let her red hair fall loosely and sighed softly. The Belmiard family had been left out of the race to recruit Derek, who ultimately went to the Beltus family. The rivalry among nobles to acquire talented individuals was always unpredictable, but losing Derek was particularly painful. Count Belmiard had even apologized to Ellen, feeling sorry for her. It was the first time Ellen had actively requested an instructor, so Count Belmiard must have gone to great lengths for her. Had I just been a burden to my father? Though, what kind of offer did the Beltus family make to secure Derek? In any case, Derek, in Ellen's opinion, was an exceptional magic instructor. In an era where talented magic instructors were worth their weight in gold, it was inevitable to wonder how much the Beltus family had offered for him. In truth, Derek's intention to form a connection with the Beltus family was the most important variable, but Ellen didn't know that part. When Aislinn was rejected, it became clear that not just anyone could be accepted as a student. Perhaps I should invite Lady Denise for tea and subtly sound her out. Ellen, who was not particularly fond of the complex social maneuvering of high society, found it unusual for herself to be scheming to involve a lady from a rival family in her affairs. However, Ellen was also curious about how Denise was learning magic from Derek. Yes, arranging a meeting should be fine. I'll ask the butler to contact her. Denise, as seen in the social circles of Ebelstein and the Rose Salon, always gave off a mysterious aura. Like the other noble ladies, she was kind and dignified, but there seemed to be something hidden beneath the surface, something not openly revealed. Among the trio of the Rose Salon, she was the most enigmatic. Lady Denise, she's definitely not someone easy to approach. Teaching someone so reserved wasn't simple. After all, teaching ultimately meant having to guide someone. How exactly did Derek teach the mysterious Denise? Ellen wanted to see it with her own eyes, at least once. When the magic conference ended, Ellen rose from her seat and smoothed the hem of her dress. For the first time in a long while, she felt a surge of motivation. What kind of plan are you plotting? I can't understand it, but in the end, the servants should be on my side. Structurally, they all belong to the Beltus family. The next morning, after breakfast, Denise stood in the hallway and spoke to Derek. Derek, with his hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head and looked directly at Denise. Yes. It seems you've been trying to get close to the servants lately. Scheming behind the scenes like that isn't good. Aren't we supposed to only teach and learn magic? There seems to be a misunderstanding. Yes, I've been trying to get more familiar with the servants, but it's not for any hidden agenda. Denise swallowed hard. She had openly used Derek, and he was surely aware that the Beltus family saw him as a pawn in the noble power struggle. Even so, Derek maintained a calm expression. Denise had trouble reading his true intentions. It's true, as you said, Lady Denise, that I should be closer to the servants. There is a purpose behind my actions, but it's nothing suspicious, and I can tell you if you ask. Then, what is it? What else? The servants who have supported you for years are the ones who know you best, aren't they? Denise pressed him for an answer, but Derek spoke as if it was nothing, maintaining eye contact with her. I need to know more about Lady Denise. As an instructor, it's only natural that I want to understand even the smallest details of the person I'm teaching. There's no need to be so roundabout. I mean, as the lady of the Beltus family, you must have heard all the rumors at the Rose Salon, right? It's true, but information based on rumors has obvious limitations. Derek always grew very serious whenever he talked about magic. His dedication and passion were enough to impress anyone who saw him. Magic is extremely complex, and the way each person handles magical power varies slightly. One must consider a person's temperament, thoughts, habits, values, and worldview in a comprehensive manner. While the classification of magic academies is important, just as crucial is understanding the temperament of the magician themselves. So, as I was saying, how could I truly understand Lady Denise based solely on superficial information from the Rose Salon? What I want to know are not the surface-level accomplishments of the lady of the Beltus family, but Lady Denise herself. Understanding her is the key to teaching her magic more effectively. There was certainty in Derek's firm tone. Having risen from humble beginnings, he had his own insights into how people became skilled in magic. The lessons from the elder, Katia, and Dreist. The insights gained from teaching Diella and Ellen. And the understanding obtained through exploring and learning magic on his own. A lifetime of experience had fused into his philosophy on what was most important when teaching magic to others. Then, you're saying, you asked the servants about me? The people who assist you know things that rumors can't convey. Of course, I didn't say it out loud, as it might embarrass Lady Denise. What did they say? The servants respect you a lot. They said that even though you often seem distracted and reluctant, you know when to roll up your sleeves for important tasks. Derek relayed the words he had heard from the servants without omitting anything. Of course, hearing it directly from him made Denise feel a bit embarrassed. I heard that you could achieve great things in magic or academics if you truly applied yourself. That although your attitude appears indifferent and aloof, you treat the servants kindly. They also mentioned your piercing gaze, and your exceptional handwriting. The servants said that about me? Ehe. Did they say anything about my appearance? That I'm prettier than Aislinn or Ellen? Derek wasn't one to give empty compliments. Although Denise's beauty was certainly remarkable, comparing her to Aislinn and Ellen would surely give anyone pause for thought. You really don't give empty compliments, do you? I must be honest. Only then can my words be trusted when I speak. Having that conviction is good, but I worry you'll get hurt out there. I've already been hurt a lot. I've thought a lot, too. With a long sigh, Denise finally relaxed her shoulders. I think I've come to understand this guy a bit more. The reason he was interacting with the servants who he didn't even need to impress, especially when Derek wasn't around, was simply to teach magic to Denise in the best way possible. Unlike Denise, a greenhouse flower, he had surely traversed numerous labyrinths and experienced all kinds of hells. However, when unnecessary, he never stubbornly opposed others, often treating them with a polite attitude. It was a stark contrast to how he looked when immersed in magic, holed up in a dirty cave with a disheveled appearance. Just like the city of Ebelstein, he seemed to have 1,000 faces. That's why it was hard to grasp his true intentions at a glance. Even so, I'm proud that the servants think so highly of me. I didn't give it much thought, but they said I have a piercing gaze, and that I write well, right? How do you know I write? I heard it from the butler. What? How would the butler know? Suddenly, Denise's face paled. Derek had already anticipated this, but as he said, he didn't speak lightly and conveyed things without exaggeration. The servants have seen you many times, sitting at your desk before bed with a pen in hand. If there's a scratching sound in the room, wouldn't they look in? No, I always check my surroundings. Don't underestimate the servants. They're like shadows, always following and helping you. Wouldn't they notice? If the hinges are well oiled, opening the door a bit won't make noise. You should check around the door more carefully. At this point, Derek had nothing more he could do. He simply conveyed what he had heard without omission. The servants had surely been thinking about how and when to bring it up. I also heard about the story, the pink book from the third drawer next to your bed. You mean the servants know about that? Yes. Don't you write every night? The title is The Arrogant Sir Robine, isn't it? Suddenly, Denise's breath caught in her throat. I heard that the psychological descriptions infused in your elegant prose and strong strokes are truly exceptional. I didn't intend to read it, but the servants insisted. I saw it several times when you were at salon meetings. Of course, the descriptions and narrative moved me. There are quite a few devoted readers among the servants, and I understand why. Hic. Denise hiccuped an act that didn't quite suit her. And then, for a while, she said nothing. Derek watched Denise's expression for a moment. He felt he needed to choose his words carefully, adding weight to his voice. After all, it wasn't unusual for someone her age to harbor such childish fantasies. You don't need to feel so embarrassed. Creation is fundamentally a shy endeavor. And even a stranger like me can tell your writing is really impressive. Reading about the tragic situation of the protagonist Tracy broke my heart. Especially since I come from the slums, I was struck by the details. However, I'm not sure characters like Sir Robine actually exist in real life. Of course, the jealous yet tender emotions of a man harboring love from afar for Tracy were compelling. The obsession and possessiveness, the attitude toward Tracy, and the 7 pages dedicated to describing Sir Robine's fierceness seemed a bit excessive, but, who knows, maybe men like that are out there. It's not impossible, right? I respect that. Unable to bear listening to Derek any longer, Denise grabbed her head and ran to her room. Derek, resting his chin in his hand, reflected silently. Certainly, the sensitivity of a girl her age was hard to keep up with. He had said a lot, but Derek hadn't lied. The reason he interacted with the servants was truly to learn more about Denise. More precisely, to see if she had any weak points. "Good morning, Lady Denise." The next morning, Denise, with messy hair, was being groomed by a maid. Her eyelids were swollen from having slept little the night before. The maids, whose job it was to keep her looking beautiful at all times, were perplexed. "Did you write something last night? You look really tired. You shouldn't let it interfere with your daily life, you know." "Ha." Derek said this casually, and the maids around them flinched. In fact, the maid who reacted that way was one of those who diligently read Denise's works. "What are you talking about, Derek? Writing, you say?" It seemed Denise was plotting to pretend the previous day's conversation had never happened. Of course, Derek wasn't one to let such blatant denial slide. "I was talking about the arrogant Sir Robine." The scene ends with Sir Robine covering Tracy with a blanket as she relives a childhood nightmare involving sleepwalking. I remember it clearly because it was the last scene. Sir Robine's tender heart, treating the fragile Tracy like a glass artifact that could shatter with the slightest touch. "Derek. We have to train hard in magic today. Why are you wasting time on such nonsense?" Denise shot up, sweating profusely. It was the first time she had voluntarily initiated magic training. Her usual laid-back attitude was gone, and she walked nervously, drenched in sweat. All the maids watching held their breath. Denise was known to be resilient, but Derek was even more tenacious. The Arrogant Lord Robine is the story of a young woman named Tracy, who, after a troubled childhood, begins working at a noble mansion and becomes entangled with an aristocrat named Lord Robine. As a fictional character, Lord Robine lacks realism. In fact, he borders on the embodiment of the ideal man. Broad shoulders, a piercing gaze, every one of his actions is refined, he always carries roses, and possesses a courteous yet aristocratic demeanor. At work, he is cold and rational, but with his beloved, he is warm, enjoying baths with rose petals, sipping wine while gazing at the night scenery, and for unknown reasons, preferring low-cut pajamas. If he falls in love with a woman, he caresses her chin and smiles meaningfully. Despite his bold demeanor, the woman whose chin he holds always blushes with embarrassment. Moreover, when it comes to the protagonist Tracy, this usually composed man often becomes emotional. He corners her against a wall to whisper, usually something trivial, or gently strokes her hair pointlessly, trying to guess the scent of the incense she used that day. If an ordinary person did that instead of the handsome Lord Robine, they'd be arrested immediately. On a quiet afternoon, Derek read Denise's elegant manuscript, occasionally tilting his head in contemplation. There were some rather embarrassing passages at the beginning, but as he continued, he found narration and reflections that captivated him. Even Derek, not an expert himself, was instantly drawn in, clearly proof of how seriously it had been written. When the family secret is revealed and adversity strikes the love between Lord Robine and Tracy, at the end, even setting aside his authority, the image of Lord Robine running through the storm calling out for Tracy is majestic. Eventually, they reunite in the storm, embrace tightly, and enter a nearby wooden cabin in the rain. Why there's a cabin in the gardens of a noble mansion remains a mystery. Dry their clothes, and sit beside Tracy, who has caught a cold. Seeing her talk in her sleep about her late family by the fireplace, Lord Robine covers her with a blanket, organizing his tangled thoughts. The final scene shows the solitary back of Lord Robine, who has lived without ever knowing familial love, and then the story cuts off. Maybe because the historical background of Lord Robine's family isn't fully established. It's a truly fascinating scene. It's true, I can understand why even the mansion's servants secretly read this. Lady Denise, your writing is truly skillful. Enough. I made a mistake. I'm sorry for everything. Let's stop this now. This took place after they had finished the day's lessons, before Derek returned to his room and passed by Denise's. Denise lay on her back on the bed, as if her entire body ached. She had given it her all in training at Derek's request that day, to the point of looking more pitiful than admirable, and Bella, with tears in her eyes, was massaging her shoulders. Derek wore a complicated expression. Seeing Denise suddenly taking his lessons so seriously, seemingly embarrassed by her mortifying creation, and Derek using that shame as leverage. There was a slight misunderstanding there. As Derek had repeatedly said, he genuinely thought Denise's writing was good. Sure, he didn't grasp the burning embarrassment, but from Derek's typically indifferent perspective, was it really something to be so concerned about? Unfortunately, Derek was too rational to fully understand the sensitivity of a young woman in her difficult years. That's why he tried sincerely to convey which aspects of Denise's work impressed him and what he liked, but it only seemed to kill Denise a second time. The victim lay on the bed as though murdered, yet the culprit couldn't be found. That paradox made Denise want to die even more. About 10 days had passed since Derek began teaching magic when Ellen sent a separate letter, bringing high-quality tea to visit the mansion. Unlike meetings at the Rose Salon, directly visiting the mansion held significant meaning. As a lady of the Belmeard family, she couldn't make casual appointments due to her status, so even a trivial meeting required a valid reason. Although the visit was considered a gesture to foster goodwill between families, no one truly knew the political impact of such a small gathering. Naturally, the servants were a bit tense. But in truth, Ellen simply wanted to know how things were going between Derek and Denise. That might seem too bold, but it was better than beating around the bush. Denise was not easily taught, not even with polite words. She had always been a mysterious figure, quick to draw boundaries when someone tried to cross them. At the Rose Salon, she always laughed elegantly and engaged in courteous conversations, but it was all surface level. Ellen had long noticed Denise's naturally reserved demeanor. There was a clear difference between her and someone like Ellen, who was open about everything important. Derek was likely having a hard time. If he now thought he wasn't a good match for the Beltus family, Ellen was planning to make a favorable proposal. But that would be difficult without the Duke Beltus approval. Still, Ellen rushed over not to spy, but to cultivate friendship. Her first goal was to gauge the inscrutable Denise. Thanks to Lady Ellen's visit, I can finally rest. But the Denise who appeared in the reception room looked so worn out one might question if she was the same person from the Rose Salon. Saying she looked worn out might not be accurate. She seemed slimmer, her movements more agile, as if she'd been exercising intensely. But her expression didn't match her body. Though makeup and accessories enhanced her beauty, the underlying fatigue was obvious. The servants had hurried to tidy her up as best they could, but this was the most they could manage. "You look very tired. Lady Denise, you haven't stopped training your magic, have you?" Yes, that's right. Instructor Derek is quite enthusiastic. It was, after all, a visit from an honorable lady of the Rose Salon. Denise managed to show her best smile, struggling to maintain her usual appearance. "I had high expectations from someone with such a reputation as a magic instructor, but his methods are a little different from what I imagined. They're physically demanding, and emotionally pressuring too." Denise, never lacking in grace, now wore a complicated expression. Seeing this, Ellen suddenly remembered her own time learning under Derek. From here on, this is truly hell. Eek. In an instant, fear ran down Ellen's spine. Like many things in this world, hardships often seem trivial in hindsight. Painful memories faded, leaving only the pleasant moments and accomplishments. However, the memories of Derek's relentless presence while running, his endless spellcasting to exhaustion, and his obsession with magical theory even at the cost of sleep, all came rushing back. Even now, just remembering it made one gulp unconsciously. Derek was the most stubborn magic instructor she had ever met. At that moment, Ellen's eyes met Denise's. Denise seemed to understand Ellen's thoughts just from her expression. Ellen thought to herself. In Ebelstein's social circles, it's common for women who share a mentor to form factions or connections. After all, every connection is a weapon, and those with shared experiences naturally bond. Perhaps, rather than just being Rose Salon members, connecting as students of the same mentor could be an option. But forming a faction? Not sure how others would see that. Still, if we unite, maybe we can connect differently than through the Rose Salon. The culture there requires too many appearances, which has its uncomfortable sides. On the other hand, Denise, after setting down her teacup, was lost in entirely different thoughts. So Ellen also suffered under Derek's teaching. It's like a group of victims, how complicated. Denise had been carefully observing Ellen's slow decline since accepting Derek as a mentor. Unfortunately, it was no longer someone else's problem. However, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Denise quickly understood the reason behind Ellen's unexpected visit. She was clearly assessing the situation with Derek to gauge Denise's reaction. In essence, the Belmeard family hadn't yet given up on recruiting Derek. That was good news. Denise wanted to be rid of this instructor as soon as possible. But once purchased, he was a non-refundable product. Regardless of Duke Beltus' intentions, Derek himself was set on turning Denise into a great mage. With so many noble ladies in Ebelstein's social circle eager to be taught, and even Aislinn wanting to learn from him, why did he have to trouble Denise? To Denise, unaware of Derek's desire to maintain ties with the three great families, it was infuriating. Derek's frantic teaching approach had gone from disappointing to admirable and perplexing. If he lacked social skills, it wouldn't matter, but he blended well with the servants and fit into the mansion seamlessly, becoming a sociable monster. Ugh, my head hurts again. Still, to other women, Denise's worries might seem like those of the privileged. That was the worst part. She didn't understand why Aislinn and Ellen were so desperate to bring instructor Derek into their families. Do noble ladies enjoy torturing themselves? Watching Ellen carefully, Denise couldn't help but think how vast the world was. By the way, how is Lady Aislinn? I feel I've neglected my duties at the Rose Salon due to my magic training. I've only attended major events and haven't properly greeted everyone. I hope she's not too upset. Denise quickly changed the topic. She needed to think more about how to handle Derek, and she wasn't sure how to respond to Ellen's attitude. Lady Aislinn has returned to her family's home. She's attending her brother's appointment ceremony and helped with her younger sister's debut. It's always better to have someone experienced assisting. If it's about her sister's debut. Will Lady Diella be coming to Ebelstein? Yes. From what I've heard, her magical achievements are far beyond the rumors. Aislinn's younger sister, who had reached 2-star magic level, was born into the Duplain family. If another figure like Aislinn appeared, it would greatly impact Ebelstein's social circles. They say she'll be at the next meeting. If you attend the regular gathering, you might meet her. I'm a bit nervous myself, as it'll be my first time seeing her. The next meeting was the following week. Do I also have to worry about social hierarchy now? Ugh, my head hurts. Denise just wanted to lie down at that point. But once Ellen left, she'd have to return to her horrible training schedule. It was a sad truth, but talking to Ellen now was her only rest. Derek, as always, would be waiting downstairs in the visitor's room, having finished preparations for the lesson, with a satisfied smile on his face. Gradually, his expression was starting to look villainous. Lady Diella. Here are the documents for next week's Rose Salon meeting. Attachments from the Duplain family. Diella's private room was spacious but sparsely furnished. On one side, easels with various landscapes were scattered randomly, and atop her lace bed were books on magic spread out. In the center, a blonde girl stared blankly at the ceiling, skillfully using magic, a wild mage born into nobility. Her thick golden waves framed her like a doll, and the ruffles of her dress draped over her knees like a blanket. Sitting silently, her eyes watched the openly manifested magic, already exuding an extraordinary aura. Her achievements had no equal since Derek taught her. She had completely mastered the basic theory of Wild Academy, and most 1-star spells were trivial to her. Though her appearance hadn't changed, her rate of magical improvement far surpassed anyone else, even Derek. Rose Salon. Why there, all of a sudden? The girl was already walking the path of a master. Hearing the report from her butler in a tired voice, she finally lowered her eyes with a cold gaze and said, "Why should I go there?" The girl possessed nearly every quality to become famous in Ebelstein society, but she had no interest in honor games. Born of the noblest blood, she was someone who refused to be bound by rules or systems. A consistent trait among those with truly exceptional talent. Several years passed after Derek left the Duplain family, and the seasons changed multiple times. Diella Catherine Duplain bade farewell to the mentor who had the greatest influence on her life, but her growth curve neither wavered nor took a step back. On the contrary, once her path was set, her innate talent began to blossom. In the realm of magical achievement, lineage was regarded as the most important factor. Her previously slow magical progress soared like a fish finding water after Derek made a slight adjustment to her direction. Although the growth trajectories of commoners were similar, the manner in which blessed geniuses reached maturity was unique. Valerian, Lee, Aislinn, Diella. Among the Duplain siblings all renowned for their magical achievements, Diella's development was the most extraordinary. She didn't seek to penetrate the essence of magic like Valerian, nor did she yearn for worldly prominence like Lee, nor did she absorb vast academic knowledge like Aislinn. As always, she explored the forests, gazed at the night sky, and received magical truths in her own unbound way. The ice spear she created spun, and her fire arrows burned with a deep dark red. Her transmutation magic produced effects that defied theory, and her enchantments differed slightly from known outcomes. Yet she was not entirely disconnected from high culture. She effortlessly absorbed ethics, culture, the art of diplomacy, governance, and even her family's studies on empire politics. She mastered the central continent's language, social dancing, flower arrangement, piano, flute, history, literature, modern philosophy, and political science, even completing her education in attire and etiquette to present a refined demeanor. In the arts, she already shone. Her creations, born of exceptional talent in landscape and portrait painting, began catching the attention of artists, and some were already circulating in art auctions in Ebelstein. Diella's artistic world was entirely detached from contemporary styles. Already recognized among critics, she was believed to become a famous artist across the continent. By this point, rumors began swirling even though she had not yet debuted in Ebelstein high society. Rumor had it that the little girl once curled up in the Duplain pavilion was now a rival to Aislinn, the most respected figure in Ebelstein society. Could it be that the only one who could challenge the Duplain family's pride was another Duplain? It seemed that families capable of challenging the Duplains in Ebelstein society were disappearing, marking the beginning of the Duplain era. Aislinn, more than anyone, heard these rumors firsthand, but couldn't help feeling conflicted. She didn't feel threatened by Diella's prowess, she felt deeply familiar and genuinely happy for her growth. Yet there was a slight gap between rumor and reality. Honestly, I don't really understand why I must join the Rose Salon. If not for people like you, Lady Ellen or Lady Denise, they all seem the same. No, Diella. That may seem true when looking only at magical achievements, but they're all cultured, and it's nice to meet and connect with people from many walks of life. Aislinn had come to the Duplain estate to help with Diella's debut celebration. After a successful debut experience, Aislinn thought her presence would be helpful, but Diella seemed hardly to need it. Honestly, she could debut in society right now without issue. The mansion Diella would occupy was nearly complete, and the selection of servants and high-level attendants to support her family was finalized. A grand banquet had been planned to celebrate her societal debut, and gowns as exquisite as magical weapons were already prepared. The moment of her debut when a noble lady experiences her most glorious moment was near. Although a bright future lay ahead, Diella's expression as she sat at the garden tea table didn't seem particularly joyful. For noble ladies, debuting in society was always considered a romantic dream, but Diella showed no interest. Her mild anticipation stemmed only from the excitement of venturing outside the Duplain household where she had grown up. She didn't care for the so-called glamorous social culture of Ebelstein's aristocratic district. When I went to the tea at Alora Academy, or the festival in Alanton region, I saw some noble ladies from the Rose Salon. Most were absorbed in frivolous, ostentatious social activities, attempting flattery and giving insincere compliments. Diella. That's not something you say publicly, but you must understand the difference in rank. We, as high-ranking Duplain nobles, often take it for granted, but for lesser nobles, the chance to expand connections is invaluable. Aislinn, born highborn, understood the position of lesser nobles well. That was why she never became arrogant, even when her companions uttered embarrassing praises. Half of the goodwill she received was admiration for Aislinn herself, the other half was respect for the Duplain lineage. You only see someone's true nature when you take off tinted glasses. We must learn to perceive that essence. That's why we join salons, meet people from different strata. If Sister Iselin says so, I'll consider attending next week's gathering. Since Diella hadn't completed her debut process, attending the salon would be merely formal. Still, Diella wore a sullen expression. Born with exceptional talent she had cultivated, the core of Diella's character remained unchanged. She was arrogant, didn't regard those she deemed inferior, and hated rigid rules. Yet she had learned to conceal it externally, maintaining courtesy and wearing a mask. It was an unwritten rule for daughters of the most noble families to join the Rose Salon. But Diella was like a wild horse in a meadow, indifferent to such norms. Her porcelain beauty shouldn't conceal her untamed spirit. Being the opposite of her sister Iselin, expecting a sheltered noble lady to control her was asking too much. It might be good for you to review your household servants too. Now that you're the mistress, everyone is under your direct command. It will feel very different from receiving help on the Duplain estate to giving orders yourself. Most of the pavilion servants will remain, so I don't think much will change. It's just a matter of whether it's on the Duplain lands or in Ebelstein. That may be true. But now even those who didn't usually interact with you will be under your oversight. The estate guards, workers, even the aides handling accounting and finances will work under your supervision and permission. Understanding this gap would make the reality of being an estate mistress feel more tangible. Diella didn't fully grasp it yet, but seeing Iselin's careful planning, she knew it would be a challenge. Still, it was a rite of passage for high noblewomen to integrate into Ebelstein society. Not only that, but perhaps you should select someone responsible for your security outside the estate. You might need a personal chef to suit your tastes, or private tutors if necessary. I don't think it'll bother me too much since most things already feel similar. But if it's about private tutors. Though nearing the once-in-a-lifetime moment of her debut, Diella showed no signs of nervousness, but her eyes lit up at mention of private tutors. Derek works as a mercenary instructor in Ebelstein, right? As I said, he's currently teaching Lady Denise of the Beltis family. I went to see before deciding affiliations. It seems he chose to be Lady Denise's instructor. It had been a long time since Diella said goodbye to Derek. Yet she clearly remembered him. Derek didn't fear or hesitate to engage with nobles, but tended to prioritize magical achievement above all. Why he aligned with the Beltis family still remained a mystery. Why Beltis? No apparent connection. In any case, it always seemed there was a reason behind his actions. Though the Duplains or Belmeards had written to him, it seemed like there was a reason he suddenly joined the Beltis household. Could he have been betrothed? Lady Denise is known as a mystery. Diella. Just so you know, taking someone who has already joined another family could be a major offense. Dad didn't pursue this for a reason. Of course, there were always hidden rivalries, attempts to poach talents from competing families, but doing so openly was a completely different matter. It would be a different case if Derek didn't have a formal affiliation, but now he was under official contract with Grand Duke Beltis and was Denise's instructor. Maybe it would be different if it were like when Ellen hired Derek and the previous contract had been fully resolved. But even the Duplain family had a code of honor to uphold. Naturally, that code wasn't always followed. However, when someone broke those unwritten rules, they had to be prepared for the emotional consequences. Fearing that Diella might act on impulse, Iselin quickly warned her, but Diella responded indifferently, resting her chin on her hand. I saw Lady Denise from afar at the Alanton festival. I didn't speak to her or interact, but, she looked so dignified, her silver hair flowing, sitting in that carriage. She seemed like a mysterious angel from a religious painting. That's what I thought. Yes, that's true. Aha. Lady Denise is a valued figure even within the Beltis family. That's why someone as capable as Mr. Derek became her instructor. Diella was about to take a sip of tea but set the cup down, speaking with a serious gaze. Doesn't it bother you, Iselin? We're from the Duplain family, aren't we? Diella? Isn't it fascinating? Denise's mansion lacked nothing unnecessary. Artworks were displayed just enough to preserve a sense of dignity, and the exterior was built to ensure it wouldn't be overshadowed by other luxurious homes. Denise liked to go with the flow. That's why there weren't large training facilities like in Ellen's mansion. In the end, Derek had no choice but to demonstrate his magic in the fields outside Ebelstein, accompanied by a few servants and guards. Though Derek's magic was simple, its firepower was astonishing. Despite the extraordinary marvel of his spells, Denise couldn't deny that Derek's skills were superior. The boy had perfected his use of magical energy to the point of producing results on par with an experienced mage. At first, she had praised Derek's magical demonstration, but once the intensive training began, her free time vanished swiftly. She felt as though she had just left the mansion after lunch, yet the sun was already setting. Sitting on the grassy ground, panting and drenched in sweat, Denise looked exhausted. Facing her, Derek leaned in and said, "The range of your magic arrows has increased significantly since the beginning. Now, Lady Denise, you can intercept enemies even outside your line of sight." "That's true. Can you feel the magic itself? It's different from just firing arrows in one direction." "Ugh, huff. Is it? The difference is subtle, but every time you use magic, your senses sharpen and the feeling deepens. Once you truly sense that difference, your magical sensitivity reaches another level." Really? Pant. I can't breathe." Derek leaned closer and continued. "That's how you feel the surge of magical power. Isn't it fascinating? To train the innate gift we were given this way, isn't it profound? Fascinating? Let's call it interesting." Beneath Derek's impressive tone, even filled with pressure, Denise swallowed dryly. The silver-haired boy before her was completely obsessed with magic. Denise could feel her magical skills growing daily, but she couldn't match Derek's overflowing vitality. Was it fun? Honestly, if she set aside her pride, it was fun. When people find joy in something, the effort poured in transforms into achievement. It was true training with Derek, her magic skills improved rapidly. But for Denise, naturally reclusive, the training process itself was torturous. Born like a freshwater fish, being dragged into the sea meant drowning. Yes, Derek. It seems Lady Denise still doesn't fully grasp the depth and thrill of this process. Perhaps a different approach is needed. What do you mean? As I said, I haven't taught in years, so there are many areas where I'm still inexperienced. If Lady Denise doesn't find magical achievement interesting, it's clearly my shortcoming as an instructor. I deeply reflect on that responsibility. Derek placed a hand on Denise's shoulder and spoke seriously. We must switch to more intense training, to achieve greater feats and find it even more exciting. Just brushing the surface isn't enough, let's delve deeper. I'll also thoroughly revise the training intensity." "What are you talking about, Derek?" "I think magic is really fun. I like magic. Lady Denise, you don't need to comfort me like that. Such kindness only makes me feel worse." It wasn't kindness, it was survival, but Derek would never accept that. If you don't feel a sense of accomplishment, it's entirely the instructor's fault. I'm very disappointed in my inadequacy. I'm sorry, and I promise this won't happen again. No, it's fine. I said it's fine, Derek. Where are you going? Wait for me. Derek already had Denise's schedule planned out in his head. She would attend the upcoming Rose Salon meeting, then join the cultural reading club that weekend. With several liberal arts classes in between, aligning the free moments would provide enough time to train toward the next level. Of course, Denise's own desires were another matter. In the heart of the noble district, women from various salons gathered at the Adalbert Cultural Hall, the center of cultural exchange for salon members. The number of attendees was considerable when including lesser nobles, but in the end, only 3 women were at the center: Aislinn, Ellen, and Denise. Many followers greeted them, spoke sweetly to gain favor, and used every chance to send family gifts or propose artistic exchanges. In recent years, these 3 young women had led the Rose Salon centered around the Adalbert Cultural Hall. But today was expected to shake that structure. Because Diella Catherine Duplain, the younger sister of Lady Iselin regarded as the most noble woman in Ebelstain's social circle would appear at today's salon gathering. All eyes followed her as she crossed the salon, where luxurious tea was served. Among girls her age, she was small, and her movements had a soft, captivating charm. When the doll-like girl, dressed in a beautiful frilled gown, entered the salon tea gathering, she inevitably became the center of attention. At a glance, she looked like a sweet girl you'd want to hug, but those close to the Duplain family knew her past well. She was one of the most notorious troublemakers in Duplain family history. If Iselin was a warm spring, Diella was a harsh winter. It was surprising how two sisters so close in blood could be so opposite. Though she had changed a lot under the guidance of a good mentor, it was speculated her true nature hadn't disappeared entirely. Even so, the current Diella had developed social finesse. Her rebellious days were behind her. Still, if asked whether she was as sociable as Iselin, you'd definitely nod. Everyone's eyes are gleaming, desperate to establish even the slightest connection. Diella frowned as she stepped up to the podium, casting a fleeting glance at the lesser nobles before smirking. Their greed, buried in the secular hierarchy, was clear even to this young girl. They might talk about art, philosophy, and magic, but what they truly craved was exchanging more words with descendants of prestigious families. It was easy to see why a woman from a high noble family might grow arrogant in society, her pride towering sky-high. Spending whole seasons in that environment, anyone might start to feel like royalty. I thought I'd hate it, but it's not as bad as I expected. I can see why people get addicted. With a mental sneer, Diella moved toward the tea. And there, in the depths, sat a girl chatting with a few lesser nobles. Her long silver-gray hair flowed freely, making her look like a noble angel. But whether her inner thoughts matched that angelic appearance was another matter. She was known in society for never revealing her true intentions. She looked weary, yet still carried the dignity her reputation demanded. It was Denise of the Beltis family. She was the one who had captured Derek's heart, despite the fierce competition to recruit him. The Beltis family, with its grip on power, held Derek firmly and reportedly never intended to let him go. Adjusting the hem of her dress, Diella approached Denise with a determined expression. The salon's attention subtly shifted toward the two of them. A certain impressive aura made it difficult to approach Diella Catherine Duplain naturally. Many noble ladies gathered at the tea sat and stared, unable to step forward with courage. Her aura came not just from being the youngest daughter of the Duplain family, but from the cold, glacial attitude she projected. Of course, for someone like Denise, the Duplain name alone was enough to keep her from being overshadowed. Amid her disciplined life, she found tranquility in the serene atmosphere of the tea room, relaxing her mind slightly. Thus, Denise sat comfortably until Diella's sudden approach forced her to adjust her posture. The youngest Duplain daughter is about to debut. Accustomed to getting irritated easily, Denise adopted the demeanor of a noble lady and assumed the appropriate courtesy. Especially since she often attended Salon Rose gatherings, where servants adorned her with antique jewelry, making her one of the esteemed trio. "You are Miss Denise of the Beltis family?" Diella's tone blended rudeness and politeness. Though new to Salon Rose, she gave no indication of intimidation. With a sharp look, Denise quickly sensed Diella's temperament. Her confidence in a room full of foreign nobility came from extraordinary pride. She seemed more arrogant than courteous. Though refined by good mentors, the fierceness of a Mustang galloping the plains still remained in her. At first glance, it was clear she considered most nobles present as inferior. So her silence didn't discourage Denise. She had never regarded them as equals. Only because she considered Denise her equal did she bother to greet her with minimal courtesy. But this was a facade. At heart, Diella lacked proper manners. If it had been Ellen approaching, she might have frowned instantly, but Denise was more forgiving in such matters. "Lady Diella of the Duplain family, right? I heard you'd attend today's meeting. You are as beautiful and dignified as they said. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Thank you." Praises and respectful words are customary among noblewomen. After receiving this, it was Denise's turn to reciprocate. Though she could praise Diella's beauty and elegance, she deliberately chose not to. Bold. With that word, Denise summed up Diella. Among newly social nobles in Ebelstein, many were either too passive or too daring. Diella tended toward the latter. Failing to maintain the proper distance wasn't a grave offense. One naturally learns to navigate such social whirlwinds. It could be excused as a moment's lapse. But Denise had to rethink her judgment after Diella's next words. I don't like empty talk, so I'll get straight to the point. I hear Derek is with the Beltis family. In short, Diella hadn't ignored etiquette or been rude. Universally, her hostility was directed specifically at Denise. The reason was, ultimately, the presence of a respected mage under Beltis control. If you mean Derek. Yes, he teaches me magic. When Denise heard Derek's name mentioned so suddenly, nausea washed over her. She knew that when this meeting ended, she'd return to the grueling physical training awaiting her at the mansion. Lately, Derek had even begun cooking himself, claiming it was good exercise, buying all kinds of food at the market, allowing servants into the kitchen. He seemed fully embedded in the mansion now. It was terrifying. But she couldn't reveal that before nobles, so she managed a tight smile. He is a good magic teacher. His dedication and daily lessons are very beneficial to me. There's no point bringing him here. Diella had been Derek's first student. Why she favored the magic-obsessed man was hard to understand, but in essence, she liked Derek, so it seemed fair to speak well of him. However, upon hearing Denise's words, Diella ground her teeth. He seems good. Good? In what way? Diella seemed almost pleased by Denise's satisfied comment about Derek's teachings, which seemed to irritate her. Now, Denise understood, Diella was jealous. After expelling Derek from the Duplain household, Diella had longed to reunite with him in Ebelstein. But by the time of her social debut, Derek had become embroiled in political rivalry between families teaching a Beltis young woman. How much of that was Derek's choice remained unclear. No matter how strong his will, coming from a common family, he could be overpowered if the three great families clashed. Diella wanted to know, did Derek truly teach Denise of his own volition? It was hard to believe such an enigmatic character, like a fox, would leave Duplain and refuse Island's invitation to teach. Seeing Diella glare at her like a growling dog, Denise felt the need to gather her thoughts. Provoking the hostility of a Duplain young lady was a serious matter. Always immaculate in her composure, Denise knew she had to handle this carefully. But the more she organized her thoughts, the more angles emerged. So she wants to take Derek. My God. From the outside, it seemed the Beltis family had iron control over the magic-crazed man, but in reality, it was he who controlled Denise. If anyone could claim Derek, it wouldn't matter who. But the Duke of Beltis wouldn't readily allow it. As though holding a valuable chess piece, the Duke wouldn't let Derek go, pursued by other families. To secure him, someone would need to offer an equally precious gift. Only those from Belmeard or Duplain might manage such a negotiation. And Diella Catherine Duplain was more desperate than anyone to claim Derek. Stars began to shine in Lady Denise's eyes. She's truly noble. A noble woman has come for me. The atmosphere became palpably tense. A female descendant of a distinguished house, newly arrived in Salon Rose, was openly confronting the most respected woman there. In that stiff environment, where no one dared swallow comfortably, Denise herself began to exude an aura behind Diella. A messenger from the gods, sent from heaven. Seeing her noble figure, it felt as if a savior had appeared. Derek, to take him. Are you declaring you'll take Derek now? Oh, God. Of course, she didn't shout it out loud, but she desperately wanted to embrace this beautiful doll-like girl. If she could return to a life of idling in bed all day, reading third-rate romantic novels, she'd happily abandon such trivial pride. But reason held her back. Derek was someone the Grand Duke of Beltis himself wanted to retain, signing a contract to keep him. For her to step forward and hand Derek over to the Duplain family, openly in the Salon Rose meeting under many eyes, would likely damage her status and position within the Beltis family. It would be seen as open defiance of family interests and patriarchal directives. Declaring you'd take Derek right there, with so many watching, would be political suicide. However, opportunities like this were rare. It wasn't just any family, but a young lady from the Duplain family who wanted to take Derek. Denise had to make the most of the situation. Miss Denise, you must think this through carefully. The power of the Beltus family is immense, and although a contract has been signed, no one knows what decision Derek might make in future negotiations with the Duplain family. Upon hearing those words, all the noble ladies present swallowed hard. To declare one's intent to take someone from another family was a serious breach of etiquette. Such a declaration of war before a lady of the Beltus family, no matter how angelic Denise appeared, would not be tolerated. But Denise herself wore a peaceful expression, as though lying in a field bathed in warm sunlight. Open provocation, yet remaining calm. Diella felt a deep dissonance in Denise's demeanor. Clearly, the most prominent woman of the Beltus family wasn't an easy rival. Though insulted openly in front of many, she calmly assessed Diella's position, her serenity amplifying her dignity. Diella felt like she was facing a massive wall. Denise was the one who had won the competition among the three great families and taken Derek. There seemed to be a reason for her success. Her competence had been different from the start. While all the nobles in the tea room sweated, Denise replied to Diella with a warm smile. That's true. No one knows what the future holds. Diella clenched her teeth. To speak so casually about taking Derek, yet remain composed, showed she saw Derek more as a political tool than a valuable magic teacher. It was a waste to teach magic to someone like that, when Derek's talent was so precious. If you want to be a good teacher, you must be a student worthy of being taught. It's clear that Lady Diella is a valuable person who could become a great mage. So, please, be careful. It was sincere advice, without ulterior motive. For now, it was all Denise could offer. But to Diella, it sounded like provocation. If you wish to see Derek, send a private letter. I can arrange a meeting whenever you wish. I'm willing to help. No, thank you. Though genuinely kind, Diella clenched her jaw and turned away sharply. A chill lingered in the air as she clenched her fists and walked away. Please, be strong. Even in the suffocating atmosphere of the tea room, Denise sent words of encouragement to the lovely and admirable Diella, with clenched fists. All the nobles trembled, but to Denise, Diella looked beautiful. Diella's pre-debut visit became the talk of Salon Rose for the rest of the day. Later, during the tea gathering, she shared pleasant conversations with Lady Ellen of the Belmeard family and her own sister, Aislinn. Unlike her overt hostility toward Denise, she showed very noble elegance with the other ladies. But the women of the salon had already noticed Diella possessed a wild, untamable spirit that no one could control. Anyone who tried to use her lightly would be met with a sharp bite in return. She managed to give the impression of someone not to be trifled with. After her successful debut, there was speculation that she might form a new faction alongside the other three major ladies of society. Lesser nobles, swaying like reeds, feared most who would become the most influential figure in Ebelstain's social circle. Ultimately, choosing a side didn't just determine personal prosperity, but the future of family power. The dangerous social circle of Ebelstein was built solely on ambition and desire for advancement. It was now a truth that seemed all too obvious. Denise left the tea gathering, tainted by that ambition, and walked through the noble district's main street. She chose to walk with her servants rather than take a carriage, longing for some fresh air. If she went home now, the mage would no doubt follow with blazing eyes, reciting the schedule for the next magic training session. She missed the moments of rest. Ugh! Not only Aislinn, but Diella too wanted to claim the teacher. Ellen was also looking for opportunities. Moreover, as rumors of the great mage spread, lesser nobles began inquiring, hoping to seize the chance. I understand he's a great mage, but, is he really worth all this fuss? Seeing everyone's reaction, Denise felt as though she was holding a massive treasure. But she herself didn't feel superior. Anyway, if I want to be free of the mage named Derek soon, we need a reason. Yes, if Miss Diella wants him that much, let's give her the chance to take him. On the way back to the mansion, Denise thought deeply about how to pass Derek on to Diella naturally, cleanly, and without consequence. When she finally settled her thoughts, the grand mansion at the corner of the noble district came into view. Derek stood silently near the entrance, arms crossed. His mercenary uniform was pristine, and with his striking white hair streaked with silver, gleaming red eyes, and composed expression, he was always the same. Even from afar, his presence was unwavering. Like an unshakable mountain. No matter the chaos, if he was on your side, it felt like he would see you through to the end. That must be the key to his fame as a mercenary. After all, clients wanted someone who would stay until the end. You're back already, Miss Denise. Were you waiting here? Yes. You don't usually take the carriage for distances you can walk, right? Derek had already memorized all of Denise's quirks and little habits. What are you planning to do today? Nothing special. The weather's expected to worsen later, so I'll practice magic inside the mansion. Ugh. We won't push magic to the limit. For now, let's start gently with what you've already mastered. As they naturally discussed her schedule while entering the mansion, for the servants, this scene had become completely familiar. Unwittingly, Denise was being guided by Derek without resistance. Her expression still showed dismay, but having accepted her fate, a part of her felt more at ease. After all, constantly fighting with Derek no longer felt strange. This is what it felt like when someone seeped into your daily life. Like clothes dampened by a drizzle. Though she always spoke of wanting him gone, Derek had already become part of Denise's everyday life. To the dear Miss Diella. It has been quite some time since the end of spring, yet the nights remain cold. During these important days for you, I hope you take good care of your health. The reason I write this secret letter with a quill is because it saddens me to see that you harbor resentment toward me. Although I cannot express it openly in public, I have no reason to be your enemy, Miss Diella. Above all, I have always wished to be rid of the magic instructor named Derek whom you mentioned. As you well know, the Beltus family is not willing to dismiss Derek. Therefore, my desire to do so runs counter to my family's interests. By expressing this intention, I feel as though I'm exposing a weakness to you, Miss Diella. If you see this letter as a lie or a ruse, you are free to take it and present yourself directly to the Beltus family. If you deliver this letter to my father, it will be reported that a noble lady of the Beltus family has acted against our house. Of course, this would also gravely damage my own position. The reason I'm revealing my vulnerability so openly is simple: our interests are aligned. As I mentioned, I deeply wish for someone, anyone, to take away the magic instructor named Derek. However, I cannot make decisions on matters that affect the family's true interests alone, so I would like to make a proposal. A magic duel. I will wager Derek. Miss Diella, please wager something of equal value. Considering that the three great families all covet this magic instructor, a trivial bet would not suffice for a duel, but in truth, that does not matter. After all, I intend to lose the duel. If the Duplain family wagers something valuable enough to convince my father, we can make this duel a reality. Losing the duel and handing over Derek is something I can accept. It would be seen as a mistake on my part, but not rebellion, rather, an act openly against the family's wishes. I am willing to take that risk. As I mentioned in the tea room, Derek truly is a good magic instructor and will be someone even more remarkable in the future. But I am not worthy of someone like him. A good tutor shines even brighter when matched with a good student. I hope someone as exceptional as Lady Diella can take away this treasure named Derek. Please respond to me. I must reiterate, since my position in the family is at stake, make sure this letter is not leaked. CRI. Dawn arrived accompanied only by the chirping of crickets beyond the window frame. In the darkness, Denise's hand moved swiftly with the quill as she leaned over a small candle. It seemed quite urgent. She wrote the letter while occasionally glancing at the door or window to ensure no one discovered her. After all, she had to send this letter to Diella somehow, as she was the only one who could take Derek away right now. I hope there aren't any mistakes from my haste. Let's read it through once more. Even if it's a little clumsy, Lady Diella will understand. Since it would do no good for anyone else to know the contents of this letter, Denise wanted to finish it quickly. It was practically proof that Denise herself was actively going against the wishes of the Beltus family. Not even the family's servants could be allowed to see it. With that in mind, she glanced toward the door and accidentally met the eyes of the butler, who was patrolling the hallway late at night. Ah! The butler also seemed a bit surprised. But he had long been supportive of Denise in his own way. Without showing panic, he whispered softly. I sensed a presence and thought there might be an intruder, so I came to check. I mean. Oh, no, it's nothing. I've confirmed there are no intruders, so I'll be on my way. I apologize, for interrupting your concentration. Please, continue your writing in peace. The butler, considerate of Denise's feelings, quickly disappeared into the darkness of the hallway. His departure felt almost like a retreat. Denise couldn't help falling into a distant, complicated mood. As the seasons changed, warmth began to spread across the southwest of the empire. The romantic and mild spring landscape gradually receded, giving way to lush greenery. The servants of the Duplain estate were busy each day preparing for the upcoming heat. Cheek. Ding. Clack. Clack. Though every day was hectic, today was certainly even more so. It was the day when the family troops, who had departed to conquer the White Zone in the Northern Territory, would reunite for the first time. Valerian and Lee, who had brought only their most trusted lieutenants and outstanding soldiers, now entered through the estate gates. The two brothers, riding large white horses, wore thick, splendid armor. Following them were soldiers and their uncle Flam, who had accompanied them as their mentor. A veteran 4-star mage, he had provided the Duke Duplain's sons with valuable knowledge on battlefield command. Prince Valerian, the leader of the group, already radiated the dignity of a noble father. The conquest of the White Zone remains difficult, but it hasn't been without success. Valerian, who had returned after repelling monsters in the White Zone and exploring several dungeons, appeared several years more mature. The Duke of Duplain, pleased by his eldest son's appearance, rose from his desk, approached the still-armored Valerian, and patted him on the shoulder. I'm glad to see you return so spirited from your first battle. No, as I mentioned, we've conquered a few dungeons near the White Zone. Not many, but the monster population along the border has significantly decreased. Indeed. You can't expect to feast with the first bite. It's enough that you've returned safely. You must have learned a lot from Flam, yes? Yes. Uncle, being a veteran soldier, taught us much about leading troops. I'm sure we'll achieve even more on the second expedition. The Duke also looked at Lee, who stood behind Valerian with arms crossed. The second son had grown much sturdier compared to when he trained alone at the estate. The other two great families, Belmiard and Beltus, were impressive, but one reason they could never surpass the Duplains was the presence of such reliable heirs. Robinault, the eldest of the Beltus family, was diligent but lacked talent and capability, still far from reaching his potential. The Belmiard children had either scattered or entered the clergy, leaving their eldest daughter Ellen to bear the burden. However, the Duplain family was complete from Valerian, Lee, and Iselin to Diella, no one lacking, and many rumors spoke of the family's abundant and brilliant offspring. This was why Duke Duplain could sleep soundly, even as Grand Duke Beltus and Count Belmiard eyed his position with envy. I've brought back some soldiers who achieved great feats in the conquest of the White Zone. They fought for our house's glory, even risking their lives. Please be sure to commend them. Yes. Invite them to tonight's dinner. Iselin and Diella will also come to the estate upon hearing of your return. Be sure to see them before dinner. Oh, really? It had been a while since Valerian had seen his beloved younger sisters. His face brightened, though Lee, behind him, wore a slightly uncomfortable expression. Iselin was one thing, but Diella still seemed uneasy and wary around Valerian. The awkwardness from their turbulent childhood memories still lingered. Whether it was Valerian or Lee, both held a strong desire to reconcile with the teenage girl, but Diella's strange discomfort remained unchanged. In the end, the two strong men would find themselves bewildered and embarrassed in front of Diella, their awkwardness reminiscent of a third-rate comedy. Don't worry, Lee. I've prepared a secret weapon. What? Seeing Lee's expression, Valerian seemed to read his mind and said. Don't you remember that item we took from the dungeon during the White Zone conquest? It was Rainhame clay. Ah. That? I heard it's very valuable, something that changes form based on the user's wish. But I also heard it doesn't last long, not very practical. Yes. I used it to make statues of Diela and Aislan, remembering them during the battle. Valerian pulled statues resembling Diela and Aislan from a leather bag carried by a servant. What do you think? The quality is far better than the failed homemade dolls I made last time, right? It was careless of me to try to win my sister's hearts with something so silly. I'm sure they'll applaud and be amazed. These don't just capture the beautiful appearance of Aislan and Diela, but also their dignified presence. The butler, observing from behind, grew visibly gloomy. The statues were so lifelike they were eerie, more frightening than impressive. Their appearance was such that one could call them cursed dolls without exaggeration. Lee, staring at the statues, wore a serious expression for a moment, then looked Valerian in the eyes and said confidently, "Oh. This is amazing, brother. A cute gift will surely cheer them up. When did you prepare something like this?" In truth, he wasn't very different from Valerian. Ha! How could I not think of family, even amid the chaos of battle? Returning home after so long truly puts my heart at ease. Valerian's face beamed warmly, eager to see his dear younger sisters. Still, he had one more thing to report. After all, the most important news hadn't been shared yet. Anyway, the most important report remains. During the conquest of one of the White Zone dungeons, we found a magical weapon in its deepest part. It's stored in a carriage. I've already instructed the servants to bring it to the warehouse. Oh, really? If it's an item from a White Zone dungeon, it must be quite extravagant. I'll have to inspect it myself. However, Valerian's expression turned a bit uneasy. Lee also lowered his gaze. Noticing something was off, Duke Duplain stroked his beard and asked, "Is there a problem?" "It's a rather large staff, and it seems to be an item used for necromancy. You might want to take a look." The Duke's expression gradually darkened. He had heard that treasures buried in the White Zone tended to be strange, but this one seemed especially unpleasant. Ah! Denise suddenly opened her eyes in bed, and the morning birdsong flowed into the room through the window frame. It was early morning. Or rather, dawn. Ever since she had started sharing her daily routine with Derek, waking up early had become normal. Lately, she would wake up automatically at dawn. Now fully adapted to Derek's lifestyle, Denise felt a mix of complicated emotions, but since she was already awake, she had to get up. Derek maintained such a precise routine that it made one question whether he was a machine. Within 5 minutes of Denise waking up, he would open the door and read her the day's training schedule. Then, as usual, Denise would grimace as if she'd just swallowed sand, drink a glass of milk, leave her messy hair down, and go through her morning routine half alive. The sequence of events was so easy to imagine that Denise wanted to cry as soon as she opened her eyes. During those 5 minutes before Derek barged in, she could feel her life's flames slowly dimming. It was a rather happy life. But 10 minutes later, Derek hadn't shown up. Only the peaceful chirping of birds filled the quiet and tranquil room. What? Did that man-machine mess up his schedule? It was the first time in months that the man, who had never missed a single appointment, displayed erratic behavior. Struggling, Denise sat down at the table in the middle of the bedroom. After stretching her stiff body and yawning, the pleasant morning air filled her lungs. Soon after, a maid arrived to check on Denise. "Lady Denise, you're already awake. I'll tell the kitchen to prepare breakfast." "Ah, yes, that. But, didn't Derek come?" "Yes, I was about to mention it. The captain of the Beldern mercenaries, Jaden, was seriously injured and requested urgent leave. The Duke has approved it, so it seems your schedule will be cleared for today." This was undoubtedly good news. It was the perfect opportunity to deliver the letter she had worked so hard to write to Diela. "Really?" "Yes. I was informed that the leader of the Beldern mercenaries has a special connection with him and approved his request. He apologizes for the sudden schedule change and promises to make up for today in any way necessary." "No, that's not necessary. No compensation or apologies needed." Denise suddenly imagined a world in bloom. There was nothing to do. Her daily schedule was completely free. She felt as though her whole body was submerged in honey, an illusion caused by her present happiness, something she hadn't experienced in months. Derek wouldn't be coming. That man, a harbinger of hell, wouldn't show his face all day. She couldn't believe it, even as she repeated it to herself. But this was the reality she faced. Derek hadn't come to the mansion, not even at training time. This can't be. Dazed, Denise quietly moved toward the window to look outside. A vast panorama embraced her. This was life. This was living. The lost routine, the lazy days as precious as gold and silver, had returned to the girl's embrace. With tears welling up, Denise flopped back onto the bed. "I'll skip breakfast. Will you? Then I'll relay the message." After dismissing her maid, Denise pulled out all the wonderful books she had bought but never read. Lady Apfelrock, The Duke of Lone's Wolf, Honey and Love, The End of Flirting, The Star of Levantian. She piled up countless masterpieces, wondering which one to read first. However, after putting them off for so long due to training, she hesitated, unsure where to begin. After all, Denise typically read books in the afternoon or evening, not in the morning when her mind was still foggy. The girl lay back in bed again. She gazed at the ceiling through the space between the scattered books. A fresh dawn breeze stirred the window curtains, filling the quiet room. Silence. The young mage who remembered every little detail about Denise and worked tirelessly for her was no longer there. Her bedroom felt like a vast emptiness due to the absence of a single person. It made her realize just how hard he worked. What did I used to do at this hour? Sometimes, when you immerse yourself in something for so long, you forget what your routine used to be. So Denise simply stayed there, calmly staring at the ceiling. It was a day without Derek. Creak. Tears of Beldern was temporarily closed. After returning to Ebelstein, Derek had been too busy with assignments from the Beltus family. He had passed by the tavern a few times to check in, but the last few weeks had been so hectic that he could barely reach the tavern street. So, after his long-awaited return, when he opened the main door of the bar, only the dusty counter welcomed him. Derek nodded and then walked through the inner kitchen to the door of the back room. "I'm coming in." He said it casually as he opened the door and saw Jaden lying flat on the wide floor of the back room, with Feline tending to him. The atmosphere was clearly grim. "Oh, long time no see. As you can see, I'm in no shape to greet you." Jaden. Beside Jaden, who spoke in a relaxed tone, sat Feline with a complicated and polite expression. Unlike usual, she hadn't tied her platinum blonde hair into a ponytail. Instead, she wore it loose and disheveled, draped in a robe. Derek swallowed hard and sat in a wooden chair in the corner of the room. Then he spoke in a low voice. "Did you return from a dangerous mission?" "Heh. To make the busiest man rush over, I must be getting old." When Jaden lifted his upper body, Derek's expression grew tense. "I've been to the White Zone Labyrinth." As he struggled to sit up, Jaden was missing his left arm. Only a neatly wrapped bandage remained in its place. "There's something I need to tell you, Derek." Jaden's expression and voice turned serious. It was not an ordinary occasion. Value 1. Jaden was, at times, a man who wielded a great sword and marched into battle. He could spend his days lounging around, polishing glasses in a corner of the tavern without trouble earning a living, but he had ambitions. The Dawn War, which broke out when the giant northern monsters vet emerged from a labyrinth. Since then, after wandering through countless battlefields, he found peace only amid a sea of blood, not in the home where he was born and raised. Growing up, I earned my living by the sword, devoting my life to the battlefield with no company and no worthy descendants. To me, my friends were my family. That's why it wasn't strange that he harbored the ambition to form a respectable mercenary group. The battlefield was part of his life, his goal was to gather and retain as many wandering souls as possible. However, life on the battlefield was like walking a tightrope and could end at any moment. He had seen many comrades lose their sanity. This time, it almost got my neck. Luckily, I escaped with just the loss of an arm. Seems my luck hasn't run out yet, ha ha ha. Boss, you're a veteran. I never imagined the White Zone labyrinth would be so dangerous. I was ambushed by a giant sandworm hiding underground. If I'd been any closer to the wall, my head would have flown off in one hit. A sandworm showed up. Even during the horrific Dawn War, they were among the monsters that claimed the most lives. To the sandworms swimming beneath the earth, humans who entered underground labyrinths were nothing more than prey voluntarily walking into their jaws. Even so, I managed to slice its neck properly. After getting revenge, my heart felt at peace. You took it well. It's a serious wound, and the aftereffects will be significant. It's amazing you can laugh in a situation like this. I'm not too happy about it, since I'll have to shut down the tavern and rest. But it's better than not getting revenge at all. Jaden was a man who could laugh heartily even after losing an arm. Derek looked at Feline, who shook her head in disbelief. Even at his age, Jaden's desire to wander the battlefield was admirable, but it was inevitable to worry about such a serious injury. Lately, since the Duplain family began leading the White Zone cleanup, other nobles have been sending more expedition requests, Derek. This seemed to be Jaden's main point. The official cleanup of the White Zone was led by the Duplain family's troops. However, as new areas were opened, other factions began to emerge. Major houses like the Beltus family were drooling at the prospect of conquering the White Zone, but they needed the Duplain's permission to proceed. The story was different for minor nobles and mercenary groups. They began exploring smaller labyrinths on the edges of the White Zone, using the routes opened by the Duplains. Controlling these groups wasn't easy, and the Duplains didn't interfere with minor movements, especially when it wasn't necessary, often resulting in unfavorable consequences. Adventurers with questionable skills who challenged the White Zone often lost their lives. Even Jaden, a survivor of countless battles, had to sacrifice his arm in that perilous labyrinth. If luck wasn't on their side, those dreaming of fast riches found only a grave. Derek. If any request to explore the White Zone comes your way, turn it down. I've seen it with my own eyes, something's not right. We need to observe the situation for a while. What do you mean by go? I've visited almost every labyrinth since the Dawn War, but I've never encountered one so unstable and unpredictable. Unless you're using troops with 4-star mages like the Duplains, and advancing in large numbers, almost no labyrinth is penetrable by adventurers. He had read plenty about the dying vegetation and foul aura of the White Zone in books. Derek rested his chin on his hand, listening intently to Jaden's words. I couldn't bear to see you die, Derek. Even missing an arm, Jaden was still spouting nonsense. That was the kind of man he was, a seasoned old mercenary. A golden opportunity like this without Derek's presence was rare. Denise sent a letter to the Duplain family through Bella, her most loyal maid. Alone in the mansion's garden, she sat with a satisfied smile on her face, basking in the unusual silence. Diella, upon reading the letter, might hesitate, but in the end, she would surely challenge Denise to a magical duel. After all, Diella would stake everything to take Derek away. So the plan was to intentionally lose the duel, a bitter and sorrowful act, but a promise was a promise, and Derek would be handed over. That way, she could reclaim these peaceful days. It meant finally escaping from the magic instructor who, even with the slightest push, was constantly at her heels all day long. The blame for losing the most promising magic instructor in Ebelstain's social circle, it's inevitable, but I'll bear it. I'll have to earn a similar reward some other time. Though the plan was set, a persistent pressure lingered in her chest. Time passed into the evening, the sky soaking with tranquil, drifting clouds. As summer approached, the center of the garden warmed, occasionally attracting insects. Still, Denise remained outside, gazing at the sky instead of retreating indoors. Is a day really this long? She mused, feeling the contrast with the recent days that had flown by like arrows. Without Bella and Derek, her faithful companions, the silence felt even deeper. They had always been there to speak with her. Bella exchanged light-hearted banter, while Derek grumbled or delivered ominous prophecies. After a day full of chaos, now alone in her free time, old memories stored deep in her subconscious began to stir, memories of the past. The elders of the Beltus family stroked her hair and smiled. They rejoiced at her magical achievements, saying she would one day be the family's pride, their wrinkles deepening with joy. Noble ladies competed to speak with her, even quarreling amongst themselves. The incompetent heir, Robinald, felt inferior and envious of his skilled sister, but in the end, he admitted it sincerely. Since childhood, she'd seen notes from her mother tucked between magic books. Always loved, the pride of our Beltus family. The handwriting radiated familial pride. It's meaningless, really. Suddenly, Denise let out a bitter laugh, reclining in the garden's elegant wooden chair. She knew well that all the admiration could turn into disappointment with a single misstep. She didn't have to look far, other family members had experienced it. Countless once praised prodigies had fallen and vanished into obscurity. Hope always carried the possibility of disappointment. Denise only wanted to be free of that exhausting pressure. One couldn't live off achievements alone. Preparing for failure was essential for a stable life. The same applied to the expectations of others. It wasn't that nothing was expected of her, but it wasn't a devotion bordering on worship either. She wasn't lacking in achievements, but neither was she a heroine in her lineage. Not too much, not too little. Somewhere between hot springs and cold baths, in that incomprehensible warmth, Denise finally felt the desire to swim. She suddenly remembered the most noble lady of the Duplain family, adored by all, always standing tall. Denise could never be like Aislinn. Their fundamental mindsets were completely different. Sigh. Driven by a vague restlessness, Denise rose from her seat. She could have returned to her bedroom and enjoyed her favorite books, but instead, she raised her hand toward the void, sensing magical energy. That distance compelled her to manifest magic even just once. The magical energy at her fingertips fused into a single point, then spread throughout her body. The magical flow that Derek always emphasized. In truth, attuning to that feeling was Denise's forte. Born into the Beltus family, she was never lacking in innate magical power. What she lacked was technique and will. Denise's greatest flaw was her lack of will. Derek knew this well, that's why he constantly pushed her. Once pushed, one had to start running, even if only at a light trot. That's human physiology. And once you started trotting, your body adjusted. What someone like Denise needed was strong consistency, even if she resisted to the end. Swish. The magic emanating from Denise's fingers began to fill the surroundings. The hem of her beautiful dress fluttered, and the surrounding grass swayed. In the midst of that magical wave, Denise clenched her fist and cast it forward. Oh, magical flow that watches all dash. Her silvery gray hair swayed several times. Soon, Denise's fully constructed magical formula filled the surroundings. It was the second-tier detection spell, Surveillance. It covered the area with magical circle energy, detecting any anomaly, magical fluctuation, or physical movement, missing nothing. The range of this ability varied by the magician's skill. It was said that Dreist, a 6-star seeker mage, could cover several large castles. Denise's magic barely covered a corner of the garden. However, within that range, anyone with magical ability below hers would be thoroughly exposed. The true value of detection magic lay in its informational superiority. Once caught in a seeker mage's web, there was no escape. Gasp. Ah. I can do it. Denise panted. For her, manifesting a second-tier spell was a strenuous task. It didn't last long, so it was almost useless for surveillance. But the fact she could do it was amazing. Didn't the entire duel shift in Aislinn's favor simply because she cast the second-tier spell, Fireball? Denise could do the same if she gritted her teeth and pushed herself. But she chose not to show it. That was Denise's essence. Phew. Ah. It's hard, but, at least this much dash. The outer layer of your magic formula is disrupted. It'll create a blind spot in your detection range. Denise nearly stopped breathing. Having deployed her surveillance spell, this area was her territory. Yet Derek's voice came from right behind her. Turning around, she saw him fixing his clothes after finishing his task. Even within a magical web like this, she hadn't sensed his presence at all. You. When did you get here? If you lose focus, your magical energy will entangle and drain you faster. Maintain the spell. Denise tried to speak, but Derek locked eyes with her and stepped forward, releasing his own magic. Though Denise had expertly manifested a second-tier detection spell, Derek didn't show any sign of confusion. He'd already gauged Denise's abilities in previous sessions. He had known for a while that she wasn't using her full strength. That's why he kept pushing. Clench. When Derek closed his fist, Denise's magical formula trembled. The magical energy he unleashed made it difficult to maintain her spell. He was deliberately interfering with her magic. In the end, detection spells often face off against other detection spells. Only a higher-tier detection spell can counter another. Derek, how do you manipulate this magic formula? From now on, I'll intentionally interfere with Lady Denise's magical formula. The more you resist, the more you'll strengthen your ability to withstand external interference. With another jolt from Derek, her formula shook violently. Denise, out of habit, mobilized the magical energy within her body to resist. But Derek's power didn't wane after a single clash. When detection spells collided, they competed to devour each other's territory. I'd heard that, in large-scale wars, battles between seeker mages over territory often determined the outcome of the battlefield. Until now, it had only been rumors, but facing an opponent using magic so directly, so powerfully, was a first for her. Even as an instructor, no one had truly engaged in magical combat with a noble lady like this before. But the mercenary-turned-instructor knew nothing of such decorum. Derek was extremely pragmatic and didn't revere Denise's noble lineage. To him, she was a noble lady deserving of basic courtesy but essentially, just another student. As their magics clashed, that truth became more evident. Most nobles would have felt insulted, yet strangely, Denise's lips curled into a smile. Don't regret this. Denise summoned all her magic with sincere effort. After all, she didn't need to show restraint to an instructor she'd soon dismiss. After a full day of absence, she was determined to unleash her magic on the instructor who had just reappeared. She rarely exerted her full power, maybe once or twice a year at most. Derek accepted her magic nonchalantly. It was the first time Denise smiled during training. It's oddly comforting when the trap is so blatantly obvious. In the Duplain family chambers. Sitting alone, honing her magical senses, Diella snorted as she read the letter from Denise. I'll wager something valuable and challenge you to a magical duel. I'll lose on purpose. Diella found the story nearly impossible to believe, yet the letter's content was completely sincere. Denise had handwritten the letter beneath the open sky, brimming with honesty. But to Diella, always on edge like a porcupine, those lines felt like a declaration of war. In short, Denise seemed to pretend she'd hand over Derek by accepting the duel, only to defeat Diella, take what she wanted, and destroy her pride. Diella, openly provoked at the Rose Hall, had likely irritated her deeply. Diella was furious. Since being instructed by Derek, her anger had grown colder than any fiery outburst. Her lips trembled slightly under her frozen expression. Denise had blatantly scratched at her pride. No one would want to fall into such an obvious trap, yet Diella accepted the offer gleefully. How amusing. Do you think I'd lose to a salon magician? Diella was determined to surpass not only Aislinn, but Valerian too. Bang! As she sharpened her magical senses, she unleashed her great power, filling her chamber. Soon, countless thorny bushes spread and covered the entire room. Though not a spell of high concentration, its scale and level were remarkable. The burning thorny shrubs seemed to protect the noble rose within. Amid them, Diella clenched Denise's letter in her hand and rose from her seat. The fierceness in her eyes resembled that of a wild beast. Rather than let Derek fall into the hands of such a snake, she would drag him to the Duplain family by force. At least, Diella was certain of that. Numerous societies, salons, academies, and groups operated within the aristocratic district of Ebelstein, each with distinct goals, but in reality, they all shared a single grand purpose. To gather the standout figures from this dazzling social world in one place for the game of connections. Of course, the lesser nobles who frequented these circles solely to network were usually easy to spot, so most pretended genuine interest in the group's topics. Whether it was magic, tea ceremonies, history, art, or cultural refinement, one needed at least basic knowledge to maintain decorum. That was why noble ladies spent their days studying. Thus, competition among these groups was fierce. Noble connections were always limited. Whenever rumors circulated of someone from a prominent family arriving in Ebelstein, various academies and salons rushed to invite them. And in Diela's case, already starting to shine in the art world, several art academies were eagerly competing to recruit her. Among these social circles, Salon Rose reigned like a queen, and it too was making efforts to receive Diela. It was an unspoken rule among the ladies. Descendants of the three most noble families in the empire's southwest attended Salon Rose. That premise had never been broken. It was the reason Salon Rose could exert maximum influence among so many social groups. Lady Diela doesn't attend any salon or academy, nor does she show interest in social activities, they said. I've heard there are many such figures among frontier nobles, but what's the point of coming to Ebelstein's social circle? Indeed. I'd love to share a cup of tea with Lady Diela if she'd agree. Aislinn overheard these conversations among her followers at a Salon Rose gathering after some time away. Her dear younger sister, Diela, supposedly showed no interest in social activities. She thought, who could object if Diela herself admitted it? But as her elder sister, she couldn't help but worry. After all, connections and culture were a noble lady's social power. The Duke of Duplain cared deeply about aristocratic authority. Likewise did their mother, Miriella, and other family members. Even if someone became a housewife and left her paternal home, she would never escape that social role. Even lazy Denise attended all basic gatherings. Her numerous greetings and this grand mansion weren't in vain. Aislinn sat at the large tea table with a worried expression. At every important meeting, this table received admiring gazes from many ladies. Seated at the large round table with Aislinn were Ellen of the Belmiard family and Denise of the Beltis family. Ellen, with her striking red hair, seemed somewhat displeased as she pushed it aside. It appeared she'd heard the rumors en route to the gathering. Lady Diela's behavior is the talk of the town. What do you make of it, Lady Aislinn? Well, Diela has always been very firm in her opinions within our family, so once she decides, no one can dissuade her. I am not one to question Salon Rose's traditions, but if the unspoken rule that ladies from the three noble families must attend the salon is broken, visitors won't be pleased. Breaking a rule once was hard. For the second and third times, the challenge weakened. If Lady Diela decided to ignore all social activities, Salon Rose might face a threat to its unique position as the gathering place for nobles of the three great families. For this generation, with Ellen, Aislinn, and Denise present, the salon still held great influence and power, but in the long run, Diela's deviation could be seen as a bad omen. Though they pretended otherwise, a strange current flowed among Salon Rose's members. The three ladies sensed it. Only if Diela joined Salon Rose would that unique position be maintained. However, those who had seen her in that gathering sensed otherwise. The Duplain younger daughter was not someone anyone could persuade. She kept minimal decorum, but her spirit was fiercer than anyone could imagine. Even Denise, on their first encounter, had shown a reckless disregard for consequences, challenging anyone who stood in her way, regardless of who they were. This person, more like a wild beast or fierce dog, had only socialized so far due to the deliberate intervention of a mentor named Derek. Without his influence, integrating her into society would have been impossible. Considering that, Diela's social debut was worthy of celebration, but many issues remained unresolved. In the end, the only person Salon Rose could trust was Aislinn. She was someone Diela respected and regarded the most recognized lady of the Duplain family, in other words, the only one who could try to control her. But even Aislinn couldn't breathe easy. Diela respected Aislinn, but did not act on her orders or requests. Speaking of Diela, I heard she was rude to you, Lady Denise. As her sister, I'd like to apologize. Me? Denise, who seemed distracted for some reason, responded quickly. Since taking Derek as her mentor, she appeared more exhausted every day. Both Aislinn and Ellen seemed to perceive the chronic fatigue she suffered. Of course, Derek wasn't just any mentor, and Ellen silently prayed for her. Don't worry too much about it. Diella may have that temperament, but deep down she's not a cruel child. I hope you can let go of any resentment toward her for my sake. Resentment? I have none. Denise even considered Diella almost like a savior. While others around her looked for signs whenever Diella was mentioned, Denise didn't care. Thoughts about how to thank that charming, lovely little doll who was the only one who could rescue her from Derek's grasp made her calm demeanor paradoxically enhance her reputation in social circles. Maintaining dignity in front of that wild lady was no small feat. It didn't stop with neglect during tea. Occasionally afterward, Diella flung discourteous remarks at Denise. If they crossed paths, she brazenly ignored her greetings or frowned. Finally, one of Denise's followers, Weary, reprimanded Diella for showing more dignity and propriety, saying she was disrespectful to Denise. Yet rumor had it that Diella had poured wine over the follower's head, reproaching her for forgetting their difference in status. The rumor seemed true, for the noble ladies began to view her as an uncontrollable natural disaster. I'm not sure Diella can adapt properly if presented to Salon Rose like this. Iselin sank into such thoughts. Even if it meant asking Ellen and Denise for help, it seemed necessary to take drastic measures to control Diella. Then, Iselin looked at Denise seriously. Denise inclined her head, uncomfortable under her gaze. I'd like to ask you a favor, Lady Denise. On Ebelstein's main street, a grand mansion stood out. Diella, meticulously inspecting its interior, was silently assisted by maids who followed her. Her ruffled dress, reminiscent of peacock feathers, accentuated her delicate charm, but imagining her ruling like a tyrant in this mansion made her small frame seem giant. Diella was busy overseeing the mansion's final touches and preparing her debut party for the coming month. Even while being dressed in the fitting room, her gaze scanned every corner, searching for anything that might have been overlooked. All the maids trembled under the intense stare of the little girl. Lady Diella, a letter from the Rose Salon has arrived. It contains the schedule for the next meeting. Wasn't showing my face once enough? What more do they want? It seems the salon wishes to formally welcome you, Lady Diella. Once again, trying to tie me down with their unwritten rules. I won't go to a place that doesn't interest me. Diella refused firmly. Not even her sister Iselin could sway her decision. In her wild youth, her capricious nature had been arrogance and annoyance. But with some social grace and a grasp of reality, that uniqueness became an untouchable personality, and her temperament that of an unyielding ruler. Despite her young age, she was already beginning to gather followers within the Duplain family. In time, she seemed destined to become someone who could even challenge Valerian or Lee. Kind and considerate, always mindful of others, such a person could win everyone's heart. That would make a good leader. But someone fit to be king was different. They knew how to rule, weren't swayed by subordinates' moods, made grand decisions without fault, and had the world underfoot. I'm the best in the world, hands down. It was the perfect description of the little tyrant, Diella. Since I started inspecting the mansion the day before yesterday, I wonder if rumors have spread so many visitors now. They bring gifts, claim to be distant relatives, profess hidden admiration. Everyone's so eager for connections, yet their magic hasn't changed. Today's visitor schedule is also packed. Preparing the reception might take more time. Do it quickly. Honestly, I don't even know who I need to see. All of them reek of ambition in their eyes, acting like their thirst for status isn't obvious. When will they realize the stench of their inner darkness? High officials from Ebelstein, prominent merchants, academic colleagues, and veteran mages all tried to impress the Duplain family's youngest daughter, but none managed to move Diella. Eventually, a minor frontier noble, claiming to be a supporter of Denise, made such a bold remark that Diella had no choice but to dump a glass of wine on his head. For a time, rumors spread about her tyrannical temperament, but Diella didn't care. She only regretted wasting good wine. The maids and butler could only swallow dryly. Who could possibly tame this rampaging lioness and bring her to the Rose Salon? It would be a relief if she didn't bite and devour them in the attempt. Today we'll be visited by a high-ranking official from Renpel Trade and the 4-star mage from Adlan Magic Academy, Master Odette. Pathetic. Well, I can smile and greet them in the reception room, but it feels like a waste of time. Ow. Do you want to die? Diella let out a deep sigh, and when the comb snagged in her tangled hair, she lost her patience. The maid brushing her hair flinched, trembled, and dropped to her knees. I'm sorry. Lady Diella. Her icy gaze pierced the maid, who shrank before her. In her rowdy days, she would have dismissed her without hesitation. But Diella knew well the difference between maintaining charisma and senseless bullying. Don't make another mistake. With those cold words, the maid held back tears and apologized repeatedly. Fear was the most efficient weapon for handling people. But firing it aimlessly only made someone a careless bully. The girl had intuitively understood this since she was young. Yes, they all gather to win a spot in the Duplain family, but it's not bad to meet them. There might be a good one among them, like a bean in a drought. Don't cancel the morning schedule. There's another appointment before breakfast. Not very important, but a messenger from the Beltus family has arrived. The Beltus family? Diella fixed her stare on the butler. The messenger was innocent, but had to swallow nervously. The Beltus family was a curse to the girl named Diella. Why should I entertain someone from that side? Don't open the door. Just take the letter and send them away. Is that all right? The person from the Beltus family might represent Lady Denise. Do I need to repeat myself? Be glad I'm not throwing cold water at you. Why is this taking so long? Finish the brushing already. Diella shook her head and sat back down in front of the mirror. She wanted to finish this ritual quickly, see those miserable faces, and then practice magic. It was then, under the maid's care. It's just that, a mage named Derek from the Beltus family is coming in person. Is that all right? What? In that instant, a chill ran down Diella's spine. The maids held their breath as they saw the girl's sudden change. Just moments ago, the expression of the small tyrant, so cold toward the world, reverted all at once to that of a girl her age. What? Derek is coming in person? But isn't it rare for him to show his face in public since he's busy with Beltus family matters? We don't know the real situation with the Beltus family. Why didn't you say so sooner? Wait, seeing him out of the blue. Diella quickly looked around. Only the maids who helped with her daily routine were present. Is Katerina at the main house? And Layla's not here. She's the best at makeup. She's preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Bring her immediately. And I'm wearing this old lace dress. No, all my luxurious cosmetics are at the main house. What am I going to do? Suddenly, Diella was flustered. Just receiving a letter from a Beltus messenger had her sweating profusely, more nervous than with any other important visitor that morning. What kind of schedule is this, so rushed before breakfast? It's just to receive a letter. It's not like a noble is visiting. You should have asked me before deciding something like this. Before breakfast means, wait. What time is it? Looking out the window, she saw the Beltus family's carriage already rolling down the street. Diella's face went pale as she quickly sat back down at the vanity. Her restlessness was like that of a small animal facing a predator, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. The maids around her turned pale. It was the first time they had seen Diella like this. Even though the aristocratic district was filled with residences of prestigious families, entering one of them was no easy task. In Ebelstein, the paradox lay in the fact that the most famous and coveted places in society were accessible only to a select few. In that sense, the mansions where the noble ladies of the Duplain, Belmiard, and Beltus families resided were peculiar to Derek, who had been inside all of them. It was astonishing that Derek, a man from the slums, could now freely visit the youngest daughter of the Duplain family, who had just debuted in high society. But that doesn't mean much. Seated in the carriage prepared especially by the Beltus family, Derek rested his chin on his hand, squinting at Diella's house through the window. No matter how majestic a noble mansion might be, there was an inevitable difference between one newly built and another aged by time. The homes of society's celebrities showed signs of aging despite all the upkeep, but Diella's was a perfect blend of splendor, mystery, and pristine order. It was clear why so many noble ladies yearned to debut in society, stepping in with a grand entrance. Even a fraction of that status would make people bow, something common in commercial zones and poor neighborhoods. Did you come to persuade Lady Diella? Yes. The Rose Salon eagerly awaits Lady Diella's membership. Although she's now with the Beltis family, I have history with her, so they believe I might be able to persuade her. Delron, the butler managing the Duplain estate, seemed to consider Diella's stable social debut more important, hence his presence in Ebelstein. Sometimes arrogant, he was at heart loyal and diligent, respected by the Duplain family. However, his expression was less than cheerful as he came out to greet me at the mansion gate. Lady Diella certainly values you, but be careful when expressing opinions on social matters. Oh, really? I didn't think it was such a delicate topic. Derek handed several items to the servants as he stepped down from the carriage. The servants at Diella's house, mostly from the Duplain estate, knew Derek well enough to accept his belongings without hesitation and carry them inside. In the Duplain household, Derek was treated almost like an honored guest, a fact well known by the domestic staff. You've been attracting a lot of attention in society lately, even clashing with some noble ladies. You know how she tends to act on emotion, so it's hard for her followers to offer advice. What kind of advice? Well, it's not something easily established. A lady of the Duplain family is naturally expected to mingle in society. But given her strong personal convictions, it's hard to express opinions. Listening to Delron's words as they approached the mansion, it seemed Diella had acquired a minimal level of social skill over time but hadn't entirely shed her arrogance. The passing servants looked concerned. Apparently, many had suffered setbacks trying to persuade or advise Diella. The reactions of the staff were telling. Honestly, even you might not sway Lady Diella's desires. Lady Iselin, who started this, must be working hard. Still, it's an unusual situation. For the Beltis family to permit such a visit to the Duplain household isn't common. True. Lady Denise is rather generous in that regard. Indeed, Denise was willing to grant any request from the Duplain family. Unaware of such intricate details, Delron merely expressed his amazement at the situation. Following the path for a while, the reception room entrance, guarded by several servants, came into view. It was almost certain that Diella was inside. Derek brushed the dust off his mercenary uniform and adjusted his cloak. Even as a former student, meeting privately with a noble lady required a minimum level of decorum. Please behave so as not to suffer any major setbacks. Do what you can within your means. Yes, understood. Thank you for your consideration. Derek bowed politely to Delron and knocked on the large wooden door. Knock, knock. Come in. A spirited voice responded from within. When Derek entered confidently, Diella, dressed in an elegant monochrome black and white gown, was seated on the far side of the sofa in the room. You've grown taller and even more beautiful. Oh, really? Derek, you've learned to flatter. I heard you've been mingling with nobility, it must be true. It's not flattery. I'm truly glad to see you again in Ebelstein. We'll meet again in Ebelstein. Since their sudden parting in her younger days, both Derek and Diella had gained much experience. Especially Derek, who was now far more versed in noble culture than when he had first entered the Duplain household as an instructor. He had internalized it through countless encounters with aristocrats. To Diella, Derek now seemed more mature, making the time they'd spent apart feel even more real. Guided by servants, Derek left his cloak behind and sat across from Diella in his mercenary attire, a leather vest over a cotton tunic. A delicious aroma of tea wafted through the room from the low table. Why did he grow so much? Diella, who had practiced magic alone for years, had never forgotten Derek. That sudden, lightning-like encounter had completely changed her life. Now, Diella was considered as influential in the Duplain family as Iselin. At the core of that transformation was Derek, her magic instructor. With achievements like that, one might expect Derek to boast or flaunt in front of the Duplain family. But as always, the former mercenary remained indifferent and composed. That was the fascinating thing about this instructor. He was sincere in his work without greedy eyes or the strong ambitions common among those who dealt with nobles. That's why Diella always cherished the memories of her time with Derek. But really, they were just memories of the past. Yes, I remember there was about half a head difference. Is it because he's a man that he grows so fast every year? If this keeps up, I'll look like a child next to him. When Diella learned magic from Derek, she was only 16. Now, leaving childhood behind and stepping into youth, her growth couldn't compare to Derek's, who had already outpaced her long ago. Now towering a head above her, Derek's unexpectedly robust build startled Diella. However, his signature red eyes still carried traces of the old Derek. No matter what others said, this was the instructor who had accepted Diella when everyone else had given up on her. I'm truly happy to see you've become such a gracious hostess. I only taught you first star magic, so there's not much to boast about. No. It helped a lot. But I heard you're now teaching magic for the Beltis family. Yes. For now, I plan to assist Lady Denise with her magical accomplishments. You chose to leave. The Beltis family reached out first, and the terms were fair, so I accepted. In truth, he'd accepted because the Beltis family had no prior ties. But there was no need to explain that to Diella. The fact that Derek navigated between the three great families wasn't something she needed to know. I see. The servants, waiting respectfully at the edge of the room, were surprised. An instructor who once taught magic in the Duplain family was now serving the Beltis family as far as they could see. Given her pride, Diella wouldn't take that lightly. She was fiercely proud to be a Duplain lady. However, Diella only lowered her head awkwardly. The servants had to bite their lips to keep their eyes from popping out in disbelief. Who was this quiet, demure girl sitting there? The servants who had tended to her in recent years could only blink in shock. Only the veteran servants from the Duplain main house nodded knowingly. The Duplain family also offered good terms. Yes. Very generous, but as you know, Lady Island doesn't need instruction, right? Right. My sister must be perfect. As it happened, Lady Denise mentioned she was struggling with magic, so I decided to help. No matter who I instruct, I think my lessons are worthwhile, don't you? What about me? Huh? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Derek fell silent. No, I mean. I'm about to make my social debut. After the ball, I'll need a private instructor. Wouldn't you like to teach me? If it's Lady Diella, I'd be honored. That's very kind of you to offer. Really? In an instant, Diella's face turned red and she shot up from her seat, but realizing she had raised her voice ungracefully, she caught her breath and sat back down. After clearing her throat a few times, Diella spoke more timidly. No. I know it's an honor. Since Derek's proven himself as an instructor, and we know each other. Actually, there's a long line of instructors waiting to teach me. Of course. Anyone would want a position as an instructor for the Duplain family. But, as you know, I'm currently under contract with the Beltis family. Rules among nobles are set in stone, aren't they? At least for someone common like me, such promises can't be ignored. At Derek's words, Diella's expression darkened. He was right. Unlike Diella, a noble-born Duplain, Derek was a commoner. If he had signed a direct contract with the Grand Duke Beltis, breaking it to leave the family was out of the question. But when that contract would end no one knew. Diella felt a lump in her throat. Derek was sitting right there, but she couldn't bring him to Duplain territory because he was shackled by that sly Denise. Then, we just need to find a way to end the contract with the Beltis family. Huh. Since Derek has expressed his willingness to teach me, I'll see what I can do. Derek studied Diella's expression for a moment. She might act like a docile lamb in front of him, but she never abandoned her tyrannical nature. She was fully prepared to confront Denise. No matter how noble a Duplain she was, challenging one of the three most influential ladies of the Rose Salon was no easy task. Still, for her goal, she was willing to take that risk. Can't you maintain good relations with the Rose Salon? Then, Derek cut straight to the point. At his words, all the surrounding servants swallowed nervously. It was a request made by many followers and minor nobles, but most were reprimanded. One of Lady Denise's followers had even had wine poured over her head. It was a direct challenge to Lady Diella's weak spot. The Rose Salon. Yes. Even before discussing unwritten rules among the noble families, this is a personal request. I have personal ties with people in the Rose Salon, so if Lady Diella opposes them, I'll be forced to take sides. Wouldn't you want to side with me? I'll be direct. If I had to choose between an organization gathering all the ladies from the three great families and Lady Diella alone, how could I, a commoner, not be swayed by the greater power? It's the way of the world that the weak are scattered by strong winds. At this point, even the butler Delron had to swallow hard. He knew Derek always spoke his mind, but he hadn't expected such a bold statement in front of the fierce Diella. Even if it was logical, saying outright that it would be hard to take her side wasn't easy. Diella's anger didn't always follow reason. In fact, neither did human emotions in general. If someone made such a candid statement, who knew what losses they might face? Yet Derek spoke firmly, his expression unchanged. And at Diella's next reaction, all the servants struggled not to fall over in disbelief. Really? Why would Derek say something like that? If this issue creates distance between Lady Diella and me, that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? After all, she was my first student, and I personally received a great deal from her. Blessed as I am, I genuinely want to maintain a good relationship with Lady Diella. I feel the same. Yes, if I bare my fangs at the Rose Salon, it'll cause problems for you too, Derek. Diella crossed her arms and grumbled in frustration. Where was the tyrant who ignored everyone's words and threw them out? Not only the servants, even the butler Delron couldn't have predicted this scene, simply glancing awkwardly between them. Ah, I get it. I'll try. Thank you very much for considering it. Who could tame the lioness trying to rule the entire world? The answer wasn't far. Membership application. Diella Catherine Duplain. The three young ladies who attended the next Rose Salon meeting discreetly glanced at the document before them on the round table. Not even the ladies of the three great families, nor Diella's own sister Aislinn, had managed to persuade her, yet there it was, Diella's application to join the salon. Derek had personally picked it up from Diella's residence not long before. Ellen was so stunned that she double-checked the document's authenticity. But the Duplain family seal on the application wasn't something easily forged. Looking over at Aislinn, she too seemed incredulous, and as for Denise, she swallowed dryly. How could a document like this? No one could offer a clear answer to Ellen's question. Diella, full of stubborn pride and cruel defiance, had a peculiar tendency to yield to Derek's words. Knowing this, it was inevitable to assign newfound value to the white-haired magician. In truth, those who fancied themselves magic experts in high society were all the same. They all desired prominent figures as students, and there was always a reason behind that desire. That was the day after Diella, having completed preparations for her debut, visited the Rose Salon. The mansion inspection schedule had concluded, and the salon membership process had gone smoothly. For Diella, who had clashed with so many noblewomen, extending her hand to the Rose Salon was a highly unusual event. As a result, interest in Derek the man who had tamed and brought this roaring lioness skyrocketed. Many rumors claimed he had a tongue so charming even famous merchants would be envious, or that his outstanding looks could bewitch the heart of any woman. Some even whispered that he was a hidden noble's son, concealing great wealth and honor. Denise, upon hearing such rumors, couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. Most were baseless, but the fact that Derek had fully persuaded Diella to attend was a remarkable feat. Good afternoon, Lady Denise. I've reviewed the letter you sent last time. However, although Diella had yielded to Derek's persuasion to join the Rose Salon, her spirit remained unshaken. She had promised to maintain good relations with the salon, but she had no intention of stopping her efforts to pull Derek out of the Beltis family. Upon arriving at the meeting, Diella immediately drew everyone's attention and approached to greet Lady Denise. Denise, who bore no ill will toward Diella, welcomed her with a radiant smile. I can't express how happy I am that you applied to join the Rose Salon. Having the shining jewel of the Duplain family, Lady Diella, is a great honor for us. I appreciate it. In any case, I've considered the proposal you offered. How about a magic duel next week? Diella's manner of speaking lacked the expected courtesy of nobility. Ignoring Denise's intent to start with light conversation, Diella went straight to the point, paying no mind to the glances around her. Her approach was somewhat rude, but from Denise's perspective, it wasn't unwelcome. If the other party intended to take Derek, she could only be thankful. That sounds interesting. I've often heard rumors about Lady Diella's extraordinary magical skill, and I'd love to see who's superior. If I win, the Beltis family must cancel Derek's contract entirely. That decision lies with my father. I assume you've brought something of equal value. At that, Diella paused, then crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and spoke. If I lose, I'll purchase View of the Corhus Granary District from your estate using Duplain family funds. I've obtained consent from Valerian, the next head of our house. At her words, Denise's expression tensed momentarily. The meaning behind Diella's statement wasn't immediately clear. It was evident that those present, like Aislinn and Ellen, were confused. View of the Corhus Granary District was the name of a large painting highly valued and stored in the basement of Denise's estate. It was a landscape depicting the Corhus Granary District in the southwestern continent, a famous masterpiece by the renowned female artist Countess Lependor. How could the offer to buy it serve as such a bold condition? Before the attendees could feel uneasy, Denise stepped forward, smiling as she spoke. Of course, it's wonderful for our art to be acknowledged in value simply by being bought at a fair price. Especially by the Duplain family, and not just anyone, but the watercolor expert Lady Diella. If she pays a proper price for a painting, it also validates my reputation through her selection. Denise quickly formulated a plausible rationale in her head. Upon hearing her words, Diella scoffed briefly but didn't add anything further. Are you sure it's okay? Countess Lependor's paintings often fetched irrational prices even while she was alive. Don't worry, I'll pay whatever price is asked. Though, I doubt it'll come to that. Yes, then my father will likely consider it favorably. Denise responded with a bright smile. After all, she just needed to present terms that would permit the duel. She had no intention of actually winning it. Still, Diella's proposed terms were startling. The other ladies in the salon wondered whether buying a painting was such a big deal, tilting their heads in curiosity, but Denise remained tense. Still with her arms crossed, Diella huffed and turned away. I'll send more details by letter. With that, Diella departed, followed by a few lesser nobles. Despite Diella's intimidating presence, many nobles were still eager to win her favor. That day, just after the meeting ended and she returned to the mansion, Derek was there to greet her. Derek had been reviewing the day's training schedule while waiting for Denise to return, and his presence felt so natural, almost like family, that Denise let out a sigh. She had to admit that Derek's presence had become something normal for her. Lady Denise, you've worked hard today. After dinner, we'll dive deeper into the 2-star exploration magic training. Did you hear the news from the butler? Lady Diella of House Duplain has challenged me to a magic duel. If I lose, you'll have to leave for House Duplain. In truth, it was simply a matter of terminating the contract with House Beltis. After that, Derek would decide which house to join, but it was obvious that moving to House Duplain would be more advantageous. Diella clung to every word Derek said, so being by her side clearly meant a greater boost in Derek's status. However, upon hearing Denise's words, Derek got straight to the point. Isn't this a situation you orchestrated yourself, Lady Denise? Ugh. This man, Derek, had a sharp intuition for the strangest things. He could act like a simple man who only knew a single spell, but once he got serious and rested his chin on his hand, he'd start piecing things together, and he wasn't easy to deceive. It was true, Derek had easily deduced that Denise had set this situation up. His conclusion came after observing her movements, her demeanor at the salon, and her lack of hostility toward Diella. Denise narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath. After all, she thought it was time to be honest with Derek. Fine then. I'll admit it honestly, you're a good instructor. After changing into a lovely ruffled dress, Denise sat on the bed in a corner of the room. Her silver-gray hair fell like a shimmering blanket. The white-haired mage, as always, showed no emotion on his face. He could be talkative when discussing magic, even enthusiastic, but still remained calm to the end. At first, I had a hard time adapting to your teaching style, and my laziness didn't help at all. But, well, putting in effort has its meaning. Mastering magic is fun. That's rare to hear from you. I thought you'd never admit that magic is fun. I do have my pride, you know. After vehemently denying and rejecting it, suddenly admitting it's actually fun is a little embarrassing. Denise was a completely different person inside the mansion compared to outside. Outside, she was the most admired and beautiful woman. Inside, she was just a lazy creature. Too proud to accept Derek's genuine kindness, she wrestled with it. Anyway, I know you're a good instructor. And that's exactly why there's nothing for you in House Beltis. Thinking you could be my instructor wasn't a wise decision. You should move to the Duplain side when I give you the chance. Lady Denise, you're the most beloved woman of the famous Beltis family in Ebelstein. Everyone wants this position. You know one thing but not the other. Well, given the situation, and since the Duplain family seems to know everything anyway, there's no harm in telling you. Denise crossed her arms and looked calmly at Derek. Then she scoffed and said, "You're not as valuable as you think." With that, she stood and headed to the mansion's basement with Derek. Do you know what Lady Diella stipulated as the condition for the magical duel? If she loses, she will buy the painting View of the Cour's Granary stored in this mansion's basement. What does that mean? The stairs down to Denise's basement were dark and damp. For a cellar beneath such an ancient, luxurious mansion, it felt rather unsettling. Derek conjured a small magical light to illuminate their path, and Denise, grateful, followed him deeper into the basement. Is buying a painting a big deal? You wouldn't understand, but once you know the whole story, you'll understand why my father has no choice but to accept these terms. They descended the stairs to reveal a large wooden door ahead. Carved with intricate reliefs, the words, "Art Storage," were engraved above it. Denise produced the Beltis family seal and channeled magic through it. The door slowly swung open. She gestured wearily for Derek to follow her inside. When Denise took out the Beltis family seal and channeled magic into it, the door responded by slowly opening. Immediately after, she wore a tired expression and motioned for Derek to follow her inside. The sign at the entrance hadn't lied. The basement was filled with all kinds of artworks. Famous paintings, large sculptures, small musical instruments, even clay dolls were on display. Seeing that each item even had an elegant label, it was clear they were all valuable pieces. However, there was a strange sense that they were stacked inside a grand house built for a socially active woman in Ebelstein. I wasn't expecting an entire art repository down here. Normally, you wouldn't find an art storage room in the Ebelstein mansion where a noble lady resides. I'm not as much of an art expert as Lady Diella, so it's strange, isn't it? Denise took a deep breath and looked around. She had barely brought any servants. In this dark and damp basement, the only one present was the silent white-haired mercenary. As if it didn't matter, Denise weaved her way between the artworks, showing Derek various valuable items. Derek, who wasn't very knowledgeable about art, could tell even as a layman that those objects seemed quite valuable. As they went deeper in, a display appeared, covered by a large curtain. There was a simple sign describing the artwork. View of the Cour's Granary, Logdell Agnes Refonder. Is this it? The painting you said you'd buy if you won the duel. Would you like to see it? Denise pulled back the curtain covering it. There was curiosity about what kind of painting would be the subject of such an important bet. However, when the curtain was opened, the canvas revealed was completely blank. And? Do you grasp Countess Refonder's perspective on using negative space? I often encounter negative space art in Lady Diella's work, but a canvas that's entirely empty is hard to evaluate to me, it just looks blank. Ahaha. I expected that. The painting called View of the Cour's Granary doesn't actually exist. While Derek watched her in silence, she casually tied up her neatly groomed hair and sat down on a dusty shelf. Derek noticed how little she cared about the dust on her luxurious dress. Denise seemed to want to say something. It's a painting that exists only in the accounting books. Countess Refonder was very prolific, but she never painted such an image. Officially, it's recorded that I used family funds to purchase it. The amount was quite large, but after all, it's not unusual for a noblewoman's home to be decorated with expensive artwork. It's a plausible reason to say it's an investment to enhance my artistic taste and discernment. At that moment, Derek asked no further. Even after this event, he knew that the story being revealed was not something told merely to a plebeian-born tutor. Derek held his breath for a moment, recalling the sight of Denise's mansion. Its size was impressive, but compared to other noblewomen's homes, it lacked artworks and luxuries. He had thought it reflected Denise's temperament, but that wasn't the only reason. The family diverted taxes. To accomplish great things, one needs funds and power that don't fall under the empire's scrutiny. That means even the taxes owed to the royal family must be reduced and manipulated. Is that Lady Denise's opinion, or His Grace the Duke of Beltus's? Does it matter? My father and I are one family. Denise laughed, her voice hollow. In short, the mansion in Ebelstein where Denise lived was used as a kind of money laundering facility, diverting taxes under the name of House Beltus. Of course, Denise, the mistress of the house, couldn't be unaware of this. Nor could she refuse to cooperate. From time to time, the royal family audited the books or sent people to inspect the domain. But it was unlikely they'd search the basement of a house meant for their daughter's social education. This mansion in Ebelstein, transferred to her, was effectively a blind spot for royal audits. The large canvas, although said to be a work of art, had no painting. Finding the empty scene amusing, Denise gave a strange smile. Lady Diella must have caught wind of this situation. She's interested in art history and the works of famous female painters. Can you tell me this? After all, Lady Diella doesn't hide anything from you, does she? If someone from House Duplain knows this much, it can't be kept secret. The only thing left is an arrangement. This dark art storage was likely one of Denise's greatest secrets. Of course, diverting taxes to create independent funds was something powerful frontier nobles did when bored. The empire surely got dizzy from it. It was just a matter of how skillfully it was hidden. Neither House Duplain nor Belmeard could claim to be uninvolved in such corrupt practices. It simply remained a secret at the imperial level. But whether it came to light or not and whether a noble lady was directly involved in corrupt acts was a different story. You said you'd buy this painting. How could Diella buy a painting that didn't exist? Still, upon reflection, it wasn't impossible. After all, this was a matter between families. Making a purchase in the accounting books wasn't difficult. Just dip a quill in ink and jot down a few lines, that was all. Derek finally seemed to grasp the real intent behind Diella's superficial words. The story aimed to exploit an accounting loophole centered on a non-existent painting for House Duplain. And most importantly, they were offering liquid cash in extraordinary condition. For a family as large as the Duplains, hiding such a hole wasn't difficult. The larger and denser the forest, the more places to hide treasures. That was the nature of transactions between noble families. In the empire, many things ultimately came down to how silently one could hide and reveal corruption. Diella was well aware of this, and Denise understood she couldn't escape it. Lady Diella has a sharp eye. She shouldn't be underestimated. I didn't expect her to expose the core issues so openly. Young, inexperienced, and brazen. Yet a glimpse of her noble perspective and sovereign attitude made it impossible to predict what kind of person Diella might become. For now, the only person who could keep things under control in Ebelstein was Derek. In Ebelstein's social circle, those who represent the names of the three great noble families are all the same. I've tried teaching them in various ways, but none are easy to handle. You're right, Derek. Lady Aislinn, Lady Ellen, they all know how to wield the power they possess. They're not influenced by power, they naturally embody the art of controlling it. The standout young ladies of Rose Hall were typically blessed with the love of their family heads, entrusted with full authority over their households, and developed as influential figures. In a few years, each would likely stand out. However, it was Denise herself who gave a hollow laugh and averted her gaze downward. In that demeanor, Derek felt as though all aspects of Denise he had seen so far came together as one. A girl whose goal was to maintain a life without vitality, without ambition, stingy with accomplishments, and content with simply maintaining the house, reading novels, and wasting time. The memories of a worn-out Denise in Raspa Cave came to his mind as they talked. She lost interest in magic when she realized that no matter how hard she tried, her achievements would always be just a small part of the grand house Beltis. "I'm like a chess piece," Denise said, as if letting the words slip. She received full support from the family, just like Lady Iselin and Lady Alenti, but the motivation behind that support was different. There wasn't a shred of love for a daughter, nor familial affection. The cold gaze of the Duke of Beltis overseeing the household contained no familial love. He was just one of the many cogs that made up House Beltis. In truth, this was a common trait among the high nobility. Do you understand now? Right now, I'm adored in Rose Hall and treated as valuable by House Beltis, but it's all out of necessity. In the end, if needed, they'll blame me for the embezzlement or sell me off in a political marriage or use me in the most efficient way possible. That's how it works. It's just that the other girls in Rose Hall are too exceptional. They have strong convictions, can influence the family environment, and know how to make big decisions. If you're going to invest, isn't it worth doing so in that direction? Although she thought she was just trying to talk Derek away, there was sincerity in her words. She always complained of pain during training with him, but deep down, she had already accepted him. Derek's eyes narrowed as he silently looked at her, sitting calmly with her silvery gray hair splayed over the shelf. That girl, sitting with her head bowed, already had broken wings. Her many childhood experiences must have made her accept her current reality. What followed was a chronic apathy. But she couldn't just throw everything away. Those without value would be discarded. That was the cold reality of this aristocratic world. Therefore, she had to be a unique human figure, fulfilling at least her minimum duty while preserving her ambitions. A bird with broken legs. Even if she longed to walk on the ground, she had to keep flying with her wings folded. The end of this flight, with no end in sight, probably wouldn't be good. The bird itself sensed it, at least a little. That's why Denise told Derek to go to House Duplain. Whether it was Iselin or Diella, they would handle the helm more skillfully than Denise ever could. They were individuals of a different caliber. Even both of them fully trusted Derek. Where else could better conditions be found? It was always wiser to stay close to power. A high-nosed noble lady wouldn't normally speak so openly. However, in Denise's eyes, someone like Derek belonged to such wide waters. At first, her focus was on regaining her peaceful daily life, but after meeting Diella, such thoughts began to form. After all, Denise herself was just a horse tamed by House Beltis. What do you think? You can't deny it, can you? It's true. Lady Denise's words are undeniable. Good. Then once everything's resolved, contact the Duplains. While Denise laughed emptily, Derek finally gave a simple reply, making her long explanation seem pointless. I don't want to. Faced with a completely unexpected answer, Denise had to tilt her head in confusion. After making sure she hadn't misheard, she looked at Derek with wide eyes. I appreciate the thought, but shouldn't I be the one to decide where I live? Denise wore a look of disbelief. To anyone watching, taking Denise as a mentor seemed like nothing but a loss. At least, that's how it seemed to Denise. However, Derek moved silently and sat on the shelf next to her. She couldn't help but question his actions. Of course, Miss Denise's words may be useful. However, I can also give enough reasons why I don't need to leave the Beltis family. After all, reasons are something you can make up when needed. The Beltis family, although its reputation rivals that of the Duplain family, which dominates the southwestern continent, cannot wield as much influence as Miss Iselin and Miss Diella. When it comes to producing heirs, it's hard to find a place capable of raising successors as excellent as the Duplain family, even across the entire continent. Nevertheless, Derek continued as if none of that mattered. There are 3 reasons why I didn't leave the Beltis family. What are they? First, Miss Denise is a much more valuable person than she believes. Thank you. I'm not saying this to flatter you. Denise, thinking it was just an empty compliment, thanked him without emotion, but Derek denied it seriously. She knew that white-haired mercenary didn't say things he didn't mean. Still, it wasn't easy for Denise to accept Derek's words at face value. Miss Denise has produced results and maintained her position even in the cold environment of the Beltis family. That's hard to compare with the warm family ties of the Duplain family. What are you trying to say? Steel is forged in intense heat, but humans become truly strong in cold climates. Derek was someone who had grown up from cold foundations. His values differed from Aislinn and Diella, who had grown up embraced by the fullness of the Duplain family and had received much love. A flower that blooms in a greenhouse may look beautiful, but it has unavoidable limitations. I believe true value lies in the weeds that can survive in hostile environments. Are you saying I'm like a weed? It's a bit of an odd expression, but, yes, that's right. Miss Denise has qualities like a weed. Wow. That's too blunt to count as a compliment. I don't say empty words. I know. Perhaps what this mercenary said was completely sincere. Denise felt an inexplicable sense of confidence growing inside her. This mercenary highly valued Denise's traits. No matter how much she pressed, he never stopped this training. A famous teacher only teaches students they believe are worth it. Derek seemed to have found value in Denise even she didn't know she had. The second reason is that, no matter what happens, I need to maintain my relationship with the Beltis family a bit longer. You're already close enough to the Duplain and Belmeard families. There's no reason to stay connected to the Beltis family too. Denise suddenly fell silent. She stared into Derek's eyes, then swallowed hard. Are you trying to become a noble? If necessary, it would be good to obtain a minor title through contributions, but I have no ambition for social advancement. My only goal is to maintain ties with many prestigious families so there are no major obstacles to my magical achievements. Ordinary people often dislike nobles obsessed with their privileges, but Derek held no particular feelings positive or negative toward them. He simply knew it was meaningless to oppose nobles when it came to learning magic. If he wanted to become a high-level mage in the future, he would eventually need the support of as many prestigious families as possible. Given Dreist's life, that wasn't something to take lightly. That's just like you. In the end, all you want is to learn advanced magic, right? Yes. If I can maintain smooth relationships with the three great families, no one will be able to interfere with my magical progress. Though, this only applies to the southwestern part of the continent. Do you really think you'll reach 3-star mage level? I'm already at 3-star level. What? Derek made that shocking statement with complete indifference. He didn't show any emotional shift, but Denise couldn't stop her pupils from trembling for a moment. She had thought he was only skilled in 2-star magic. Even within the 2-star level, there was a big gap between someone who had just reached it and someone who had fully developed. And the 3-star level was far beyond that gap. Even among the nobility, only 1 or 2 per generation reached 3-star level by their coming-of-age ceremony. But this was the first time she had seen a commoner reach this level at such a young age. She began to understand why Derek was so intent on maintaining smooth ties with the 3 great noble families. Denise swallowed again and recalled the magical abilities Derek had demonstrated so far. It wasn't strange at all to consider him a 3-star mage. Derek, you're truly obsessed with magic. I still have a long way to go. Yeah, that makes sense. You definitely have reasons for staying with the Beltis family. Denise nodded as she sat on an old display cabinet. At some point, she even let out a hollow laugh. After all, this mercenary never strayed from the truth in his words. No matter how much Denise tried to manipulate him, he always shattered her clever plans with his direct words. He was with the Beltis family for his own safety and progress. And he said so with complete confidence. There were no soft considerations in Derek's words. They weren't even meant to comfort Denise, whose wings had been clipped. They simply stated the facts. However, sometimes, after going in circles, that became a form of consideration and comfort. Derek surely understood that well too. Someone like Denise wouldn't be moved by comforting words or flowery rhetoric. You're not worthless. You're a beautiful and valuable being. She wasn't the type to be swayed by empty reassurances like that. Instead, she found strange comfort in someone like Derek, who would say with a blank expression, "Aren't you?" She felt a peculiar reassurance when Derek affirmed Denise's worth with solid reasoning that was hard to refute. "I've really become a stingy woman," feeling relieved by words like that. Denise thought to herself as she smiled and scolded herself inwardly. This boy named Derek judged people as individuals, beyond status or family. To Denise, who had been oppressed all her life by the prestige of the Beltus family, he was a strange kind of person. Come to think of it, during his lessons, not once had he imposed the typical noble mindset, like shining for the Beltus family or striving for greater honor and power. He truly wanted to teach magic to Denise. There wasn't even a hint of Beltus family glory mixed into that intent. Thinking this far, Denise began to see this magic teacher Derek in a different light. A teacher teaches people. And a mentor guides people. It made sense why Iceland praised him as both a good teacher and a mentor. What a strange person. In noble society, where everything revolved around authority and discipline, Derek might have been the only one who taught people purely, unbound by that sense of status. In terms of rarity, for Denise who had lived her life oppressed by familial prestige, he was as valuable as gold. Now, she was beginning to understand why so many noblewomen tried to bring this magic teacher into their families. Derek. Looking calmly at him, Denise gently closed her eyes, then opened them and smiled as she spoke. "So, what's the third reason?" Suddenly, she felt curious. Derek had said there were 3 reasons he stayed with the Beltus family instead of moving to the Duplain family. She had only heard 2 so far. What importance could there be in receiving affirmation from this boy who wasn't the son of any famous noble, just a mercenary from the slums? It was something she could easily brush aside as irrelevant. Yet Denise suddenly found herself deeply curious about the final reason. She more or less understood the first 2 reasons, but was embarrassed by how eagerly she sought the last one like a little girl begging for praise. She laughed at herself inwardly, feeling like a puppy wagging its tail while pretending to act aloof. "Oh, the third one?" Derek said it so casually, like it was nothing. "I just want to know how the story ends." "Huh? What do you mean?" For a moment, she had to ask what he was talking about. "If I go to another family, I won't get to see the rest. It's hard to bear being cut off at such an important point." "You don't mean?" "Yes. I'm talking about the arrogant Lord Robine." "What nonsense is that?" Denise sprang to her feet and nearly shouted. Realizing she had just lost her composure, she blushed and quickly sat back down. She looked like she was struggling to breathe. "You've been waiting for the next part of the story?" "Yes. Don't you write it every night?" "How could I possibly pick up a pen again after making such a scene?" "Embarrassment?" "I don't think that's necessary." This man was being sincere. Denise stared at Derek with a confused expression. He had no intention of mocking her past or causing trouble. That made it even scarier. At times like this, purity was the deadliest poison. That was just something to throw away. "I only wrote it as a temporary hobby." "You don't seriously think I was earnestly writing such a childish and silly story, do you?" "Really? I thought the detailed descriptions and character development were very impressive. A lot of effort clearly went into it." "Ugh. Like I said, it's too harsh to dismiss it entirely just because you're embarrassed. Didn't you stay up all night writing it, Miss Denise?" Even as her face turned beet red, Denise managed to reply. "You're treating me like an idiot." "Me? Don't pretend otherwise." "I'm really not." Derek remained serious. He brushed the dust from the hem of his pants and spoke in the same steady tone. "Miss Denise, you said you were an empty shell, a pawn manipulated by the Beltus family, but looking at the facts, that's not entirely true, is it?" "What?" "Even though no one asked you to, you wrote those stories, read and studied the works of other great authors. Why do you think the servants pretended not to see you working late into the night with your quill?" Denise's pupils widened slightly. She began to understand why Derek had been so serious in teaching her. Even in her nightly exhaustion, he remembered the image of a girl sitting at her desk by moonlight. She lived pushed around by her family's overwhelming pressure, like a giant wave. Yet at night, she sat near the window, gazing at the stars, imagining the love of fictional characters. She wrote about people who retained their worth, even in the face of harsh reality. The characters in her writing who lived and breathed never gave in to countless waves. Even Lord Robine, caught in a family crisis, and Tracy, facing the limits of her status, fought their hardest to find happiness. She depicted scenes where sunlight always broke through the clouds after the storm. Foam crashing against half-collapsed piers. At first glance, it might have seemed bleak, but the girl never failed to portray the hope that always lingered. Because that was what she truly wanted to express. That's why she wrote so late into the night with her quill. That's why an old mercenary, reading with his chin in his hand, couldn't laugh at those lines even if they were a little embarrassing or made his back feel warm. The lines you wrote after reflecting all night are proof that you're not an empty person, Miss Denise. Do I seem like someone cold-hearted enough to dismiss those things as foolish? I thought you might take it as an empty compliment, but I still wanted to say I enjoyed it. Derek spoke with his usual steady demeanor. From the moment they met in Raspa Cave until now, he'd never changed. She was starting to understand the value of his persistence. Denise looked at Derek in silence, then laughed softly. It was a laugh that bloomed like a flower bud. Derek, you're very hard to figure out. In the dark basement, with no one around, Denise ran her hand through her hair for no particular reason. Whether it was embarrassment, shyness, or something else she didn't know, but it was hard to hold eye contact with Derek. Even so, it didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Miss Denise is in the pavilion. Already? She arrived quickly. Are you ready to go downstairs now? No, make them wait a bit. Some servants were busy adjusting the neckline on Diella's dress. Diella, clad in a gorgeous frock festooned with ruffles in the dressing room, dawdled without emerging. Making the guests wait was a kind of power play. Time had passed since the psychological warfare at that gathering. Now it was the day of the duel agreed upon between Diella and Denise. The terms set by Diella were surprisingly generous, even from the Beltis family's standpoint. There was no reason to refuse. She offered to buy a non-existent painting at risk, even handing over cash. The conditions were outrageously lavish for securing a plebeian mercenary, but the Duke of Beltis was willing to go this far to gain someone like Derek. Miss Diella. I hesitate to say this, but I'm tired of hearing it. You want me to show some respect to Lady Denise, correct? When the butler Delron spoke firmly like that, even the cruel Diella could only respond with a long sigh. No matter how much she might become the mistress of the Duplain family, she couldn't harm the butler responsible for the whole household. Still, whether or not she would listen remained another matter. I know. She may play the affectionate angel, but she's the type to turn her hand on you anytime. Lady Denise of the Beltis family is highly respected even in Salon Rose. If she really were as dangerous as she seems, wouldn't she be a heavy burden on you, Miss Diella? Butler Delron offered his advice boldly. Of course, he had his own motives. As the mercenary said, if you become Lady Denise's enemy, your ties with Salon Rose might not remain unstrained. Ugh, the butler always brings up Derek whenever things aren't going your way. Diella groaned as she spoke. Every time Derek entered the equation, her resolve softened and she couldn't help thinking deeper. What if, by chance, Denise harbored no hostility toward her? What if, by chance, the letters Denise had sent had been genuine? What if, by chance, Denise was simply a kind noblewoman who didn't intend to deceive? These possibilities tormented her mind even as she walked toward the pavilion, lost in thought. But in the end, those were just thoughts. What mattered now was something else. Today's magical duel would take place in the private dueling arena located in Diella's pavilion. Since it was a newly built facility, she wanted to inspect it herself and did not want to showcase her skills in a public place where others could watch. Denise had agreed readily and came to Diella's house as an early guest. It would have been natural for the hostess to personally greet such an honored visitor, but Diella left Denise waiting alone in the reception room for quite some time. She intended to provoke a little mind game with that delay. After what felt like an eternity, Diella finally entered the reception room with a relaxed air, by then, Denise was already seated at the guest table. Humming a tune while nonchalantly flipping through a book, she looked at ease as ever. She even seemed more comfortable than she had at the Salon Rose meeting, as if she'd done some preparation. Diella furrowed her brow deeply and sat down across the table. Denise closed her book, set it aside, and greeted her with an elegant bow, her smile radiating like the sun. "Are you well, Miss Diella?" "Yes. Perfectly fine." Diella answered curtly, but Denise didn't seem to mind at all. She simply picked up the teacup which had already gone cold, sipped delicately, and smiled with her customary grace. "This new house is truly beautiful. It suits the grandeur of the Duplain family." As Denise offered light, polite conversation with a sweet smile, Diella felt a strange pressure. No matter how harsh she could be, her opponent showed no sign of offense. With silver-gray hair, bright eyes, gracious manner, and limitless poise, she embodied the noble lady. Though she didn't raise her voice or show anger, she radiated an oddly oppressive aura. While many high-ranked noblewomen often felt intimidated in front of Diella, Denise appeared unmoved. Yet there was no need for confrontation. Diella sighed and then laughed. "A beautiful rose always has thorns. And so do people. Most mages are driven by the desire to become stronger. This is a field where progress can be felt with every step, and that sense of advancement is more exhilarating than any pleasure, often sending people into a state of ecstasy. Once they experience it, they chase after higher levels as if enchanted. The hunger for achievement transcends age and status. The Grand Duke of Duplain, from the noblest lineage, was no exception. However, one cannot always keep ascending. After years spent striving to reach higher levels, one must eventually confront their own limits. Despite his efforts over decades, the Grand Duke was unable to reach the level of a 6-star mage. Level 6 is an extraordinary realm, accessible only to those chosen by the heavens among countless geniuses. Though he understood this, the inability to keep advancing as a mage often left him with an emptiness inside. "You hit the nail on the head. It's true, just looking at that staff makes you want to grip it tightly." The Duplain family's storage room. The Duke's expression, as he silently observed the staff Valerian brought from the White Zone with his hands behind his back, was far from favorable. Sometimes, weapons imbued with magic contain a demon within. This occurs when a certain will or ego is sealed inside the magical artifact, or when an aura that confuses the mind manifests. The staff Valerian brought was exactly that. Knowing how serious he was when reporting it, I wondered what kind of item it would be, but I never imagined something so sinister. The Rosin staff, of which I had only heard rumors. A relic of Rosin, the 5-star summoner from before the war era. But Rosin was famous for redefining the fundamentals of summoning magic, so why does this feel like necromantic energy? Rosin's staff looked like withered, twisted wood. A necromantic aura slithered around it, making it seem more like a soothsayer's artifact than that of a summoner to any onlooker. Necromancy was taboo, and merely dabbling in it would attract scrutiny from the imperial family. A distinct will within the staff seemed to whisper to the Duke. It tempted him, telling him that if he wielded it, he would reach the 6-star level, that he must use its power to ascend. This wasn't the first time the Duke had encountered an object with demonic properties. He wasn't someone who would easily give in to wicked whispers. After abruptly suppressing the staff's aura with his own magic, he called for the steward, Katerina, and said, "We must send a letter to the imperial family. Rather than keeping it and drawing their ire, it's better to report it and give them the authority to dispose of this staff." "I'll dispatch a messenger immediately." "What should the letter say?" "Tell them to send the head of the magical advisors." His intent was to summon the most seasoned advisor of the imperial family, effectively the highest magical authority in the empire, the 6-star transformation mage, Coel Dianalt Elvester. The old fox of the imperial family who safeguarded the kingdom's magical history, the oldest member of the Launtel society brimming with expert alchemists, the greatest transformation mage ever produced by the noble house Elvester, and lifelong rival of Dreist Wolftail. His career was full of titles like, the best. Among them, only one truly defined him, the longest-serving magical advisor to the imperial family. He was such a formidable mage that even the emperor sought his personal counsel. Only someone like him would know how to properly dispose of this staff. The magical training hall, immaculate as new, was one of the most meticulously prepared spaces in Diela's mansion. With grand ambitions of magical achievement, and ever since her time with Derek, she had honed her skills without a formal tutor. At Diela's request, always immersed in the pursuit of magic, her servants had outfitted the training space to the highest standards in all of Ebelstein. The result was this hall. A facility far more polished and complete than the training chambers near the Noble District Plaza. Standing on the practice platform and adjusting her outfit, Diela frowned as her gaze met Denise's, who smiled sweetly from the other side. This was Diela's mansion, her training hall, surrounded by her own attendants. Everything was arranged in her favor. A potentially uncomfortable setting for her opponent. Yet Denise calmly gathered her magical energy, without a hint of concern. She's not afraid of losing. Seriously. Were those letters she sent actually sincere? Diela was confused. Denise had claimed she would deliberately lose the duel, no matter the terms of the bet. If her true intention was to release Derek, Diela would welcome it. Her claim that their interests aligned wasn't entirely empty. Even so, Diela didn't lower her guard. The servants, the ladies of the Rose Salon, and noble gossip all said the same. Denise was kind, elegant, and outwardly refined. But Diela didn't rule out that it could all be a facade trap to shatter her prideful arrogance. To some, that might seem excessive, but Diela was not one to trust easily. It had taken her over a decade to open up to the members of the Duplain family. For an outsider to gain her full trust was nearly impossible. I hope this will be a good match. It's a great honor to compete with Lady Diela, known for her freeform magic and mastery of advanced spells. Yes, me too. Diela, gathering her magical energy, replied indifferently and shook her head. In any case, everything would be decided through this duel. She trusted her abilities. She just needed to avoid losing. Whoosh! Ding! When the bell adorned with beautiful roses rang, tension spread across the platform. It was the signal for the start of their magical duel. Though it was just a sparring match, the stakes were high. The pride of both families was on the line. Diela wanted Derek. As a child, she had yearned to learn again from the teacher who had shown her the magical path during her days of exploration. A wild genius born into the Duplain family, heart of the Order's school. Despite her paradoxical background, she had perfected her magic in her own way. Derek surely had reached even greater heights since then, and she could learn even more. Just imagining it made her heart pound. Moreover, Derek was an exceptional assistant. Indifferent to status, always seeing to the heart of matters, unafraid to speak plainly. In Ebelstein's cold social climate, having someone like him by her side would be an unparalleled weapon. I won't drag this out. That's why Diela gathered her magical power with resolve, determined to end the duel swiftly. The first spell she cast was one of ice, specialized in cold. The wild magic she had studied in the pavilion was mostly related to plants, but under Derek's influence, she had gradually opened her eyes to illusion magic. Though much younger than most noblewomen, her magical prowess was matched by few. Whoosh! Large ice spears formed around Diela. They were bigger, more twisted, and sharper than when she had first manifested them. Soon, thorny vines sprouted from the ground, aiming to trap her opponent, while various confusion spells that obscured magical energy flooded the training hall. Of course she uses multiple spells. And she's still so young. Denise marveled at Diela, who deployed a variety of magic in such a short time. She had heard that the young mage had trained on her own after Derek left. It was rare for someone her age to master so many advanced spells. Denise quickly retreated, drawing a wide circle while adjusting her stance. Her skirt flared like a petal, and her magical energy was unleashed in an instant. She had no intention of countering all of Diela's magic. Truthfully, she never intended to. Crash. Bang. Thud. Thump. Countless spells clashed, and Denise's magic shields materialized, making it look like the duel had ended. However, as the dust settled, Denise emerged unscathed. Still holding the edge of her dress with an elegant smile, not a single spell had touched her. Diela frowned. Denise had chosen to dodge all of Diela's magic rather than resist it. To evade all those spells was a reckless feat, like trying to walk through a storm without a single raindrop touching you. And yet, there she stood, calmly adjusting her posture, even the hem of her dress untouched. As if she had anticipated every trajectory. It made Diela feel as if she were wasting her magic. She's incredible at detecting magic, isn't she? Did she train magic detection all day long? Denise was considered unmatched among her peers in magical detection. Even the magical senses Diela had sharpened under Derek's influence were no match for Denise amid the chaos. Seeing her serene demeanor, it felt as if the duel hadn't even begun. Diela swallowed hard. She suddenly remembered Denise was also Derek's student. Now she faced a mage personally trained by him. Derek, increasingly prominent in Ebelstein's social circles, was also famous for his students. It was said that if he chose to teach, he could sharpen someone's magical senses to the point that even first-level spells wouldn't touch them. In reality, Derek pushed people to their limits, driving their magic to the extreme. Those who couldn't stay sane would be exhausted. He was a ruthless mage who bent to no one, not even nobles. As for Denise, who had endured months of such training, she seemed to instantly grasp the flow of every spell Diela cast. Her expression, still softly smiling, radiated composure. You can't hit her with conventional methods. Diela had to reconsider. Denise's counterattack was coming. After evading once, Diela would need more advanced confusion spells to block her evasive maneuvers. Their magical exchanges repeated several times. Each time Denise gracefully dodged Diela's spells, her movements were as elegant as a dancer's. Ha! Ha! Meanwhile, Diela, with no choice but to waste her magic, began to pant. Even her confusion spells were countered, and the ice spears were either destroyed by magical arrows or dodged as if Denise had foreseen their paths. The thorny vines erupting from the ground and the walls of fire didn't even brush Denise's hair, they only drained Diela's energy. Meanwhile, Denise used only a few simple spells without large-scale magic. Like a skilled dagger-wielder toying with a greatsword-wielding warrior. Diela gritted her teeth, glaring at Denise, who maintained a noble smile and charming demeanor. Diela clenched her jaw. True, Denise had honed her magical senses under Derek's strict training, but she wasn't the only noble taught by him. Swoosh! When Diela stepped onto the platform, cold began to spread, blanketing the area. Without even casting a spell, she began freezing the entire stage. The sudden magical burst forced Denise to step back and reassess. Whoosh! Freeform, unrestrained, that was the hallmark of wild mages. It sacrificed attack power and efficiency, but produced results completely unpredictable to the opponent. Soon, the platform was encased in ice. Her goal was to restrict Denise's movements by altering the environment itself. As Denise watched intently, Diela stomped the ground again. Crack! Crash! Countless ice pillars surged from beneath her feet, racing toward Denise. Denise quickly cast a magical shield to block Diela's attack, but the impact nearly knocked her backward. This time you couldn't dodge, huh? Diela's blonde hair, wrapped in icy magic, floated in the air. At that moment, even formal titles were abandoned. Diela was furious, focused only on defeating Denise. It's funny seeing you struggle so hard to dodge after claiming you'd surrender. Do you play with women in Ebelstein's social circles with such petty tricks? It was a brazen provocation. To say such a thing to a young lady of the Beltus family made the servants hold their breath. Denise remained silent, lost in thought. She felt no guilt, it was she who had changed her mind as easily as flipping a hand. Ha! Ha! Gur! White vapor escaped Diela's mouth. Though summer was near, the training hall felt like the dead of winter. Diela could appear to be the most adorable girl in the world when quiet, but now she bared her teeth and stared down her opponent. Before that, most nobles would have lost their nerve. But someone like Denise was not easily shaken. Crack! Crash! Each time Diela stomped, rows of ice pillars erupted, trying to ensnare Denise. Denise swiftly conjured fire arrows to melt the ice around her while deploying shields to withstand the spells. But unlike her earlier evasions, her magical energy consumption had increased dramatically. With each exchange, Diella closed the distance bit by bit. At close range, prediction and detection were useless. She planned to end the duel with a point-blank assault. I knew this was all you had from the start. I accepted the duel fully aware. Diella, wrapped in freezing magic, advanced steadily, a true winter queen. The power of the ice pillars she launched at Denise grew more destructive with each strike. Diella's magic, fueled by rage, seemed to pierce the sky. I don't care how petty and vile the Lady of House Beltis is. I didn't come to Ebelstein to play social games or seek comfort. Her eyes gleamed like a beast spotting prey in the snow. The cold radiating from her made her opponents shiver. So I don't care if you rule the Rose Salon with your power. Just give me Derek. Just let him go and leave. Then I won't care what you do. After declaring that to Denise, she unleashed her magical energy. Denise stared at Diella. Her elegant silver hair fluttered from the power radiating from Diella. It was clear why this girl named Diella was so desperate to take Derek. She clearly longed for the days under his tutelage. In truth, Derek was the kind of man who disrupted others' lives without hesitation, realigned them by his own will, and then vanished without accepting any praise. A strange, enigmatic man. As Denise thought of him, she realized even when exhausted by magic he had pushed her forward, even if it meant pushing her away. The internal affairs of the great noble houses were like natural disasters impossible to endure. But that man, with his indifferent expression as if nothing mattered, knew how to toy with people's hearts. If you underestimated a drizzle, you'd end up drenched. Denise found herself naturally accepting the attitude of the man who took her by the wrist. A mocking smile crept across her lips, but she didn't feel humiliated. Sitting in that dimly lit art storage room, every time that cold-hearted white-haired boy who even mentioned the embarrassing drafts of her novel blinked before her eyes, she couldn't help but think. It would feel empty without him. Ahaha. That's why Denise smiled at Diella. It wasn't the polite, noble smile she had always shown. Ahaha. Ha ha ha. Ahaha. It was a genuine, meaningful laugh almost mocking Diella. Her eyes, as cold as Diella's, sparkled with a threatening glint contrary to her angelic image. Even Diella, burning with rage, paused for a moment. A small lioness had bared her fangs, demanding Denise give up Derek. Facing such an opponent, Denise spoke, still smiling. I don't want to. At last, the thread holding Diella's reason snapped. Right now, Diella must be training. A separate mansion had been prepared for Aislinn. Many flowers swayed in the wind among statues adorned with beautifully carved lilies on their pedestals. Creak. Aislinn, seated in the garden reading a book, suddenly nodded, her mind preoccupied with concern for her younger sister. Although the magical duel with Denise was to take place at Diella's mansion, the outcome would surely spread throughout the Rose Salon. I just hope nothing serious happens. And that no unnecessary gossip comes of it. Comparing others was a social habit. Even when it meant nothing, people evaluated and contrasted, deciding who was better or worse. Beyond right or wrong, it was inevitable, and if one wanted attention, it was something they had to endure. Aislinn understood that well. Having recently gained notoriety after entering Ebelstein's social circles, she had become nearly synonymous with the face of the Rose Salon. Receiving glances from noble ladies, becoming the subject of whispers, judgments, and comparisons, this was as natural as breathing. And the figures she was most often compared to, of course, were others equally prestigious and exceptional. If anyone could be mentioned in the same breath as Aislinn, it would be Ellen and Denise, the daughters of the three great noble families. Ellen was transparent both inside and out, but Denise was the complete opposite. She always maintains the appearance of an elegant lady, but her true nature seems more indolent than expected. Aislinn's insight was sharp. Occasionally, when they crossed paths in duel arenas or academic challenges, she had managed to glimpse Denise's essence. Sometimes, Denise's gaze held disinterest, a clear sign of boredom with everything. Even her passions seemed driven only by necessity. Most noble ladies were unaware of Denise's background, but the perceptive Aislinn had discerned part of her true self through repeated encounters and careful observation. No matter the situation, Denise just wanted to resolve it quickly and move on, and if the burden became too great, she would rather drop everything and live comfortably, armed with extraordinary survival instincts. She had never wondered what would happen if Denise gave it her all. Aislinn and Ellen had always defeated Denise in magical duels. Since Denise wasn't obsessed with winning or losing, once the spell exchange reached a certain intensity, she would simply surrender and end the match. Not only Aislinn and Ellen, who were relatively close to her, but no lady in the Rose Salon had ever seen Denise fight with everything she had. In other words, no one in the Rose Salon truly knew her full potential. Ironically, that fact unsettled Aislinn. When she saw Denise simultaneously conjure 5 first-level combat spells: Shockwave, Ice Lance, Magic Arrow, Rapid Freeze, and Thornbush, she couldn't help but be amazed. Diella, furious, was trying to utterly shatter Denise's magical defenses without holding back. If one of them ended up seriously hurt, it could escalate into a conflict between families. That was something Aislinn would deal with when the time came. With that brutal thought in mind, Diella hurled spells as if she were pouring them out. Though her momentum was as threatening as a tiger on the attack, Denise smirked mockingly and raised her left hand to form a magic circle. The mage women of the Duplain family certainly have strong personalities. Denise had already gathered information on the 3 great noble families. Compared to Aislinn's magic, which followed a well-structured path, Diella's was free and wild. Though she used seemingly ordinary first-level spells, the way Diella freely modified them made them difficult to deal with. However, Denise's specialty was bringing order to chaos. When she observed closely, she could clearly see the patterns within scattered magic. No matter how free the style, personal habits and temperament would always show through. Bang! She easily dodged the falling ice lances and the pillars rising from the ground. Evading Diella's magic wasn't hard. But that didn't mean defeating her was easy. Boom! 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 An overwhelming offensive power. The gap she created wasn't something easily overcome. Denise had an exceptional talent for handling magic with precision, but she wasn't particularly skilled at defeating opponents through brute strength alone. She simply sensed the opponent's magic, dodged, exploited, and found openings. Her combat style resembled that of a swordswoman who had refined her technique to the limit. She's clearly intent on giving me no chance to attack. Does she know this instinctively? While Denise analyzed her opponent with calculated moves, Diella attacked like a natural disaster, wild and unrestrained. If this were an academic duel, logic and reason would be key to victory, but in a magical duel, momentum and intuition weighed more. In the end, this duel in the training hall was favorable terrain for Diella. Ha! A competent strategist never walks into the enemy's trap. If Denise had truly wanted to win, she wouldn't have allowed things to reach this point. But since her original plan was to lose, that's how it had come to this. Now that things had changed, all she had to do was find a path to victory from here. Amid the magical storm, Denise's vision darkened for a moment, then lit up. She understood the flow of thought, took in every detail as information, and meticulously observed the movements of her petite opponent. Time slowed. For a moment, even sound disappeared. Her heart pounded, her mind accelerated. She grasped every thread swaying from the frills of her dress, constructing the logic needed to defeat her. In the seconds that Diella's spells flew, she saw Diella's figure through the gaps between countless ice lances and magical arrows. She was small and delicate. With abundant blonde hair, marble-like skin, blue eyes like Denise's, the habit of dragging her right foot slightly, inhaling deeply when casting, and clenching her left fist when launching ice lances. Lady Denise. The ability to sense magic can be honed through repeated practice. But the eyes that perceive a person's habits and essence before their spells, those cannot be taught. They come from experience. Her sharp eyes followed the direction of the magic. Her frilly dress was slightly oversized, her left arm moved awkwardly, and the black rose hairpin on her head sometimes blocked her view, making her shake her head now and then. When the stormy wind of her spells blew, she would firmly grip her skirt. From fingertips to toes, the girl named Diella had become information completely absorbed into Denise's mind. Lady Denise's observational skill is a gift no one else can learn. Isn't this an age where countless mercenaries risk their lives in labyrinths to sharpen their senses? Don't underestimate the value of that ability, Lady Denise. The words of Derek, repeated many times during their lessons, echoed in her ears, turning her gaze serious. While many of her Beltus family peers only cared about family prestige, it was her mentor's advice, someone who saw her true nature, that nurtured her talent. Though his face always looked like he was chewing gravel, she engraved those words in her heart while pretending to be indifferent. Thud. Diella's spell hit and dust billowed, but Denise's magic barriers did not activate. Boom. 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 Instead, Denise's magic began to radiate from within the dust cloud. Instantly, a magical burst engulfed the area, sweeping the dust away in a blink. With silver hair fluttering, Denise invoked the 2-star tracking spell, Vigilance. It was the culmination of exploration magic, honed to perfection under Derek's tutelage. Denise's magic circle spread across the entire hall in an instant, dominating the space. Oh! A spectacle of scattered stars appeared. Not only the servants but even Diella widened her eyes in surprise. Denise was one of the 3 most respected ladies in the Rose Salon. Naturally, her magical skill was assumed to be considerable. But no one had expected her to be at the 2-star level. Even the renowned Aislinn had only recently mastered 2-star spells and received praise for it. Yet Denise had reached a comparable level and had hidden it until now. What is this? Diella stared blankly at Denise emerging from the dust. Denise wasn't in perfect condition. Her skirt was torn, covered in dust, and the ribbon that tied her hair had come loose, lying on the floor. Her face was stained with dirt, but most shocking was the line of blood running down her temple. It was hard to believe what she was seeing. Typically, magical duels between noble ladies always included high-level protective barriers. Because no scratches or wounds were allowed on their bodies. But seeing Denise, it was clear the barriers hadn't activated at all. Diella's eyes sharpened as she sensed the magical aura surrounding Denise's body. She could clearly feel a powerful magic barrier. It must have been embedded in her jewelry, something not easily deactivated. Only one possibility remained. She deactivated her own barriers. Amid the dust, she had removed the enchanted jewelry and deactivated her barriers. The reason was clear. The duel's result was determined by whether or not the opponent's barriers activated. Since the rule was that a triggered barrier meant defeat, she deactivated hers momentarily when no one could see. And when visibility returned, she could resume the facade of having her barriers up. That action didn't just exploit a loophole in the rules, it mocked them. Until now, no one had avoided defeat in such a way. Of course, noble ladies were considered too precious, and even a minor injury could cause a scandal. How important was honor in a magical duel among nobles? Relying on tricks like this was unheard of. That's why the idea of removing one's jewelry to disable the barriers was unthinkable. But Denise wasn't bound by convention. Even if there was no honor in winning this way, she had done it without hesitation, risking serious injury. The reason was simple. It wasn't just about honor. Her mentor Derek's fate hung in the balance of this duel. An insect caught in the web. With blood trickling down her temple, Denise smiled slyly and activated a massive magic circle. What did it matter if it was a bit cowardly or underhanded? In the end, only victory mattered. If Diella thought it was cowardly, she could do the same and deactivate her barriers. In fact, if she chose to, Diella could reveal her own barriers. But if the duel reached that stage, it would turn into a bloody brawl far beyond a legitimate magical contest. Even so, if it came to that, the servants would surely step in to stop it. That wasn't a bad option, but Denise didn't want to risk any further escalation. So she activated the 2-star spell, Vigilance. It hadn't worked on Derek, but against a fellow mage like Diella, it was completely different. Once caught in Denise's magic circle, the world would be hers until her magic depleted or the circle faded. Like a venomous spider's web, there was no escape. As proof, Diella's movements began to slow. what is this? The sensation of every part of her body being pierced by energy. Even the slightest movement of her fingers, the faintest tremble of her feet, everything seemed to be under Denise's conscious perception. It was terrifying. Shocked, Diella tried to summon an ice lance, but a magic arrow was already flying toward where it would have formed. The arrow had been launched before the lance even existed. The implications were massive. It meant Denise knew all of Diella's actions seconds in advance. Ah! No matter what she did, the countermeasure was already underway. Denise's eyes, focused to the extreme, were those of a huntress effortlessly capturing a clumsy beast. Ha! Ha! The mistress of the web, crouched down to cast her spell, slowly rose to her feet. Her disheveled silver hair fell over her shoulders. Her gaze was that of a sinister creature approaching its pitiful, ensnared prey. Diella understood immediately. Within this circle, it was impossible to create any variable outside Denise's expectations. She had to escape the circle and use her wild, unpredictable magic to counter Denise's advantage. She quickly looked around to assess the range of the spell. This is ridiculous. Unfortunately, Denise's magic circle covered the entire pavilion. Though she had learned the 2-star spell, Vigilance, some time ago, its original range was only a few meters. But after training with Derek in the art of magical detection, her limits had expanded. All mages trained by Derek surpassed their own limits. She'd heard that rumor in the salons. And Diella had overlooked the fact that Denise, too, was one of his students. What is this? No matter how brilliant Diella's talent was, she was still a rough gemstone. But her opponent was already one of the most prestigious figures of the Rose Salon, and the top student of the greatest teacher Diella knew. Denise had always thought she could never match Aislinn, but in magical skill, she was already comparable. Once Diella realized this gap, the duel was already over. Bang! Ah! A magic arrow slipped elegantly through a blind spot in Diella's awareness and triggered her barriers. She hadn't even had time to react. Ah! As her protective barriers activated in an instant and enveloped her, her pupils finally dilated. It was Diella's defeat. No, it can't be. How could she reach such a level? The attendants who had witnessed the duel were drenched in sweat. They had known Denise's magical level was high, but never imagined it was this high. In the silence that followed, Denise calmly brushed the dust from her dress and spoke. It was a good duel. Denise, regaining her elegance, smiled. Silence lingered a moment longer. As the atmosphere slowly settled, Diella bit her lower lip hard. Tears welled in her sparkling eyes. Such was the world of competition. Lord Robine the Proud. Derek, who had until now been staring at the elegantly titled book with grace and courtesy, finally shut it with a snap and placed it back in the drawer. Still seated, lost in thought, a maid approached and spoke to him. It's about Miss Denise. Bella, who had been quickly tidying the room while Denise was at the Diella estate, was the one who spoke. She was a maid who had been by Denise's side since childhood and was said to know her better than anyone. When Derek looked at her, she flinched and trembled slightly, but gathered the courage to speak. Do you think she can become a good mage? Her words were full of concern. Bella, who had always stayed beside Denise, was genuinely troubled by her many shortcomings. Derek, resting his chin on one hand, replied in a somewhat light tone. Perhaps. The most important factor in mastering magic was bloodline. That's why many sorcery masters strove to become tutors for prestigious families. Training a talented disciple raised a master's reputation. However, when it came to the 3 great nobles of the Rose Hall, each possessed advantages due to their exceptional lineage. To surpass that, mere talent wasn't enough. Thus, Derek glanced sideways at Bella and said. In the Rose Hall, the only one who could grow to rival Miss Denise is Lady Aislinn. That was the judgment of Derek, who had interacted with all 3 families. Bella seemed distressed by Denise's shortcomings, but Derek's opinion was entirely different. Flaws were the most essential fuel to ignite a person's will. In fact, Denise had better conditions than Aislinn, who had walked the traditional path in a more nurturing environment. She had endured an extremely long winter, but if she ever ignited, she would burn more fiercely than volcanic lava. Derek would go on to teach many students, but by this point, it was already clear who his favorite disciple would be. He had a feeling. Denise was, in all likelihood, the one who would raise Derek's name to the heavens. T/N, this chapter isn't cut or anything, this is literally where the MTL ends. When Denise returned to the mansion, everyone from the head butler to the maids was in shock. She had come back with injuries on her beautiful body. Denise was someone the maids would kneel to and beg forgiveness if she so much as got a small scratch on her finger. But this time, her forehead was gashed and bleeding. "Lady Denise. Are you all right? Please, come inside quickly. We must treat you." As she stepped down from the carriage, Denise's hair was disheveled, her dress torn in several places, and she was covered in dust. It was clear something serious had happened during her duel with Diella. The servants swarmed around her to check her condition, while others interrogated the escorts and coachmen. For a long while, the entire mansion came to a standstill. However, Denise, as if nothing had happened, smiled serenely and said, "It's nothing." Logically, she should have been angry, given her wrecked state, but instead, she wore a strangely refreshed expression. "When I cast my tracking magic, Diella, that savage, froze in shock. I thought I should say something cool and impactful then, but I couldn't come up with anything. I should have prepared a better exit line." Unconcerned about her wounds, Denise returned to the mansion, receiving treatment from the maids as she proudly recounted her feat to Derek. Derek was taken aback as he listened. In his eyes, Diella was practically his direct disciple. Even Ellen still fell short of Diella's talent, so he had expected Denise to struggle in their confrontation. Especially since Diella's unpredictable mana use posed a tough challenge for young noblewomen trained in academic magic. Yet contrary to his concerns, Denise had completely dominated Diella. Denise's rate of magical improvement was so fast that likely no one in Ebelstein could keep up with her. And then she looked like her pride had been shattered, tears streaming down her face. And this after she'd acted like she was going to devour me in the tea room? Well done. Really well done. Are your injuries all right? As you can see, just a few scratches, and they say they won't leave scars. But what matters is you should have seen that girl's face. Ugh, if I hadn't kept my composure, I would have mocked her mercilessly. Denise spoke proudly, puffing up her chest as she looked at Derek. No matter how fine a gemstone is, if it's just begun to be polished, it can't beat me. She lacks experience in duels and the resolve needed in critical moments. She doesn't even have the wits to remove her accessories to create an opening like I do. Plus, she's not prettier than me. If you look closely, my skin's better, and my features are more refined. Right? What do you think, Derek? You warned me not to underestimate Diella. Didn't expect me to come back with such a crushing victory, did you? Denise clearly expected praise. But Derek shook his head and replied firmly. Deactivating a protective barrier in a duel can endanger your life. No matter the reason, I can't condone that. A risky move was necessary to buy time and cast a second-tier spell against that rabid lunatic. Besides, they were first-tier spells, the risk of a fatal injury was practically zero. The important part was the look on her face at that moment. Lady Denise. Derek's voice dropped in tone. Though he was merely a commoner, that alone made Denise hiccup in surprise. Derek, usually cold and reserved, always showed a hint of enthusiasm around Denise. But the Derek who awaited her after this victory didn't look pleased at all. And the reason became clear right away. No matter the reason, deactivating your protective barrier in a duel can never be justified. What? Did you not see the power behind Lady Diella's spells? If even one had hit, it's entirely possible you could have lost an arm or a leg. Even if it was first-tier magic, its power varied greatly depending on the caster's skill. Diella's magic was already at such a high level that few nobles her age could rival her. If Denise had been struck without a barrier, her life could have ended in an instant. Winning was admirable, but Derek couldn't condone such a reckless gamble. He was a young man who had spent his entire life measuring his worth on the battlefield. No one understood better than he the weight of wagering one's life. And only by showing Denise what such a decision truly meant could he prevent her from making similarly reckless choices again. That's why, even with her victory, Derek wore a stern expression. It was a moment worthy of celebration, but Denise hadn't expected Derek to react so coldly. It was disappointing, but she couldn't show it. After all, if Derek was angry, it meant he cared. Thinking that far, she had no choice but to admit Derek's scolding was fair. Denise was quite a sensible person and knew she had acted recklessly during the duel. Facing Diella, who had been determined to take him away, she had also lost her composure. The atmosphere turned tense, and the maids assisting her gulped audibly. Given Derek's lowly origin, scolding someone like Denise should have been unthinkable. But Derek always said what he believed was right without hesitation. And Denise knew that well. "All right. I'm sorry." So she apologized without protest. Anyone unaware of the situation would have been shocked out of their wits. Derek seemed to sense her words were sincere, and he finally sighed, softening the mood a little. "In any case, it sounds like you made progress. I was glad to hear it." "Ufufu. Who else but me? But if I may be honest. Don't you think, from Lady Diella's perspective, you come off as quite the villain?" What are you talking about? There's no one sweeter than me in the whole world. You should try to see things from Lady Diella's point of view." While the maid gently brushed her hair, Denise fell into deep thought. After all, she had written the letter to Diella to lure her out. At first, she intended to lose, but halfway through the duel, she changed her mind and went all out. Looking at it from Diella's perspective, Denise must have seemed like a terrible person. She'd baited her into a duel, crushed her with force, and humiliated her. Unaware of Denise's shift in intent, Diella could only view her as a full-fledged villain. Until now, Denise thought Diella's grudge was a bit unfair, but in light of this, she'd really just smacked her around on a whim. "Have you finally realized it, Derek? Maybe, yes. Maybe I really am a rather awful person." Saying, "You just realized that now," would have been too cruel. If it's just a misunderstanding, couldn't you talk it out? And if you were Lady Diella, would you want to talk to me? Knowing her personality, honestly, I don't think she would. And now, having won the duel, she could technically sell the suspicious scenery Diella promised in her letter. In many ways, Denise had already become an arch-nemesis in Diella's eyes. It's fine. But, even though it might sound weird, I don't dislike Lady Diella that much. And she really likes you, Derek. Couldn't you explain things to her? At this point, I don't think words from me will help much. I don't want to pick a fight with the Duplain family. What would I gain from antagonizing one of the most powerful houses in the southwest of the empire? Lady Denise. You're the one who sowed this seed. Arg. Denise clutched both temples in despair. The maid brushing her hair began sweating nervously in panic. Denise was a master at navigating noble society, always aiming for balance and avoiding conflict. Her policy was to stay on good terms with everyone. But if she wanted to keep Derek in her household, she could never get close to Diella again. That, at least, was a reality she had to accept. When Aislinn visited Diella's mansion, she found her sister with her head pressed against the garden table, completely demoralized. Although you gave it your all against Denise, you lacked calmness, experience, and magical precision. Everything was simply one level down. Diella. Aislinn, sister. You came. As you can see, I'm a complete wreck after that humiliating defeat. Don't be so down, Diella. You haven't even formally begun the magical duels within society's circles. It's no big deal to lose to Lady Denise, who already has considerable experience in the Rose Salon. It was a chance to mention Derek. Diella's face was completely drained. If only she had an excuse to salvage her pride, maybe she could have held her head high again. But this defeat had been crushing on every level. Fortunately it was in her private training room. If it had been an official duel in the noble district, in front of many eyes, it would have been a total disgrace. Of course, the mere fact of losing would still fuel rumors among the salons. But Diella didn't care about gossip. What truly mattered was that she had been beaten. In the end, if we want Derek to come to our house, the most important thing is his will, right? Forcing things through a duel doesn't make much sense. So you shouldn't place so much importance on this loss, Diella. Thank you for comforting me, Aislinn. Still, losing is losing. My pride hurts. And what's worse is that if Derek hadn't trained her, I probably would have won. Even if Denise is a second-rate mage, reaching that level of control could only be thanks to Derek. Diella lifted her head and finally relaxed her expression a little. Either way, it's not good to leave Derek in another family. If we can bring him over, we must. But, you lost the duel. You have no justification for taking him from the Beltus family. Aislinn, you yourself said what matters most is Derek's willingness, not contracts or conditions. And I agree. Diella sighed deeply, running her slender fingers through her hair, a gesture she often made when thinking. It won't be easy to convince him with money, and it doesn't seem possible to find a legitimate reason to bring him here. So, maybe a feminine charm. If that doesn't work, perhaps with understanding or inspiring his admiration, he might change his mind. Don't you think? Aislinn's silence was her form of consideration. Diella knew this, and so she said no more. The truth was, Diella had little chance of outshining Denise in beauty or prestige. While it wasn't obvious within close circles, Denise's public image was that of an almost perfect noble lady. Even Aislinn hadn't been able to persuade Derek. It was clear that Diella, young and inexperienced as she was, didn't stand a chance. Arg. Unlike when she acted tyrannical toward the servants, Diella sometimes revealed her youthful emotional side, screeching desperately now, running her hands through her hair. If you want to bring Derek into the Duplain family, the first step is to become someone worth having. If you manage to stand out in the Rose Salon and prove you have teaching talent, maybe Derek will reconsider. Don't you think? If you couldn't convince him, what could I do? You never know. But we have to try, right? Since arriving in Ebelstein, Diella had only complained. Seeing her like this pained Aislinn, so she sat beside her and gently patted her back. Because Diella desired Derek so much, Aislinn was ready to help any way she could. For now, you must complete your debut and formally enter high society. The audience with the Emperor and the ball are already arranged, we need to finalize all that first. Ah. Can't be helped. Diella's debut was just around the corner. Next week they would travel to the imperial capital for an audience with the Emperor. Then return for a grand ball at the mansion. Numerous nobles would come to congratulate her over a lavish dinner. All eyes would be on Diella as she made her debut and returned to Ebelstein as the true lady of the mansion. That would make her a woman capable of standing before her peers. Once that process was complete, she could also recalibrate her relationship with Denise. Aislinn only wished for Diella to adapt well to that world, sharp as ice. I've sent another letter to the main branch to confirm. We'll depart from this mansion to the capital next week. After the audience, you'll attend the ball as our family's principal guest. The servants of the house must be very busy. If they plan to invite so many nobles, they will have a lot to prepare. Everyone is happy to celebrate your debut, Diella. What matters is that you present the elegance and dignity of a noble lady. That's your task. Aislinn spoke in a soft, warm voice. Hundreds worked to make Diella's debut a success. And if all went well, every member of the family would take pride in it. Among the guests will be people from influential houses, perhaps even Derek, representing the Beltus family. Really? He came to deliver the letter this time, and he seems to have Lady Denise's confidence. I will send him a special invitation. If you can prove at the ball that you've grown into a proper lady, he might see you differently. So stay strong, Diella. Ugh. Though she disliked being motivated by fear of losing Derek, Diella couldn't deny it mattered. Saying otherwise would be false. Diella sighed and nodded. The debutante's ball hosted by the Duplain family for a noble daughter was a grand event. The servants said the debutantes at such an event shone like angels descended from heaven. That magnificence reflected the pride of those organizing it. If she could impress at that event, perhaps she might win Derek's favor. You're right. I need to focus on what's in front of me. More opportunities will come. Diella sighed. Her position was too consumed by logistics to keep lamenting. By the way, Aislinn. When did you send that letter to the main branch? I sent mine too, but haven't received a response lately. I can't quite remember, a few weeks ago, I think. Perhaps they're busy and haven't replied yet. Yes. Remember our brother Valerian recently returned. I heard that to manage the spoils he brought, they invited the Imperial Magical Advisor, Coella. Being in Ebelstein, Aislinn couldn't keep track of everything happening at home. The physical distance made it difficult. I suppose Coella must visit the mansion soon. So they're probably busy. But don't worry, that shouldn't interfere with your ball preparations. With so many guests and the Imperial Magical Advisor to attend, the servants must be exhausted. Even so, they see it as part of the same event. If Coella visits the mansion now, he'll surely attend your ball as well. Coella, the Imperial Magical Advisor. Since his visit, responses to letters had been delayed. Understandable, considering how busy they must be. Although failing to reply promptly to a noble lady's letter is borderline disrespectful, Aislinn decided to be understanding. She knew how much the servants were under pressure during these times. She couldn't know for sure what was happening at the main branch, but soon she would see them in person. Diella's debut ball was very near. It would be the most glamorous and splendid one yet. Thinking of her beloved sister's grand entrance into high society, Aislinn couldn't help but smile with pride. I hope Derek can attend. If I invite him directly, the Beltus family should approve. After all, they need to send someone as well. Russell. Who would have thought? The day I get invited to a noble family's ball has finally come. Early in the morning, while swinging his sword here and there shirtless at his residence, Derek received a letter. The envelope bore the Duplain family's seal and was an invitation to attend Diella's debutante ball, to be held the following week. He had been the only one to reach out when she was locked away in the annex, so even from the Duplain clan's perspective, it seemed they considered Derek a great benefactor. Otherwise, they never would have sent such a formal invitation to a commoner. Figures not only from the southwestern empire but also from the north and east will likely attend. It's rare for patriarchs to come in person, but they'll surely send representatives. The Beltus family would also have to send someone as a formality, and Derek, who already knew Diella, was the most appropriate choice. It seemed Aislinn had that in mind when sending the invitation. It's been a while since I last visited the Duplain family mansion. Even if they've made arrangements for the ball, I doubt it's changed much. Since a grand ball was being held, it had probably been lavishly decorated, but in the end, it was a place he'd spent quite a bit of time in. Feeling an unexpected sense of nostalgia for the visit, Derek carefully tucked the invitation into the inner pocket of his coat. Derek was a transmigrator. When he awoke, he had been thrown into a world where he had no connections, and he had to fight his whole life, wandering through the slums to survive. He formed some bonds, but few people stayed by his side for long. Life's paths diverge in many ways, and they rarely intersect for extended periods. If someone asked him what was most important in his life, he would answer, achievements. Valerian was the eldest son of the Duplain family. Born of noble blood, he carried everyone's expectations and became someone exceptional and virtuous, fulfilling each one of them. He enjoyed many things in a privileged environment, lacking nothing, and he loved his always present family more than anything else. If someone asked him what was most important in his life, he would answer without hesitation, family. The two men had different origins, different environments, opposing values, and incompatible goals. Therefore, the end of their stories would be different as well. During their journey north, Dreist Wolftail silently gazed out at the vast coast. Everyone's path is unique, but the infinite ocean, with no defined routes, sometimes made one feel lost. It was natural to lose your way now and then. The debut of a young woman from a great family like the Duplains was not only a rare event, it was also grandiose. The ball held at the family mansion surpassed all expectations. Not only the main house, but also the nearby towers and all kinds of annex buildings were used as venues for the event. All the attendees were notable figures. First and foremost, the heads of lower noble families attended in person. For an event of the high nobility like the Duplains, sending a representative was considered extremely rude. Exceptions were sometimes made for military or imperial duties, but in general, it was best for the heads to attend directly. Events like this didn't happen often, so celebrities from all over the empire gathered. Even if they didn't manage to form special connections, it was a chance to be seen. Just seeing the guest list was impressive. From Count Belmiard, led by Margrave Belmiard, to Ellen, who would attend as their representative, the level was exceptionally high. It was a decision befitting Margrave Belmiard, who wished to send Ellen to such a prestigious event. And there were rumors that Denise would also attend as a representative of the Beltis family. Originally, Derek was supposed to attend in her place, but Denise hurried to intervene and persuaded the Duke to let her accompany him. Knock, knock. In the end, Denise boarded the carriage bound for the Duplain mansion. They say the Duplains are looking for you, and yet you wanted to go alone into the tiger's den. Derek, I'm going with you, just help me out a little. In truth, if she was so worried, she shouldn't have sent Derek at all. But given her connections, she couldn't avoid it entirely. The Duplains treated him like a VIP, and the Belmiards saw him as someone they owed. His influence was too significant to ignore. No one knew how things would turn out. That's why Denise allowed him to attend on the condition that he went with her. Well, I've received a lot from the Duplain family. It seems only right to show some gratitude on an occasion like this. Derek spoke with a neutral expression. After all, visiting the Duplain mansion meant seeing many familiar faces again. I heard many VIPs will be attending. I've only dealt with nobles from the southwest of the empire, so I don't know anyone from other regions. I'm not much different. In other regions, there's usually just one powerful family dominating everything. It's not as crowded as it is in the southwest. Denise gathered her silver hair and began calmly braiding it. She seemed bored by the long journey. In the end, conversation was all there was to do. It's impossible to remember all the guests. Just focus on the important figures. They say someone named Lord Roylak from the north will attend, and from the east, Lady Freya, of Prince Elvester's family, will be there. Prince Elvester's family? Yes. Why? Do you know them? I doubt you know any nobles from the opposite end of the continent. Indeed, Derek had rarely left the southwest. But the name of the Elvester family was familiar to him. It had been a long time since then. A letter has arrived from Margrave Elvester. They're requesting that I be assigned as a private tutor in their lands. That's the family where my mentor lives. Mentor? You mean Dreist Wolftail? No. There was someone before him. The one who helped me awaken my magic. Really? Derek's past seems to have many layers. There had once been a fallen noble named Katia. She lived in Ebelstein and oversaw Derek's magical training for several years before moving to the Elvester family. If it was Lady Freya from that same family, she was undoubtedly Katia's disciple. She was taught by the same master I had. I'd like to see her at least once. Lady Freya. They say she's kind and respected in the East, but I've never met her personally. Events like Lady Diella's social debut don't happen often. A ball of this scale hadn't been seen since Iceland's debut, but it seemed Lady Freya hadn't attended that event. So in a way, she's like your senior. Even if you've never met. That's right. If she's been with Katia for a long time, she's likely quite skilled. I haven't heard much about her magic. Sometimes letters from Katia still arrived from the house of Prince Elvester. Though less frequent now, they still exchanged at least one letter a year. Those letters were always full of praise for Lady Freya, so she didn't seem like a bad person. In addition, prominent figures like Lord Melvarot's uncle, Lord Robin came from the north, Lady Adelen representing Lord Delos of the south, and from the imperial family, Chancellor Polencourt and Chief Magic Advisor Coella would also be attending. Each of them was a key figure, responsible for hundreds or thousands of people. Most would attend as representatives, but their presence alone could influence the direction of the nation. Lady Ellen will also be at the ball, and I must greet Lady Iceland separately. I can't address Grand Duke Duplain directly, but if the chance arises, I'd also like to greet Lady Diella, the star of the event. I also need to thank Butler Delron and head maid Katerina, who helped me. It would be nice to ask Lady Freya about Kadia's well-being, but since I don't know her personally, I can't just approach her. Derek, from what you're saying, you already sound like a noble. Well, there's no point in overstepping my limits. No, it seems you already have a broader network than most lower nobles. Denise crossed her arms and grumbled. Of course, Derek had built many connections while active in Ebelstein's noble circles. He'd made friends among members of the Beldern Mercenary Corps and other mercenaries from tavern districts. Even lower-ranking nobles in Ebelstein might envy his connections. What's more, his magical skills had reached a considerable level. Although not widely known, Derek had already surpassed the level of a 3-star mage. Considering his age, even high-ranking nobles took note of him. Without the backing of a powerful family, his personal safety had already become a real concern. With your magic skills and the ease with which you navigate noble society, if you earn a few more achievements, you might even receive a title. Well, it's not something I should say in front of a noble, but I've heard that the high nobility is so conservative and exclusive that even the emperor is reluctant to grant new titles. Well, it's well known that Emperor Guttrell always keeps a close eye on the high nobility. But you never know. Derek, resting his chin on his hand, paused in thought before speaking. Well, nobility isn't for me. I don't think so either. For some reason, Denise burst out laughing. Although she didn't particularly enjoy social events, this was the first time she was attending a formal one alongside Derek. For some unknown reason, she was excited, taking deep breaths. Her lack of formality was a stark contrast to her usual self. Derek looked at her and gave a sheepish smile. It's been a long time, Lady Katerina. When Derek handed over his belongings and greeted her, Steward Katerina bowed her head and received them. In truth, she wasn't someone who would bow to a mercenary of common birth, but at least in the Duplain household, Derek was treated almost like a minor noble. Realizing this, Denise, who stepped down from the carriage alongside Derek, was taken aback. The steward of House Duplain shows you respect. You really do have a reputation, don't you? The steward of this mansion did not bow easily. She was one of the faces that represented the household. It is a great honor to have the young lady of House Beltis visiting us. His Grace the Duke of Duplain is currently receiving guests in his office. It would be a pleasure to welcome you and exchange greetings during the ball, but for now, he is quite busy, so I suggest visiting him after dinner. Yes, thank you. It seems the ball hasn't started yet. Could you prepare a room for us? Of course. Please rest comfortably in the West Wing lounge. We will prepare separate rooms for you, so please follow the guidance of the staff in the West Wing. The main entrance of the Duplain mansion was crowded with luxurious, majestic carriages. Each family had sent their most beautiful carriage, striving not to be outdone as if competing to show off their attire. Derek watched the scene in silence, nodded, and then entered the Duplain mansion, as if being drawn inside. Although he knew the layout of the mansion, something about today felt a little different. The schedule for noble festivities was always centered around the evening. Especially for an event like this one, celebrating debutantes. The stars of the event would only arrive at the mansion after the sun had completely set. Is this your first time attending a party like this, Derek? Denise was sitting on the bed in the assigned room, arms crossed, explaining as she hummed. As a young lady of House Beltis, she had also debuted in society and had experience being the star of such a grand event. The debut day for noble ladies is hectic. From the morning, they would get ready, dress in gowns adorned with lilies and roses, ride elegant carriages to the imperial capital, and meet with the emperor. They would meet the royal family, introduce themselves formally as Lady Diella of House Duplain, receive blessings, and present themselves before the rulers of the imperial capital. After that, they would have tea with relatives working in the imperial palace, return in a grand carriage to the Duplain estate, and attend the ball. In just one day, depending on the travel distance, they might have to meet every influential figure in the social world over the course of 2 days, leaving no time to rest. Usually, they would nap in the carriage on the way to the ballroom, so the servants would bring blankets inside. In short, Lady Diella would arrive at the ballroom around dusk. In the meantime, the honored guests who arrived in the afternoon would rest in their rooms, chat with early arrivals in the tea room, or stroll through the mansion's gardens. I read in an etiquette book that the rest time before the ball is called the interlude, and it's a chance to make new connections or build recognition. Yes, that's correct. But that's for lower-ranking nobles trying to make connections. For someone like me, from one of the 3 great noble houses, I was too tired to even leave my room. Derek. You look like you're about to say it's because I'm lazy. I can read your mind just by looking at your face. Derek removed his cloak and hung it over a chair. Although he had come as Denise's escort, it didn't seem appropriate to stay in the room where she was resting. So Derek thought about greeting some people from House Duplain. However, Denise lay back on the bed as if she didn't care whether Derek was there or not, curling the hem of her dress to avoid wrinkles and arching her back. She was a girl who had mastered the art of lying down comfortably without ruining her clothes better than anyone. Her movements were truly remarkable. Miss Denise, are you going to rest in the room? Of course. If I want to wear a smiling mask during dinner, I need to save energy now. Then I'll go say hello to a few acquaintances. There are many familiar faces, and it would be awkward to just stay quiet. Denise, who had been relaxing until now, suddenly sat up and stared at Derek. Is something bothering you? Well, there might be a few young ladies who try to snatch you away if I'm not around. I'm officially contracted by House Beltus. Do you think I'd forget that? That's not something we can be sure of. Anyway, I'm a bit hungry, so let's go together to the tea room in the main hall. Ellen will probably be there too. She's very energetic, so she'll try to meet as many people as possible. As expected of someone representing House Beltus, Denise was immediately surrounded by greetings from all sorts of nobles the moment she entered the tea room. From merchants dealing in herring from the farthest reaches of the continent, to the bishop of the Alborn Cathedral, the largest branch of the Lamech Church, and the commander of the Kremlin Northern Mercenary Group, Vilek, just hearing their names was impressive. Goodness, thanks to the furs you sent our Beltus family from the north, last winter was far more bearable. My father also asked me to thank you, Lord Alden. Leaving behind Denise, who had now gone full noble lady mode, Derek took a glass of wine from a corner of the tea room and sipped it. As he stepped back and observed the room, he saw lower nobles with gleaming eyes, eager to speak once more with important figures. Denise was already surrounded, and Ellen, across the room, was also deep in conversation with so many people that it was impossible to approach her. The room was full of people doing their utmost to make themselves seen at least once. They looked like wolves in search of prey. From time to time, some nobles made eye contact with Derek, but upon seeing the mercenary garb of the man standing alone in a corner of the tea room, they quickly averted their gaze. Time was limited, and they didn't want to waste a valuable moment on a commoner. These people live exhausting lives. Derek, who came from the slums, had almost never directly experienced high society. He had gotten somewhat used to it through tutoring noble girls, but he still struggled to accept the calculated nature of their interactions. Of course, Derek wasn't the type to actively socialize with others. He simply observed the nobles gathered in the tea room as though studying curious animals. Thank you, Bishop. I'll be sure to visit the family elders at the next holiday. As he passed the time leisurely, he spotted a young woman speaking with a few distinguished guests in a distant corner of his view. Who is that? Derek had been active in Ebelstein long enough to have a general idea of who the important figures were. Especially in social circles, he knew enough to recognize names and faces. However, the young woman quietly eating pastries at a round table in a corner of the tea room was someone he had never seen before. The dress she wore was in the style of the Eastern Empire. Her jade-colored hair, elegantly braided and draped over one shoulder, looked like it required considerable care. That meant she had a dedicated maid to prepare it. Her demeanor was refined, and she smiled gracefully at those who spoke to her, showing that she had studied etiquette. It was clear she was the daughter of a noble house, just by her presence at the event. However, compared to local nobles like Denise or Elenti, she didn't seem nearly as busy. Could she be an outsider? Whenever she had a moment, she would pick up Mont Blancs, apple tarts, croissants, and other pastries from the banquet table and returned to her seat, happily eating alone. Occasionally, she dipped them in cream here and there, tore the bread with a fork to examine the texture, and then brought it to her mouth, savoring the sweetness with sparkling eyes. Seeing her tremble with delight every time she took a bite, anyone could tell how much she was enjoying herself. She seemed more like a food-loving tourist than a noble lady, and Derek couldn't help but watch her for a moment. Then, he made eye contact with the young woman seated far away. Unsure of what to do, Derek gave a polite nod and set his glass down on the nearest table. "Have you already considered the death penalty?" "Excuse me." Denise, who had just finished a conversation with the guests, sat beside Derek with a slightly tired expression. After all, Derek had come under the pretense of assisting Denise, so it made no sense for him to stray far from her side. "That elegant lady over there. That's Lady Freya of Count Elvester's family. The head of the Merchants' Guild just told me he greeted her earlier." "That woman?" "Yes. By the way, I'm not sure if she's here for the ball or for a food tour. I've heard the Duplain house has 3 pastry chefs who once worked for the royal family on their kitchen staff. They often boast that anyone who loves sweets will go crazy over their creations. No matter how much she loves sweets, I'm starting to worry her brain is soaked in sugar. I had to pull the desserts away myself." Denise sighed deeply and took a sip of cold water. She seemed to enjoy this moment of rest, knowing that if she stayed seated any longer, more guests would approach to start another conversation. "Fortunately, it looks like you have a break now." "Of course. The person who could be called the star of the event has just arrived at the mansion." "You mean Miss Diella?" "They say the young lioness arrives at night." "Her older sister. She went out to help with Diella's debut and seems to have finished early and arrived ahead of time." As she spoke, the tea-room doors opened, and an elegant woman appeared, leading a group of people. Her black hair might have seemed dull at first glance, but combined with Aislin's neat and composed demeanor, it resembled a flower petal blooming with grace. With her entrance, the tea-room was filled with tension once again. And who could deny it? Aislinn currently reigned as queen over Ebelstein's social circles. Many guests wanted to approach and speak with her but hesitated, knowing others with higher status were present in the small room. Who would be the first to speak? Amid the tension, Aislinn scanned the room. Soon, Aislinn, followed by her maids, crossed the room toward Lady Denise. It was prudent to greet those she often saw at the Rose Salon first. All the guests in the room nodded in understanding. After Denise, it would be Ellen, and naturally, she would proceed to the next person. Many guests who had finished their conversations were preparing to approach Aislinn. Step, step. As Denise took a breath, preparing to cough again. "Mr. Derek. You must have had a hard time traveling so far. I only just arrived and feel disoriented myself, but I hope my attendants haven't treated you poorly." However, the first person Aislinn spoke to was Derek, who was leaning against the wall behind Denise. For a moment, the tea-room fell silent. Derek, confused, felt the eyes of all the distinguished nobles turn toward him. Aislinn wasn't someone who clung to authority in her interactions with others. She simply approached Derek with long strides and greeted him out of joy at seeing him among the guests. There was no political calculation in her actions. The other nobles gathered there were well aware of Aislinn's character, so they all watched Derek's face closely. It was the first time they had seen him at such a social event. Ah! Only after seeing Derek's expression did Aislinn realize her words and actions might have made him uncomfortable. After all, this was the Grand Duplain mansion, and Aislinn was in a position to draw the attention of all the noble guests. It might not be appropriate to exchange greetings here. I was planning to greet the guests and then go see my father. Would you mind accompanying me? To accompany her in greeting the Duke of Duplain was to be treated almost like a member of the family. Derek, noticing that the expressions of the nobles watching him had completely changed, bowed his head and replied. How could someone like me accompany you? I also need to assist Miss Denise, so if I have the chance and free time, I'll greet him separately. Really? My father would be pleased. In any case, thank you for coming to celebrate Diella today. She'll be happy to know you came. The honor is mine. Derek replied with a short, polite bow. It was a respectful expression that made it clear he had no intention of continuing the conversation. From Aislin's perspective, it wasn't hard to see that Derek felt overwhelmed by the growing attention. With a regretful expression, Aislinn nodded subtly and blended back into the group of nobles. No matter how happy she was, she couldn't speak more than necessary at an event like this. Such was the divide of social status. Derek was used to it and didn't mind, but Aislinn had to feel that subtle difference. It was no longer a new story. It seems the banquet preparations are going well. I was worried because I couldn't contact anyone by letter or message, but it seems everyone was just too busy. As soon as Aislinn finished taking care of Diella in the capital, she rushed to the mansion. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether the ball prepared for Diella was unfolding perfectly. She hoped her only sister's social debut would be flawless. With that in mind, she had been busy managing various tasks all day. The nobles from the east and north have already arrived, and Derek, who Diella was most worried about, is here too. I'll check the schedule again and receive progress reports. After completing the formal greetings in the tea room, Aislinn walked down the hallway inside the main hall of the mansion. The hallway was full of busy servants carrying dishes. From here on, it was an internal area accessible only to members of the Duplain family. Seeing so many servants moving efficiently without wasting any effort, Aislinn felt satisfaction, gratitude, and appreciation all at once. Knowing how exhausting back-to-back celebrations were, she decided to suggest to the Duke that everyone be given time to rest once the event concluded successfully. Miss Aislinn, I've placed your luggage in your room. Shall we head to the Duke's office now? Yes. I must see my father first. By the way, everyone seems so busy. I haven't seen Valerian or Lee since I passed through the main gate and into the garden. Yes. Everyone's busy attending to the guests. But His Grace the Grand Duke wishes to see Miss Aislinn's face. I want to see father too. I haven't been able to come home often since I've been helping Diella in Ebelstein. Aislinn spoke humbly to the housekeeper Katerina as she passed by the busy servants. Katerina bowed discreetly and followed Aislinn, assisting her. Her movements were efficient, undoubtedly showing she was the most senior servant in the household. By the way, Katerina, your skin looks lovely. Thank you. Did you change the incense you use? Somehow you look paler than before. I'm worried there might be a health issue. Have you been overworking? Yes, thank you for your concern. As Aislinn chatted with Katerina on the way to the Grand Duke's office, she felt a strange discomfort. The Katerina she knew would normally respond more warmly to compliments and engage in conversation. Feeling that the flow of the chat had broken awkwardly, Aislinn glanced again at Katerina's expression. She worried Katerina might be too tired and overworked. However, Katerina merely looked back with her usual expression. That made it feel even stranger. Strange. Why do the servants in the mansion seem uneasy today? The busy atmosphere was as usual, but today it felt more unsettling. Watching their mechanical, efficient movements made them seem more like tools than humans. Are they all nervous? Diella's social debut is an important event. It was then, as she ascended the stairs behind the main hall toward the Duke's office. Swish. Crack. Ah. Katerina, who had been silently following Aislinn, suddenly pulled a cloth from her chest and covered Aislinn's nose and mouth. Then she twisted one of Aislinn's arms and forcibly subdued her as she struggled. Ugh. When Aislinn realized what was happening and tried to resist, her eyes rolled back and she lost consciousness instantly. The cloth Katerina used was soaked with extract from the shadow flower, known for its potent hypnotic effects. Moments later, Aislinn's body went limp, and Katerina quietly caught her. Despite the many servants bustling around, none paid any attention to the scene. A dark blue flash gleamed in Katerina's eyes. Her gaze appeared distant, as if in a trance. The other servants were the same. Life as a mercenary on the battlefield, where life and death were constantly at stake, sometimes depended on inexplicable instincts. After the exhausting gathering in the tea room, when the sun began to set, Derek, quietly reading a spellbook at the table next to Denise, who was lying on the bed breathing softly, frowned. A subtle magical energy was seeping through the cracks in the door. Derek closed the book and set it on the table, then shifted his gaze toward the door. He felt an unexplainable discomfort. Creak. Derek shoved the chair back noisily and stood up. Hearing the sound, Denise stopped snoring and suddenly opened her eyes. She still felt drowsy. Ugh. Is it already dinner time? Ugh. While stretching and struggling to get up, Denise tilted her head at the sight of Derek's expression. What is it, Derek? Is something bothering you? Without answering, Derek quickly walked to the door and turned the knob. However, the door didn't open. It didn't seem to be locked. Concentrating, he felt a bluish magical energy flowing around the handle. The door won't open. Huh? Really? Call a servant to check it. Still without responding, Derek moved quickly to the window. The banquet was about to begin. It should have been a busy moment, with guests strolling through the garden, servants attending to things, and carriages arriving late to the mansion. However, the view from the window was eerily silent. The instincts of a mercenary, sharpened after long periods hiding in the noble district, remained on high alert. His sixth sense detected an anomaly. It was a feeling Derek had trained and retrained for countless hours. Derek briefly pressed his ear to the door to understand the situation outside. However, it remained silent outside. Though there should have been noise from servants guiding guests to their private rooms, there were no signs of life. Derek closed his eyes silently and muttered a detection spell. He felt a large amount of magical energy on the other side of the door. Miss Denise. Yes. The serious tone in Derek's voice was not unfamiliar to Denise, who was now sweating nervously. Without changing his expression, Derek spoke. I'm going to break the window. His decision was as swift as a machine. Derek was a man who had spent half his life on the battlefield. The indecision on the battlefield meant death. You could get hurt, so stay near the bed. Wait. Derek. Are you really going to break the window all of a sudden? If you damage the Duplain mansion's property so easily. Seeing Derek acting so abruptly, Denise stood up, and when she saw his expression, she trembled slightly. Derek's face was terribly serious. Crises often came without warning. And Derek knew that better than anyone. That's why, whenever he had doubts, he acted without hesitation. Better to err on the side of caution than fall short. He had never regretted following that principle. Crash. Ah. The chair Derek threw flew out the window and rolled until it stopped in the garden. Fortunately, no one was nearby in the garden, shrouded in the darkness of night. After brushing aside the shards of glass with his boot, Derek leaned out to inspect the surroundings. Even after breaking both windows, the frame was still narrow for an adult to pass through. However, since Denise was small in build, it looked like she could be pushed through. Derek. Why did you do this? Focus your magical senses on the hallway. It's filled with a strange magical energy. Denise, knowledgeable in magical detection, immediately concentrated after hearing his words. She used the first-level spell magic detection, and within seconds, her expression turned grim. What flowed through the corridor wasn't the bluish magic she was used to. The reddish, viscous energy emanating from that magic was abnormal from the start. It was the first time Denise had sensed something like that, but Derek had already encountered that type of magic before. Looks like forbidden magic. It's the first time I've run into something like this since arriving in this world. Besides the 5 recognized branches of magic combat, transformation, confusion, summoning, and detection, there existed continent-wide forbidden spells. Their mechanics were completely different, and their growth process too. That magic fed on human blood, devoured souls, or consumed corpses, far removed from any ethical principle. There's always a reason taboos are considered taboos. Excuse me. Kaya. Derek lifted Denise in one swift motion. She blushed from the sudden contact, but Derek, without hesitation, jumped with her into the dark garden, stepping fearlessly on the shattered glass. Whoosh! Jumping from the third floor was almost like plunging into a void. But Derek deployed a second star transformation spell, Earth Wall. A solid wall of magically reinforced earth rose beside the mansion's exterior. Using it as support, he descended in a zigzag and landed safely, setting Denise down. Derek. Still recovering from the fright, Denise looked back at the mansion. The mansion looked strange. Derek turned his gaze toward it as well. Lady Diella had just debuted in society, and prominent figures from across the continent were present to celebrate. And yet, that place brimmed with an eerie silence. Dark red magical energy leaked from every crack and between the walls of the mansion, as if it were bleeding. Even someone without magical sensitivity would have sensed something was wrong. What is that? Why hasn't anyone reacted? There are several 3-star mages among the guests, even 2 4-stars. It's strange that none of them have noticed something this obvious. Derek had memorized the names of the high-level mages invited, even if not all the nobles. Anyone at that level should have been able to detect that abnormal magic. And yet, inside the mansion, everything remained quiet. Something was seriously wrong. We need to find out what's going on inside. If something happens in a mansion full of key figures from all over the continent, it could be catastrophic. I think something already has happened. What? That dark red energy, it might be necromancy. Or a plague. Denise turned pale. Necromancy was the most infamous taboo. To progress, many necromancers consumed corpses or murdered other mages to absorb their power. Almost every great necromancer in history was a mass murderer. First, ensure safety. Derek quickly analyzed the situation. Staying near the mansion was not an option. Ensuring Denise's safety was the priority. There's no point investigating what's going on inside. Let's head out the front gate. We'll assess the situation from there. The most reasonable plan was to cross the central garden and head straight for the entrance. If it was locked, they'd break it down. Worrying about property damage during a crisis was absurd. Yes, I understand. Derek. I'll follow you. Denise didn't object. In a situation like that, Derek was the best person to lead. Trusting him was the right choice. Both began running through the garden. Denise clutched her dress tightly, biting her lip to keep pace, while Derek moved forward with constant vigilance. Tap, tap, tap. In the silence of the garden, the only sound was that of their footsteps. Though the run was long, Denise managed to endure thanks to the physical training she'd done with Derek. They passed the tea tables, crossed the rose-covered gazebo, and it was there that they saw it. A man stood guarding the path to the main gate. Both stopped. While Derek took a defensive stance and assessed the man in the darkness, Denise tried to catch her breath. Who's there? Derek, is that you? It's Delron. Butler Delron. A familiar face. Delron, the Duplain family's butler, was one of the longest-serving members of the household. His eyes remained sharp, his posture straight, his uniform blood-stained. There were multiple bloodstains on his suit, and he was gasping as he clutched a wound. B. Butler. You're the butler of the Duplain family. Lady of House Beltus, you're safe too. What a relief. The mansion is in chaos. Strange monsters came out from the pavilion basement, they're killing servants indiscriminately. Blood dripped from the wound Delron was trying to contain. We must inform the main house. Lady Denise, please evacuate. I must go and alert Lord Duplain. Monsters, from the pavilion? How can that happen in an inhabited mansion? I am not sure either. I heard monsters usually appear in labyrinths, maybe something like that emerged in the pavilion's basement. We can figure out the cause later. Right now, we must evacuate the guests from the main building. Why yes. The main building is full of representatives from influential noble houses. If any of them are harmed, it would be a disaster. Denise took a deep breath as she assessed Delron's condition. One of the butler's arms was already ruined, and he couldn't move it properly. B. Bolter. We must treat your wound first. I'm fine. There's no time. Derek, please. You must inform the people in the main building about the monster's appearance. Please, please. Delron staggered, speaking between gasps. But we have to help you first. You're losing too much blood. At the very least, we need to support you. Just as Denise tried to steady him, Derek grabbed her by the nape and threw her back. Slash. Ah. Denise screamed as she fell, stumbling over the hem of her dress. Before she could understand what was happening, claws slashed through the air exactly where she had been a second earlier. Swish. Claws. The word felt out of place. Derek swallowed hard. As soon as Denise got close, Delron's seemingly mangled arm had moved in a direct strike toward her. But it wasn't his original arm. Crack, crack. A new arm sprouted from Delron's left shoulder. It was too grotesque to be called human. It was in a state of decay, with abnormally long nails jutting out. Upon seeing the horrific sight, Denise's eyes filled with terror. Derek's brow furrowed. The intelligence he had seen in Delron's eyes moments before had vanished. A monstrous stench wafted from various parts of his body. His skin was covered with grotesquely bulging veins, and its color had turned a stony, grayish hue. Delron, coughing up blood, let out a coarse growl as he attacked Derek. Without losing his composure, Derek kicked him hard in the stomach, twisted the deformed arm, and flung him into the garden. Crash! Bang! Delron's neck twisted violently to one side upon impact, but he stood up unscathed, planting both hands on the ground. His swaying, expressionless figure no longer resembled anything living. What is that? Get up, Lady Denise. What is this? Ah! Splash, splash. From the other side of the garden, several humanoid figures suddenly emerged. It was as if the dead buried beneath the earth were rising one by one. The stench of rot froze the blood upon contact. Right beside Denise, an arm burst from the ground and grabbed her wrist. Startled, she tried to pull free, but the grip was far stronger than that of any normal person. In just a few more seconds, the fragile bones of her arm might have snapped. At that moment, as the pressure intensified. Slash! Derek drew a dagger from his thigh and slashed the arm in one swift motion. Rotting blood splattered. The decomposed flesh clung to Denise's arm as the blackened liquid ran down her skin. Just seeing it was enough to make Denise feel she would faint. Ah! Huff, huff. Lady Denise. Please get up. The situation is critical. And my legs. I can't. Huff, ah, ah. Her thighs were trembling violently. Even she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her face was stained with blood, she was hyperventilating, paralyzed. Derek crouched in front of her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and looked her firmly in the eyes. Calm yourself, Lady Denise. Derek. Huff, huff. Derek, who had traversed countless flesh-ridden labyrinths, adjusted to the situation immediately. But for a noble young lady who had never witnessed anything like this, being suddenly confronted with such horror was a tremendous shock. That's why Derek's first act was to synchronize his breathing with hers while holding her gaze. Just as fear can be contagious, so can calm. In the midst of that hell, where the dead rose slowly, Derek didn't lose his composure. He soothed Denise's frightened heart first. His presence was reassuring. And little by little, Denise's lost sense of reason began to return. Huff. Derek. I'm sorry. I can't. It's normal. Can you stand? Yes. First, we need to escape through the main entrance. Derek looked toward the main gate. The number of corpses was steadily increasing, gradually surrounding the mansion. It was as if they were trying to trap all the guests inside. Even if they managed to break through and cross the gate, they would find nothing but open ground. Fighting in such a field against so many corpses would quickly drain their stamina. Escaping by carriage would be ideal, but the coachman probably isn't at his post. Derek reassessed the situation within seconds. Let's go back to the mansion. Outside is more dangerous. We don't know how many there are, and your stamina will run out before you can keep your distance. Ah, really? There are guests inside. Among them, several 3-star magi and at least a couple of 4 stars. It'll be better to find them and regroup. The fact that the main building remained silent was worrisome, but venturing into the open without intel was worse. Derek helped Denise up, and the two began running back toward the mansion. Behind them, numerous corpses started to stumble after them, led by the deformed Delron. Huff, huff. Denise, who had just caught her breath, was gradually regaining her composure. She was a smart girl. But still a young one. Faced with the sight of corpses tearing through flesh and arms bursting from torn backs, her mind had shut down in panic. But now, though trembling, her rational mind was beginning to resurface. The mansion's west wing is for guest quarters, right? When we passed by earlier, there was no response. They must have escaped, or what? Or they were neutralized. I don't know what's going on, but if I were the one who planned this, my top priority would be to eliminate the high-level magi first. It was a logical deduction. If someone wanted to unleash this kind of anomaly within the Duplain mansion, they'd have had to prepare a way to suppress the most powerful mages. This kind of energy should be detectable by 3-star magi, right? You sensed it first, Derek. Yes. There are several at that level among the guests, besides me. Then they must have used some kind of trap to subdue them. But I'm fine. Derek's rank isn't widely known. It's not easy to predict that a mercenary with your background could be a 3-star mage or higher. Derek himself was an anomaly. The world was vast and full of mages, but predicting someone of his age could wield detection magic of that level wasn't easy. In fact, those who knew Derek's true rank could be counted on one hand. In the worst-case scenario, you might be the only 3-star or higher mage who can still act properly right now, Derek. Then you should move and check on the other magi. It won't be a big problem. Anyway, while securing the guests' safety, let's gather everyone who can help and secure the mansion first. As Derek calmly laid out the plan, Denise took a deep breath. That's when her trembling fingers finally stilled. Gritting her teeth, Denise followed Derek's lead toward the mansion. I've been fooling myself. In a situation like this, anyone would tremble. I've seen worse in labyrinths, so I adapted quickly. Yes, you're reliable. But the other noble ladies in the mansion must be terrified. If anything goes wrong, the damage could escalate drastically. Denise was right. As Derek ran toward the mansion, he recalled the list of today's guests. Except for a few high-level magi, most lacked battlefield or combat experience. Especially the noble ladies, who were likely frozen in fear, unable to act in such a crisis. Flesh flying, blood splashing, and grotesque monsters roaming the mansion grounds. Freezing in terror under those conditions was only natural. Slash. The corpse of a servant that entered the room was struck by a magic arrow. Its rotting arm was torn apart, and dark red blood splattered throughout the room. Splash. Ah. With a loud crash, the tea table flipped over, and a low-ranking noble lady who had been seated there screamed. Thud. The fallen corpse dropped to its knees and collapsed. Soon, it rolled across the floor, and its severed head tumbled toward the woman, staring at her blankly. Eek. The woman, whose name was unknown, wet herself in fear. Ellen pretended not to notice. In a situation like this, almost no one could keep their composure. The corpse had burst into Ellen's room shortly after Derek had left the mansion. From outside the door, a magical aura seemed to seep through, and a servant entered carrying a tea tray. However, the servant, wearing a spotless butler's uniform, began twisting his body unnaturally, and soon, spewing blood, lunged at Ellen. Ellen had been chatting with a low-ranking noble lady who was her friend over tea. Though surprised by the sudden attack, Ellen calmly drew a magic arrow and destroyed the lunging corpse. The low-ranking noble, now in tears, looked at Ellen covered in dark red blood as she calmly dusted off her dress without blinking. What on earth is going on? Rumors about the brilliant star of House Belmeard were well known, but staying composed even in a situation like this was strange. However, for Ellen herself, it wasn't that unusual. During her intense training period, a mercenary-turned-magic instructor had taken her through all kinds of labyrinths no less terrifying than hell. There, she had seen humanoid monsters whose body parts were severed in various ways, torn limb from limb, even human bodies split in half. The time when she would tremble at the sight of corpse-like monsters spilling some blood was long gone. Truly terrified, huh? Looks like you won't be much help. Ellen sighed when she saw the noblewoman trembling like a leaf. Then she glanced at the eerie corridor. Only silence filled the air. Should I check on the condition of the others in the rooms? Or should I stay put? I'm not sure how to decide what to do. As Ellen slowly observed her surroundings, the noble lady lying on the floor was stunned. Indeed, staying calm in a situation like this didn't seem normal. But for Ellen, it wasn't so strange. Ellen occasionally closed her eyes and imagined the labyrinth she had traversed with Derek. It was a horrifying sight that would haunt her dreams whenever she was about to forget it. Compared to that, a few corpse-like monsters lying dead were child's play. In a way, Ellen wasn't normal either. Unfortunately, this was also due to Derek's influence. Anyway, understanding the situation before it gets worse is the priority. Murmuring to herself, Ellen's breath caught as she looked down the hallway again. The west corridor of the Duplain mansion. A space filled with waiting rooms for many other distinguished guests. There, the strange servants, for no apparent reason, were dragging all sorts of guests out of their rooms. Most looked like limp corpses. When she saw the faces of the guests being dragged across the floor, there were more than a few names recognized throughout the continent. The scene looked as if they were preparing a sacrifice for some ritual. No matter how you look at it, this is a major incident. Ellen knew instinctively. If all of them were really corpses, this event would go down in history as a catastrophe spoken of across the continent for years. She was now right in the middle of that scene. Ellen swallowed hard and thought. Where is Derek? Derek must be somewhere in the mansion too. Right now, who could she rely on? Curiously, the first thought that came to her mind was that of the seasoned mercenary. Drip, drip. It's raining. Diella Catherine Duplain was exhausted. After completing her debut events near the Imperial City over 2 days, she had barely slept and only eaten in a hurry. There were several banquets in between, but when dressed elegantly and acting like a refined lady, she often had to forego meals. Maintaining a beautiful appearance amidst hunger and fatigue was mentally draining. Somehow, she managed to complete the schedule in the capital, and now the major event was nearly over. But it wasn't entirely finished yet. Now she had to return to the mansion and attend the ball, showcasing her splendor as the star of the event. By conversing with many distinguished guests and making her presence known, she would finally be recognized as the lady of House Duplain. Diella sighed deeply as she looked out the carriage window. The maid serving tea beside her had accompanied her for a long time, even back in the pavilion. This person had followed Diella when she was assigned the mansion in Ebelstein. Since the ball is indoors, the rain shouldn't be a problem, right? I just hope my dress doesn't get wet on the way. Please don't worry too much, Lady Diella. The main house has surely prepared everything. As the raindrops grew heavier, Diella took a deep breath and clenched her fists. This arduous process was almost over. She wanted to arrive at the mansion and thank her beloved family for their support. For Diella, who rarely expressed emotions, making such a decision was uncommon. My sister Aislinn, my brother Valerian, and my brother Lee have all suffered for me. If not for this opportunity, I would never be able to thank my family. So I must take it. Everyone knew how hard Valerian and Lee had tried to get close to Diella, even discussing their preferences in women to win over a teenage girl. A truly shocking sight. Though she felt overwhelmed and pushed them away, she couldn't help but acknowledge their sincere efforts. Diella thought maybe she should open her heart a little more to her family. Inside the carriage that moved through the rain, Diella reflected. She hoped this debut would mark a turning point in her difficult life. Bang! Upon entering the mansion's main hall, many servants were moving food in the dim light. Gasp! The servants, carrying trays and dishes or moving fabrics and blankets, all turned their heads sharply toward Derek and Denise. In the hallway leading to the staircase, near the main stairs, besides several antiques displayed along the walls, even at the entrance to the basement stairs, the sight of so many servants turning simultaneously toward Derek as if they were a single body. Feeling an unexplainable chill, Denise swallowed hard. She had just witnessed the butler Delron transform strangely. It was no surprise that the other mansion servants were also not in a normal state. As the tension rose, just when Derek was about to draw his sword. "Excuse us." All the servants bowed in unison and then returned to their tasks. They prepared the banquet in the ballroom, the butler cleaned the marble floor, and the pages moved ropes and fabrics, all busily working as if Derek and Denise's agitation meant nothing to them. They seemed like machines programmed to follow orders. Not even a hint of panic appeared at the sight of the corpses rushing the door. Their unfocused eyes stared blankly ahead in the direction they moved. Denise felt a deep, inexplicable fear. Among necromantic spells, there were many that charmed people, similar to confusion spells. Derek was well aware of this. The servants were likely under such enchantments. As long as they weren't attacked, there would be no major problem. Thinking this, Derek blocked the mansion's main door and kicked over a nearby display cabinet toward the entrance. Crash! Bang! The blocked door shook with a heavy blow. The corpses on the other side began to struggle to enter. Derek grabbed Denise's arm and ran upstairs toward the main hall. On the way, they passed many servants and attendants. Yet, not the slightest reaction came from them at Derek's urgent movements. They simply stood back up and resumed their work. When they first arrived at the mansion and were guided through it, it hadn't seemed abnormal. But now the influence of necromancy was clearly growing stronger. Derek. It looks like the servants have already been consumed. If we do nothing, the guests will be in danger too. Let's rescue as many as we can. There's somewhere we need to go first. The outside was swarming with corpses, but if they grouped with people who could fight, they might be able to break through. As Derek headed to the room where the guests had gathered. Gasp! Denise covered her mouth with both hands in shock. When Derek and Denise reached the hallway, it was full of servants dragging unconscious guests along the floor. Most were powerful mages. Poison. Or a surprise attack. They must have taken down all the mages before everything began. Derek calmly assessed the situation. There was no focus in the eyes of the servants doing the dragging. The Duplain mansion was the safest zone, free of external threats. It was hard to imagine something important happening in such a place. Therefore, the distinguished guests had mostly relaxed and enjoyed the party. Moreover, the Duplain family's servants were among the most professional and capable among noble households. So it was inevitable to let one's guard down. After all, they were in the safest place with the most experienced staff. Whether it was offering drugged cold water, pretending obedience and using chemicals to knock someone out, or just outright clubbing someone unconscious, the opportunities were endless. The servants approached guests without raising suspicion. "Excuse me, we're moving some luggage. Could you step aside?" One servant, dragging the unconscious Baron Oldenhead of House Rodelail, spoke to Derek. He was unconscious, foam at the mouth. It was a bizarre sight, but the servant made the request with an unchanged expression. The scene was so eerie that Denise swallowed hard several times. "Hurry, the guests. Please, go ahead." Derek raised his arm to stop Denise and stepped back against the wall. The servant bowed politely and dragged the old man toward the ballroom staircase. If left alone, the servants didn't attack. They were merely enchanted to fulfill their given orders. Still holding Denise to the wall, Derek silently waited for all the servants to pass. The procession of servants dragged all sorts of distinguished guests. Witnessing it from the side was a truly surreal experience. Derek. Denise clamped her mouth shut and trembled like a leaf. She clung to Derek's neck with her other hand, her body shaking so violently she could barely breathe. All kinds of prominent figures were dragged past them. People foaming at the mouth, others with arms twisted at odd angles, bleeding individuals, and some with eyes rolled back, all once proud attendees. After the procession passed, Derek quickly moved again. Most rooms along the hallway had their doors open. Few suspected an attack by House Duplain's own servants. Even so, perhaps some sensed the danger early and hid well. We must find as many as we can. Derek grabbed Denise's arm and pulled her into the room labeled Baron Olden. He pushed her into the closet. Derek. Ah. This is Baron Olden's room. You just saw him being dragged away by the servants. Since it belongs to someone already subdued, the servants won't return here. Stay here until the situation changes. Identifying a safe place was vital. At this point, this room was the safest bet. Derek. And you? I'm going to search for survivors. Outside, the place is crawling with necromantic enchantments and corpses. If we move recklessly and trigger hostility, it will be dangerous. Lady Denise, please stay here. I'm going with you. At least I can use basic detection magic. It's better if you stay safe here. No. Derek. You mean to enter that death trap alone? Do you think I'd allow that? Denise swallowed and spoke firmly. I can't let you go. Lady Denise, your hands are shaking. Eek. As Derek said, Denise's entire body was still trembling. She had seen too many horrifying scenes of twisted, deformed corpses just moments ago. She was completely exhausted from merely trying to control her rapid breathing. Even so, Denise couldn't let Derek go alone. It was obvious what Derek would object. I can't leave Lady Denise alone. Lady Denise is a valuable person, so please take care of your health. If Lady Denise gets hurt, it would be a huge problem. The cliché phrases used for noble ladies would surely come out. Denise was ready to argue that status didn't matter in a situation like this. However, Derek was a pragmatist. Lady Denise, if you follow me, you'll only be a burden. Derek's words were harsh but true. In an urgent situation like this, there was no time to choose words carefully. Denise's breath caught in her throat. After witnessing the gruesome results of necromancy, she couldn't move properly. If she followed Derek out of worry, she would be lucky not to get caught and become a liability. This is just a guess, but it's very likely that Valerian is involved in this situation. Valerian? Isn't he the eldest son of the Duplain family? I heard he was a good and upright person. Is he the one leading this disaster? I can't explain all the details, but if he's dabbling in necromancy, you must kill him. Derek's mentor, Dreist Wolftail, had once told him. If things got out of control, Valerian might use dark arts. Was it possible he had nothing to do with the necromancy that ravaged the Duplain mansion? It was too much of a coincidence to ignore. Somehow, Valerian was involved in this mansion-centered disaster. Once the situation is clearer, we'll know the truth. For now, survival is our priority. Promise me one thing, Derek. Even while trembling, Denise clenched her teeth and looked at Derek. Don't die. No matter what happens, never die. Don't worry. That's my specialty. Creak. After firmly closing the closet door, Derek checked the condition of the long sword at his hip and the dagger at his thigh. They were always well maintained and clean. After taking a deep breath, he wiped his face and walked out into the hallway. Many busy servants simultaneously turned to look at Derek. Derek stood still, staying alert. The servants moved solely to fulfill their tasks. As long as he didn't interfere with their movement, they wouldn't pay him any attention. Just like the servants in the main hall, the ones in this corridor were the same. Then it happened. A high-ranking servant at the front asked Derek. May I ask your name? He looked young, but his voice was bizarre. Blood dripped from his mouth as though his throat were filled with it. Without showing any sign of surprise, Derek replied. Why are you asking? We've been ordered to kill all visitors except for the designated mages. A cold voice came from the servant's mouth as if it were nothing. May I verify if you're a designated mage or a target for elimination? Derek. Ah, Sir Derek. You're a visitor sent by the Beltis family. My apologies for not recognizing you. The Duplain family has instructed us to treat you with respect due to your nobility. My apologies. No problem. Then is your business resolved? Yes. However, Sir Derek, you are a target for elimination. Even before he finished speaking, a rotten arm sprang from the servant's left shoulder. Slash. Whoosh. As the claw flew at Derek, he had already lowered his stance. He had hoped to avoid a fight with a bit of luck, but that hope was in vain. When that hope was betrayed, Derek swung his sword without hesitation and beheaded the servant. Splash. Swish. A spray of blood erupted, and a red stream splattered across Derek's face. The metallic scent of blood hit his nose, but Derek shook his head indifferently. Thud. The servant's headless body fell to the floor. At that moment, other nearby servants turned cold eyes toward Derek. Even before they could emit any strange sound, Derek's magic arrow struck their necks. Bang! 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 As he fired magic indiscriminately and tried to advance through the corridor, the corpse of the servant he just cut down moved and grabbed his ankle. Derek quickly drew a reverse grip dagger from his thigh and swiftly cut the servant's arm off. And when the uniformed butler servants lunged at him, he summoned his magic again. Whoosh! The second-level spell Fireball erupted from Derek's hand. Its target was just beneath his feet. The corridor was too narrow on both sides to use as an escape route. To create a new path, Derek's fireball struck the floor. Bang! An explosion rang out, and the mansion shook. Just beneath this VIP corridor were the private rooms of the Duplain family members. Derek planned to drop to the lower floor and head for Valerian's private room. If Valerian was truly behind this, subduing him might end it all. Swish! Crash! A cloud of dust filled the hallway, and the broken floor began to reveal itself. To reach the lower floor's corridor, Derek prepared to roll. It seemed best to draw the servants away from the room where Denise was hiding. Splash! With his cloak billowing, he jumped down and rolled once on the floor. He rose, brushed the dust from his body, and looked around only to find it wasn't the lower corridor. To assume that breaking through the corridor would land him in the lower hallway was perhaps too simplistic. It was a luxurious and spacious private room. If someone used a room this grand, they had to be a direct descendant of Grand Duke Duplain. The room was filled with armor and training equipment, furnished with a desk and sofas for receiving guests. On one side of the room was a large map of the continent, along with books on military terminology. At a glance, it was clearly the room of someone exceptional. As Derek stood, there was a figure seated confidently at the desk in the center of the room. Even amid this chaos, the fact that someone sat calmly in their private room was already strange. What are you doing here? The figure seated alone among so much equipment was someone familiar. With short hair and a solid build, eyebrows raised sternly, dressed in noble clothes adorned with all kinds of insignia. Yet there was no trace of awareness in his vacant eyes. He didn't even flinch at the sight of Derek falling from the ceiling. Derek immediately sensed something was wrong. He gripped his sword tightly and gathered magic in his other hand. Clang! A metallic sound rang from the light armor he wore over his noble attire. When he stood up, he was definitely a man of sturdy build. Derek. It was Lee, Valerian's younger brother. The second son of the Duplain family, and one of the family's pillars who, though he pretended otherwise, deeply loved Diella and Aislinn. The brawny man stared at Derek with a cold gaze. He opened his mouth and said something. His words were incoherent. Death will come. Death, sweet, painful, noble, the embrace of death will come. Whoosh! Dark red blood dripped from his mouth. A reddish spiritual aura glowed in his eyes. Derek could feel it. Lee was in no condition to communicate. Derek, yes. Derek, ag, kuhuk. Kukuk, kaijek ag, not dead yet. Twisting and making bizarre noises, he suddenly spoke to Derek in a normal, cold tone. At some point, his eyes also focused clearly on Derek. The contrast alone was enough to make the skin crawl. The burly Lee burst forth in a dark red magical aura. Bang! At the same time, a magic arrow flew and struck where Derek had been. A cloud of dust rose, but Derek rolled to the side to dodge. Derek's reflexes weren't something a mere magical manifestation could match. Watching Lee's condition through the rising dust, Derek took a deep breath and ran a hand through his hair. Whew! No matter how he looked at it, Lee was already insane. It was time to make a decision. The reason Lady Freya of the Freya family was able to avoid the disaster at the Duplain mansion was because the Mont Blanc she ate during afternoon tea was delicious. It sounds absurd, but in reality, she was sitting in a corner of the mansion's kitchen, holding a beautiful Mont Blanc dessert on a plate in her lap. The servants, busy as if possessed while delivering food to the ballroom, didn't even notice her hiding under a table in the corner. While silently watching the servants move like machines, Lady Freya was confused about what to do. If you explained it, the situation wasn't complicated. Normally, her strict tutor Katia kept a close eye on her back home, but she was delighted to be able to eat pastries freely at the southwestern ball, far from her tutor's interference. So, after sampling various drinks, she fell in love with the Mont Blanc that the Duplain mansion's pastry chef proudly served. While the other nobles rested in their private rooms, she told her loyal maid she was going to the restroom, then headed to the kitchen to grab more Mont Blanc. It was far too shameful for the eldest daughter of the prestigious Elvester family to sneak into the Duplain mansion's kitchen just to secretly eat desserts. So she used her ability confusion spell to take food without the servants noticing. What's really going on? It was the kind of situation where most would tremble in fear, yet she looked perfectly calm, holding her Mont Blanc steadily. Even amid the chaos, she nibbled on a honey bun as if she were enjoying a picnic in this eerie place. Freya wiped the crumbs from her mouth and recalled the message her tutor had left before she left the mansion. Lady Diella of the Duplain family will likely become the most influential person in the Southwestern Empire. So please, don't be rude at her ball and, I beg you, don't focus too much on the food. Mind your manners and make a good impression. Lord Coella will also be at the Duplain mansion, so if you see him, make sure to greet him properly. If there's a ball at the Duplain mansion, my former pupil might also be there. Tutor Katia, who constantly interfered and instructed Freya, was someone she feared. She had always been kind and warm when teaching Derek, an exemplary student in every way, but knew how to be ruthless in disciplining and controlling her pupils. To manage Freya, who was weak to gluttony, and to hone her vague magical skills, Katia sometimes had to become a demon. Former student of tutor Katia. What family is he from? He was a commoner from the slums. Very talented and passionate about magic, but I couldn't bring him to the Elvester estate, so we parted ways in Ebelstein. We still exchange letters occasionally. He's now working as a magic instructor in the Noble Society of Ebelstein. So if you attend any social events there, you might run into him. You teach commoners too. That's surprising. When Freya, sitting on her bed, asked that, the elderly mage sitting at the desk with a quill gave a bitter smile. Is there a difference in the way magic is handled? Sometimes, even among commoners, there are people highly knowledgeable in magic. Even if they dedicate their whole life, they'll only become a 3-star mage, right? I wonder what the point is in trying so hard for magic. It must feel meaningless from a teaching perspective too. When Freya spoke harshly, Katia made a complicated expression and gently placed her hand on Freya's head. After thinking for a moment, she finally replied briefly. You're right. No commoner can wield magic as well as nobles. Freya could tell from Katia's expression that she was hiding something. She clearly knew something about her former student but didn't want to talk about it. My former student is exceptional, but he could never become as skilled a mage as the nobles. That expression was definitely the one she used when lying. Katia rarely lied, which made it easy to tell when she was keeping something secret. Although Freya didn't know who Katia Flameheart's former student was, it was clear that person meant something special to her. Katia could be terrifying when angry, but she was the best teacher Freya had ever had. If Katia still cared about that person, then they must have had talent beyond Freya's imagination. That's why Freya kept her eyes open, even at the southwestern ball. The mage Katia had mentioned might be in attendance. After asking around the ballroom, she learned that Katia's former pupil, named Derek, had been teaching Diella of the Duplain family. For the Duplain family so prestigious they'd hire a commoner as a magic tutor. He had to be exceptional at first glance. She spent the entire day sitting in the tea room, observing anyone who looked like a commoner, but found no one who seemed extraordinary. Judging by the scale of this disaster, they were probably dragged off and killed. Freya chewed and swallowed the last bite of her Mont Blanc with indifferent eyes. Then she brushed the crumbs from the plate and placed it on the marble floor, stretching her whole body. Ah! Even with strange monsters wandering the hallway, she stretched her stiff body with soft movements, like a rodent waking from a nap. And then, magic began to stir in her eyes. Freya, the Countess, was an expert in illusions, having learned magic from Katia. Even putting aside direct combat skills, she was adept at deceiving crowds and vanishing without a trace, moving back and forth undetected. Her confidence in her abilities kept her calm, even in the midst of chaos. At the Elvester family mansion, if she decided to hide, the only person who could find her was Katia. Among the ordinary servants, no one could perceive Lady Freya's stealthy movements. Let's get out of this mansion now. This is going to take a while. If I run into commoners, I can just reveal my identity and toss them a few gold coins, right? Her hair, swaying with magic, draped over her shoulders like a cloak. She was a girl strangely devoid of any sense of crisis. Her attitude wasn't just bravery or strength in the face of danger. It was as if she had her emotions completely under control. She was so composed, it seemed like she might hum a tune even in the middle of a battlefield. Quietly rising from the corner of the table, she peeked into the main hall, where the food was being prepared step by step. The servants were dragging unconscious guests and seating them at various round tables in the main hall. A lavish banquet was being arranged on the tables, and the band was tuning their instruments, preparing for the climax of the party. Although the scene was strange and grotesque, Freya remained unfazed as she recited the level 1 confusion spell, Sound Barrier. Whoosh! A bluish magical energy enveloped her, beginning to erase all sounds. Then she used the level 2 confusion spell, Illusion, scattering copies of herself throughout the hallway. Freya's illusions, confidently striding forward, lacked vitality up close, but they were enough to distract the corpse-like monsters wandering outside. Next, I'll use a presence-concealing spell and sneak around the mansion's central garden to escape. If there are still horses in the stables, I might ride one and flee across the plains. Should I check just in case? I'm not very good at riding. I always get scolded in lessons. Just as Freya was stretching and moving toward the hallway. Bang! Bang! Crash! Crash! A loud noise, as if something had slammed into the ground, echoed from the upper part of the hallway. Sensing something was off, Freya sharpened her senses. Bang! Crash! Smash! Crack! After a series of crashes, the ceiling above her suddenly collapsed. Ah! Freya cried out in surprise and quickly backed away. But with her small steps, she didn't get far. While conjuring protective magic, chunks of marble and dust began to fall. Boom! Crash! Scream! Bang! When Freya, who had fallen back in an awkward posture, looked up, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. A white-haired boy, who had fallen along with the rubble from the upper floor, was pinning down a man in armor beneath his knees. Both were covered in dust and scratches. At a glance, it was clearly a fight to the death. What is this? Clang! Clang! Bang! From the hole in the ceiling, more furniture tables and chandeliers continued to fall noisily. Amid the chaos, the white-haired boy who was stomping on the armored man quickly turned to face Freya. What? A survivor. That was the moment when Freya barely managed to get a sentence out. The man pinned beneath the boy pushed against the floor, using magic to fling him away. Bang! The white-haired mercenary was hurled against the wall by the impact. It all happened in an instant. When the wounded man stood up, Lady Freya furrowed her brow. Rumble. Through the dust falling from his body, a pair of red eyes gleamed. That man, he's the second son of the Duplain family. Lee's eyes were filled with madness, his body torn and exhausted, barely able to stand. He was panting like a starving beast. He had lost his mind. The way he recklessly unleashed magic in all directions, ready to destroy anything that moved, reminded Freya of the enraged bull she had once seen in an arena. But unlike a bull, Lee used magic. And that was far worse. Freya tried to hide immediately, but the monster foaming blood at the mouth and with bulging eyes was already radiating magical energy. Oh no! It was then that Freya, unable to keep up with the speed of the events, clenched her teeth tightly. Crack! Before she realized it, the white-haired boy had risen from the debris and was gripping Lee's head tightly. Moving like lightning, he smashed the madman's head into the ground. Crack! Lee's head hit the floor with a dry, grotesque sound, and his body rolled over once again. Before he could get back up, the boy kicked him hard in the abdomen. Crunch! Splash! Blood gushed from Lee's mouth. Each of the boy's movements was fluid and precise. It wasn't his first time subduing a monster like this. Yuyua. If you stay there, you'll die. Get as far away as you can. Behind you. Behind. Behind. As the boy warned Freya, Lee had already stood up and was swinging a wooden chair. The boy quickly lowered his stance and recited a spell, blasting the chair apart with a magic explosion. His movements were like those of a seasoned duelist. If this had been a duel with weapons, things might have been different, but in a real battle requiring skill and magical control, Lee couldn't beat Derek. Even though his strength and ferocity had been enhanced by necromantic magic, he still couldn't match Derek. Still, even the winner of this clash wouldn't escape unscathed. Every blow from Lee left visible marks on Derek's body. A direct spell or a hit to the cheek drew blood, but Derek didn't flinch. He was used to pain. To Freya, both Derek and Lee looked like monsters. Who is that man? Lee, no matter what people said, was the second son of the Duplain family. Although he had always been overshadowed by his older brother Valerian, he was known for his exceptional skills. But now, under the influence of strange magic, he had become a beast, and even so, he was being overpowered by someone who appeared to be a mere commoner. Crash! Bang! Crash! Crash! The magic forming in his hands took the shape of a giant flaming spear. Bang! Scream! But in terms of reaction speed, Lee couldn't match Derek. Derek's specialty was firing magical arrows that interrupted enemy spells before they were completed. Even though Lee was a formidable mage, his magic lacked precision. Derek, who had fought countless types of spells, stood like an impenetrable wall. No matter how furious the bull, if it charged at a wall over and over, all it would do was break its own skull. The man, beyond reason, didn't know how to give up, even when his magic failed. If spells didn't work, he punched, bit, clawed anything to kill Derek. Crack! A blow landed on Derek's side, but he tensed his abdomen with a deep inhale and withstood the hit. Without staggering or losing ground, Derek stretched out his hand and gripped Lee's entire head. R.A., ha ha ha. At the moment Lee, bloodied, tried to bite Derek's hand. Crack! Star Level 1 spell, Electric Shock. Electricity surged from Derek's hand, running through Lee's head. Crack! No matter how strong you are, taking a spell at that range would knock you out. Soon after, Lee's movements, halted by Derek's grip, began to weaken. SSSSS. Lee's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the marble floor with a heavy thud. A small cloud of dust rose. Derek shook his hand and loosened his wrist. The end came in an instant. My God! Despite the vast physical difference, Derek had subdued the giant man with ease. Standing over the man sprawled on the ground, Derek simply breathed heavily, none of his wounds appearing fatal. What was that? Freya, lying on the ground, swallowed hard. At that moment, Derek turned sharply to look at her. His face was covered in dried blood. His eyes, blood red. He looked like just another monster, one who had subdued the giant without any effort. The killer instinct still gleaming in his eyes after defeating Lee was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Freya forgot to breathe and quickly released her magic. If I use illusion magic to hide, I can escape. No matter what, I shouldn't face a monster like that. She released her magic and used the highest level illusion spell she could handle. Star level 2 illusion spell, momentary invisibility. It was a spell that made her completely vanish from her opponent's sight for a moment. The duration was short, but it was enough to gain time and run toward the exit. Just as she was about to kick open the window and dash into the central garden. Bang! But something unbelievable happened. The guy grabbed Freya by the back of the neck just as she was about to fully disappear. Freya nearly stumbled on the hem of her dress but managed to avoid falling thanks to Derek's grip. Ugh, pant. Freya swallowed dryly. Detection magic. Magical or life form detection. At least star level 2. This commoner was at least a 2-star level. She realized that, but it was too late to process it while being held by the nape of her neck. When Freya turned her head, there he was, the blood-covered monster, staring at her with red eyes. In the end, there was only one thing Freya could do. Please, save me. It was a plea from the depths of her being, casting aside all noble pride. In moments like this, she was a clever girl. Derek gathered both of Lee's arms, which had fallen to the floor, behind his back and tied them tightly with a torn curtain. Then he wrapped the remaining fabric around his entire body and used the star level 1 transformation spell, Attribute Imbuement, to harden it like stone. The sequence of actions flowed so naturally it seemed he had done it countless times before. Freya, seated in a corner of the hallway, watched Derek wide-eyed. The former student of Master Katia. I heard he was a commoner, and yet. 5 minutes earlier, Lady Freya had tried to quickly flee from Derek, but was instantly caught. It was the first time in her life that her confusion magic had been detected so swiftly. She was so shocked that she had begged for her life, but the white-haired mercenary had recognized Freya and reassured her. Without mentioning her surname or affiliation, the boy, who briefly introduced himself as Derek, said he knew Freya was the eldest daughter of Count Elvester's family. The man who greeted her politely, following noble etiquette, exuded a calm completely unlike the monster who had just subdued Lee. You said your name is Derek? Master Katia spoke a lot about you. She said you were exceptionally gifted in magic among commoners. How is Master Katia? Of course, she's doing well. Her position as the Elvester family's magic instructor is admired by everyone. Derek, who was firmly securing the bindings, responded without even glancing at Freya. Given the circumstances, he couldn't afford to observe every formal courtesy with the Count's daughter. Seems like we're something like siblings. I also received great teachings from Master Katia. Knowing she's well is a relief. But now isn't the time for nostalgia. After completely immobilizing Lee, Derek spoke. The young lady from the Beltus family is hiding in the upper section of the VIP rooms. We plan to gather the survivors there, so you should head upstairs as well. No, I was trying to escape the mansion. Outside the mansion is filled with moving corpses. If you try to escape recklessly on your own, you'll regret it. If I decide to escape, no one can catch me. I even escaped alone from the great fire at Roventair Castle caused by bandits. Didn't I just catch you? Freya couldn't answer. But only because Derek's ability to sense magic was abnormally sharp. In truth, Countess Freya was so skilled at diverting others' attention that even Katia had to search the entire mansion with all her might to barely find her. Derek rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Indeed, Freya's level of illusion magic had reached a considerable degree. If he hadn't been personally trained by Dreist in magical detection, he might not have noticed her at all. It seemed unlikely that ordinary detection magic would work on Freya. A third-rate mage would hardly detect her presence, so she could easily avoid the corpse monsters. The thought crossed his mind that it might actually be better to send Freya out of the mansion to seek help. It was a seriously viable alternative. I've seen many people die, but why is this girl so calm? Meanwhile, Freya was watching Derek like she'd discovered a magical unicorn. Even in a situation where the mansion was full of possessed people, he was searching for survivors, had subdued Lee, and even stopped her without showing the slightest bit of nervousness. His magical ability was excellent, his judgment precise, and he was linked to Katia by fate. Freya quickly reassessed her position. It's better to trust this guy for now. My gut tells me so. Then I'll head to the guest rooms and meet the young lady from the Beltis family. But, what's your plan in gathering the survivors? Given the situation, wouldn't it be better to focus on escaping first? Let's save as many as we can. Every guest in this mansion is a key figure in the Empire, aren't they? Loyalty to the Empire? If someone from the Empire asks, I'll say yes. And the real reason? Half of it is the duty to save lives as a human being. The other half is that if I save the guests, I'll likely be rewarded. It was said that nobles from the northeast would pay hundreds of gold coins for their lives without batting an eye. They generously donate that much even to rescue prisoners, so saving a noble's life would be seen as a major achievement. There's no law that says a person's motivations have to fit into one category, right? Just hearing those words, Freya felt she had glimpsed a side of Derek's character. Deep down, he was a good person, but not naive about personal gain. He was selfish where it counted and selfless where it mattered. Far better than someone obsessed only with one extreme. Freya removed the necklace she was wearing and handed it to Derek. What's this? It's a magical accessory gifted to me by the Arundel Academy at my coming-of-age ceremony. It's part of a set with this ring. When worn together, they allow each wearer to detect the other's location. Isn't this expensive? It's better not to know the price. Either way, if we're moving through this mansion, we should be able to track each other. Derek slipped the necklace around his neck quickly and tucked it under his clothes. If you go to the main hall, you'll see many unconscious mages seated at the banquet table. Most don't appear to be dead. Banquet table? Yes. I don't know why, but the servants of this mansion are still preparing the ball. In fact, it seems more like a kind of ritual than a ball. Derek's brow furrowed. A ritual where a banquet is served, music played, and mages are murdered was, quite literally, something only a necromancer would do. By worshipping the god of corpses or the god of souls, they would kill a high-level mage to absorb the magical power embedded in their soul, and transfer part of it to another mage. Disguising it as a ball was certainly a clever move. It allowed high-ranking guests to gather naturally, and the music and food wouldn't raise suspicion. Using Diela's debut event as an excuse, the guests had completely let down their guard. It was the mansion of the Duplain family, one of the most prestigious on the continent. No one could have imagined something so atrocious would happen. The problem was, from Duke Duplain down to his subordinates, there wasn't a single person who seemed capable of leading such madness. Especially Derek, who knew the Duplain family well, was certain of this. Valerian, Lee, Aislinn, Diela, none of them would dare touch such a taboo. There must have been some shocking trigger. Someone provoked them, or maybe they were corrupted by a magical artifact with its own will. Derek quickly assessed the possibilities. It was impossible to hastily guess who in the Duplain family had turned to necromancy. However, Derek had enough reason to suspect someone. Before reaching adulthood, Valerian Duplain will become involved with necromancy. And when that happens, you must kill him. Dreist, who had foreseen it all, had already warned Derek. He told him he must kill Valerian. No one else. He himself, already a 6-star mage, would not get involved. Now that events had unfolded this way, his intent was clearer than ever. Most of the continent's distinguished guests were captured and at risk of death. If Derek cleaned up the scene and captured the culprit, the merit would be immeasurable. Saving the lives of numerous nobles would propel Derek to a new level. The Empire would have no choice but to reward him publicly. Dreist planned to hand over all that merit to Derek. He had trained him back then to ensure he reached the level necessary to subdue Valerian, who would one day be lured by necromancy. It was impossible to know just how far ahead he had planned. Having a 6-star scouting mage as backup meant that much. Yet, Derek felt conflicted. The Valerian he remembered was a young man sweating buckets while clumsily sewing a doll to win his sister Diela's favor. He had always been someone who thought only of his family, the most worthy candidate to lead the Duplain house in the future. Derek, who rarely acknowledged others, had seen Valerian as a leader deserving of everyone's respect. Still, if he strays from the path, he must be eliminated. Because Derek was a man of resolve. Even when emotionally shaken, he never hesitated to draw his sword when the moment demanded it. And so, Derek advanced with steady steps toward the mansion's main hall. The moon was approaching its highest point. Even near midnight, moonlight filled the main hall of the Duplain mansion. Step, step. As he entered, a scene beyond description unfolded before him. Several banquet tables stretched in a straight line across the immense hall. Lavish feasts were laid out temptingly atop them, and numerous unconscious mages were slumped on either side. An orchestra, seemingly entranced, sat silently near the grand staircase, clutching their luxurious string instruments to their chests, their eyes vacant. Each chandelier held flickering candles, and the center of the hall where the host of the event should have been was empty, bathed in moonlight. Had there been cheerful chatter, it would have been no different from a real ball. But the silence was absolute. As Derek crossed the hall, only the echo of his footsteps disturbed the air. He frowned as he looked around. The mages lined up in front of the tables were unconscious, but still alive. There had been no intention to kill them before the ritual. Sacrificing so many mages to rise in rank wasn't something a sane mind would do. All the famous necromancers in history who had attempted such feats had ended up beheaded and erased from the records. That was the nature of touching the forbidden. As he walked through that unnatural place and turned his gaze toward the center of the hall, he saw it. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass of one of the walls and lit up that very spot. It was likely the seat where the host of the ball was meant to be. Right across from it, a man slouched in a wooden chair, his head deeply bowed. His blonde hair, now shoulder-length, was longer than before, with streaks of gray woven through it. His skin was pale, and his frame appeared more solid. Once dressed like a distinguished noble, he now wore steel armor adorned with ornate engravings. Although his appearance was more fitting for the next head of the family, there was a dark and unstable aura around him that hadn't been there before. Derek stopped, keeping his distance. Who is this? Derek. You've come to witness Diella's debut. Lord Valerian. You've changed a great deal. Yes. Time changes people. Still, I'm sincerely honored that my dear little sister's most respected teacher has come in person. As the host of this ball, I thank you. Valerian raised his head to look at Derek. His pale, ominous figure came into full view. His pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. However, as you can see, the ball has been cancelled due to certain circumstances. If Diella returns to the mansion, could you take her back to Ebelstein? In my current state, there's no one I trust enough to entrust that request. Behind Valerian stood the grandest, most majestic chair in the entire hall. It was the seat reserved for the highest-ranking figure at the event. While Valerian's seat was well lit by the moonlight, that other chair remained partially hidden in shadow. Derek took a few steps to the side and slightly adjusted his angle of view. Gradually, the figure seated on that throne became visible. The moment he recognized who it was, head-bowed Derek narrowed his eyes even further. Raymond Oswald Duplain, the Duke. The head of the family was slumped in the seat, a dagger buried in his chest. The dagger bore the clear emblem of an eagle, the symbol of House Duplain. Valerian's expression softened when he saw that Derek had identified the Duke. As you can see, I'm now busy picking up the pieces of my mistakes. Valerian stood with a bitter smile. The metallic sound of armor echoed through the hall. What are you doing here? Didn't I just tell you? Valerian responded with a faint, unreadable smile, lowering his voice softly. I'm picking up the pieces of my mistakes. Derek remained still, silently watching Valerian without blinking. Sometimes firm, sometimes compassionate, his gaze now was resolute. There was no need to ask his intent. Valerian looked at him in silence, then finally lowered his gaze, defeated. I see. With that resigned gesture, he kept his eyes fixed on the floor for a moment. Then, he raised his hand, wrapped in magic. A wave of dark, reddish, ominous energy spread through the hall, concentrating at Valerian's fingertips until it took the shape of a staff. It was known as the relic of the five-star summoner Rosin. But contrary to popular belief, Rosin was not a summoner. Derek silently furrowed his brow. Whoosh! The hall, bathed in moonlight. Its master, now standing, looking down at Derek. The necromancer Valerian. He was now the master of that mansion. Diella, who had loved to play since she was little, used to throw a ball around by herself in the central garden of the mansion whenever she had the chance. When Valerian, working in his private study, saw her playing through the window, he would sometimes come down to the garden to ask how she was doing. The girl, who would often chase the ball as it rolled outside the garden, sometimes grew uneasy and stepped back when she ran into her older brother in a corner of the garden. For a child her age, that much older brother was more intimidating or uncomfortable than comforting, especially in a noble environment, where formalities abound. Valerian wasn't unaware of this, so he fully understood his younger sister's distant attitude, never opening her heart to him. To Diella, Valerian was nothing more than a difficult-to-approach older brother. That's why, even when Diella locked herself in the annex and behaved violently, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. It was only recently, as her debut approached, that Diella began to exchange a few words with Valerian. When they passed each other in the hallway, she would lower her head and ask how he was, or during meals, she'd comment on the taste of the food. Even that was a significant step forward. The turning point behind all these changes was the visit of Derek, the magic instructor, to the Duplain mansion. He changed Diella. Valerian once again felt grateful for that connection. Diella? On one occasion, Valerian saw her from a distance, setting up an easel and contemplating in a corner of the garden. Determined to speak to his younger teenage sister, Valerian approached from behind and called her name, causing Diella to let out a hiccup. At that moment, the brush slipped from her hand and ruined the painting she was working on. I am sorry, Diella. And no, brother. As he approached the easel, he saw that Diella had been painting her former magic teacher, who had once been a mercenary. The portrait looked slightly idealized compared to the real person, but Diella didn't seem to notice. This is... Yes, I was painting my former teacher. I heard he'd be attending my debut ball. I thought of giving this to him as a gift. When Valerian silently observed Diella's expression, she lowered her gaze, hiding her embarrassment. She seemed quite flustered that her family had discovered the painting she intended to give to someone special. Unfortunately, the errant brushstroke had left a dark blue stain on the clothes of the man in the portrait. Valerian looked at her with regret, as though the carefully painted watercolor had been ruined because of him. I'm sorry, Diella. I startled you. What will we do with this precious painting? Oh, no, brother. It's not a big deal. With that, Diella continued moving her brush skillfully, layering various colors over the stain. After several strokes and some thoughtful touch-ups, the mistake had blended naturally into the shadows of the painting. Valerian was impressed by how quickly she resolved it. He had always known of Diella's artistic talent, but seeing it firsthand was more astonishing than he had imagined. A poorly made stroke can be covered with other colors and fixed by adjusting the tones. But doesn't it feel different from what you initially planned? I thought the colors you wanted were brighter than these. It's fine. After thinking about it, if I draw it too bright and cheerful, it doesn't match the image. And it seems like I painted it with too much emotion. It's a little, like I'm the only one feeling excited. And when you layer and keep painting like this, the direction changes, and a new painting emerges. That's the magic of watercolor. That's why I like it. Valerian didn't know much about art. But that little girl already seemed to have built her own artistic world. I like it. The arm's a little thin, but it's good like that. The young artist, arms crossed as she observed the painting, finally smiled in satisfaction. She looked excited at the idea of giving the portrait to Derek. On the canvas stood the figure of a tall man with white hair, dressed as a mercenary. He was the person who had influenced Diella's life the most. That girl, who once acted like a tyrant and made all the servants tiptoe around her, only showed a gentle side when it came to the man in the painting. Seeing her like that, one could feel that the little girl who used to chase a ball around the garden had grown into a young lady. Admiring someone, developing a crush, wanting someone close. Experiencing those feelings helps us grow without realizing it. Valerian smiled softly and looked at the canvas. The man's red eyes in the painting looked as if they were burning with fire. Derek's red eyes burned like flames. Clang! Valerian swung his staff to block Derek's sharp sword. The sword and staff clashed, locking in a standoff, testing each other's strength. Derek knew exactly what that staff in Valerian's hands was. It was one of the most noble relics of the White Zone, a unique and rare weapon even across the continent. Though its value wasn't initially recognized when discovered, Derek had memorized all the famous artifacts. It was a treasure hidden in the labyrinth by the 5-star necromancer Razin. An object created to pass down his necromantic knowledge to future generations, and it possessed the power to enchant those who touched it. All mages hunger for power. This staff whispered desires for growth into the ears of mages. If Valerian had been the first to discover it and bring it to the mansion, he wouldn't have escaped its temptation either. Whoosh! A dark, ominous red magic began to gather around the staff. Derek clicked his tongue and leapt back. He decided he had to keep his distance for now. Did you kill Duke Duplain? Yes. I killed him. If you murder a high-ranking mage and offer his soul in worship to the god of corpses, you can receive part of his power. So I stabbed him in the heart with a ceremonial dagger. It all happened in an instant. While he was signing some documents with a quill during this year's tax plan briefing, I approached my father and struck in a single blow. Duke Duplain was a mage who had reached the level of 5 stars. However, he would never have expected to be stabbed in the heart by his eldest son, his most trusted right in the center of Duplain Mansion. As always, he was focused on reviewing documents in his office. All it took was to walk up to him and stab him with a knife. The whole process lasted barely a second, almost absurd. Trust is a heavy weapon. If you give it to the wrong person, you can lose your life in an instant. It was all my fault. Stupidly. Valerian gently closed his eyes. The memories of the past remained vivid before him. The deepest part of the labyrinth, where many had been injured and bled. The day he first saw the staff he found there. The ominous sensation that ran down his spine when he held it for the first time. That strange sense of lethargy that churned in his chest. Even after returning to the mansion, he sometimes felt a chill at the back of his neck when falling asleep. The sinister feeling he had once dismissed as insignificant eventually took over his mind completely. Like a disease with an incubation period, it suddenly engulfed his consciousness, and the skull of a long-dead necromancer perched on his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Power. What is its value? How fleeting is death? What is the right way to use someone's life? Is it truly taboo to rule over soulless corpses? The thoughts Razin left behind whispered endlessly in Valerian's ears, constantly urging him to consider what he had to sacrifice to become a great mage. In a distant vision, he glimpsed that forbidden world of taboos. And when he came to, he found himself before the scene of Duke Duplain slumped over his office desk. Among the scrolls and documents awaiting his signature, a blotch of the old lord's blood spread across the table. The old man, still clinging to life, trembled as he lifted his gaze toward his son. And with lips barely moving, he seemed to say something. Valerian clearly heard his last words, but didn't fully understand them. When he finally regained full consciousness, all that remained before him was a cold, lifeless corpse. It was his father's body. Tethys, what? With trembling hands, he covered his face. His fingers were soaked in dark red blood. He couldn't even scream. The muffled sound struggling to escape his throat failed to form words. He still hadn't processed what had happened. Thud. At that moment, someone entered the office, pushing the door open. There weren't many who could enter without even knocking. When he looked up, he saw an elderly sorceress in splendid royal attire. It was Coella, the royal family's chief magical advisor, a 6-star transformation mage. She had arrived at Duke Duplain's request to evaluate the staff. However, what she found upon entering with her 2 assistants was a horrifying murder scene. Valerian, trembling and covered in blood, clutching the staff. And the Duke, lifeless, lying motionless. For a moment, her eyes widened in shock, but she quickly narrowed them coldly as she grasped the situation. She closed the door, locked it swiftly, and approached with determined steps. She knelt before the seated Valerian and said, "Do not be alarmed, Prince Valerian. I believe I understand what has occurred. This. I mean. It's fine. Magic equipment imbued with thoughts sometimes causes these kinds of incidents. Now that this has happened, I can speak freely. I don't harbor great hostility toward the field of magic persecuted for being taboo. In fact, I believe it should be actively studied." Even in that situation, Kohela's calm tone made her seem like a monster disguised as an old woman. And her words were highly unusual. For a royal magical advisor to support the forbidden was enough to make any court official's eyes widen. So don't worry too much. Even though Prince Valerian made a mistake under the influence of hypnosis, it can still be remedied. What did you say? I will use my transformation magic to preserve the Duke's body. Meanwhile, you must prepare to cast the 5-star necromancy spell, Resurrection. If he sacrificed the Duke's body, Valerian's rank as a necromancer would increase considerably. Of course, he wouldn't become as powerful as the Duke, but he could reach a level equivalent to a 4-star mage. If he pushed further and sacrificed other mages, he might even be able to revive the Duke. The 5-star necromancy spell, Resurrection, is a magic that can revive a recently deceased human by sacrificing many corpses. However, the higher the rank of the person to be revived, the more sacrifices are required. To undo the death of Grand Duke Duplain, an absurd number of high-level mage corpses would be needed. First, his own rank had to be raised, and then the necessary bodies gathered for the Grand Duke's resurrection. And not just any corpses, but those of high-level mages. That would require a massive massacre. It wasn't a thought a sane mind could entertain. Valerian looked at Kohela with trembling eyes. In the old mage's gaze shone a twisted academic zeal and dangerous curiosity. It was a chance to demonstrate a 5-star spell within forbidden necromancy. That boundless curiosity, having crossed the line into madness, proved that this mage was no longer in her right mind. Even so, Valerian, already cornered to the limit, couldn't reject the whisper. "Prince Valerian, please harden your heart." Suddenly, the smell of blood emanating from the corpse anchored him to reality. Valerian shuddered completely, feeling nauseated. After dry heaving, he tried to rise, supporting himself on the desk with trembling hands. The staff in his hand seemed to whisper something. He couldn't understand the exact words, but he clearly felt its intention to devour him again. That uncontrollable power would remain unleashed. In the midst of that torrent of madness, Valerian repeated endlessly in his mind. "I must gather up my mistakes." Even as his entire consciousness was swept away, that blind goal was etched into his instincts and would not fade. In the murky current of necromantic power surrounding him, his reason dissolved. Seeing the vast necromantic energy radiating from the staff, Kohela's eyes sparkled like stars. In that chaos, Valerian murmured again and again. "I must gather my mistakes." Bang! The crimson magic that had gathered in the grand main hall suddenly aimed at Derek. He quickly dove under the banquet table. Whoosh! Rolling across the floor and emerging on the other side, a grotesque arm made of flesh burst from the wall and grabbed Derek's head. Just as it was about to crush it, Derek sliced the wrist with a swift sword strike. Slash! As the severed arm rolled across the floor, more arms began climbing up the walls. It looked like the entire mansion had been consumed by necromantic power. Derek's judgment was swift. He conjured a fireball and blew out the outer wall of the hall. Bang! Crash! Whoosh! It was raining outside. When a part of the wall was destroyed and the stained glass shattered, the pouring rain swept into the grand hall. Swoosh! The meticulously prepared banquet and the guests' luxurious attire were instantly soaked, but there was no time to worry about that. Just then, Derek stood up to face Valerian. Valerian was already right in front of him. Whack! Bang! Valerian kicked Derek hard. He was sent flying and crashed into the debris of the exterior wall. Thud! Rumble! A cloud of dust rose, but the howling wind and rain quickly cleared the view. Derek caught his breath, leaning against the collapsed remains of the wall. Rainwater drenched his body. Droplets streamed from his hair onto the floor. He ran both hands over his face as if washing it, then swept back his bangs. His now fully visible face looked even more defined. Yeah. Derek was already high level, but due to his origins as a commoner and his position as an instructor, he had rarely displayed his full power. There hadn't been many chances. His level is quite high. He's no opponent to take lightly. Against an enemy wielding power equivalent to 4 stars, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. When a bolt of lightning lit the sky, Derek fixed his gaze on Valerian. That man, drenched in rain and staring at him, looked like a wolf about to pounce. The moment Valerian furrowed his brow, Derek vanished from sight. Swish. You had to react to sound, not sight. Valerian unsheathed his sword and swung left. Derek's dagger, held in a reverse grip, was already headed for that spot. Clang. One hand held the staff, the other a sword. Valerian wore solid armor. Derek, on the other hand, wore light clothing and carried only a few blades. No one comes to a ball prepared for war. Yet, there was something special about his attacks. Whether by physical force or raw magic, Derek's power was hard to comprehend. Crack, thud. Instead of pressing forward, Derek rolled across the floor, picked up a stone, and hurled it at Valerian's head. Valerian dodged swiftly, tilting his head, but then a spoon and fork from the table flew at him. As he deflected them with magic, Derek used the moment to close the distance. He was within striking range. Valerian attempted to cast the 2-star necromancy spell, Soul Absorption, but Derek's figure vanished like smoke. It was an illusion. Valerian's spell, with no target, slashed only air. Whoosh! Valerian turned his head to locate him, but Derek was already behind, tearing off a tablecloth. Food spilled, dishes shattered. The wall collapsed, and the wind and rain howled. When Derek threw the cloth, it opened in the wind, obscuring Valerian's view. As Valerian sliced it away, a magic arrow struck his armor from a blind spot. Bang! Ugh! He lost his balance and staggered back. Derek didn't miss the chance. He lowered his stance and slid under the flapping cloth, gathering mana. Was it illusion or reality? When Valerian tried to confirm, he found his feet stuck to the floor. It was the 2-star combat spell, Shadow Bind. Derek already mastered multiple 2-star spells simultaneously. Flash. Realizing he was bound, Valerian knew it wasn't an illusion. He raised his gauntlet arm to block the attack. When Derek's blade struck the armor, it vanished again like smoke. Even the bind was a distraction. Valerian's eyes widened in surprise, still on guard. Derek was already behind him. Whoosh! Derek was a master of duels. The psychological warfare he practiced as a vagabond was more effective than that of any noble trained in formal combat. When Valerian turned to locate him, Derek already had him by the nape. A brutal electric shock surged through his body from Derek's hand. Crackle. A blow like that could knock someone unconscious instantly. Valerian's vision flickered as if the whole world blinked. Clang. Just before collapsing, he recovered consciousness through sheer willpower and slashed at Derek. But Derek had already stepped back. Slash. Swoosh. The distance opened once more. Valerian panted, and Derek, covered in cuts, faced him again. Both were soaked by the rain still pouring through the shattered wall. Huff. Huff. After absorbing all the necromantic power, Valerian could wield high-level magic. He thought he could easily crush Derek, who was barely halfway through the 2nd star, maybe brushing 3. But that was a miscalculation. In pure magical duels, the stronger power usually wins. But Derek's strength wasn't limited to magic. Before being a man with magical talent, he was a mercenary. Years of combat had taught him to use magic not as an ornament, but as a combat tool. Combined with the unpredictable style of the Wild Academy, his moves were impossible to predict. And he hadn't even used 3-star magic yet. He was facing a superior mage with still maturing potential. Valerian couldn't believe it. This was the era of nobles. Those with magical talent belonged to high society, speaking of dignity and formality. It was unthinkable for someone from the bottom to rise by sheer will and talent. That was the norm. But the world is vast, and time is long. Over the years, sometimes, people like him are born. Swoosh! Under the torrential rain, Derek's red eyes glowed ominously. Valerian sensed it instinctively. If he let his guard down, he'd die in a single blow. Valerian briefly closed his eyes, then opened them, gripping his sword's hilt tightly. Beyond the rain, the outer wall of Duplain Mansion had collapsed. Diella, who had been silently staring out the carriage window, opened her eyes wide. The coachman and servant with her were equally stunned. The mansion, which should have been bustling with the sounds of a grand ball, was eerily quiet, with only corpse-like monsters roaming near the garden. The coachman shouted something and tried to turn the horses around. They neighed and reared, spinning, while the maid began to tremble and sweat profusely. In the chaos, Diella's gaze remained fixed on the half-destroyed Duplain Mansion. It felt as if all the sounds in the world had vanished, leaving only a hollow sensation echoing in her ears. Finally, Diella snapped out of it and shouted at the coachman to head straight for the mansion. The coachman, hearing the command, looked terrified. Thud. 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 A noise like something pounding echoed. Ugh, ugh. Aislinn awoke in a room deep within the guest quarters. It was the safest place amid the chaos. She had been knocked unconscious by a sudden attack from the head maid. Despite the confusion, Aislinn managed to sit up with difficulty. She quickly realized something was terribly wrong in the mansion. The ball should be in full swing, but there was no sign of anyone. What? Why am I here? My body seems fine. Bang! 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 Before Aislinn could gather her thoughts, the door began shaking from forceful pounding. Startled, Aislinn swallowed hard and looked for a place to hide in the room. But the small waiting room offered little space. As she tried to rise to do something, a surge of magic flared, and the doorknob broke as the door burst open. Boom, bang. Eek. Aislinn immediately gathered her magic, ready to confront whoever had broken in. However, the person who entered was a familiar girl. Ah. Lady Ellen. A girl with loose red hair. Ellen of House Belmeard scanned the room, entered quickly, and shut the door again. I finally found a survivor. Even in such chaos, her calm demeanor was extraordinary. Ellen maintained her composure as she quickly assessed the current situation. The fact that the Duplain Mansion was being completely overrun by monsters was anything but natural. With a 5-star level mage as the head of the family, this should have been resolved long ago. The fact that even the servants seemed to have been completely consumed by something, and that there were still no signs of a resolution, suggested that someone from within the family might be involved in this disaster. It was also possible that this entire ball had been a trap from the very beginning. It's unlikely that the entire Duplain family is behind this. The most powerful family in the southwest of the Empire has no reason to engage in something so suspicious. It must be the unilateral act of someone within the family. After carefully checking the hallway again, Ellen looked at Aislinn's expression as she tried to calm her anxious mind. If the family really had caused this, Aislinn would have known. She wouldn't be here with Ellen, and that trembling appearance of hers would be nothing but an act. Ellen's intuition told her that wasn't the case. Lady Aislinn, it seems you don't fully grasp the current situation, do you? As you can see, the mansion's servants are under the control of some sinister force and have lost their minds. Many guests have been dragged into the main hall, and it seems difficult to ensure their safety. What are you saying? What's happening in the Duplain Mansion right now? If you need to see it with your own eyes to believe it, then do so. Just looking at the collapsed outer wall was enough to understand the gravity of the situation. Aislinn swallowed hard. She had only just regained her senses, but she had to think quickly. Ellen was in the same position. If things had really gotten to this point, the Duplain family's name might be irreparably stained. The imperial family might hold them accountable, or other noble houses might start making demands. In the worst-case scenario, they could lose their title and their land. And a noble who loses their territory often meets a miserable end. If they manage to keep private troops or military strength, they might survive as mercenaries, but women without backing or refuge often ended up in tragic circumstances. Ellen silently observed Lady Aislinn. Even as she bit her lower lip and looked out the window, her figure remained noble and beautiful. But she was standing at the edge of a cliff. When Ellen had first entered the Rose Salon of Ebelstein's social circle, she had felt jealous and even went so far as to try and hurt that perfect girl. Many times she had admired Aislinn, who didn't even flinch despite Ellen's repeated provocations. Yet even now, with the fall she had long wished for right in front of her, Ellen felt no satisfaction. On the contrary, Aislinn's serious expression filled her with a strange tension. It was truly puzzling. Lady Aislinn, please listen carefully. You may feel overwhelmed, having just woken up, but it seems the Duplain family is facing an unprecedented crisis. I need to go out and see it with my own eyes. Lady Ellen, you should look for a way to escape the mansion. Or you could hide in the cellar or basement library and wait for help to arrive. I know the mansion's layout well. I can guide you. Even now, Aislinn worried about Ellen and tried to ensure her safety. That kind of judgment was so characteristic of her. Ellen's mind raced. Given the situation, the Duplain family was at least in decline, and at worst on the brink of collapse. The mansion was half destroyed, and neither the high-ranking officials nor key figures had shown themselves. It meant that everyone was in crisis. The noble and beautiful girl in front of her, the very flower atop noble society, might cease to exist today. She would become a displaced noblewoman, useless as a connection and without family backing. Therefore, the most logical choice would be to sever any unproductive ties. The fall of the Duplain family would be a seismic event in the southwestern nobility. If Ellen could escape safely, it would be best to report this immediately to her main house. If she could get out of the mansion and send a carrier pigeon, House Belmeard would receive the news first. In times of crisis, obtaining key information ahead of others was crucial. If the Margrave of Belmeard found out, he could dispatch troops to resolve the disaster, or even station private soldiers to legally occupy the mansion and its surroundings. And once those troops were stationed, it would be easy to maintain their presence. At first, justifications are hard to make, but once they're established, they tend to multiply. The Duplain family had once been a mighty lion ruling over the southwest nobility of the empire. But when any beast dies, no matter how majestic it once was, it ends up the same carcass, to be picked apart by vultures and beasts. Hundreds of nobles would rush in to tear apart that corpse. Being the first to sink one's teeth into it would be an immense privilege. For the sake of the Belmeard family, Ellen had to escape and deliver the news as soon as possible. Her instincts, sharpened through years of struggling in the frigid world of noble society, told her so clearly. Even so, Aislinn, who had risen from her bed without losing a shred of her elegant demeanor, had something unusual in her gaze. Lady Ellen, please look for a way to escape. I'll give you all the information you need. As the eldest daughter of House Duplain, I must go to the main hall and see what's happening for myself. All right. Let's go together. Pardon? Ellen hadn't thought it over too much. Even in a situation where the collapse of the Duplain family seemed imminent, she chose the inefficient option. Aislinn had heard that Ellen was cunning in moments like these. That's why she couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise. Why would Lady Ellen? Ellen was just about to think of a response when... Boom, boom. It felt as if the ground was shaking. The entire mansion trembled. The rumble was so overwhelming it felt like the entire world was about to collapse. Startled, Aislinn quickly ran to the window. The main hall, with its outer wall already collapsed, was clearly visible. Through the breach in the wall, a grotesque mountain of bones began to rise. Its body was so massive it pierced through the mansion's main hall ceiling. What is that? A dark red, ominous magic seemed to envelop the entire world. It was a 4-star necromancy spell, Giant Skeleton. The bones of its palms alone were large enough to cover an entire room. Both girls froze, paralyzed by the monstrously immense figure that appeared before them. Boom, boom. The giant skeleton placed its hand on the roof of the west wing to push itself up. That alone was enough for half of the western building to collapse. Under the rainy sky, the fully upright monster began to run toward the garden and soon swung its body as if to crush the building where Island was located. Valerian admitted it instantly. In a duel where victory was determined by experience and speed, he could never win against Derek. Against a veteran mercenary who had honed his senses to the limit, he had to force the situation into a contest of pure brute strength. That's why Valerian raised his staff and unleashed his magic at full power. Pure, overwhelming power. His intent was to crush Derek with such a brutal impact that he couldn't block or deflect it. Soon, the giant skeleton, following Valerian's orders, looked down at the ant-sized Derek below. Whoosh! Boom! Despite its size, its movements were fast. The foot that crashed down in the rain crushed the spot where Derek had stood just a moment earlier. The marble floor shattered, and shards of stone scattered in every direction. Derek used magic to shield the unconscious guests who were about to be buried by the rubble. It was a 2-star combat spell, large-scale shield. Its coverage was broad, but it consumed a lot of mana. Thud, thud, thud. After repelling all the falling debris, Derek stood again and sprinted toward the central garden. If the battle continued in the main hall, the guests would inevitably be caught up and killed. Before that happened, Valerian had to be stopped. Derek jumped over the fountain in the center of the mansion and launched himself toward the annex. It was impossible to subdue the giant skeleton with firepower alone. Unless the mana source was cut off or the caster neutralized, there was no way out. This fight can't be drawn out. If we give him time, Valerian will kill all the guests and try to save the Duke. Derek understood Valerian's guilt and desire to atone for the Duke's death, but his method was wrong. There was no guarantee he could complete a 5-star necromancy spell, and even if he did, the Duplain family would be branded as butchers who broke taboos and sacrificed dozens of mages. In the end, the Duplain family's future would be utter darkness. From Valerian's madness-driven perspective, this was his only way to resist. But from Derek's perspective, it was absolutely unacceptable. Boom! 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 The fully upright giant skeleton advanced toward Derek in long strides. The distance Derek had gained by running was closed in a single step by the giant. Just as its massive fist came crashing down. Bang! The garden fountain exploded, half of it obliterated by the impact of the strike. Dirt flew everywhere, and even the trees in the manicured flower beds were flung into the air. In the midst of it all, Derek planted a fireball on the weakest point of the skeleton's center of gravity, its left big toe. Though the rain weakened the firepower, it was enough to destabilize the monster's balance. The giant skeleton toppled and managed to stay upright only by grabbing onto the roof of the Duplain mansion's east wing. Crash, crackle, crackle. But in doing so, the east wing building also began to collapse. Derek, now running toward the annex, widened his eyes at the sight. Behind the east wing were several guest rooms. He had tried to minimize casualties, but if the giant kept destroying structures so recklessly, deaths would be unavoidable. That's when he saw a girl being swept into the collapse at the corner of the building. Kaya. The girl, her elegant hair flowing in the wind, was Island. She had been in the guest waiting room, where the outer windows and walls had already caved in, and she was about to be swallowed by the collapse. Quickly channeling her magic, Island clung to a decorative structure jutting from the outer wall to avoid being swept away. But the rain-soaked exterior was far too slippery. Thud. Island's weak hand slipped. Her body began to fall through the night. She immediately tried to invoke wind magic to soften the fall, but she had no experience with such spells. Still, she attempted to release some mana to prevent fatal injury. Thud. Crash. Derek, who had quickly climbed up the exterior wall, caught her in midair and rolled with her across the muddy garden bed. They tumbled several times through the mud before Derek gently laid her down on the grass. Dee Derek. Huff. Get up. There's no time for greetings. What? Just as Aislinn was about to ask Derek, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, if he was okay, the giant skeleton chasing him threw another punch their way. Boom! Each strike was a critical hit. If even one landed, they'd be crushed instantly. Derek wrapped his arms around Aislinn's waist and launched himself off the ground, rolling once more through the mud. The giant's fist struck the spot where Derek had just been, smashing the window beyond the garden bed and reducing an entire room to rubble. Crash! Boom! Ugh! When Aislinn finally managed to stand, she was a mess. Her hair, normally clean and sleek like ebony, was caked in mud. Her elegant dress had torn on one side, exposing a scratched-up leg. Panting and struggling to rise from the mud, the mixture of rain, sweat, and grime made every step feel like carrying lead. Derek. Lady Ellen was with me, we have to check if she's okay. Keep running. There's no time for that now. Derek stood and shattered a window beyond the flower bed. He was signaling her to go inside the building. They planned to circle around from the interior to escape the giant skeleton's line of sight. They'd keep running until the building completely collapsed. Aislinn quickly climbed through the window frame. As she did, she realized it was the same room Diella used when staying at the main house. It was the room Valerian had once shown Derek when he first arrived at the Duplain family. Derek, get in. Hurry. Ah. As she called out and climbed through the frame, Aislinn felt a sharp pain in her hand. Shards of broken glass had embedded into her skin. She quickly removed the larger pieces. Meanwhile, Derek also came in through the window. When Aislinn saw Derek's battered appearance, she caught her breath. Derek, your wound. Derek's right shoulder was covered in large shards of glass. It seemed to be an injury he had sustained while rolling through the garden, shielding her with his own body. Aislinn's body, in his arms, was unharmed, but he hadn't been as lucky. Blood dripped down, mixing with the rain and hitting the floor. Derek. Snap. As Aislinn approached in a panic, Derek wrapped an arm around her waist again and pushed her toward the corner of the room. Aislinn fell onto the bed Diella used to sleep in, and just then, the giant skeleton's fist smashed through the window frame she had been at only seconds ago. Boom! Crash! Through the collapsed wall, the skeleton's face appeared. It let out a grotesque laugh, as if pleased to have found its prey. As soon as Aislinn saw it, a cold sweat ran down her entire body. Boom! Boom! Soon, the roof already lacking support caved in completely. Drip, drip. Ugh, ugh. When Aislinn opened her eyes again, Derek was on top of her. The pain coursing through her body came from the shards of marble that had fallen on her. And yet, she had no fatal injuries. It was because Derek had shielded her with his own body. Beside Aislinn's head, Derek's hand, propped up to hold himself, was trembling. Blood dripped from his snow-white hair onto Aislinn's cheek, then fell to the ground. Derek. Listen carefully, Lady Aislinn. As you can see, the situation is dire. Pushing aside the debris covering him, Derek got up as best as he could and looked directly at Aislinn. As she tried to sit up, he grabbed her by the shoulders and met her gaze. Take a deep breath. Oh, okay. Ha. Ha. There's no time for long explanations, so I'll get straight to the point. The Duplain family is facing a life-or-death crisis. If we stay here, we'll be annihilated. What do you mean? Valerian is gathering the guests in the main hall. He's planning to perform a ritual to kill them all. What did you just say? She needed time to process it. At any other moment, Derek would have given her space to grasp it, but not now. We have to stop him before he goes through with it. In the worst-case scenario, we must be ready to kill him. Valerian, my brother. Thousands of questions must have raced through Aislinn's mind in that instant. She wanted to know why Valerian, someone who would never do such a thing, had come to this. What had happened while she was away? Why everything had gone so wrong? But Aislinn was quick to understand. She accepted, faster than anyone else would, that there was no time to answer those questions. So, what do we do now? Covered in mud, the two of them exchanged a look under the rain. If it comes to that, Lady Aislinn, you must kill him. I'll help you. What the hell are they talking about? Holding back that thought, Aislinn looked at Derek with tear-filled eyes. He wiped the blood from her cheek and spoke firmly. Now that it's come to this, we won't be able to stop the fall of the Duplain family. But you don't want its name to disappear from history altogether, do you? Then. The imperial family will never forgive a house whose eldest son killed the head of the family, turned to forbidden necromancy, and massacred its guests. So, while we still can act quickly, we must be the ones to end this. Did he kill the head of the family? What are you talking about? I know it's hard to accept. But that's exactly why you need to stay focused. The unconscious guests in the main hall weren't dead yet. The ritual hadn't started. If they stopped Valerian now, it would all just be a failed attempt. The difference between an attempt and a completed act is everything. The core of the damage was the lives of the guests. The ruined mansion was still just a material loss. The head of the family's death, a blow to the Duplain name. But all of that was Valerian's doing, under the influence of necromancy. If the family intervened, stopped him, and cleaned up the mess, they might avoid total ruin. As long as the guests survived, they could manage the aftermath with apologies and compensation. Of course, the family would never reclaim its former glory. They had lost the family head, their high-ranking vassals, more than half of their soldiers, this grand mansion, the honor and trust of the empire. Neighboring nobles would seize the chance to devour their weakened lands. They would lose control of their resources, their tax revenue, and most of their servants would leave. The mansion would be cut in half. In Ebelstein's social circles, Aislinn would be treated like an outcast. She might not even be able to enter the Rose Hall anymore. Everything that was once perfect, beautiful, and noble, was now reduced to a single thorny path. Even so, Derek spoke. Still, you must not become a fallen noble. Derek's mentor, Claudia Flameheart, had lived half her life as a fallen noble. He knew well how miserable that path could be. Even if you must sacrifice everything and give up your glory, you must hold firmly to your family's name. If you endure, if you persevere, someday, the sun will shine again. So even if it's only an appearance, even if it's stained and humiliating, you must not abandon your life as a noble. Even if you have nothing, even if they circle you like hyenas, even if they all mock you, hold your head high and carry your house's name with pride. That is what it means to be a noble lady. That pride can become poison and turn people arrogant, but you must not deny its true meaning. It's pride in the life you've lived. There are no such things as bad nobles. In this cold society, everyone has learned to survive in their own way. Aislinn, who had always looked down on the world from above, now had to understand it. Who can take responsibility for the Duplain family in this situation? Even a sinking ship needs a captain. And Derek could feel it deep in his bones. If anyone could hold that shattered vessel together, it was Aislinn. She could do it. And people never forget who helped them when they hit rock bottom. Those who have fallen know best, in the midst of laughter and scorn, the ones who reach out their hand are the ones who truly matter. Derek gripped Aislinn's trembling hand tightly in the rain. To let the world know that it was the Duplain family who stopped Valerian's actions, one family member must rise as the sword. Lady Aislinn, that person is you. Derek. If you choose to do it, I'll help you. Derek's face, under the rain, hadn't changed. Even in the middle of this chaos, he remained as steady as ever. Aislinn's eyes trembled as she looked at him, but there was something she could trust in. Everyone else would run from the sinking Duplain ship to save themselves. But that boy was still sitting firmly in place, not moving an inch. As steady as a mountain. That was the reason girls from the three great families clung to him so desperately. And just as Aislinn, still trembling, was about to speak. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the building's outer wall collapsed again. Derek instantly unleashed his magic and rushed to block the falling debris. Rumble. Thud. From the shattered wreckage emerged a giant skeleton, now clad in massive armor. Valerian was riding atop it. Diela's old room, half destroyed. Watercolor paintings were scattered across the soaked floor, and Aislan, utterly worn out, was there. Swoosh! The rain poured down in torrents. And in Valerian's eyes, now landing in the room, burned a madness deeper than before. He had already crossed the swamp of mistakes. There was no path back for him. Everything had to end here. Ing. When the giant skeleton's fist struck the wall, debris flew and it began to collapse. Amidst the chaos, Valerian, his crimson eyes glowing, charged at Derek, sword in hand. The concentration required to wield 4-star necromantic magic while brandishing a sword was astounding. He had already surpassed his limits. His mind, pushed to the brink, no longer knew reason. If Derek stood in his way, he would simply eliminate him. That simple cause and effect reasoning filled his mind. The downfall of a noble family, collapsing beyond recovery, was a pitiful sight, and Derek felt a flicker of sympathy for him. But wrong was wrong. Derek was someone who fiercely guarded against any hesitation born of compassion. Snap! Valerian had already reached his limit. He had bewitched the mansion's servants, controlled numerous monstrous corpses, and even commanded a giant skeleton. No matter how tightly he clutched Rosin's staff, handling magic on this scale simultaneously was pushing him to the brink. Clang! Derek moved with the agility of a wild animal and slipped into Valerian's space. The dagger he held in a reverse grip pierced the gap in Valerian's armor at the wrist. The sudden pain nearly made him drop the staff, but Valerian gritted his teeth and endured the agony. Thud! He kicked Derek to create distance and again commanded the giant skeleton. The sheer physical power of each of that skeleton's blows was something no human body could withstand. Blocking was out of the question, and deflecting was not an option either. It was an attack that had to be avoided at all costs. Valerian knew this well, and just as he tried to summon more magic to press Derek, a familiar voice called his name. Valerian, brother. At the sound of his name, Valerian's eyes trembled. His body lost strength for a moment, and he shuddered completely. Derek didn't miss the chance and kicked him in the chest. Crash! Bang! Valerian rolled across the ground and landed in a garden bed. Under the torrential rain, Valerian forced himself to stand and looked toward Aislan. He had been avoiding her gaze, but now it was time to face her. The father he had so deeply respected he had stabbed with his own hands, and the guilt of patricide had driven him to madness. Even as he struggled to rise, seeking to atone for his sins, Valerian had to confront the truth. The family he had loved wasn't just his father. Beyond the shattered wall, the girl trembling beside Diela's bed was also part of that cherished family. Aislan. At last, the whispers of madness clouding his mind began to fade, and Valerian responded in a trembling voice. When his blurred vision returned, life came back to Valerian's eyes. It was the moment he saw Aislan, drenched and sitting on the ground. Swoosh! Under the rain, he looked down at himself. His armor was soaked in blood. He turned his head slightly to look at the mansion completely destroyed, with numerous injured servants scattered across the floor. In one hand he held a sharp longsword, and in the other, the necromancer's staff that had clouded his judgment. The acts committed in madness were vivid. The one responsible for all this carnage was none other than himself. Valerian looked at Derek with trembling eyes. Derek held his gaze, frowning. The light of reason was returning to Valerian's eyes. Seeing Aislan trembling behind Derek, Valerian dropped his sword and fell to his knees. Thud! The towering skeleton that had burst through the wall stopped moving. Standing in the rain, it resembled a massive statue. Despite the falling droplets, it showed no further intention of advancing. Ah! Huff! Raindrops slid through Valerian's hair and hit the ground, vanishing as they touched. Valerian silently stared at his trembling hand resting on the floor. The room of Diela was strewn with scattered watercolors. Among them were portraits of Derek. A masterpiece that his dear younger sister had created with devotion, intending to gift it to her most admired teacher. It seemed like just yesterday she was being praised for effortlessly correcting any flawed strokes and completing the painting. By the time he regained consciousness, the ball had already turned into a disaster. And the family was almost completely ruined. Who was responsible for all this? No one but Valerian. He lifted his trembling head and spoke in a dragging voice. "Kill me." His gaze turned to where Aislinn lay collapsed. Aislinn shivered once more, holding her breath. Valerian spoke with complete sincerity. Brother Valerian. Before outsiders intervene, you must end it." Valerian already understood. He should not be allowed to live. For House Duplain to maintain even a shred of its legacy, there needed to be an external justification that they had cast out their wayward eldest son. Valerian's erratic actions had to be seen as his alone, and a symbolic event had to demonstrate that they didn't reflect the family's will. If the mages in the main hall began to recover their senses, or if neighboring territories responded, no one could predict how things would unfold. So this had to be resolved within the Duplain family. The sword was now in Aislinn's hands. Thud. Valerian removed the armor from his torso. His slender figure, clad in noble clothes soaked with rain and sweat, clung tightly to his body. Still kneeling, Valerian tossed the sword toward Aislinn. It rolled across the ground, clattering several times. Derek stepped on the blade before it reached Aislinn, stopping it. "There's no time, Aislinn." "Brother, what are you saying?" "Before I lose my sanity again, you must end it." Derek looked at Aislinn silently. Soon, he gave a small nod without a word. Aislinn bit her lower lip and picked up the sword with her trembling, delicate hands. And under the rain, she slowly walked toward Valerian. Her body was drenched, and she stumbled several times, unable to summon the strength. Yet Valerian remained still, watching her approach without moving an inch. "I'm sorry things had to end like this. Brother. Valerian." Aislinn raised the sword with trembling hands and called out his name several times in a broken voice. But there was no turning back. If she didn't end Valerian while he still had a moment of clarity, House Duplain would fall even further. Valerian knew that himself. So, with tears streaming down her face, Aislinn raised the sword higher. Whoosh! But from Rosin's staff, which Valerian still held, a new surge of power began to erupt. As if it couldn't allow the death of its wielder, who acted as its channel, a more intense will began whispering to him. It urged him to seek more power, more corpses, more slaughter. Valerian bit his lip and clung to his sanity, silently watching Aislinn. Aislinn, tears cascading down her cheeks, looked down at Valerian and finally dropped the sword from her hands. "Brother. Brother, there must be another way. Even if it's not this, there has to be another way. Miss Aislinn. Do not hesitate." Derek's voice rang out, and Aislinn's arm began to tremble. For someone who had lived her life like a pure lily, the thought of killing her own blood was too cruel. She knew, but hesitation now would solve nothing. Soon after, an even stronger power began to surge from Rosin's staff. Valerian screamed in pain, and the storm around them grew more violent. Whoosh! Aislinn fell to the ground under the wild wind, staring with trembling eyes at the sword lying on the ground. The sudden burden she had to bear felt like it weighed 1,000 tons. Derek watched silently, realizing there was no more hope. Perhaps it would be better if he did it himself and claimed Aislinn had done it. In a crisis like this, there was no time to waste. Just as Derek was about to pick up the sword. "Then I'll do it." Snap! A girl appeared in the middle of the storm and picked up the sword. It seemed too heavy for her small hands, but she pressed her lips together and stepped toward Valerian. Thud! What followed happened in an instant. The girl's flowing hair whipped wildly in the storm. It looked like a lion's mane blowing in the wind. I still clearly remember Diella chasing a ball across the mansion garden. She had once been a sweet little girl, but she grew into a beautiful young lady. She learned to manage the servants in her own way, mastered many forms of etiquette, and excelled in the arts. Sitting alone in the garden, canvas spread before her, pursing her lips as she contemplated her painting, she truly seemed like a noblewoman. Feeling a strange mix of pride and tenderness, Valerian silently looked at Diella, who had thrown herself into his arms. The sword she held pierced his chest. Blood spilled from Valerian's lips. The dress she had prepared for the ball was stained red. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage and saw the scene, Diella made a swift decision. Though her face was streaked with tears, she bit her lower lip to contain her emotions. Yet her trembling hands betrayed her feelings. I see now. Only then did Valerian understand. That resolve, that step forward despite the fear, was Diella's greatest strength. That determined expression was the same she had when painting with watercolors. How much determination did it take to draw each irreversible line on a blank canvas? And when she made a mistake, her ability to quickly adapt and fix it was a gift from the heavens. In this splendid and talented family, perhaps Valerian had been a mistaken brushstroke. This, in a way, was a remarkable improvisation. Valerian smiled faintly and placed his hand on Diella's head. Watching her tremble, he let out a soft laugh and said, "You've grown, haven't you?" Diella, who had been looking down, widened her eyes in surprise. Soon after, Valerian lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Clang! Clang! The staff fell from Valerian's hand and rolled across the ground. The rain began to ease gently. Drenched, Diella looked up at the dark clouds slowly dispersing. Sunlight filtered through the bones of the now motionless giant skeleton. Kneeling in the mud, she gazed at her brother's cold, lifeless body. She held her breath to keep from crying, feeling that even a moment of weakness would unleash her tears. Squelch, squelch. A mercenary approached the girl sitting there. Miss Diella. The voice that softly called her was the one she loved most. It's been a while, Derek. I'm ashamed to say this after inviting you, but as you can see, the ball was a disaster. It's all right. Diella spoke in a barely audible voice, soaked with tears. Derek stood behind her, brushing the mud from his clothes. With trembling shoulders, Diella whispered. Derek. I'm sorry, but may I ask you for a favor? Of course. Anything. Could you hold me, just this once? Without hesitation, Derek knelt beside her and wrapped his arms around her. Moments later, the girl who had lost everything broke down in tears in Derek's embrace. She clung tightly to his neck and buried her face in his chest. Both of them soaked, covered in mud, blood, and sweat, yet neither complained. Raymond Oswald Duplain, head of House Duplain, is dead. Valerian, the eldest son, lost his mind due to a necromantic weapon brought from the White Zone in the north of Duplain territory. He destroyed the mansion, sacrificed numerous servants, and ultimately killed his own father. He attempted to become a high-level necromancer by sacrificing the various guests and high-ranking magicians gathered at the mansion, but was struck down by Diella in a sudden attack. The Duchess, Miriella, fainted on the spot, and the second son, Lee, fell into a coma from the aftereffects of the magic. Other high-ranking servants and direct family members were also injured to various degrees, and more than half of the family members have yet to regain consciousness. Ugh, ah. What's happening? Where are we exactly? When the sun rose over the half-destroyed ruins of the Duplain mansion, the distinguished guests nearly sacrificed in the main hall began to stir and slowly get up. As they opened their eyes, a horrific scene spread out before them. All of them doubted what they were seeing, unable to accept the current situation. Even so, not a single guest or high-ranking magician who attended the ball died. This was partly because they had been gathered in the main hall as sacrifices for the necromantic ritual, but also because the perpetrator was stopped before the situation spiraled out of control. Sunlight streamed through the half-collapsed ceiling. Amid the chaos, the only person able to represent House Duplain stepped forward. First, I must apologize to everyone. I regret having made you come from so far. In the wake of the disaster caused by necromantic magic, Aislinn and Diella had managed to retain their sanity and prevent a full catastrophe. However, neither Aislinn, who bowed her head, nor Diella, who stood silently behind her, could wear a heroic expression. We will take full responsibility for today's incident and provide compensation through every possible means. Aislinn, who now had to bear the weight of House Duplain, spoke with determined resolve. The expressions of the guests varied upon hearing her statement. Some were furious at having nearly died without realizing it, while others were deeply concerned about how to deal with this unprecedented disaster for House Duplain. What's going on? We were almost sacrificed for necromancy. Right here, in the mansion of the illustrious House Duplain. As soon as I return to the main house, I'll demand action be taken. It's horrifying. We almost died. When a mighty beast dies and becomes a corpse, vultures gather to tear its flesh. And this time, there was good reason they had nearly lost their lives. All responsibility lay with House Duplain. In a situation where they had even lost their head of house, giving such a clear motive to these numerous guests meant they had to be prepared to be devoured. Even so, House Duplain had no choice. While Aislinn and Diella stood silently, the voices of the guests grew louder and more indignant. Even so, House Duplain acted to prevent greater harm. Though there were minor injuries like scratches, no lives were lost. Lady Ellen. House Belmeard will not hold them accountable. It appears House Duplain has already sacrificed enough. The one who spoke before the main hall was Ellen Belmeard. Her red hair, soaked from the rain, clung to the scratches on her arm. She had used magic to prevent serious injury when the building collapsed, though she couldn't avoid minor wounds. Most of those present were representatives of their respective houses. Ellen also attended the ball representing the county of Belmeard. As representatives, they had no direct authority to decide how to proceed in a situation like this. But Ellen was different. She had received from the Count of Belmeard the authority to make certain decisions on behalf of the family. Of course, major decisions required direct approval, but this time she made a bold call. House Belmeard would not hold House Duplain responsible. Though other guests wouldn't let go of such a ripe opportunity, this would at least influence the course of events. I don't have a particular reason. As I said, it seems House Duplain has sacrificed enough. They lost their lord, half their strength, nearly all their servants, and even their mansion. Ellen looked at Aislinn silently, then gave a slightly strained smile and whispered. Think of it as my inferiority complex. I'll handle convincing my father, so don't worry. Saying that, Ellen dragged her torn dress toward the stables. The coachman from the main house had either fled or been killed by monsters. If she wanted to return, she'd have to take the horse herself. I'll just borrow a horse. As she passed by, dragging her dress, Ellen glanced at a half-destroyed column. A man was leaning against it, arms crossed, watching the situation. Everyone was drenched. Even so, the white-haired boy looked worse. His body was soaked with rain, sweat, and blood, hair disheveled, and his face muddied. He was the one who had stood at the front, holding Valerian at bay until he regained his senses. Derek. Your achievements should be reported to the royal family and you should be awarded, but now's not the time for celebration. We'll postpone it. I'll make sure you receive proper compensation. And as the eldest daughter of House Belmeard, I must also thank you. If you hadn't intervened in the hall and stopped Valerian, all the guests here would have died as victims of necromancy. Hearing that, all present widened their eyes and looked at Derek. They had known that Aislinn and Diella had stopped Valerian, but there were always doubts. How could two girls, barely capable of 2-star magic, stop someone who had absorbed power equivalent to 4 stars? It was impossible without outside help. They had suspected someone else intervened but never imagined it was a common-class mage. Derek? That white-haired mage saved our lives. He didn't look that old, and he fought evenly against a 4-star mage. He must be at least 3 stars, otherwise it doesn't add up. A commoner that young, reaching 3 stars. Among the nobles present, many from the southwest already knew of Derek. He was famous as a talented magic instructor in the social circles of Ebelstein. The number of noble families hoping to hire him as a tutor far exceeded what could be counted on 2 hands. Stopping Valerian was a tremendous feat on the level of preventing a national disaster. Even if the closed aristocratic society didn't grant him a title, at the very least, a substantial financial reward was certain, and his social standing would skyrocket. Now it was uncertain just how high Derek's value could climb. It was already soaring. One way or another, he would make waves in noble society. Yes, you're the most renowned magic instructor in the Southwest. Indeed, your magical skill seems outstanding. I'm Robencame, from the North. If you ever visit House Melverat, please contact me. It's an honor to meet Sir Melverat, Guardian of the North. Thank you for greeting me. If you're ever in the South, do visit Lord Delos's castle. I'm his wife, Audelaine. If my husband hears of this, he'll want to reward you generously. Thank you kindly for your graciousness, Countess Audelaine. Fortunately, there don't seem to be any serious injuries. I'm Polencourt, Chancellor of the royal family. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. If you ever consider working as a magic instructor. And so, the quickest nobles approached Derek and began to greet him. Compared to the beginning of the ball, when no one even spared him a glance, the sudden shift in attitude was nearly grotesque. Nonetheless, when it came to beneficial connections, they made sure to secure them. That was the nature of aristocratic society. From afar, Denise watched with her arms crossed and let out a soft laugh. Now, House Beltus had Derek under contract, but given the current situation, they were no longer certain they could keep him once the term ended. If he were someone with average talent, they'd just throw suspicious glances, but in cases like this, they're truly shameless. Denise had moved in noble circles for years, but that opportunistic attitude never ceased to amaze her. This would only increase Derek's value, becoming a headache for anyone who wished to keep him close. She brushed off her clothes and calmly watched Ellen's back as she walked away. It seemed she'd made that whole scene on purpose, just to further elevate Derek's reputation. As the nobles began gathering around, Denise smiled softly and also walked away. She would have loved to step forward and declare, "I, too, won't hold House Duplain responsible," but she couldn't. Ellen was the true power in House Belmeard. Denise was nothing more than a puppet of the Beltus family. Though both were ladies of the Rose Salon, the difference in authority within their respective families was like heaven and earth. Even in such an urgent situation, Ellen's bold assertiveness was, in a way, enviable. Did I just envy power? Me? Suddenly, Denise shook her head, startled by her own thought. She couldn't believe that she who always lived with restraint had such a pointless idea. Ever since Derek arrived, I've been overthinking. I must stop having these unnecessary thoughts. Denise quickly fixed her platinum hair, soaked from the rain, and stood up. While many nobles were scrambling to shake Derek's hand, she felt oddly satisfied that he was finally being recognized, but that was exactly why she thought they should leave soon. Derek. There's no point in staying at House Duplain. Let's return to the main house. We have to report what happened anyway, so for now. Oh, Lady Denise, I'm glad to see you're safe as well. When I saw you in the guest room closet, things were too urgent to properly greet you. Lady Freya, you're safe too. Just as Denise was about to lead Derek away, Freya was holding on to him and chatting. She also seemed to be preparing to leave, but clearly wanted a few words with Derek, who shared the same mentor. It's amazing to meet someone in person whom I've only heard about through Master Kadia. Seeing you like this is quite different from what I imagined, very intriguing. Lady Freya, I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt. Master Kadia has written about you often. I'm impressed by how composed you are in this situation. Well, now that the tension is gone, I'm just hungry. Ugh. Freya fixed her disheveled blue hair and adjusted the dress that had slipped from her shoulders. She was older than the Rose Salon ladies, having made her social debut long ago. Though rumors said she was the most influential figure in Eastern noble circles, in person she didn't exude such imposing authority. Still, Derek greeted her warmly, like an old friend from a distant land. Even when nervous, Derek rarely showed much expression. Seeing him so animated for once made Denise uncomfortable. He never looked that bright when he was with me. To be fair, it would have been weirder if he had, considering how she constantly treated him like a nuisance. Denise knew that, but even so, seeing that unfamiliar, slightly excited expression on Derek's face sent a strange tingle through her chest. I'd love to keep chatting, but this isn't the best time. Let's continue another day. If you ever visit the Eastern continent, please stop by House Elvester. Well, my father doesn't exactly welcome commoners into the mansion, but he wouldn't turn away the man who saved his daughter's life. Besides, Master Kadia is there too, so it should be fine. If it's truly inconvenient, I won't push it. No, it's fine. Denise, watching the pleasant exchange, sighed deeply and stepped in. Then Lady Freya, perhaps you can visit House Beltis instead. Wouldn't that be much better? Oh, really? I'm not familiar with Ebelstein's social scene, but I thought it'd be nice to connect with people from the Rose Salon or Dreist Academy. The Rose Salon will be in some disarray for a while, but a visit to the mansion for social purposes should be fine. That's a relief. There are some matters I wanted to discuss separately. Discuss? Freya, resting her chin on one hand, glanced around cautiously and lowered her voice. You saw Prince Valerian using forbidden arts, didn't you? Yes, I did. But, he seemed too skilled with the specific rituals, and his control over necromancy was too natural, it felt suspicious. What? This isn't something to talk about in the heart of House Duplain, where they've just lost family, but I can't help feeling Prince Valerian wasn't acting alone. Someone else must have been involved. They were at the center of House Duplain. Speaking ill of the deceased in front of their family was disrespectful. That's why Freya seemed to restrain herself. I'll tell you more later. Freya dusted off her dress, straightened with her hands on her hips, and said. Anyway, everyone's exhausted, so let's not talk about complicated things. The Duplain mansion is now in the hands of those two, so we can all head home and rest. The family members will handle the rest. With that, Freya gave a lively wave. See you next time, Derek. Should I call you Senior or Appa? Just kidding. Stretching her stiff body, Freya departed for her home in the eastern continent. Given the incident, she had to return immediately to report everything. Derek and Denise checked each other for injuries. Neither was hurt, so they simply asked after each other and prepared to head back to Ebelstein. Seems hard to return by carriage. I'll ride the horse, please sit behind me. Ugh. Derek, my clothes are soaked in mud. It's awful. There's no helping it. Please endure a little longer. Denise wrapped her arms around Derek's waist and briefly turned her head to glance at the half-destroyed Duplain mansion. The grandeur of House Duplain, which once ruled the world, was now crumbling. They say no flower blooms forever, but watching something fall apart still leaves a void. Seeing Diella and Aislinn hurrying about the main hall, she silently reflected. Though the family had fallen into disgrace, they still had to live under the name Duplain. Such is the life of noble women. Having lived under the prestige of the family, they must also bear its shame. It would be nice if they had a chance to revive the family, but such opportunities are rare. In the end, they too were noble women. No matter how thorny the road, they must walk it with a smile. Many trials awaited them, and while Denise didn't feel loyalty strong enough to offer active support, she still wished the sunlight filtering through the rubble would continue to shine on them. Even if it collapses, the rubble remains. And if the rubble remains, perhaps flowers may bloom again. It might be a fleeting hope, but even fleeting hope is better than none. With that thought, they departed for Ebelstein, leaving the two sisters of House Duplain behind. For now, it would be difficult to see them again, as they'd be occupied with rebuilding. Denise silently sent them all her support. Good morning, Lady Denise. However, she saw Diella again just 3 days later. When Denise entered her reception room that morning, she found Diella calmly sipping tea and felt distinctly uneasy. Despite being the young lady of a family in rapid decline, Diella exuded an undeniable presence. Clad in a beautiful dress and holding a teacup with poised elegance, Diella seemed even more refined than before. Lady Diella? What brings you to my house so early this morning? Denise had become something of an early bird thanks to Derek, but she still found it disorienting to receive visitors at such an hour. She had only just finished getting ready and come downstairs when she found the little lion of a woman sitting in ornamental silence, eyes sharp as ever. I cheered her on, yes, but I didn't expect her to visit out of the blue. It seems you're wondering how I managed to reach Ebelstein, given your ongoing mansion restoration, Diella observed. How needlessly cutting. Denise cleared her throat a few times, composed herself, and slipped into the formal mask of a noble woman before sitting across from Diella. You must have been through so much. I'd like to start by expressing my deepest condolences. Thank you. Now, if I may, I'll get straight to the point. Denise and Diella had never been particularly close. At first, Denise championed Diella's cause, but once both found themselves vying for Derek's attention, everything grew tense. Denise didn't genuinely harbor resentment, but she couldn't help feeling uneasy around Diella. Creak. No sooner had Denise sat than Diella stood. She carried herself oddly, her voluminous hair bristling like a hedgehog's quills. Though small in stature, Diella could be quite intimidating when serious, an image reinforced by her reputation for once roughing up servants. Denise swallowed nervously. From day one in the Rose Salon, Diella resembled a wild stallion charging straight at her. Now, in her desperation, she'd risk visiting Denise's mansion. Why? Denise watched in silence, tension coiling tight. Thud. Unexpectedly, Diella slammed her hand upon the table, sweating profusely, a sight completely out of character. With eyes like a wary cat and flush of shame, she sweated for a long moment before finally lowering her gaze and speaking. See, could you? Could I? Could you lend me some money? Silence. Stunned by the entirely unforeseen request, Denise froze. The quiet that followed felt like an endless chasm. What dash? Derek repeated, disbelieving his own ears. He was in his own humble home, a modest house passed down from Master Katia, tucked in a corner of Ebelstein's merchant district. Not exactly a place a noblewoman would visit, but someone knocked early this morning. He answered, and there stood Aislinn. With a young, green-faced maid in tow, she timidly asked if she might enter for a moment. Duty confusingly polite, Derek let her in and offered a glass of cold water. Despite the oddity of it, this was no place for a lady in dress. Derek's embarrassment deepened. He had nothing more to offer. He stood as Aislinn appeared even more uneasy. And, finally, red-faced and trembling, she confessed she'd come to ask him for money. And it wasn't just anyone. It was Aislinn Eleanor Duplain who said it. Even after saying it, Aislinn lowered her head even further, completely flushed. Her trembling hands resting on her lap looked pitiful. Is it that bad? Bad enough that you had to come ask me? Derek had some savings, but he never imagined a noble would come to him, a commoner, asking for help. No, it's just that, between the expenses to restore the mansion, emergency provisions, and the urgent need to hire a coachman for the guest's return. I just need a bit of cash right now. It's not much, but I'm kind of stuck. I borrowed some from the Korn family and also used what was left in my personal residence, but I forgot that the payment date for the work coincided with that. Given the circumstances. Until I can sell the mansion's antiques, artwork, and magical tools, I need to front some living expenses, but the funds I received from the rent trading company aren't enough. No. I shouldn't be saying all this, so. Growl. Breaking the silence, the sound of a growling stomach was heard. Derek flinched. At first, he thought it was his own stomach, but then remembered he'd had some mashed potatoes and bread that morning. Then he looked at Aislinn, and saw her face was completely red, like it might explode. She had lowered her head deeply, trembling, as if she wanted to disappear on the spot. You haven't eaten. I am sorry. Please, don't ask. Today was the deadline to pay for the staff's meals. I couldn't let the servants go hungry starting tomorrow. So, in a hurry. I managed to cover it with my own money. Derek rubbed his face with both hands. He felt like he was losing his mind. Whatever the case, it seemed that the first thing they needed was food. After that, when Derek returned to the Duplain mansion nearly 15 days later, the place had changed dramatically. To be precise, it looked even more pitiful. There was no way they could have fully restored a half-ruined mansion in such a short time. They hurriedly covered broken roofs with tarps and tents, and the completely collapsed west wing had been left untouched or used to store items that could withstand the rain. The charred garden was now crowded with external laborers and servants, who had set up camp equipment to stay there. The relatively intact rooms were being used to house critically injured or unconscious patients. Overall, the mansion looked like a patched-up old garment. That was Derek's impression. It seems the Beltis family has no reason to help the Duplains. So I decided to allocate some funds myself to maintain the mansion. It's not much, but, considering the bond we forged in the Rose Hall, I can at least help with that. In a way, it might be a chance to show my charitable side to the public, don't you think? Generously assisting Lady Diella's family, who used to scold me. Deep down, it's a victory for me. Heh heh. Denise, arms crossed and smiling proudly, spoke about doing good while clearly enjoying it. Still, she seemed sincere in wanting to help. She asked Derek to offer help to the Duplains if they came asking, so long as it didn't interfere too much with his own life. It's a bit chaotic, isn't it? If you cross the garden and go to the mansion's backyard, it's a bit calmer. Aislinn, who had entered the foyer alongside Derek, spoke awkwardly. Given that she had come to Derek's house to ask for a loan, she must have been desperate. Yet even in this situation, she maintained her composure. She was strong-willed. Although Derek already knew it, he was still surprised to see her so serene, despite her family's deaths, the crumbling mansion, and the burden that now fell on her shoulders. More people showed up than I expected. Half of the surviving servants stayed. The other half left, but since I knew them well, I recommended them to other households or gave them a few gold coins. And the finances aren't already tight enough? I sold everything I could immediately. That gave us some breathing room. But after taking care of those debts, it looks like we'll need to tighten our belts. They followed Aislinn into the backyard, where several large tents had been set up. Compared to the rest of the property, the atmosphere was relatively comfortable, but it still felt almost destitute when compared to a once luxurious mansion. They entered one of the tents. Inside, there was a simple table and some everyday items. Derek looked around, wondering if Aislinn lived here, and she said, puffing out her chest. The room is a bit smaller now, right? But I don't think a cozy space is such a bad thing. At times like this, it's okay to show empathy openly, Mr. Derek. Aislinn hummed confidently as she spoke. After about 15 days, most urgent matters are resolved. It's time to accept what needs to be accepted. Accept? What exactly? The fact that I have become a fallen noble. She said it loudly and without hesitation. Derek didn't know how to respond. She did not hide her determination, despite his reaction. I still have many immature aspects, so I sometimes get confused when big things happen. But I recover fast. Still, you must feel pain in your heart. Isn't it okay to take some time to heal? As you can see, this is not the time. And in moments like this, you must look at things with positivity. Was there really anything positive to see in all this? While Derek stared at her with a puzzled expression, Aislinn rolled up her sleeves with resolve. Actually, the life I've lived until now was too luxurious and perfect. Don't you think? Living in one of the continent's most prominent families, with a respected father, a kind family, surrounded by happiness and envy, living in luxury isn't normal. In a way, I'm finally closer to what normal life really is. It's surprising you can say that. Isn't it? You, Mr. Derek, came from the slums, from the bottom with nothing. Compared to that, me, born with everything, can't be the hero of suffering. In some ways, I still have a lot left. Aislinn counted off tasks and assets on her fingers. Anyway, after selling all the mansion's assets and saying goodbye to those who had to go, we won't be left with nothing. We just have to tighten our belts. And can't we do something with taxes or donations? This year, I can sort out taxes correctly, but I don't think the other families will just sit back. They won't leave a fallen noble in peace. I should get ready to cede control of the rice granaries north of the Thiol River or the coastal villages. Many would be ready to claim those fertile lands under any pretext. A noble without authority had limits to the territory they could hold. Even if we resist as much as possible, the territory under the Duplain Duchy will be reduced to less than half. What remains will be mountainous areas, exhausted mines, or empty pastures. Considering that, we should be ready to lose not just half, but between 70 and 80% of our tax revenue. Still, it seems the family line will survive. Yes. But if we want to keep the ducal title, the taxes due to the empire are enormous. On top of that, if we want to support family members, I don't know if there'll be enough food next quarter. Aislinn looked dazed, as if about to faint. No matter how brave she was facing reality, reality remained harsh and chaotic. And most importantly, the central figure of the Duplain family, the Duke, was gone. The first heir, Valerian, had also died, and the next in line, Lee, remained in a coma. In the whirlwind of worldly affairs, people died and disappeared. But those left behind had to get stronger. Now it was Aislinn's turn to show her true inner strength. Still, I never imagined we'd reach the point of not even being able to eat. Actually, I could tell the servants to set aside some food, but even their rations aren't abundant. All who stayed are loyal to the family, so I'd feel awful eating well when they don't. Could I occasionally drop by for a meal? Just last week, Aislinn had shown up unannounced at Derek's home, bowing to ask for a loan. At that time, she still preserved some of her noble authority and blushed in embarrassment, but in under 10 days, she was confidently asking for food. Reality truly does make people stronger, and Aislinn's adaptability was amazing. It's no big burden, but I can't cook meals at home that would suit a duke's daughter. That's fine. I'm not that picky. Aislinn smiled sheepishly. Also, I've been studying a lot. I tried gathering wild herbs on the hills behind the mansion and boiling them. Their texture is surprisingly unique and not too bad. If you chop the belladonna flower stems and boil them with the roots, they taste surprisingly sweet. Isn't that curious? Wild plants can be poisonous, so you have to be careful. Katerina tried them first and confirmed they're safe. She seems to know something about that. It was hard to tell whether this girl was poor or noble. In fact, every time Derek saw Aislinn, she seemed to grow more resourceful. Back when she was the cherished flower of House Duplain, she had always radiated an untouchable, noble elegance. But these days, she was often seen rolling up her sleeves, giving orders to the servants, and actively participating in the work. She even oversaw the mansion's restoration efforts directly, often with dust clinging to the hem of her dress. I've also learned how to save water when washing clothes, preserve candles at night, and reduce ink use when writing with a quill. Living through economic hardship isn't easy. You personally handle those things? We have to save wherever we can. For now, there are too many expenses in the mansion. Once we sell the magic books from the library and the artwork in storage, we might have some breathing room. Then we can clear the debris and get the basic necessities. Aislinn nodded proudly, humming to herself. She seemed proud to be enduring such a difficult life. She'll surely become a great person. A person's life rises and falls like waves, fortune is always shifting. Falling and stumbling isn't the end. If one just despairs, nothing will improve. Everyone knows that truth, but living it is another matter entirely. I've sold almost all my clothes, so I always end up wearing the same thing when we meet. Normally, not making an effort with one's appearance would be terrible manners, but given the circumstances. I hope you understand. You know I don't care about that stuff. But still, didn't you have quite a few outfits? Enough to attend the salon, at least. Are you planning to keep going to the salon? I have to. Aislinn was now the only pillar left standing in the Duplain family. If she lost her status, the family would collapse completely. That's why she had to continue mingling in the salon, find allies, and maintain her position no matter what. The fallen noble had been thrown into the heart of Ebelstein's social circle. It wasn't hard to imagine how cruel reality would be for her. Fortunately, she had always been kind and avoided making enemies. It was a relief that she carried no heavy karma. In any case, since I came to House Duplain today, let me know if there's anything I can help with. House Beltus also said they'd lend a hand if needed. Oh, no. Everything's mostly in order, and the servants have divided up the tasks. You've helped enough already, Mr. Derek. I can't ask you to do physical labor too. Aislinn sat on the worn-out bed. The tent was decorated as luxuriously as possible, but it was still a tent. Compared to a private, opulent room, it was a humble scene. Derek silently watched Aislinn sitting there. After all, the reason he had come that day was because she had called him aside. He thought there might be something more he could help with, so he had come prepared. But Aislinn said there was no need, and that confused him. "I didn't call you here to ask for help. I just wanted to tell you how things are going with the mansion. I'm okay. Even if things are hard, I can endure them. I just wanted to tell you that." "To me?" "Yes. During the disaster and recovery at the mansion, you helped in many ways, Mr. Derek. So, I thought I should at least show that much courtesy." Aislinn wore a vacant expression but eventually managed a weak smile. "As you can see, the mansion is in terrible shape. Compared to others you've seen, it's nothing, it just makes one feel miserable. Still, it's the mansion I've lived in since I was a child. I must repay the servants who trusted me and stayed by my side. Even if it's in ruins, even if it can't be called beautiful, not even as flattery." Aislinn rested her hands on her knees briefly, fidgeting with her fingers. Then she spoke with a faint smile and a warm voice. "I just wanted you to know, Derek. I wanted to tell you that I'm okay." Derek continued watching her in silence. He wasn't the type to hide his feelings with slyness or speak in circles. But that didn't mean he always told the truth. He thought for a moment, then pulled a wooden chair from a corner of the tent and sat across from her. He stared at her for a while before speaking calmly. "I know you're not okay." At those words, Aislinn's eyebrows twitched. She tried to smile and ask what he meant, but upon seeing Derek's expression, her smile turned bitter. In a situation where it's normal to not be okay, it's okay to say you're not. "I might not be able to help much, but if you need anything, reach out. I don't usually work for free, but I'm not good at haggling either. So, you should rest while you can. I'll be going." With that, Derek bowed politely and left the tent. He could have offered long words of comfort, but his direct, present-focused tone was so typically his. Even in that firm voice, there was undoubtedly comfort for Aislinn. She felt a strange sense of steadiness from Derek's demeanor. She looked toward the Duplain mansion, feeling the warm midday breeze. It still looked terrible. The half-destroyed building was covered in places with tents. It looked like it would take a lot of money and time to fully restore. But if they did it step by step, they'd make it one day. Aislinn lay down alone in the tent. She had spent the whole day checking on the mansion's condition, handling family affairs, preparing to return to the salon, and catching up with Derek. Even after he left, she kept replaying their conversation in her mind. Although most of it had been necessary, she didn't truly need to tell Derek everything in such detail. He had helped a lot with various things, but ultimately, he was an outsider to the family. She could repay what he lent or gave later, through effort. Still, why did she feel the need to tell him all that and ask him to come? Even though it was her own decision, Aislinn questioned herself. Did I misjudge things for a moment? They say the more exhausting and difficult life gets, the more you instinctively seek someone to lean on. Seeking emotional support is natural when you're carrying so much. I must be really exhausted. Aislinn closed her eyes and allowed herself a rare moment of rest. And even then, what came to mind was that boy who had cleaned her blood under the rain at the Duplain mansion. Even when everyone else trembled in fear, he had remained calm until the end. His very presence brought reassurance. If he could stay composed in the midst of such a catastrophe, surely he would always make the right decisions, whether in major crises or minor troubles. Realizing that, her view of Derek inevitably shifted a little. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of that boy in the rain returned. Even when she had no reason to think about him, she often wondered what he would have done in her place. She must be very tired. With that thought, she was about to drift off to sleep. Swoosh! The sound of the tent flap opening was followed by a familiar voice. Aislinn, sister. I just got back from Ebelstein. The Ront family sent some people, and I was wondering if we should include them in the mansion restoration. Huh? Aislinn, sister. Huh. Diella? Diella entered the tent, brushing dust off her ruffled dress, stammering with cold sweat beading on her forehead. Why do you look like that? Do you have a fever? Me. Fever? You've been overworking yourself lately. I won't talk about the mansion restoration today. Just get some rest. Looking puzzled, Diella left the tent. Aislinn quickly sat up and looked in the mirror in the corner. A girl with a bright red face, even her ears stared back with a confused expression. Derek's contract is about to expire. Can I keep him? That night, as always, Denise sat silently at her desk, writing, when the thought crossed her mind. The reason Grand Duke Beltis had clung so tightly to Derek was because many women from the three great houses desired him. However, with House Duplain faltering and House Belmeard also loosening their grip, House Beltis's need to retain Derek was steadily weakening. Derek's value had skyrocketed. Unless he was absolutely essential, it wasn't certain House Beltis would want to keep him. Many would react strongly if Derek's affiliation changed. Wanting to avoid such a situation, Denise had to begin thinking ahead. Just then. Creak. Lady Denise. Eek. I was writing. Should I come back later? And no, it's fine. What is it? A letter arrived. It was scheduled to be reported tomorrow morning, but, it's unusual. Denise quickly stowed her pen in the drawer, composed herself, and asked. Unusual? It was sent directly by the royal family. Officially addressed to House Beltis, but, the intended recipient is rather peculiar. Who's the recipient? It's addressed to Mr. Derek. A foreboding feeling swept over Denise. Since Aislinn had been a prominent figure in aristocratic circles, she had witnessed the rise and fall of many noble families. Some had plotted rebellions, broken the unwritten rules among nobles, or exploited their servants beyond the limit, driving them to death. In such cases, they accumulated too many wrongdoings and ultimately faced justice. Others simply failed to adapt to changing times or were cornered to extremes in managing their territories, which led to a natural decline. As their fortunes crumbled, Aislinn had seen many fallen noblewomen end up in miserable circumstances. From her observations, those who managed to survive and retain some influence shared certain traits. First, they were resolute. Second, they didn't succumb easily to despair. Third, they had practical skills. Aislinn already possessed some of these values and attitudes. What she lacked were practical skills, that is, the ability to manage day-to-day life. The number of servants had drastically decreased, and there were barely any external personnel like squires or knights remaining, so she had to handle many tasks on her own. Since the mansion was half destroyed, most of the remaining workforce was focused on restoration work, meaning she often had to take care of personal hygiene and meals by herself. In short, she had to cook, sew, clean the surroundings, and do the shopping on her own. She had to take charge of all the tasks needed to move forward. While she rolled up her sleeves and personally took care of each task, she sometimes wondered if this was really okay, but such thoughts merely passed through her mind. This is, kind of fun. What? It had been about a month since the mansion was destroyed. Within the still drafty ruins of the building, Diella, who was eating roasted turkey with some seasoning, looked at her with a strange expression. Aislinn, sister. Oh, no. It's just that, with everything so difficult and so many people suffering, maybe I shouldn't be thinking this way, but... At that time, Lee and Miriella were still unconscious. The servants lived in constant worry over the mansion's future, and the condition of the two noblewomen was a source of ongoing concern. In that gloomy atmosphere, Aislinn fidgeted with her hands, uncomfortable at having said something inappropriate, and quickly lowered her gaze. I had never cooked for myself before. Or sewn. I'd never even just stared up at the evening sky because I had free time. I had never done any of those things alone. Really? I thought you were pretty capable, Aislinn. Sure, I learned a lot under the pretense of a lady's education, but those weren't practical skills. I know how to embroider a beautiful peacock, but I don't know how to patch a torn skirt. I know how to make refined desserts, but I never learned how to roast tough meat to make it tender. Well, maybe so, but Diella, don't misunderstand. This might sound weird. Aislinn continued speaking as she sliced the low-quality turkey. Despite the simplicity of the dish, her movements still carried elegance, creating a striking contrast. Going to the noisy market to haggle over ingredients, scrubbing dusty windows until they shine, washing rugs until they're spotless. I think I enjoy those things. When I see all the dirt come off completely, I feel a strange satisfaction, a kind of euphoria. Is that weird? Maybe I've lost my mind, she thought silently. In truth, a person's temperament can reveal itself in unexpected ways. Just as Diella, a wild prodigy mage, had been born into the Duplain family known for their disciplined approach to magic, there were many cases where the environment one was born into didn't match their true nature. Aislinn had been the most noble lady in Ebelstein's social circle. Everyone saw her as the purest flower blooming in the finest garden. She herself had believed for a long time that this was her role. But as circumstances changed, she discovered parts of herself she never imagined existed. Today's turkey isn't the best quality, but I used spices from the Alderete region, so it turned out better than expected, right? I marinated it this morning, and it seems to have absorbed the seasoning well. Next time I'll try to get more pepper. I bet the servants would like it too. No matter how much I wash the sheets, the old stains won't come out. Soaking them for a long time doesn't seem to help. When Katerina returns from Ebelstein with supplies, I'll ask her about it. I found some brooms in the basement, and they're surprisingly good, you know. The bristles are soft yet firm, not a speck of dust escapes. They're top quality. Why would they have left something so good down there? I'd love to know which workshop made them. Unknowingly, Aislinn was always seen with her sleeves rolled up when not in public. One day she was helping the maids carry old sheets in the mansion's restoration. Another day she was up in the mountains testing whether certain plants were edible. She even tried going to the construction site with a shovel, but a maid stopped her, thinking that was going too far. Helping with chores was one thing, but a noble lady doing manual labor was considered crossing the line. That's when Diella realized something. There was a side of her sister that even she hadn't known. Aislinn had been born to be a homemaker. Nearly 2 months had passed since the mansion's destruction. Aislinn. What are you doing? Diella. You better not come too close. 1, 2. Diella had just returned from Ebelstein, where she'd gone to gather information on the local situation in preparation for returning to the Rose Salon. Behind the still-restoring mansion, the furrows Aislinn had dug in the field were perfectly aligned. She was no longer wearing a dress, but a light skirt and blouse, wiping sweat from her neck with a cloth. Her face, though makeup-free, was still beautiful. But with her hair tightly tied and soaked in sweat, she looked like a true laborer. When Aislinn set down the heavy wooden bucket, it was filled with reddish-brown soil. A foul smell filled the air, and Diella took a step back. What is that? Fertilizer. Mixing the mansion's manure with fallen leaves and sawdust from the construction work makes a pretty good compost. You're thinking of farming? I think we need some degree of self-sufficiency, so I prepared a field. What do you think? The servants opposed it at first, so it took some time, but not bad, right? Standing in front of the fertilizer pile, Aislinn had a very serious expression, evaluating how to distribute it. 4 crops. I think it's better to buy grain and plant vegetables for cooking. The servants will have to take care of it when I'm not here, so I hope it's not too much work. It'd be ideal if it were pest-resistant. Where did you learn all this? I studied the mansion's books. And when I did territory inspections, I more or less observed what the farmers were doing. Let's see, we should plant turnips, radishes, onions, and cabbages. At this point, the servants no longer tried to stop her. When Diella looked at the servants busy with restoration work, they all lowered their heads in embarrassment. And tomatoes too. We can use them in salads. What else could we plant? Aislinn's eyes sparkled. There was no doubt that she was truly enjoying herself. People always say the extraordinary have something eccentric about them, but no one expected her eccentricity would take this path. Diella was so stunned she couldn't even close her mouth. The fall of the Duplain family became one of the main talking points within the Rose Salon. It was inevitable. The strongest pillar among the three Duplain, Belmiard, and Beltus had crumbled. This didn't just mean the weakening of the salon's influence, it also created new opportunity. The Belmiard and Beltus families couldn't absorb Ebelstein's entire power structure on their own. Inevitably, gaps would appear in the void left by Duplain. Some saw this great upheaval as a chance for social ascent, others viewed it as a signal to protect the status they'd already gained. Amid the tense atmosphere of the Rose Salon, rumors began circulating that the young Duplain women would attend the gatherings again. Oh my! I've heard the fallen Miss Duplain, the one who dared to cross a line, wants to return to the Rose Salon. Life is fleeting. Miss Iselin was beautiful, noble, and kind. Who would have imagined she'd fall like this? If she really hit rock bottom, she'd better stay away from the salon. But if she's got nowhere else to go, maybe she's seeking refuge with us. Pitiful, in a way. At least Miss Iselin inspires pity. But Miss Diella got what she deserved. She thought herself superior and treated Miss Denise poorly. So this is her comeuppance. There are always those who take a small pleasure in another's misfortune. As Ellen walked along the salon corridor, she spotted some ladies whispering gossip and approached them with purpose. Lady Ravant, weren't you practically one of Miss Iselin's supporters? How quickly you turned your back. What? Ugh. Lady Ellen. No matter how much you flit about like a bat, do you think many people say good things about you, Lady Ravant? You should take a look in the mirror. Ravant stared impassively. Ellen, barely acknowledging her, turned on her heel and entered the salon. She was exhausted after pulling an all-nighter preparing for today's lecture on magical philosophy. It was expected that the Duplains would be defamed. Once someone is in the mud, they're the first target of gossip. Though she despised such social cruelty, Ellen was on edge that day and perhaps spoke out more than was wise. Best to avoid making enemies, yet she'd done exactly that. She sighed downcastly as she stepped into the lecture hall. Oh, Lady Ellen. So long, it's wonderful to see you again. Iselin looked much healthier, her expression far more vibrant. At first, Ellen thought it was an act, but after exchanging a few words, she realized it wasn't. Iselin was not one to hide her emotions. I'm so glad to be back in Ebelstein after all this time. I've been so busy lately that just enjoying the countryside ride in the carriage felt lovely. I'm glad to see you well, Lady Iselin. Well, aside from being alive, I feel like a corpse. I have to stay standing. Though she wore a pretty dress, it was unadorned and understated. Few accessories, no fresh flowers in her hair. Yet she looked at Ellen with bright eyes and said, "Thank you so much for not blaming us for the great disaster at the Duplain mansion. Because of your intervention, many important families also didn't blame Belmiard. Most still make demands, but the burden has been greatly reduced. Don't worry. I just did what I thought was right. Still, the Duplain family owes you deeply. I'll never forget this debt. It's not necessary. You must have a lot on your mind these days, so if you need help, please tell me. I'll do what I can. So, may I make a bold request?" It was a courteous lead-in, but Iselin seized the moment like a spirit. She sounded more determined than ever. "I don't have much funds available right now, so I'm selling the mansion's artworks and magical items at bargain prices. But as you know, many are highly valuable and not selling quickly. It's a big problem." "Ah, yes. So I'm doing direct sales myself. It could be great for you, Lady Ellen. You won't find these renowned pieces or magical items at these prices elsewhere. I spent all night compiling a catalog. Would you like to see it?" Ellen stepped back, overwhelmed by Iselin's energy. The old Iselin radiated untouchable nobility. Now she exuded a ghostly determination. "The Odilton grimoire is only 300 gold coins. The Dreyist Academy would faint in outrage. Also, I have a collection of sculptures by the Northern Master Theon for just 100 coins. If you buy the whole collection, I'll give a 30% discount. Will you let an opportunity like this pass? And look here, and here too. There are staffs I had reserved for myself, and magical items that once belonged to former high-ranking officials. The prices are insane, right? Missing this opportunity would be madness. A lot of people are interested in these items. If you don't buy them now, you'll definitely be thinking about them tonight when you're at home. Who? It wasn't empty talk, there really were fine items. They were Duplain property, after all, so quality was expected. Ellen almost gave in, poring over the catalogue, until she shook her head. Ah! Is it really all right to sell these items? And is now the time to be picky? Better than letting the servants starve. Art won't fill stomachs, will it? Ellen, recalling Aislin's former elegance and dignified discussions, was thrown off balance. Look at this too, this portrait by Count Antras is under 100 coins. I know deep discounts offend the artist's intent, but given our situation, we have no choice. And have you been selling these things to other ladies as well? Of course. Sales are going well. When Lady Denise arrives, I plan to show her the catalogue too. If you don't claim something now, someone else will. Aislinn squeezed her hands with intensity. This could be the best chance to sell. Please calm down, Lady Aislinn. You can't conduct business from the Elfontaine salon, can you? That's why I scoped it out from the hallway. They don't prohibit artistic exchanges between ladies. This qualifies as one. Well, if you say so. Creak. Someone entered. Aislinn straightened her dress and looked up more like a salesperson spotting a customer than someone greeting a friend. Oh, Lady Denise. Long time no see. She rushed forward, catalogue in hand. Denise appeared, well-dressed but weary. Aislinn froze at the sight of the man accompanying her, face flushing as she hurriedly gathered her wares from the table. Miss Aislinn. You look healthy. Yes. Lady Denise, as always, you look gorgeous. Could you spare me a moment? I have a catalogue and the prices are quite reasonable, so. Just like with Ellen, she was determined to speak enthusiastically and boost her sales with Denise. But just as she was about to begin her sales pitch in earnest, she saw the man who had accompanied Denise, and was left speechless. As if she had seen something she shouldn't have, her face turned red and she hurried to put away all the items she had laid out on the table. Miss Aislinn. You look well. Derek. What are you doing at the Elfontaine salon? This afternoon, the Royal Magical Advisor wanted to see me, so I'm accompanying Miss Denise while we're in the Noble District. Ah, really? Ellen felt a flutter of discomfort at Aislinn's reaction. Typically composed, Aislinn was suddenly nervous before Derek, eyes downcast, shifting uncomfortably. Like a wild animal in front of its natural predator, she looked down and turned restlessly at Derek. What are those documents? Oh, these are some items I wanted to show Miss Denise. It's nothing terribly important. I was just surprised to see Derek here, so I mentioned it. Huh. It's not odd to bring a servant or someone from home to the Elfontaine salon, right? Lady Denise is correct, but I was curious. How have you been, Derek? Fine. As always. Ah, really? Aislinn trailed off. Normally able to slip around such moments, but this time, she couldn't. In truth, Aislinn had been feeling drawn to Derek for some time. From the day he visited mercenary guilds to find a mentor for Diella, to coming to the Duplain mansion, teaching other young ladies, even trying to receive training directly, she had hoped he would become her mentor. Now, with her family's fallen status and Derek's inflated value, that wish was impossible. She had to let it go. But her feelings for Derek only deepened. Every time their eyes met, memories of him tending her blood in the rain at the Duplain mansion returned. Her cheeks heated, and she could barely look him in the eye. Derek. Yes. When Aislinn suddenly said his name, Derek responded naturally. You're incredible. What? I mean, that the Royal Magical Advisor sought you out personally means the royal family wants to reward you for what you did at the Duplain mansion, right? You could receive valuable magical items or with luck, even a magical weapon. That I'd be recognized for my deeds is an honor, but, from what I heard, it might not just be about celebration. They say Sir Melverot from the north is searching for me. Ah, really? If it's Sir Melverot, it must be important. Startled by her own words, Aislinn covered her mouth, whispering an apology under her breath. She rarely slipped this way in speech, so Denise and Ellen narrowed their eyes. A strange silence followed, heavy and uncomfortable. Aislinn still covered her mouth, eyes flickering. Ellen looked confused, while Denise, a writer of romantic novels, understood immediately what her reaction meant. In no time, Denise's face stiffened, and she began to break out in a cold sweat. Lord Melverot of the North is known to all mages, but his family relationships aren't as well known, right? Denise, crossing the Elfontaine salon in the noble district of Ebelstein, spoke casually to Derek, who followed at a respectful distance. Lord Melverot, isn't he the only combat-type mage among the known 6-star mages? Yes. He's famous for many things. Head of the Count Logost family, wielder of the 5-star magical wand Dawn, nephew of the great mage Robencame, conqueror of the North, the sword of the royal family, he holds many titles. Currently, only 4 6-star mages are alive across the continent. Lord Melverot, the conqueror of the North, chief magical advisor Coella from the central royal family, Pine, from a minor baron's family in the southeastern farmlands, and Dreist Wolft, a commoner from the southwest. Only 4 in such a vast continent, making them nearly untouchable figures. Among them, the most famous is Lord Melverot, hailed as the hero of heroes for slaying countless monsters and leading the Dawn War to victory. Despite the North's harsh cultural environment, he loved art, cultivated refinement, and held warrior pride, making him a true great man of this era. It's said that anyone walking the path of magic dreams of meeting him at least once in life. So when she heard the royal family had requested a direct meeting with Derek, Denise couldn't help but be surprised. You know the North well, Derek. It's the closest region to the monster front lines. Bloodshed and death are everyday occurrences. To rule there like a king and be recognized as a war hero? That's no ordinary feat. Well, true. But why are his family relations so unknown? What other reason? Because there's no one worth publicly mentioning. Except for the Countess and his sons, his only daughter Lady Cyrne is completely unmanageable. Derek's contract was ending soon. Denise could already see that the Beltus family wouldn't try to keep him. Denise wanted to keep Derek around a bit longer, but if Lord Melverot extended his hand, she knew there would be nothing she could do. So she felt the need to warn him now. You wouldn't know as a commoner, but any noble lady who's ever attended an event in the North knows. She's not just difficult. It might sound crude, but she's insane. A lunatic. There's no other way to put it. Why do you think Lord Melverot, the continent's most renowned magic master, wants to see you personally? He's looking for someone to handle his daughter. The Elfontaine salon corridor was full of noble ladies returning to their rooms after the gathering. Denise continued speaking to Derek, weaving through the crowd while smiling graciously at acquaintances. If possible, you should consider how to refuse Lord Melverot's offer. I strongly advise against becoming Lady Cyrne's tutor. Is it that bad? Is she arrogant? Or oppressive? I've dealt with a lot of that already. If that were all, do you think I'd be this concerned, Derek? Derek had already taught Diella and even had garbage thrown at him. He was mentally strong, capable of enduring his duties without flinching even under insult. There's no proof, but the rumors are rampant. That she tortures and kills servants, bathes in blood, pulls out villagers' fingernails with a euphoric smile. Told you she's a lunatic. Unstable. Derek, I know building your reputation as a magical instructor is important, but it's not worth getting involved with someone that mentally unstable. And how does she maintain her status doing things like that? Even with noble privilege, if she tortures or kills without cause, the Empire wouldn't overlook it. That's why I said they're rumors. She must have ways to cover it up. She's already infamous in the North as the blood-stained lady. Isn't that nickname terrifying enough? It's not fair to judge someone solely by rumors. But where there's smoke, there's often fire. A noble lady with experience can have intuition about people's true nature. Those who've seen Lady Cyrne, Lord Melverot's only daughter, agree there's madness behind her beauty. It may sound cruel, but she's completely unbalanced. It would be tragic if Derek got involved, falsely accused, tortured, or even killed. That's why Denise was so serious. The North is remote, constantly battling demon tribes. Casualties are common. In a savage place like that, hiding deaths isn't difficult. So, Derek, don't take unnecessary risks. Denise spoke with a grave expression. She was genuinely worried. Feeling her concern, Derek didn't argue. But he couldn't help wondering what kind of offer Lord Melverot would make to recruit someone. That was his honest thought. Of course, he didn't say it aloud. But suddenly, Denise stopped, put her hands on her hips, and stared at him. Frowning, lips tight, she spoke bluntly. You're seriously considering Lord Melverot's offer. You're very perceptive in moments like this. Not for the first time. Huff. By the way, did you help out with the Duplain situation? They said not much was needed. They already received enough support. Lady Island said that? Yes. The mansion didn't seem very comfortable, but they appeared to be holding on. I see. Denise ran a hand through her silver hair and glanced around. No one was nearby. They'd reached a corner of the Elfontaine salon. Most had already left. She touched her chin and leaned toward Derek with a tense look. Derek, this is personal advice. If you can, you'd better keep some distance from Lady Island. What? Don't ask why. Just trust me. It's for your own good. Seeing Derek watching her silently, Denise coughed a few times and stepped back. Noble ladies are expected to be perfect, elegant, and beautiful in every way, but their weakest spot is often love. Even someone like Denise wasn't immune. It wasn't unusual for a noble lady like Island, raised like a greenhouse flower, to not recognize her own feelings. Denise, who considered herself an expert after reading countless romance novels, knew well that someone like Island couldn't clearly distinguish goodwill from affection. In a way, that was a blessing. Even if her family had fallen, a noble was still a noble. A plebeian from the slums getting involved with a noble lady would only bring ruin to both. So it was better to stop it early. And if someone like Denise noticed it, it meant action was urgent. There's nothing to gain from getting close to a fallen noble, right? I don't judge people by that. Isn't Lady Island a good person? Ugh. If you say it like that, I have no rebuttal. Anyway, I don't give advice for no reason. I'll keep it in mind. Anyone can tell that everything goes in one ear and out the other with you. Denise scratched her head, looking troubled. Living carefree was fine, but since Derek arrived, the dynamics at the Rose Salon had begun to shift. I need to head to the cultural center to meet with the imperial delegation. Sorry I can't escort you further. No, it's fine. I didn't hire you as my personal secretary. A royal letter is much more prestigious and important. See you later at the mansion. Denise sighed and boarded the carriage. Being too perceptive and intuitive makes life more stressful. People need to be a bit more careless sometimes. She understood that clearly today. Derek crossed the opposite hallway, trying to leave the Elfontaine salon. Since the Rose Salon meeting had ended some time ago, there was hardly anyone around except for the servants tending the corridor. Being surrounded by all kinds of noble ladies wasn't exactly pleasant. Lately, quite a few people had been watching Derek with interest. Probably because they knew his contract with the Beltus family was about to end. In a world where having a good magic tutor could make the head of a family appear in person, it was inevitable that Derek would attract attention just before becoming available. Still, everyone was busy with their own matters. It was unlikely anyone would stick around long after the meeting. That's why Derek walked through the hallway with a calmer mind. Swish. Derek had developed keen senses. After spending so much time in labyrinths and living as a mercenary, one had to sharpen their senses to avoid life-threatening situations. He had felt someone following him for a while, which made him turn around several times as he walked. Then, he saw the hem of a dress disappear behind a corner of the hallway. Judging by the navy blue skirt, it was undoubtedly Island. What is this? In short, Aislinn was following him. If she had something to say, she could speak to him directly. Although there was a status barrier between them, Aislinn and Derek had known each other for a long time and maintained a certain degree of communication. Even so, there had to be a reason why she was trying to confirm his whereabouts without speaking to him. Understanding Aislinn's situation to some extent, Derek decided to pretend he hadn't noticed anything and keep walking. After all, he was supposed to meet someone from the royal family and discuss matters related to Lord Melvarot. He would also be receiving recognition for his merits during the Duplain disaster. As he kept walking, he still sensed Lady Aislinn following him, hiding here and there. Finally, Derek rubbed his chin and quickly turned, approaching her fast. By closing the distance so suddenly, Aislinn flinched and almost fell. She quickly grabbed onto the display case at the corner of the hallway to keep her balance, her pupils spinning as she swallowed hard. Lady Aislinn. Do you have something to say to me? Derek. Did you know I was following you? I just noticed. To avoid embarrassing her, Derek mixed a bit of truth with a lie. I see. Actually, I wanted to ask you something about the geography of the commercial district. I was thinking about how to approach you. You can just call me. Why worry so much about that? Well, it's just, you're busy, right? I heard you were summoned by the royal family and you have personal matters too. So I was trying to think of how to ask without bothering you too much. Aislinn's speech was oddly disjointed. Derek immediately realized she felt uneasy around him. You don't need to worry so much about me. Even if my status has dropped a little, aren't you the eldest daughter of the Duplain Duchy? It's absurd for a noble lady to act so cautious around a mercenary from the slums. Still, I must maintain basic courtesy. And I have to prepare, clear my throat, practice what to say, plan how to handle unexpected turns in the conversation. Seeing her fidgeting and touching the tips of her fingers for no apparent reason, her noble and elegant demeanor seemed to vanish. The image nobles in Ebelstein had of Aislinn was that of a flower blooming on a cliff. Seeing her unable to maintain eye contact and stammering incoherently would make anyone question if it was really her. Derek felt the same. Seeing someone who reigned as the most noble lady of the Rose Salon acting like this was completely unusual. Seeing her act that way, Derek organized his thoughts. Ah! Lady Aislinn must be completely in love with me, so embarrassed she can't act as usual. No, he didn't think something that narcissistic. In fact, it was natural. Having grown up as the flower of an aristocratic family, she must have seen many handsome and well-mannered men. Her relative Valerian was an attractive man who stole the hearts of maidens, and Lee was a dependable man even in other men's eyes. To think that a noble lady with such high standards would fall in love with a mercenary who grew up eating scraps from the trash would be too far-fetched. As a realistic man, Derek thought something like that was unlikely, so he had to consider other possibilities while watching the shy and nervous Aislinn. The only difference between the always elegant Aislinn and the current Aislinn was the change in her family's status. The unstable situation of her household had seriously affected her once noble and proud self-esteem. Although she showed a lively and brave temperament, it might no longer be easy for her to project that elegance. It's hard to maintain dignity amidst constant rumors and slander. That's why, even when speaking to a mere mercenary, she couldn't help but appear nervous. One couldn't help but feel compassion for her. Derek thought Aislinn was an honest and upright person. Lady Aislinn. There was nothing Derek could do for her, except to convey his thoughts with conviction. Derek approached and placed his hands on her shoulders. It was a bold move considering their status difference, but no one was watching and he knew Aislinn would understand. Looking her in the eyes, Derek spoke in a confident tone. You don't have to let your self-esteem be affected. The backing of the Duplain family was a great strength for you, but you're still a valuable person even without it, right? Derek, you're too close. Aislinn tried to say something in a voice as weak as a mosquito's, but she couldn't push him away, overwhelmed by Derek's presence. Taking advantage of the moment, Derek raised his voice slightly and spoke firmly. Lady Aislinn, you are beautiful and valuable even without your family's support. Please never forget that. Ha, ha. Aislinn's entire body trembled, her ears completely red. With the hair on her forearms standing on end, she could only curl her toes, unable to say a word. Don't you know what people say? Lady Aislinn is like a noble lily. So don't lose heart. I'll always support you. A lily, a lily, a lily. Was I too bold? Derek immediately lowered his hands and apologized politely. After all, touching a noble lady's body without permission was disrespectful. I offer my sincere apologies. As you know, I've been summoned by the royal family, so I must move quickly. If your matter takes time, I'll make room to visit you later. Have a good afternoon. Derek bowed and quickly walked down the hallway. Aislinn stood there, her cheeks flushed, not even noticing the messy strands of hair sticking out. She was completely stunned. Unable to regain her composure after the sudden shock, she held her cheeks for a long time, trembling. And in the end, she simply let out a small hiccup, and a giggle. The first thing Derek saw upon arriving at the reception room of the cultural center was the royal family's magical advisor, Roan. So you're Derek. I've heard about you. Emperor Gatril had 9 magical advisors under his command, each in charge of different magical fields and research methods, all under the chief advisor Coella. The research group included 2 combat mages, 3 transformation mages, 2 illusionists, 1 summoner, and 1 explorer. They often conducted magical experiments in the Emperor's name, many of which yielded results and even discovered new talents, granting them great influence within the royal family. Roan was a third-class combat mage. Although his level was low for a royal magical advisor, he maintained his position thanks to his academic zeal, diligence, keen eye, and achievements. He appeared relatively young, but was actually a man over 40. With much experience, he immediately recognized Derek as someone extraordinary. Your fists are full of calluses, and your forearms have fine muscles. I thought a high-level mage would be more academic, but it seems your life has been quite turbulent. No, I'm just a mercenary who rolled through the streets. Modest. Modesty is the favorite tool of beasts to hide their fangs. The middle-aged mage, with thick leather gloves on both arms, chuckled and sank into a large sofa in the corner of the reception room. A distinguished guest will arrive soon. It's an honor to see him even once in a lifetime. Be careful not to disrespect him. Will Lord Melvarot come in person? You catch on quickly. It's a secret visit, so don't make a fuss. Well, before that, I have some instructions from the royal family, so let's take care of that first. Roan smiled slightly, resting his chin on his hand. What do you prefer, a wand or a staff? Derek, a mercenary skilled at controlling his emotions, still couldn't help his eyes from widening in surprise. 4-star magical weapons. This implies a lot. It couldn't have been an easy decision to place such items in the hands of a commoner. There were 2 weapons Roan placed on the table. One was the 4-star wand called Reversal, and the other was the 4-star staff called Footprints. Magical weapons are usually crafted by high-ranking transformation mages who invest significant time. Each weapon has a unique name because they are not ordinary items. Most magical weapons possess special effects due to the influence of transformation magic, and these 2 items likely had their own unique powers as well. Derek rested his chin on his hand and observed the objects alternately for a moment. Roan, sitting across from him with his legs crossed, offered a faint smile and said nothing. He seemed eager to see which of the 2 objects Derek would choose. Choose one without receiving any prior information. A 4-star weapon was worth as much as several mansions. Making such a decision based purely on intuition was rather tough. Derek sensed he was being tested and contemplated the weapons for a few seconds. May I touch them? Of course. Derek lifted the wand adorned with a large gem and ornamental feather decorations, and tested its reaction to his mana. It was undeniably a high-quality item, and he could feel how smoothly it accepted magic. Its name is Reversal. It seems to have the power to reverse magic. Just by touching it once, Derek roughly deduced the wand's ability. Does it have the power to erase the effects of used magic and return it to its original state? It would be very useful for summoners or transformation mages. It seemed it could be used to summon a large creature and then revert it to recover mana, or to erase various constructions created through transformation magic and recharge energy. After giving it some thought, Derek picked up the staff. After briefly holding the large staff made of ancient wood, he spoke without even looking back at the wand. "I'll take this one." "Oh. Any reason?" "It just feels better." "Instinct. It's good to act on intuition, but you don't seem like someone that impulsive." Roan, intrigued, adjusted his posture and asked Derek. "Sure, there wouldn't be any defects in items granted by the Imperial family, but what if there's a quality difference between the two? As you said, they shouldn't have defects. However, this staff seems more practical." Roan's gaze narrowed. Derek, still seated, lifted the staff and said, "First of all, it's light. Of course, the wand is much smaller and lighter, but considering the amount of mana it can handle, its efficiency doesn't seem as good." "Efficiency in terms of weight and performance? Do you usually consider that when evaluating magical weapons?" "It's an important factor. And if we consider the name of the staff, footprints, and the sensation that something gets caught near this gem when accepting magic, it's highly likely this is a magical weapon that leaves an echo." Derek set the staff back on the table with a serious expression. Magical echo is a difficult trait to manage, but extremely practical. Above all, it's useful in duels and one versus many combat. It can be used for surprise attacks or simply to increase offensive power. "Oh. You know about magical echo?" "I've heard it's a phenomenon that appears in magical weapons of 4-star grade or higher. It's the ability to replicate the same magic again in the same place with a time delay, without consuming mana." "You have quite a broad knowledge of magic." "Barely surface level, compared to academics." Magical echo was a skill often found in high-end magical weapons. It allowed the remnants of previously cast magic to be concentrated and replicated in the same spot. 2 fireballs launched seconds apart, or an earth wall that rose repeatedly, depending on its use, it was a skill that greatly aided battlefield control. Derek preferred a power that allowed him to actively dominate the battlefield, rather than a passive ability that merely used mana efficiently. That tendency was clearly reflected in his choice of weapon. Roan smiled and said, resting his chin on his hand. "Academics only see magic as a science. But I believe a true mage should be able to use his power in all fields." "I agree. But I believe magic develops more when academic and practical fields are combined." "Yes. And there aren't many talents who manage to integrate both. Most mages prefer to recover energy instinctively through magic rather than learning to use the complex echo effect. Under the excuse of versatility, many neglect practicality and efficiency." With a relieved expression, Roan took the wand and tucked it into his robe. "I won't go into detail about that weapon's value. But, isn't it a bit cumbersome to carry such a large staff? Did you choose it based on practicality?" "There are various ways to solve the portability issue. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you for your concern. I suppose you plan to adjust the weight with transformation magic or disguise its appearance with illusion magic. Do you handle several types of magic? Do you also know some exploration magic?" "I was trained by Dreist Wolftail, a mage from the Dreist Academy in the southwest." "Oh, that old man. He takes on disciples." Roan looked at Derek with curiosity. It was amusing to see Roan, who was only a 3-star mage, call a great mage like Dreist old man. However, Roan, as if it didn't bother him, chuckled and said, "For an old guy who wanders the world like he's detached from everything, he's done quite a few crazy things. But yes, there's no doubt about his talent." Roan was smiling contentedly at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the reception room door. It seemed Sir Melvarad of the North, who was scheduled to visit that day, had arrived. Derek quickly composed himself and stood just as the door opened. Creak. However, the one who entered through the door was the Imperial Magical Advisor, Roan. The man, who appeared youthful despite his age, opened his eyes wide upon seeing the scene inside the room. There were 2 Roans in the room. "No, this is..." Before he could react, an immense magical energy began swirling around the roan who had been sitting across from Derek with crossed legs. In an instant, the magical energy filled the entire reception room, and soon, a silver-haired man with an arrogant face and crossed legs revealed his true identity. It was 4-star level confusion magic, perfect mimicry. A high-level spell that allowed one to completely replicate the form of someone familiar and act as them. It wasn't a simple illusion, it was a perfect imitation that couldn't be matched by ghosts or mirages. The silver-haired man, with long hair draped over his shoulders, smiled and spoke. "Roan. You're late. Don't you know old men like me resort to boring pranks when we have nothing to do? Sorry. I was delayed gathering the materials you requested. It doesn't matter. Thanks to you, I had the chance to test this boy." As Derek alternated his gaze between the two, Roan quickly entered the reception room and bowed. "I committed a great discourtesy, Sir Melvarot." When Roan greeted him, the man called Lord Melvarot waved his hand as if to say it was nothing. Though he claimed to be an old man, his appearance was that of a fairly young man. "As you might have guessed, the reason I personally brought the Imperial message here, is because I wanted to see you in person. It's a great honor. They say you're the most renowned magic instructor in the southwest of the continent. Duplain, Beltis, and Belmierd are desperate to hire you. Now that I've spoken with you, I understand why. You're different from those so-called magic masters who only play with books." Lord Melvarot, the greatest mage of the northern continent, had spent his entire life on the battlefield. He deeply despised armchair academics who saw teaching merely as the transmission of knowledge. In fact, this silver-haired man always wore shining silver armor, and from his boots to his bracers, everything was perfectly maintained. He was always ready to jump into battle at any moment. From his perspective, Derek, who had also lived very close to combat as a mercenary, seemed like a truly valuable talent. If it were about teaching swordsmanship or instilling courage, many warriors could do that. But to train a truly practical mage, that was another story. However, it was rare to find someone who possessed the kind of strength Lord Melvarot valued while also teaching the ancient art of magic. "Have you heard much about my daughter, Cyrn? I've heard she's a strong and worthy person." "That's nothing but a facade. Surely you've also heard rumors that she's a lunatic who kills people without reason." It was a difficult question to answer. Derek's silence drew a disappointed chuckle from Sir Melvarot. "If those rumors were true, would you refuse my proposal? One thing is clear, I have no right to refuse." "That may be true. But I'm not a foolish ruler who entrusts tasks to someone without will. I just want to hear your honest opinion, from your own perspective." Derek could tell. If he showed the slightest hesitation or shook his head, Lord Melvarot wouldn't bother taking him along. He might seem like a whimsical man who acted on impulse, but that was just a mask to intimidate his counterpart. He pretended to be unpredictable while internally evaluating every gain and loss. That kind of person was truly dangerous. His way of speaking is strange. Derek noticed a peculiar nuance in his words. "If the rumors are true, would you refuse the proposal?" There was something implied in that phrase. As if he were assuming his daughter wasn't a lunatic. But if that were really the case, he could have just said so directly. It was up to Derek to decide whether to believe him or not. "My daughter Cyrn is so violent and aggressive, it's a pity given how beautiful she is. She's probably more brutal than you imagine. As her father, I'm ashamed I didn't correct her earlier. Do children always grow the way their parents wish? You shouldn't blame yourself. From your expression, it seems you're quite willing to accept the proposal. As I said, how could I refuse? However, I've yet to hear what your terms actually are, Lord Melvarot. Do you think I don't know what someone like you wants?" Lord Melvarot burst into laughter and rested his chin on his hand. "I've already assessed you. A mage born a commoner who aspires to a high position will always face a lot of resistance. It's not hard to guess why someone of your level would bother instructing noble ladies. You want to gain a few allies, at least, in this cold world of nobility?" Lord Melvarot lowered his gaze and scanned Derek from head to toe before continuing. "Everyone at the top of the magical world has their flaws. Old Dreist is obsessed with wandering and doesn't care about the world. Coella, the lunatic, is beyond description. And me, well. I'm not exactly normal either. Lord Melverot didn't even bother to mention the other 6-star mage, Pine. Her existence was an absolute secret, known only to a few. Connecting with all those noble families might be a decent strategy, but, wouldn't it be more advantageous to associate with someone at the top? Undoubtedly, it's a wise suggestion. But your expression says otherwise. Speak honestly. I value honesty more than anything else. Derek hesitated for a moment. Being someone as well known as Lord Melverot, Derek knew him well. In fact, he knew that he preferred people who were direct with their opinions. He held his breath, then spoke as if exhaling it in a sigh. The promise of a powerful person almost never holds value. Breaking it depends solely on that person's will. That makes sense. But do you think I'd get rid of the instructor who's taking care of my daughter so easily? Lord Melverot leaned forward and said. If you're truly capable of controlling my daughter, I wouldn't be able to touch you at will either. That means depending on the situation. That you take my daughter as a hostage. Why? Is that suggestion too cruel? When Derek looked at him in silence, Lord Melverot laughed again. You can always sugarcoat words. If you truly connect with my daughter and become her real instructor, how could I treat you lightly? But even if I say it softly, the meaning doesn't change, right? My daughter Seer needs to learn social skills. And of course, magic too. It was hard to tell if he was benevolent or ruthless. He was a man of dual nature. Even setting aside his true intentions, what was clear was his current situation. If the rumors about Lady Seern were true, countless servants and escorts would already be dead. And that wasn't something that could be made public. She was different from the slightly arrogant Diella. She was a true maniac who saw no value in human life. Many had tried to dissuade Derek. But he thought with his head lowered. Risk and reward often go hand in hand. And if the client was none other than Lord Melverot, he would never be completely left in the dark. Is it alright if I ask for a lot of money? Or perhaps magical items? The amount you're imagining is obvious. Such a trivial question doesn't even deserve an answer. Thank you. There's no need for such formality. But I do have a couple of requests. Lord Melverot spoke in a tone that showed he didn't have high expectations. Even if we set aside magic and social skills, she needs to be taught ladies' etiquette. In the end, Seern will have to debut in society. I know a fair amount about ladies' etiquette, but I'm not qualified to teach it. Yes, I know. Ideally, we'd find a tutor of noble lineage, but as you know, it's not easy to find someone among the nobility who can handle Seern. It was hard to imagine how insane she had to be for that to be a problem, but for now, Derek simply nodded. He wasn't someone who showed many emotions in situations like this. There are no nobles in the north willing to take on something like this. That's why I thought of looking in the southwest, but I've spent my whole life in the north, so I'm not familiar with the people there. Ah, I see. If you, who have connections among the nobles of the southwest, could find a suitable candidate, that would be great. I don't have high hopes, but if you know someone, recommend them. I'm not sure. The rumors about Lady Seern seem to be well known even among the noble circles of Ebelstein. Teaching etiquette to a deranged killer, there was no reason for wealthy, comfortable nobles to volunteer for such a task. Though Derek had many noble acquaintances with whom he had good relations, he couldn't think of any ideal candidates. Even Denise would likely back off if he mentioned Seern's name. It didn't seem like others would react any differently. Just as Lord Melverot was lowering his gaze in disappointment at Derek's lukewarm reaction. There might be someone. Lord Melverot's eyes narrowed at Derek's words. I believe we can offer up to 400 rotary gold coins from the north as a salary. I'll do it, I'll absolutely do it. Let me do it. I really want to do it. Really. I really want to. The next morning, when Derek arrived early at the Duplain mansion riding his horse, Aislinn was spreading fertilizer behind the half-ruined estate. With her sleeves rolled up, she gazed in ecstasy at the growth of the plants. She looked like a genuine peasant. The sun hadn't even risen yet, and her diligence was so impressive it was almost unsettling. Have you heard the rumors about Lady Searn? Of course. But the Duplain family isn't in a position to be picky right now. Money. We need money. Money. And cash. Cash we can use right now. Aislin's eyes already seemed to be spinning in the shiny shape of gold coins. She was the most noble and renowned lady in the southwest of the continent, but also the poorest. Anyone who saw such an ironic scene would have been moved to tears. Yes. To be blunt, our Beltas family won't stop you from leaving. Denise spoke with her usual indifferent expression. The hem of her fine silk dress brushed the floor. She was in the middle of getting ready for her afternoon philosophy class. Even after finishing her morning training session with Derek and eating breakfast, she showed barely any signs of fatigue. Even Denise herself could tell her stamina had improved noticeably. Father's thoughts are obvious. The Belmeard family has already started moving to support Ellen as their successor, and the Duplain family doesn't hold much power anymore, so your value, Derek, has dropped quite a bit. That's true. The main reason the Beltas family had wanted to retain Derek was to keep him from going to another house. At this point, there was no reason to tie him down with a large sum of money. However, if Denise firmly insisted on renewing the contract with Derek, the situation could have changed. And, I have no intention of keeping you, Derek. Nevertheless, Denise said this firmly. She was tying up her beautiful platinum hair and fastening a necklace with a clasp over her bare nape. She spoke without even glancing at Derek, who stood in a corner of the room with his hands behind his back. As I said, I'm just a puppet of the Beltas family. Even if you speak of my value, there's nothing to gain from being with me right now. For someone who says that, you certainly crushed Diella with full force when she challenged you to a duel. Ugh. Denise flinched like he'd struck a nerve, then let out a long sigh. Derek, you're strangely dull where you should be sharp, and sharp where you could afford to be dull. Well, my pride was a little involved with Lady Diella, and in the end, the Duplain family suffered quite a bit, so staying with the Beltas family was the right choice, don't you think? You should be thankful. I am. Thank you. I didn't expect you to say thank you so honestly, ugh. She tried to mask her discomfort with arrogant words, but Derek never acted the way Denise wanted. She placed a few butterfly-shaped pins in her hair, smoothed the hem of her dress, and finished getting ready. Then she walked over to Derek, placed her hands on her hips, and looked up at him with her lips slightly pursed. It's obvious without asking. You're going to teach Lady Searn, right? No matter how much I tried to stop you, you can't resist anything related to magic. I don't know what you plan to gain from Lord Melverot, but if you can get involved with a 6-star mage, you'll do whatever it takes. Denise was the one who had seen Derek's ecstatic expression up close when he mastered magic under Dreist. Lord Melverot had a somewhat arrogant demeanor, but if Derek decided to take advantage of him, the payoff would be immense. And Derek was someone who never missed an opportunity. That's why Denise had no intention of holding him back. He was reliable, always standing by his allies no matter the circumstances. Even when the Duplain family was in dire straits, he continued to help Diella and Aislinn. But he was also someone who couldn't be tied down easily. You couldn't keep him close by stifling his ambition. His pure, almost noble passion couldn't be broken so easily. Denise closed her eyes for a moment and let out a hollow laugh as she thought. Now I understand why the Duplain family let this man go. The first student Derek had taught was Diella. Denise had never understood why Diella let Derek go to Ebelstein. She thought maybe he'd made some excuse, or there were internal issues in the family. But now, she seemed to get it. Denise, who had closed her eyes softly, sighed deeply and raised her head to speak. The north is a dangerous place, very different from the southwest. Unlike the peaceful plains of the southwest, it has many mountainous areas and the climate can be harsh. Monsters appear much more frequently, sometimes, even truly dangerous high-level ones. Yes. The harsher the place, the tougher the people, and they tend to distrust outsiders. People who live in such dangerous territories, where threats to life are common, can't be the same as those who live in peaceful big cities like this. Denise gestured to the servant who had helped her dress and whispered something into his ear. The servant, after nodding, quickly went to the jewelry storage room. Soon after, he returned with a large bracelet and handed it to Derek. "What is this?" "It's one of the magical accessories made by the Arendelle Society and sold to high-ranking nobles. Its main function is to indicate the location of the person wearing the matching item. It's worth dozens of gold coins. Be careful not to let it get stolen." Denise rarely gave Derek gifts. He took the bracelet and, feeling a sense of déjà vu, tried to collect his thoughts. It's a magical accessory sent by the Arendelle Society as a coming-of-age gift. It comes paired with this ring, and when worn, they can show each other's location. He remembered receiving a similar item from Lady Freya during the disaster at the Duplain mansion. Though he carried it in his inner pocket, he'd never had the chance to return it, even though it was an expensive item. When Derek pulled it out, Denise's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, someone else gave you one besides me?" "Lady Freya gave it to me. It's so small I had no reason to take it out, so I just kept it." Denise suddenly squinted at him. While Derek looked at her with a puzzled expression, she sighed and sat back down at her vanity. "This is usually given as a sign of trust. Do you think a high-ranking noble lady would give an item that reveals her location to just anyone?" "Well, the situation was urgent. I thought it would be best to know where we were. I understand the situation, but it's better not to take something like that out in front of other ladies." "Is it a problem?" "It's usually given to someone they want to pair with for dances or events." "Well, Lady Freya and I gave it to you for practical reasons, but the fact that they can track each other's location could be interpreted more romantically than you think." Denise looked at Derek up and down again. She knew he was handsome, but now that she took a good look, he was really attractive. His well-maintained mercenary attire gave him a rugged air, but that was part of his charm. What will people think if they see a good-looking man carrying multiple magical items gifted by noble ladies? Well, there are some vulgar noble youths who collect things like that and brag about their conquests, but even jokingly, it's not a good look. The ladies who gave gifts to such a promiscuous man would look like fools too. "I suppose that's true. I trust you because you're not that type. If you take it out at the right time, it'll prove you have the recognition of the Beltus family, and you can use that authority." Denise spoke in a light tone with her arms crossed, but in reality, she was telling him she would support him. As you know, noble society is built on connections. Knowing a few influential figures can be a huge help. Even though the north is far, the name of one of the three great noble families is widely known. You've been considerate with me. Thanks to you, I won't have many problems proving my identity wherever I go. Thank you. Ugh. No, it's just that, sometimes you thank me so sincerely, but when you teach magic you're like a beast, and it's strange. I'm not used to it. In short, she felt a little embarrassed. From Derek's perspective, being considered kind was a bit awkward, so he just accepted it quietly. Even that reaction was so typical of him that Denise could only glance at him a few more times from the corner of her eye. Sigh. Well, no matter how crazy Lady Cyrne of the North is, she won't get the better of you so easily. You're skilled in both magic and social skills, so I won't worry. I'll do my best. But, things like lady etiquette and high society culture. You can't teach those, right? I already found an assistant. Someone with a solid foundation, great knowledge of the aristocratic world, capable and willing to take on those tasks. I knew your network was broad, but you had someone like that. That kind of talent isn't common. No need to go far. It's Lady Aislinn. What? Denise, who had been listening to Derek's story with relaxed shoulders, sharpened her hearing and opened her eyes again. Her feminine intuition screamed. She instinctively knew that Aislinn's affection for Derek wasn't just admiration for exceptional talent. Ah, you're going north with Lady Aislinn. I might not be able to go to the Rose Salon as often, but Lady Diella said she'd take on more responsibility. Ah, no. Why would Lady Aislinn go to a place like that? She said she urgently needed money. It wasn't an entirely far-fetched situation. No matter how noble and beautiful a woman was in the southwest of the continent, if money was tight, she had to do something. Denise wasn't unaware of Aislin's circumstances, but the fact that she would accompany Derek gave her an immediate bad feeling. Is something really going to happen? Aislinn seemed wise and thoughtful, but having been raised like a precious gem, she'd realized her romantic feelings far too late. Such were girls raised in greenhouses. If it was already decided she would go north with him, then only one course of action remained for Denise. Even if it was drastic, she needed to apply some shock therapy. Derek. Denise looked at him seriously. I think Lady Aislinn likes you. I also like Lady Aislinn. In times like these, a person so steadfast is truly rare. I should consider myself lucky to have someone like that as an acquaintance. That's not what I mean. I think she likes you as a man. Denise got straight to the point without hesitation. Once she made a decision, she didn't hold back on what needed to be done. Even Derek, a man of steel, was momentarily speechless. He wasn't entirely oblivious to the matter, so he hadn't overlooked Aislinn's recent odd behavior. Even so, he hadn't connected it to romantic feelings. There were many handsome, high-status men around Aislinn. Her standards had to be high. After all, the three leading ladies of the Rose Salon received marriage proposals whenever they got bored. One of their daily tasks was to reject noble sons of questionable repute who lingered around them. Why would someone like that take interest in Derek? He was very self-aware in that regard. That's why he answered frankly. You've been reading too many romance novels. Are you underestimating my intuition? I knew Miss Denise had a good eye, but this feels like too much of a logical leap. Derek crossed his arms with a thoroughly incredulous expression. I knew you'd react that way, Derek. But my wild instincts never fail. Aislinn likes you romantically, and if you go north together, who knows what might happen. So I'll tell you directly now. If you don't keep your head cool, something big could happen. I've never seen a relationship between a commoner and a noble lady end well. It wasn't uncommon for heads of families or young lords to secretly keep concubines or touch their maids. However, for a noble lady, getting involved in that kind of scandal was a massive burden. If it remained a rumor, it could still be managed, but if it were true and not just gossip, the problem became far more serious. That's why Denise was warning Derek for Aislinn's sake. Do you understand what I'm saying, Derek? To be honest, I don't have the kind of confidence that makes me think a highborn lady would take a personal interest in me. If I did, I'd be an extreme narcissist. Even so, if Miss Denise says so, I can't just sit by. I'll do something about it in my own way. You'll do something? What are you going to do? At that response, Denise showed an ambiguous expression. It wasn't a smile, nor a frown, nor was it expressionless. It was truly peculiar and indescribable. Miss Aislinn, do you like me romantically? Pfft. Seeing the sun rise in the west or Aislinn spit out tea ungracefully and nearly choke were equally unreal sights. Watching her lose her composure like that was something extremely rare. Even so, Aislinn, seated in the half-ruined reception room, averted her eyes and spoke to Derek. Derek. I'm sorry. Did I mishear you? I've been handling family matters all day lately. I think I'm hearing things. I asked if you like me romantically. I know it's an extremely presumptuous and disrespectful question, but I think it's better to make things clear. Asking directly. It was a response only Derek could give. How could anyone with a heart do something like that? Despite such questions, Derek seemed immune to emotions like embarrassment or shame. Even when he was covered in dirt by Diella, or when he recited the novel written by Denise, he was a man of steel, immune to any emotion. Raised in the slums, walking a path stained with blood, the delicate sensibilities of a young girl were to him stories from another world. They didn't even graze his emotional ice. That absolute rationality was a blessing for a mercenary. However, for a woman trying to approach him, it was an impenetrable fortress. Gaining psychological ground on him wasn't easy, not even for those who'd seen it all. For Aislinn, who was practically a novice in these matters, it was an unbearably harsh test. That. Aislin's eyes began trembling uncontrollably, unable to focus, as if struck by a blow. Though she was quick-witted, her thoughts seemed jammed. Her tongue moved on its own, and somehow, she managed to respond as naturally as possible. No. Although in reality, it was anything but natural. Her tone was absurdly abrupt. She concluded that, given the situation, outright denial was best. In fact, that was the most appropriate response when dealing with commoners. The elegance instilled in her since childhood finally kicked in. That can't be. Mr. Derek, of course I always think you're dependable, and that you're amazing in both appearance and ability, but thinking of you romantically is something completely different. I see. I apologize. It seems my self-esteem inflated too much from my recent achievements. I'm embarrassed. Everyone makes mistakes. It's okay. Don't be so embarrassed. Aislin's behavior, acting like a soldier on high alert, was excessively unnatural. Even though Derek was supposed to be the one embarrassed, her tone and conduct made it hard to tell who was more flustered. Anyway, I came to talk about the travel itinerary to the north, so let's get to the main topic. Let's. But I'll go get the map first. I'll be right back, please wait a moment. Yes. As soon as the door closed, Aislinn collapsed into her chair as if melting. Her ragged breathing lasted for a while. In silence, she thanked the heavens that Derek was so dense about these matters. Derek, after closing the door, walked silently down the hall, sat on the windowsill, and rubbed his chin. I shouldn't take what Miss Denise said lightly. I should be careful. Aislinn, who knew little about relationships between men and women, thought Derek simply wasn't interested in them. But that was a naive view. Growing up in the suburbs, one saw all kinds of murky, twisted, and unhealthy relationships. Those scenes might be far from the glamorous social culture, but at the very least, it was an environment where one inevitably developed male awareness. Good thing I checked in advance. I need to keep my head cool. It's naive to think Derek has no interest or knowledge about women. Rather, he was someone who even evaluated female affection with logic. He was very much the type noble ladies would call a dangerous man. For the naive Aislinn, trying to handle him alone was excessively difficult. Let's finish the preparations soon. After straightening his clothes, Derek crossed the hall. Whatever it was, he just needed to finish the northern business quickly and return. Swoosh, swoosh. Late at night, Denise, who had been writing quietly, suddenly stopped. She set down her pen and looked up at the moon in the sky, arms crossed. Thinking that Derek's contract is about to end makes me feel empty. After all, she was quite fond of him. She worried about him going north because he'd given her so much in so many ways. Even though she was concerned he'd be traveling with Aislinn to teach Lady Cyrne, it wasn't good to interfere with a bird that had already left its cage. Maybe I should have meddled a little more. I'm worried something might happen. In any case, Denise had already done nearly everything she could. Even so, she still felt a strange frustration about the Aislinn situation. It was like something was stuck in her chest, bothering a corner of her mind. It wasn't even that serious, but it was a truly strange matter. Unlike the southwest of the continent, which has 3 great families, the north always close to the battlefield only has one person with the title of Duke, Lord Melverot. He is the head of the ducal house of Rochester and the only 6-star battle mage still alive. He was also the one who personally killed the demonic beast Noir, the main cause of the greatest disaster to ever occur in the north, the Dawn War. Derek had heard many times the gruesome scenes of that day told by Jaden, the mercenary leader who directly participated in the Dawn War. Famous warriors from all over the continent gathered to hunt down the gigantic demon Noir, visible even from the horizon, but the only thing that kept growing was the mountain of corpses. The sight of the snowy plains turning red with the blood of fallen warriors seemed to have been a lifelong trauma for him. The 6-star mage Calamford, Lord Melverot's lifelong friend, also died in the Dawn War. The story of how Lord Melverot used his friend's sacrifice as a springboard to land the final blow to Noir's heart is legendary and the reason why Lord Melverot still reigns as the ruler of the North. I've heard this story so many times since I was a child, but it seems even a mythical figure can't raise their children properly. True. But we can't rush to judge until we see Lady Cyrne in person. Of course. Even Diella might have seemed like an uncontrollable girl based on the rumors, but she had a tender side, didn't she? The carriage swayed gently. The warm climate of the southwest was starting to feel like a distant memory. As the journey lengthened and they approached the north, the weather began to turn cold. Autumn had already begun, and in the north around this time, there were places where the severe cold was already setting in. Feeling that reality, Derek changed his mercenary cloak for a thicker one with some fur. Aislinn, who wore a cape decorated with cute floral patterns, also seemed to feel the cold in her fingertips and asked the servants for some gloves. Derek pulled out the winter gear he had prepared in advance and handed it to Aislinn. She accepted the gloves and outerwear with a blank stare. Use them. Ah, yes. Thank you. He had only given her the coat and gloves out of consideration, but Aislinn's mind began to wander with all kinds of unnecessary thoughts. Giving winter clothes in such cold weather wasn't just a kind act, didn't it also mean he trusted her enough to hand over something so personal? The fact that he gave her gloves already used could be interpreted as a sign of closeness. And not asking for them back might imply that their relationship was close enough not to require formalities. Assigning exaggerated meanings to every gesture was typical of girls beginning to take interest in the opposite sex. And Aislinn was the type to show all of that on her face. Derek momentarily rested his chin on his hand, biting his lower lip, thinking he'd have to be careful even with things like this. It's fine that Lady Aislinn is kind, but if I don't maintain proper distance, it could backfire. Derek was, without a doubt, a dangerous man. He had a high opinion of Aislinn as a person, he found her admirable, kind, and respectable. But he didn't shy away from thinking that her kindness could be useful in many ways. His basic rule was to use whatever could be of benefit. If it was merely the innocent affection of a young noblewoman who didn't yet know the world well, it wouldn't be difficult to go along with it and maybe teach her a little about life in the process. However, if that got out of hand, there would be consequences. Stay close, but with limits. If things got serious, there would be no way to manage it. If Feline saw this, she'd hate me. Thinking that, Derek rested his chin in his hand and glanced sideways at Aislinn. Without realizing her ears had turned red, she stared intently at the gloves Derek had given her, as if she were locked in a futile visual duel with a natural predator. It was hard to say she didn't look adorable in that moment, which is why Derek let out a dry chuckle and shook his head. Derek was a cold person, able to measure emotions with a ruler of cost and benefit. Nonetheless, aside from that, Aislinn was a good person, and it couldn't be denied that her clumsy moments were quite charming. So, Derek let out a faint sigh and turned his gaze toward the landscape outside the window, which was slowly beginning to be covered in white. I'm Leighton, the head butler of the Rochester family. And this is Serena, the head maid. That happened when Derek, who had just stepped down from the large carriage with his luggage, encountered the two people in charge of managing the Rochester estate. The location was the entrance to the northern Rochester territory. There was still some distance to the mansion, but it seemed the two had come out to receive the distinguished guests by Lord Melverot's direct orders. What? Derek felt a strange discomfort. Leighton, dressed in a flawless suit, was a gentleman with a well-groomed beard. Standing in the snow in a fur coat, he looked refined for a northerner. However, the head maid, Serena, did not present the same image. She wore a clean uniform, but had bandages on one arm, her ankle, and neck. One of her eyes was also covered with a bandage, and her fingers were full of scratches. Forgive me for presenting myself in such a disheveled state. When Serena bowed her head in respect, Aislinn, who had just stepped out of the carriage, shook her head. It's fine. Wounds don't heal conveniently. You seem seriously injured, are you all right? Yes, thank you for your concern. It is a great honor for the Rochester family to personally receive Lady Aislinn, the noblest flower of the Duplain family. The rumors about the Duplain family's decline must have already spread to the north. They might not grasp the severity of the situation, but they surely knew that their authority and splendor were not what they used to be. Still, the Rochester family's treatment was truly courteous. Even in decline, a ducal family was still a ducal family. Derek's expression hardened as he observed Serena's condition. At a glance, the wounds on her arm, ankle, and neck seemed to be of different nature and timing. This isn't from an accident. She's been continuously assaulted, even tortured. If she introduced herself as the head maid, she had to be someone of high rank among the Rochester Mansion servants. Despite that, if she had to continue working in that state, he could only imagine the condition of the other maids. Derek thought the task ahead would be more difficult than expected. Was this Lady Searn's doing? Derek had no hesitation in asking direct questions. Upon hearing it, both averted their gazes with uncomfortable expressions. Not even Diella, in her worst days, had ever laid a hand on someone who had reached the rank of head maid. This went beyond physical punishment and bordered dangerously on torture. What was Lord Melverot or the other high-ranking members of the house doing? If someone was causing this much harm, shouldn't they have intervened? Despite being a warlord, Lord Melverot was a person with common sense. There must have been some reason for allowing his daughter to act freely even when the lives of servants were at risk. We'll explain the details at Rochester Mansion. With that, Derek and Aislinn were guided by two servants toward a luxury carriage and boarded. They were now headed directly to Rochester Mansion. I'm a little scared. I already told you it wouldn't be easy. Yes. I need to stay focused. Despite her anxious expression, Aislinn pressed her lips firmly and adopted a determined look. She needed to gather as much money as she could. She had many people depending on her, and her family was on the brink. She carried a sense of responsibility that didn't match her delicate figure, yet she didn't show it openly. In any case, Lady Searn doesn't seem like an easy person. I expected as much, but I think we need a concrete plan. She doesn't look like someone who'll listen just because we speak kindly. I already have a plan. Actually, I have 3. Derek said that, thinking it was better to be clear before they arrived. The first is to connect with her person to person. If we can build a bond, we can move forward with the lessons without trouble. That would be ideal. I hope it works. It doesn't seem likely at first glance. So, we have to resort to the second method. Scold her, get angry, or try to persuade her, do whatever it takes to move Lady Searn emotionally. That's also valid. I'll do my best too. But if that doesn't work? When Aislinn asked worriedly, Derek clenched his fist and responded. Then we'll use the third method. One that's proven effective throughout history. Sometimes, Aislinn thought. Derek's methods were too rough for a noble lady. He was a man who advanced like an iron horn. And that's why it worked. Greenhouse flowers like noble young ladies didn't understand the fear a fist could instill. She didn't know what the family would do if he made a mistake, but Derek no longer cared. From the beginning, many who came to him couldn't be handled gently. The first one to benefit from that was his own sister, Diella. It won't be easy. At that moment, Leighton, the head butler, who was sitting across from him, interjected. They were plotting how to handle the lady he served. Derek thought maybe he should watch his words, but then shook his head. Wrong was wrong. What do you mean it won't be easy? You don't truly know Miss Searn yet. Leighton spoke quietly, with his head bowed. The North is a dangerous land where high-level magical beasts appear frequently. Its people are rough, extremely closed off, and have developed their own survival methods. Yes, I've heard that. There are no fertile lands, and people live by hunting magical beasts or receiving royal subsidies. In such a place, only the strong survive. Lady Searn is a symbol of the North. From what he was saying, she sounded like someone with a wild charm. In Derek's mind, the image of Lady Searn already overlapped with that of mercenaries in a tavern flexing muscles while drinking rum. What kind of person is she for you to say that? She is none other than Lord Melverot's only daughter. To put it bluntly. Just when Leighton was about to continue. Thud, thump. Without warning, the carriage jolted violently, and a massive impact was soon felt. Bang! Crack! Crash! Thud! Clang! Bang! Everything happened so fast that Aislinn couldn't even scream. The carriage tilted sharply and all sorts of objects began to fall. Clatter, crash. Bang. Ah. What's happening? Hold on tight. The carriage is shaking. Rumble. In the midst of the chaos, through the window, the body of a magical beast covered in white fur was visible. It seemed that a large magical beast had attacked the carriage. Its form wasn't clearly visible, but it was clear they had to get out immediately. Lady Aislinn. We have to get out of the carriage right now. Kaya. Derek shouted as he forcefully kicked open the rear door of the carriage. He practically threw Aislinn out of the carriage, then evacuated the servants before rolling out himself. Whoosh! An icy blizzard blew between the falling snowflakes. Derek frowned as he looked up, searching for the monster that had attacked the carriage. But upon stepping out to check, he realized it hadn't been a direct attack. Although a huge bear-like beast covered the carriage, it was already dead, with blood pouring from its neck. Even from a distance, it was obvious it was dead. How could a dead monster attack a carriage? Such a question was inevitable. What is this? Are you all alright? The servants, alarmed, checked on Derek and Aislinn. Fortunately, no one was injured, although Aislinn was panting, her face pale from the shock. Derek looked once more at the beast's corpse in the middle of the snowy field, where the cold wind still blew. He wondered if someone had used necromancy to control the beast's body, but that kind of forbidden magic was not something commonly found. It seemed more likely that someone had hurled the corpse of the giant monster at the carriage heading to the mansion. The intent behind such an act was clearly malicious. Why throw the corpse of a beast? The carriage, tilted and stuck in the snow, could no longer move. The two white draft horses were also seriously injured and couldn't rise from the ground. Watching them struggle was painful. This couldn't have been done by human strength, was it magic? With that thought, Derek closed his eyes and activated his mana detection spell. If magic had been used recently, it wouldn't escape his senses. To hide from such detection required a much higher level. No ordinary mage could conceal themselves from Derek, who had already reached the level of a 3-star mage. Indeed, he sensed traces of mana in the treetop behind him. Without hesitation, Derek summoned a mana arrow and fired at the suspicious figure hiding high in the tree. Whack! Pop! An attack without even an incantation or preparation. The shot was so fast that it was hard to even perceive it, let alone dodge. The person in the tree jumped high to evade it. It was almost an animal-like reflex. Crack! Thud! The figure, who spun once in the air, was slimmer than expected. From her build, she resembled Diella. She, not he, twisted her body in the air and landed in the snowy field beyond the carriage. The sound of her landing in the snow was surprisingly light. Aislinn's eyes widened upon seeing the figure land. Derek remained frowning. Her bluish hair spread across the snow, and the hem of her beautiful dress fanned out beneath her. The girl, who had slowly risen from a crouched position, opened her eyes slowly, revealing pupils white and bright like snowflakes. At first glance, she looked like an ice princess standing nobly in the snowy field. However, that impression quickly vanished upon seeing what she held in her hands. In one, she held a deer with a twisted, bleeding neck, and in the other, a blood-soaked wolf pup. The image of her holding the corpses of beasts larger than her own body was bizarrely surreal. Her hands were stained with the animal's blood. Under her left eye, dark red blood from the dying deer was visible. She wore no shoes, so her bare feet, white as jade, were sunk in the snow. The smell of blood hung clearly in the air, but she didn't seem to mind. Given the circumstances, there was no need to ask who was responsible for the corpse of the giant beast that had rammed the carriage. Miss Searn. The head maid Serena bowed her head, trembling all over. The other servants also bowed nervously. Derek glanced at the trembling servants. Their sharp movements weren't from loyalty. What drove them was the fear coursing through their veins. Seeing her standing there in the snowy field as the icy wind blew evoked a strange sensation, like witnessing a wild beast dressed in an elegant gown. The only daughter of the greatest living 6-star mage, Lord Melvarot. The heir to his overwhelming magical talent. A madwoman whom not even that great mage could tame, and whom he eventually had to yield to. A lunatic who regarded human life as mere pebbles on the roadside. A maniac that even the hardened northerners couldn't control, no matter how many faced her. All those titles belonged to her. Cyrne Elena Rochester. Derek frowned and held his ground. When you teach Cyrne, you'll have many questions. Before heading north, Derek had visited Lord Melverat to give his final confirmation. Melverat, who sat working with his legs crossed arrogantly, was pleased with Derek's intent, but as Cyrne's father, he had something to say. Many mages have tried to teach Cyrne and gave up. Each had their own reasons, and many ended badly. I just want Cyrne to adapt well to noble society. To properly learn magic according to the star-level system and to become a lady worthy of the Rochester family. I'm not interested in anything else. Just keep any questions that may arise during that process to yourself. That's all. Though it sounded straightforward, Melverat's expression carried a hidden nuance. It seemed he was concealing something, but Derek wasn't in a position to question him. Besides, he wasn't particularly interested in the details. He only needed to win over Cyrne and teach her what was necessary. Still, he couldn't shake off a strange sense of intuition. A freezing wind was blowing. The carriage, completely destroyed by the monster's corpse, was no longer usable. Passing the terrified servants, Derek stepped forward and spoke. Lady Cyrne. I am Derek of Ebelstein. He had decided to try his first strategy: communicate through dialogue. He knew many instructors had tried the same without success, so he had no great expectations. The fact that she didn't care about the beast corpses or the stench of blood made it clear she wasn't reasonable. Still, he decided to try. Then came an unexpected reply from the girl holding the bodies. I heard about you from Serena. Her disheveled hair fell over her forehead. Her white eyes, visible between the strands, looked directly at Derek. Her voice was clear and pure, with an intellectual air. Her tone was calm and composed, and for a moment, she gave the impression of being a kind and elegant person if it weren't for her blood-stained appearance. I heard you're here to teach me magic. Yes. Though of humble status, I make my living teaching magic. Interesting. Surprisingly, the conversation seemed to be working. Just as Derek thought his first method might succeed, Cyrne's bluish hair began to float, and magic surged through her body. A blue energy began to radiate from her white eyes, and she smiled ecstatically. Then, you must be stronger than me. What? As soon as Derek replied, Cyrne vanished. Her movements, blending with the icy wind, were hard to track with the naked eye. When Aislinn and the servants blinked, Cyrne was already in front of Derek, her skirt lifted by a gust as she floated. Her bare feet dug into the snow, and at that moment, a massive wall of earth surged up to crush Derek. There was no chant or preparation. The speed of her actions didn't match the body of a mere girl. Transformation magic. Level 3. No. Almost full level 2. Derek couldn't help but be surprised. There are exceptional talents who reach level 3 before their coming-of-age ceremony. With the support of a prestigious noble family, one or two of those talents may emerge per generation across the continent. But for a girl in this barren land, with so many failed instructors, to reach this level, was nearly impossible. Crash. Crash. Derek stepped back swiftly to dodge the wall of earth and lowered his stance. His eyes turned serious. Whoosh! The earth walls continued trying to crush him, but the magic arrows he instantly conjured shattered them before they could form. Not only the servants were surprised, even Cyrne widened her eyes in shock. Derek's reaction speed far exceeded normal. From the start, this isn't careless magic. Nor does it seem wild magic. What kind of person is this man? There's one immutable truth about magical talent. Effort, instructors, and a good environment all play a role. But if one had to choose a single decisive factor, it would be blood. First, blood. Second, blood. Even a third, still blood. And this girl was the daughter of a 6-star mage. Her high level was no surprise. However, her magic style was far different from Melvarot's. It was hard to believe she was the daughter of a man who had strictly followed the aristocratic magic path. She was so free-spirited, it made one doubt she was his biological daughter. You dodged. Siren, regaining her cold expression, snapped her fingers and looked at Derek. There had been killing intent in her attack. She wasn't a girl who knew how to hold back. If ranked by stars, Siren's magic was nearly level 3. Transformation magic level 2, Earth Wall. Transformation magic level 3, Acceleration. However, her magic didn't seem bound by that system. Lady Siren. Derek's tone grew even lower. Straightening up, he adjusted his loose leather gloves and looked at her sternly. You must not attack people without reason. First, establish the correct rule. That was Derek's style. Diella, Ellen, and Denise always said the same. Derek always spoke the truth. Correct principles are irrefutable. But Siren gave a mocking laugh as she looked at him. You sound like someone from the southwest. They say the open plains and mild weather there are like paradise. Another blast of cold wind stirred her hair. Despite the chill that would make most men tremble, she walked barefoot and gloveless through the snowy field. Her appearance was unusual. Do you think that just because I don't attack without reason, others will leave me alone? That's what it means to live in a civilization. Those words don't apply here in the north. You kill before being killed, eat before being eaten. That goes for both beasts and humans. The girl's values were extreme. Growing up in the northern cold might explain that mindset, but Siren was a noble lady. Surely she had lived more protected than most. Yet with eyes as cold as ice, she spoke calmly. If you want to teach me, prove your worth. And what is that worth? Not dying by my hands. The girl stood among corpses. She felt no guilt in taking a life. Rabbits, wolves, deer, bears, whether snowy field beasts or humans, if necessary. The girl's eyes, surrounded by bodies, were equally serene. For her, skinning a rabbit or a person was the same. Some would call it purity. Others, madness. Derek was clearly one of the latter. Bang! Siren vanished again, stomping hard. Her movements, sliding between bare trees, could no longer be tracked by eye. Just as Derek began focusing on the sound. Whoosh! A spell was cast, sound block, level 1. Siren had blocked his hearing. Her combat instinct is impressive. Derek remained calm, and Siren's pressure intensified. Level 1 combat spells flew at him: shockwaves, ice spears, fire arrows. And despite all that, she didn't cancel the level 3 acceleration spell on herself. Boom! Bang! Derek felt a strange affinity as he watched her. Her lone stance in that frozen tundra reminded him of parts of his own past. But there were two key differences. She had been born with noble blood, a gift from the heavens. And her combat style was excessively raw. To Derek, who had endured countless battles, her moves were still immature. Crack. Crunch. Crack. Crackle. Siren's eyes flew open. By the time she came to, all her combat spells had been shattered by magic arrows. Intercepting magic before activation was Derek's specialty. No matter how sharp someone's combat senses were, it wasn't easy to deal with Derek's flexible magic use. This time, Derek propelled himself from the ground and charged. The distance closed in an instant, but Siren leapt backward, her tousled hair flying. Trying to catch me with speed? What a foolish idea. Just as she tried to mock Derek for his foolish idea, a sharp sensation ran down her spine. It was a realm beyond the 5 senses, the 6th sense. An instinct engraved in Lady Siren, who had grown up roaming the north and hunting monsters. Thud. Crash. Without gaining much distance, Siren rolled across the snowy ground. Derek's foot was stepping on Siren's shadow. It was the 2-star combat magic, Shadow Bind. It was a spell that used mana to trap the opponent's shadow and immobilize them. Though slow and impractical, Derek compensated for those flaws with his innate magical sense. How did you do that? She tried to ask how he had tracked her, but it was a pointless question. Derek approached Cyrn, who lay on the ground due to the binding spell. He had learned tracking magic directly from the legendary tracking mage, Dreist Wolftail. Derek had already developed a sense capable of reading an opponent's movements through mana flow. The level 3 transformation magic, Acceleration, was useful, but had a fatal flaw: it left mana traces with every movement. That meant that when facing a high-level tracking mage, every move would be exposed. They were experts in tracing and reading magical effects. In combat, the natural enemy of a transformation mage was a tracking mage. Of course, Cyrn, who had fought purely on instinct, was unaware of this theory. And from the perspective of someone without that knowledge, it looked like Derek could predict all her moves. Lady Cyrn. If you continue causing chaos, I dash. Hap. Before Derek could finish his sentence, Cyrn picked up a rock buried in the snow and threw it. Caught mid-sentence and off guard, the rock flew and struck Derek's temple before he could dodge. Thud. It wasn't a fatal wound, but his concentration broke for a moment, canceling the binding. Cyrn took the chance to cast Acceleration again and bolted away. Whoosh! Her movements were astounding. Derek stood still. A line of blood trickled down his temple. A drop fell with a plop onto the pristine snow, staining it red. Derek, who had been silently watching the scene, finally pressed his fingers to his brow. Mr. Derek. Are you okay? Aislinn, worried, rushed toward him but lost her breath the moment she met his gaze. Because Derek's expression was unusual. Derek was, by nature, someone who was not swayed by emotions. Even when Diella insulted him, or when Ellen looked down on him, Derek never showed any sign of agitation. Even if someone he had just met tried to kill him, threw a rock at him, and made him bleed, his steel composure would remain unaffected. However, Aislinn couldn't help but swallow nervously upon seeing Derek press his forehead and wipe away the blood. Should it be called a ghostly aura, or perhaps a murderous intent? An indescribable sense of intimidation could clearly be felt in Derek's cold gaze. Just because he didn't act recklessly in a fit of rage didn't mean he lacked emotions. If he was in a bad mood, he was in a bad mood. He simply considered it trivial. That's why Derek spoke in a low and calm voice, without raising it. You remember I said I had thought of 3 methods, right? Why yes, you did. He continued in a voice as sharp as a blade. Looks like we'll have to use the 3rd method. Mr. Derek. If you have any objections, please state them, Lady Aislinn. Even in that situation, by asking for his companion Aislinn's opinion, he was the epitome of composure. Aislinn couldn't oppose him. She merely took a step back, and with a trembling voice, barely managed to speak. Please, be merciful. Understood. At that moment, Derek's figure vanished. Swoosh. Cyrn held her breath. She found herself face to face with Derek, who had suddenly closed the distance and was staring at her intently. The killing intent in those red eyes felt familiar. It was like that of the giant wolf I saw during a snowstorm, while wandering alone through the snowy mountains as a child. In the wild world, everyone ends up in one of 2 positions. Predator or prey. That position is relative. A predator won't always remain one, and prey doesn't always stay prey. In this vast world without rules, it all depends on who you meet. If you encounter a rabbit, you're the predator. If you meet a wolf, you're the prey. It's that simple. Then, am I the predator or the prey now? The moment I asked myself that question, Derek's hand reached out to grab me by the neck. Crack. Crunch. However, with sharp instinct, Cyrn grabbed Derek's hand and bit the calloused palm hardened from training. When his grip loosened for a moment, she leapt again, but it was a useless move. No matter how much acceleration magic she used, Derek seemed to know exactly where her movements were going. In this case, the difference in speed was almost irrelevant. Snap. That's why Cyrn decided to move in a straight line to maximize distance. Trying to confuse him with zigzagging movements wouldn't work, so she decided to widen the gap with pure speed. However, that too was part of Derek's plan. When the distance had significantly widened, Derek raised his hand and gathered mana. Whoosh! Derek extended his hand into the air and closed his fist tightly. The energy of the earth that embraces all without hesitation. Siren's intuition screamed something was wrong. Aislinn felt it too. It was the first time she had seen Derek chant a spell. Derek rarely did so. The boy, who had reached the limit of his magical sense, had become so advanced that he could cast level 1 and even level 2 spells without chanting. Whoosh! The gathered servants looked on in disbelief. The amount of mana concentrating around the boy, who was about to undergo his coming-of-age ceremony, far exceeded that of most noble sons. Whoosh! Rumble! Derek was not someone who favored a combat style based on brute force. Despite being born with innate magical talent, in basic duels he relied more on his combat sense than on magic. He often used magic to trick his enemies and gain a psychological edge. But that didn't mean he couldn't fight with pure force. He simply chose not to. However, if it was a situation that required overwhelming the enemy with absolute power, Derek wouldn't hesitate to use high-scale magic. He had already reached a considerably high level among 3-star mages. Boom, boom, boom. The incoming magic had to be avoided. It was the moment Siren swallowed and took her stance. But the magic Derek unleashed was not something that could be dodged. Boom! The ground began to crack, and a blizzard rose up. Ah! 3-star combat magic, Earthquake. It was a high-level combat spell that overturned the ground in a wide area, subduing the opponent along with the terrain. However, Lady Siren's combat sense had already reached its peak. If the magic couldn't be dodged, the caster had to be stopped. Even though the distance was dangerously wide, she had to close the gap quickly and interrupt the chanting. Just as Siren was about to activate her acceleration magic and dash forward. The ground was no longer there. Wrapped in a feeling of weightlessness, she saw Derek casting magic from afar. There was no emotional agitation in his gaze, even as blood trickled down his temple. This scale of magic, has he already finished chanting? His chanting rhythm was always several beats faster than anyone could imagine. At that moment, she understood. They were on completely different levels. The killing intent in the boy's eyes was now entirely that of a predator. And the prey was her. Whoosh! In the end, all that remained was the fall. Crunch, crunch. The crunching of Derek's boots on the snow was clearly audible. In the snow-covered field whipped by the blizzard, Derek finally appeared approaching the carriage, carrying Siren over his shoulder. Her limp body swaying in the wind made it look as if he were carrying the corpse of a wild beast, causing the gathered servants to tremble in fear. I apologize for the commotion. And no. How? Siren's eyes rolled, unable to regain consciousness. Although it wasn't clear what kind of exchange had taken place between Derek and her in that nearly zero-visibility blizzard, Derek had nothing more than a faint trickle of blood running down his temple. Did he subdue Lady Siren that easily, who is nearly equivalent to a 3-star mage? Butler Layton looked at Derek in disbelief, but he, showing not the slightest concern, asked while carrying Siren. The carriage is completely destroyed. Is the Rochester estate far? And no. It's not too far on foot. The weather is quite harsh, so it will be difficult, but... Then let's go quickly. With that said, Derek stepped into the blizzard. The extreme cold seemed to have no effect on him at all. Crackle, crackle. The Rochester estate rose like a tower amid the blizzard. Although the building was of considerable size, its grandeur seemed diminished by the harsh surroundings. Unlike the Duplain estate, which overwhelms you with its vast garden as soon as you pass through the gate, the Rochester estate felt purely functional. Considering that monsters often appeared out of nowhere and attacked, it was completely natural. It must have been very hard to arrive like this in Rochester territory. As the butler, I feel deeply ashamed. Don't worry. I now understand what kind of person Lady Siren is. It seemed customary in this region to lead guests straight to the fireplace as soon as they arrived from afar. Derek, warming himself before a fireplace taller than a person, made a dismissive gesture when the butler brought the servants to greet him politely. "Where is Lady Searn?" "She's unconscious. We've placed her in a private room in the tower. I must go see her. We'll be seeing each other often from now on." The butler swallowed hard as he looked at Derek. Even after being attacked without provocation by Lady Searn with dangerous aggression during their first meeting, he remained composed. If he had been an inexperienced mage, he would have been defeated instantly. In fact, Searn often ambushed and seriously injured high-ranking mages when she caught them off guard. "He's even more formidable than I thought. I'm not sure I can fulfill my role." Aislinn, who was warming herself by the fire behind Derek, spoke in a low voice. Upon arriving in the north, she seemed to realize that this place was fundamentally different from the fertile and beautiful Duplain domain. Although she had cheerfully shouted that she would take on any task due to the urgent need for money, she seemed terrified after actually facing Searn, who tried to kill her. "Not only can't I communicate, but I could be seriously injured if I try anything. Mr. Derek has a lot of experience and skill, but I don't." "Are you very scared?" "Yes." Aislinn spoke honestly. Her gaze reflected a lack of confidence. However, she wasn't someone who simply complained. "But I have to do it. I'll find a way in my own way." Soon, she clenched her fists tightly and spoke with determination. "If I've already decided to do it, then I have to do it. Besides, nothing will change if I just complain." "That's a good attitude. Actually, there's no need to worry so much." "Huh. Even though I suspected it would be quite tough, do you know why I asked you to come with me, Miss Aislinn? Because you thought I'd accept right away since I desperately need the money? That reason isn't entirely absent." Derek sat next to Aislinn by the fire and spoke to her. "Because someone like you needs to accompany me. Someone like me. Specifically, someone who is obviously elegant, refined, and beautiful." Eh. At that sudden shower of compliments, Aislinn held her breath and awkwardly lowered her gaze. Even if you flatter me like that all of a sudden, nothing special is going to happen. I'm just telling the truth. Unlike me, who is a bit rough and vulgar, you're clearly a cultured and elegant person. That difference is important." Aislinn's face turned red at Derek's blunt words, but she knew he wasn't saying them to flirt with her. "I mentioned I had a plan. I'd already heard about Lady Searn, and there were aspects that would be difficult for me to handle alone. I plan to ask for your help with that. Things like etiquette, social manners, and knowledge about dancing. No. All that is secondary." "What? Isn't that important? After all, that kind of cultural knowledge could be taught as long as they managed to win Searn over. The most important thing was how to dominate Searn. We need a carrot and stick approach. I'll be the stick, and you, Miss Aislinn, will be the carrot." What do you mean by that?" I already have a plan. Want to hear it?" Actually, it's a strategy one learned from an old friend in the slums. It seemed pretty convincing, so I decided to adopt it. Derek had many acquaintances in the slums, but few he could call friends. Since he had always been treated as an outsider in noble circles, Aislinn felt curious to know who this old friend he mentioned was. Why am I so interested in that? I think I'm getting too nosy. However, she quickly shook her head and refocused on Derek's words. It's called, the abused wife strategy. Sounds strange? Your friend's family life must not have been easy. Derek remembered the young archer who used to run through the slums to support her elderly mother. Now that her mother had passed away, her life as a total orphan wasn't any easier than his. There's no one in the slums who doesn't have a story. I didn't bring it up to talk about sad things. Miss Aislinn, you just have to play the role of the abused wife. What the hell did that mean? That was the question about to come out. Aislinn waited silently, thinking Derek would explain soon. Then I'll play the pathetic husband. Husband? What do you mean by that? Husband. If someone hears that, they'll get the wrong idea. It's a metaphor. I'll explain the plan in detail. Derek looked out the window at the swirling snowstorm. Behind Aislinn, who twisted her fingers and looked around, the storm intensified. Staying too long in this remote place wouldn't be good. The best thing was to get everything they could from Lord Melverot and leave as soon as possible. For that, they needed to reform Lady Siren's mindset as quickly as possible. After all, she was the only daughter of the continent's greatest mage. Once they had her under control, it wouldn't be surprising if rumors spread that there was no lady on the continent they couldn't educate. Personal gain was important too, and besides, there was a magical artifact that Derek wanted to obtain from Lord Melverot. There was no reason to waste time here. Derek spoke with a more serious expression. Miss Aislinn. Are you good at acting? Why yes. As Derek continued explaining his plan, Aislinn's expression gradually hardened. Derek, are you really okay with this? Ugh. It's a monster. Lord Melverot. No matter what, how can you bring something like that to the mansion? This isn't something that can be taught or controlled. We must report to the royal family officially. Save me. Please. Just my life. You can cut off my arms and legs. Just let me live. What, it's you. Whoosh. The moment countless fragments of memories surged from the other side of the dream, Siren's eyes flew open. The air was warm from the cozy fireplace. The scent of freshly washed blankets tickled her nose, and from time to time, the sound of a snowstorm striking the glass filled the room. Siren, who sat up abruptly, remembered her last memory. It was the memory of having exchanged magic with a man named Derek. He moved as if he knew exactly where Siren was heading, predicting every one of her movements, and without giving her a chance to counterattack, he had subdued her with a 3-star spell. Just before falling, when their eyes met, Siren had involuntarily swallowed dryly. He was different from the magic instructors who had come to this far northern land to teach her. He wasn't a scholar locked away in books, but a man who had truly survived countless battles, ripping monsters apart entirely. Although Siren had no prior information about him, she could feel it just by facing his murderous intent. He had killed countless monsters. He was a man used to taking lives. It's better not to face him head-on. I should ambush him when no one is around or attack while he's asleep and somehow drive him out of the mansion. Just as she was thinking that and turned her gaze away from the bed. Ah. You're awake. The white-haired man she had just been thinking about was sitting at the table in the corner, reading a book with his legs crossed. He looked so relaxed that the image of him chasing her through the snowy field, bleeding, seemed like a thing of the past. Siren quickly threw off the blanket and jumped to the opposite corner, taking a defensive stance. Why are you here? You already know the reason, don't you? Lady Siren, you will learn magic from me. Why should I learn magic from you? You'll probably just spout nonsense, then give up and leave. That's for me to decide. I'll also set the class schedule starting tomorrow. Go to hell. Siren used telekinesis to hurl the table. Derek closed his book, lowered his stance, and rolled across the floor to dodge. Crash. Crack. Thud. Boom. Several other pieces of furniture flew at him, but none touched his body. Derek dodged from side to side and, before she realized it, was already in front of Siren, grabbing her arm. Snap. Ah. As he stared at her with an intimidating gaze, Siren's body began to tremble again. Even if his opponent was a haughty brat, Derek was unfazed. His red eyes, filled with murderous intent, were excessively terrifying for such a naive girl. At that moment, Siren understood. Her opponent was an expert in these types of situations. Surely, his goal was to subdue or manipulate people like her, taming them like docile sheep. As soon as she grasped that objective, an even stronger sense of rebellion arose. You think I'll listen to you? Don't waste your time and go back to the southwest. There's no place for you in the north. Looks like you need a few more knocks to come to your senses. From any perspective, a commoner shouldn't speak like that to a noble. How could he still have his head on his shoulders after doing such things? It was incredible, but Derek had already accumulated numerous merits. The reason he could act so arrogantly in front of nobles was that he had already proven himself as a certified magic instructor. The story of how he slapped the infamous brat Diella of the Southwest upon meeting her was no longer a family secret, but a fact known to those in the know. Derek's unique sense of righteousness, which didn't waver even before a noble lady, was something ordinary instructors couldn't imitate. If a commoner without achievements did something like that, he would be treated as a traitor, but for an instructor with multiple merits, the meaning was entirely different. Of course, he also had the skills to back it up. No matter how great Siren's magical abilities were, she couldn't easily break free from Derek's grip. Boom! But that didn't mean she wouldn't try. Siren cast the 2-star combat spell, Quick Explosion, setting the room ablaze. Whoosh! Derek quickly used his magic to shield himself from the impact, but lost his grip on her wrist. With her newfound freedom, Siren kicked open the door and dashed out of the tower. She was making it very clear that she had no intention of dealing with Derek any longer. Whoosh! However, Derek chased her quickly. He moved even faster than when hunting monsters. The murderous intent in his eyes remained. He was a ruthless human, as if he had come to beat Siren mercilessly. Ugh! Siren wrapped herself in magic and ran out beyond the mansion wall. As long as she could put some distance, Derek wouldn't find her in the vast snowy field. Just as she was about to leap over the wall, Derek, moving like a beast, grabbed her by the nape. Snap! Siren, still in her dress, rolled across the snowy ground, shook the snow from her hair, and glared fiercely at Derek. Ugh! That hurts. It needs to hurt more. Since you don't listen to words, I have no choice but to correct you through pain. You think this is okay? I'll take care of the consequences. With that, Derek pulled out the staff he carried on his back. Seeing it, Siren's eyes widened in shock, and she swallowed dryly. It was the 4-star staff, Footsteps. 4 old wooden branches intertwined, with a large gem embedded at the top. He knows how to use a staff. Using a magical weapon requires not only advanced magical skills but also experience. Whether a wand or a magical weapon, just being able to use it already far surpasses the level of an ordinary mage. She had already sensed something strange when he subdued her without causing serious harm, but now it was clear Derek had reached a level where he wasn't intimidated even by nobles. Do you know the name of this staff? Since you're from the north, you might know it, Lady Siren. Made by Aidenbro. Wanderer, or Footsteps. No. Actually, I renamed it. It's not uncommon for users to rename their magical weapons. Though the original name is usually more famous and, out of respect for the creator, it's not customary. Derek didn't care. It's called the Whip of Love. You're completely insane. Whoosh! Whoosh! Derek swung the staff like a club. It was questionable whether he was even a mage. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the staff cutting through the air was terrifying. Even a single hit would be enough to make her calves swell in pain. Siren swallowed dryly again and tried to flee. But Derek, already familiar with her patterns, easily made her trip. Snap! Thud! Siren rolled once through the thick snow, gritted her teeth, and got up on her hands. Looking back, she swallowed dryly once more. Holding the Whip of Love, a terrifying man, embodying love, dedication, and the virtues of a teacher, was approaching. He was truly a master of this era. I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing it for your sake, Lady Siren. Striking someone is never the right thing to do. When I swing this whip, my heart breaks. I feel a strong burning inside. My soul aches. But correcting people is my duty. Even if my heart breaks and my mind falls apart, I have to do it for you, Lady Siren. Liar. Your heart breaks. When has that ever happened? Don't come any closer. Now then, how many lashes do you think you deserve, Lady Siren? You decide. Tell me, and I'll give you that number. Derek's eyes sparkled and his breath puffed in the cold air. Seeing him as an uncontrollable monster, Siren took a step back in the snowy field. However, she couldn't shake off Derek. Escaping from someone skilled in tracking magic using only acceleration and transformation magic was virtually impossible. Just as Siren's fingertips began to tremble, something unexpected happened. While she didn't know how to escape and her vision dimmed. "Mr. Derek! Stop!" Whoosh! Aislinn, who had run through the snowy field, placed herself between Derek and Siren. With arms outstretched, she shielded Siren with a frown. Having lived a long life as a high-ranking noble, she exuded elegance even while standing still. Even amid the snowstorm, her nobility shone brightly. Her bold figure was like that of a heroine shining radiantly in the midst of adversity. It was the kind of strength seen in the protagonists of Denise's novels. Derek, a devoted reader of the arrogant Lord Robine, admired Aislinn's appearance in silence. Soon, with a face full of determination, Aislinn shouted for all to hear. "Violence is bad. Yes. It's bad. Violence." Unfortunately, the heavens hadn't granted her the same talent for dialogue as Denise. The first time Siren killed someone was when she was around 10 years old. One day, she suddenly killed a maid who had brought her a snack. At that young age, she stood still, covered in blood, silently staring at the young servant lying lifeless in a corner of the room. Bang! When Lord Melverot burst into the room, Siren was simply there, drenched in blood. She showed no signs of fear or trembling over what she had done, nor any concern about how to deal with the consequences. Her pale eyes, visible through her blood-splattered cheeks, looked at him silently. The stains on her white pajamas looked like part of the decorative lace. Even when the servants who arrived afterward covered their mouths in horror, and the squires rushed to clean the scene, Siren remained calm and indifferent. The servants were terrified by the scene, but her father, Lord Melverot, didn't even frown. The butler Leighton watched him and thought. Even upon witnessing the murder committed by his daughter, he didn't show a trace of distress, as if he had expected it from the start. Siren's indiscriminate murderous impulse had begun without warning. And yet, despite the series of shocking events, Melverot never once showed a sign of panic. "Mr. Derek. That's enough. If you try to control Lady Siren with violence, in the name of Duplain, I won't stand by and do nothing." Derek thought he couldn't allow Aislinn to continue that performance. Her terrible sense for dialogue, the awkward tone that popped up here and there, and those sudden outbursts of rage were completely off. It was probably because she had almost no experience raising her voice at someone. Maybe it was too much to demand such emotions from a girl who had always lived as an elegant and refined lady. Derek raised his staff and spoke. "Lady Aislinn. I'm someone who doesn't worry about consequences. Lord Melverot ordered me to reform Lady Siren by any means necessary, and I will use every tool at my disposal to achieve results. If Lady Aislinn interferes, I'll have no choice but to remove her by force. I am the lady of the Duplain Duchy. Don't you dare, don't you dare. No. Don't you dare speak of using force in front of me. How dare you?" Derek felt great confusion trying to follow the emotional track. Aislinn's acting was a black hole that swallowed all emotion around it. If that continued, a real disaster would occur, so Derek raised his magical power and increased his pressure. Whoosh! Derek's mana swirled around him, and the accumulated snowflakes began to form a mist. Siren, lying down, held her breath and nervously swallowed, but Aislinn stepped forward again, spreading her arms to block Derek. "If you're going to shoot, then shoot. I won't move from here." Derek's magical power concentrated at the tip of his staff. And the two-star combat magic, Fireball, began to take shape. Just from manifesting it, the snow around began to melt, exposing the ground. Siren trembled and swallowed hard. A direct hit from a fireball like that would be fatal. If she tried to escape, Derek would predict her movements and stop her. If she stayed still, he'd beat her to death. Despite Derek's cruel teaching policy, Siren tried to stand up as best she could. But her legs were too weak to move. While Siren trembled in fear, Aislinn stood with arms outstretched, facing Derek. Despite the overwhelming magical pressure, with her fingertips trembling, she expressed her determination not to yield. The cold-blooded mage before her, as if the lady of the Duplain family meant nothing, amassed even more magical power and generated a fireball larger than a human body. That level of flame was near the peak of 2-star magic. This is your last warning. Move aside. If you hurt me, Mr. Derek, you won't get away with it. I told you I wouldn't stop at anything. If you ignore my final warning, I'll have no choice. As exaggerated as it sounded, it was hard to believe he'd cast a spell of that magnitude at the young lady of the Duplain duchy. But he was a scoundrel who had even tried to beat the lady of the Rochester family, Cyrne. The fear that he might actually do it began to grip Cyrne's heart. Whoosh! And indeed, Derek fired the fireball. It was a scene hard to believe even with one's own eyes. Aislinn, arms open in front of Cyrne, trembled from head to toe with her eyes closed. Even faced with the oncoming fireball, she didn't move an inch. Soon, the fireball exploded. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, and flames filled the entire field of vision. The intense heat melted all the surrounding snow. Smoke rose, and the image of the fire lingered like a burn in the eyes. The fireball missed its mark. When Cyrne opened her eyes wide, the spell had only grazed Aislinn and struck the ground. Aislinn, still in a protective stance in front of Cyrne, remained with arms outstretched. The trembling of her fingers revealed the fear she felt. And still, Aislinn didn't move an inch. Biting her lower lip, she stared at Derek with resolve, but her body shook uncontrollably. Derek watched her silently, then finally slung his staff over his back. I'll let it go this time. But if you interfere again. Amid the swirling snow, his chilling red eyes locked onto both of them. You'll pay for it. With that, Derek turned his cloak and walked toward the mansion's main building. His retreating silhouette looked like that of a reaper who had postponed a death sentence. The fear that had overtaken Cyrne's body climbed up her spine. Crunch, crunch. Thud. When Derek disappeared from sight, Aislinn's legs gave out and she fell onto the snow. She took several deep breaths. After a moment to calm herself, Aislinn quickly turned her head toward Cyrne. Cyrne, unable to move due to her weakened legs, trembled. Aislinn looked at her and managed to force a smile. Lady Cyrne. You were very scared, weren't you? That insolent mercenary Derek is always like that. He thinks everything can be solved with violence. Aye. Then. It's okay. It's understandable that you're confused. Are you hurt? Let me see your wounds. With great effort, Aislinn managed to stand up and, dragging her tired body, crouched in front of Cyrne. Even in her confusion, Cyrne felt a certain warmth in seeing her. Aislinn had a kind heart that knew how to welcome others, and her appearance held something noble and sacred. Seeing her protect and comfort with sincerity was something that could move anyone. That's why Derek had insisted on bringing Aislinn. If he played the role of the whip, someone had to play the role of comfort. In fact, even as Cyrne backed away, she felt a strange relief watching Aislinn approach with long strides. Come on, show me your wounds. If we treat them quickly, they won't leave a scar. And no, I don't want to. When Aislinn extended her hand, Cyrne pushed it away with a dry sound. However, even as she looked at the hand she had rejected, Cyrne's gaze trembled with confusion. It's okay. You don't have to be so tense. Flash. As Aislinn spoke again in a gentle tone, Cyrne quickly ran toward the tower and vanished. The confusion on her face was understandable. Too many things had happened in too little time. Still, it was noteworthy that she didn't hurt Aislinn. Tap, tap. Watching Cyrne escape quickly by stepping on the building's ledges, Aislinn sighed. Due to the northern cold air, a puff of breath escaped her small lips. It was hard to judge whether Cyrne had opened her heart or not, just based on her reaction. Ambiguous. Murmured Aislinn with a discouraged expression. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Derek had just finished bathing in the guest room and was drying his hair. Naturally, he was lightly dressed. As he shook out his hair in the robe handed to him by the servants, the door opened and Aislinn entered. Mr. Derek, about Lady Cyrne. Bang! And then she shut the door again. In reality, although the amount of exposed skin on Derek was minimal, even that slight glimpse of his torso was excessively stimulating for Aislinn. The speed with which she backed into the hallway without finishing her sentence was comparable to that of a veteran mercenary. "Dee Derek, I didn't know you weren't dressed. I am really sorry." "It's fine. I thought you were a servant since you knocked. If you had spoken first, I would have come out. I was just going to be brief since you must be tired. What noble lady goes to a commoner's room? Even if your family is in hardship, you should act according to your status. I told you." Hearing a deep breath on the other side of the door, Derek quickly put on a tunic and leather pants. "I've decided to accept that I'm a fallen noble. I must stand firm and with confidence." The image of a fallen noble that Aislinn had seemed more like a woman full of vitality overcoming adversity than someone wandering dark alleys. If she saw it that way herself, there was no reason to correct her. After checking his appearance, Derek opened the door. He saw Aislinn sitting against the hallway wall, her face buried in her knees. It was something he would never have imagined while they discussed philosophy or history in the Rose Hall. Since she got involved in her family's affairs, this truth had become evident: Aislinn was much more naive than he had thought. It seemed she had been quite skilled at playing the noble lady role until now. After all, in aristocratic circles, one didn't get involved in such trivial incidents. "Are you dressed?" "Yes." "Are you really dressed?" "Yes." Derek responded without changing tone. Aislinn lifted her head sharply, quickly entered the room, and sat at a table in the corner. She cleared her throat, regained her polite expression, and spoke in an archaic manner. "Pardon the spectacle. It's no problem. You came to talk about Lady Cyrn, right?" "Yes. We just parted ways after a scandal." "How did Lady Cyrn react?" "She seemed bewildered, but I don't think she completely closed her heart." From the start, Aislinn and Derek had already anticipated it. Aislinn would be the one to embrace, understand, listen, empathize, and console. Derek would be the one to scold, get angry, punish, suppress, and instill fear. It was expected that if both fulfilled their roles well, Cyrn would eventually open up to Aislinn. Aislinn had expressed from the beginning her doubts about making Derek take the role of the villain. But Derek wasn't someone who cared about that. Gaining affection or hostility was just a matter of correcting mentalities. He was a man focused on results, not human relationships. Still, Aislinn would glance at him or ask if he was okay, as if feeling guilty. Each time, Derek would simply say it was fine. "Anyway, I don't think we should rush too much. We could say our brilliant teamwork is bearing fruit." "I know. I'm not good at acting. Even after taking lessons from the best actors in the Levelton Company, it didn't work." Aislinn finally confessed it. And it was true that a crisis had almost broken out because of how bad her acting was. "It's strange, isn't it? I can hide my emotions in a salon chat, but, when I try to act for Real, I stutter. Not just you, Lady Aislinn. Acting is hard and stressful by nature. And here I am, being comforted again by Mr. Derek. I didn't come north for this." Aislinn sighed deeply, then shook her head and clenched her fist. "This isn't the time to be discouraged. In the end, I'm getting paid, so I have to do my part. It doesn't matter whether you act or not. You're doing quite well. Don't praise me so much, Mr. Derek. I told you I've accepted my status as a fallen noble. What's the point of pointing out what you already know?" "Ugh. And even though there were some clumsy parts at first, you did well after that." "Ah, really?" When Aislinn glanced at him, Derek was direct. "Yes. The trembling of your fingers, your unsure voice just before taking the fireball, it was realistic. Extraordinary. Lady Cyrn must have been completely fooled. That wasn't acting. I was really scared. How could you not tremble when a fireball the size of a house is flying at you?" I barely held back tears, but, showing fear seemed undignified. Derek decided it was better not to say anything else. Praising or criticizing wouldn't help. Anyway, it's a relief that Lady Searn opened her heart even a little. I've been investigating and found some concerning things. Really? When Aislinn lifted her head, she saw several documents and books on the table that Derek had gone through. There were service records, Searn's routines compiled by servants. And curiously, there were also historical records of the Dawn War that took place in the north. Why is he reading history books? While Aislinn frowned in doubt, Derek finished drying his hair and sat in front of her. In short, it seems Lady Searn has really killed many people. The rumors about her weren't baseless. Lord Melverot told us to swallow any doubts while educating Searn. But how could we fulfill our mission with just surface-level information? We have to find out everything. Seeing Derek's serious expression, Aislinn felt a chill. When that man committed to something, he achieved it at any cost. She had seen him complete tasks that seemed impossible. I also felt that Lord Melverot was hiding something. That's the key. We don't know what it is, but it's clearly something Lord Melverot doesn't want revealed. Mr. Derek. Lord Melverot is a hero of the North, one of the few 6-star mages on the continent. Is it really wise to uncover something he wants hidden? If we manage to become confidants who share secrets, even better. Aislinn swallowed hard. Derek usually showed his human side, but when it came to assessing his position and interests, he could be colder than anyone. If he managed to discover the secret of the 6-star mage Melverot, he would gain a weapon of immeasurable value. And if he ended up on the same side as Melverot, there would be no better ally for Derek's path as a mage. Of course, one can't negotiate with a transcendent being. They can crush you simply with their power. That's why he had brought Aislinn. No matter how far her family had fallen, a minimum courtesy still had to be shown toward the daughter of a ducal family. Realizing this, cold sweat ran down Aislinn's back. Derek planned to use Lady Searn to somehow control Lord Melverot. And to become a higher-level mage, he wouldn't stop at anything. That was the kind of man Derek was. Mr. Derek. Do you have any suspicion? Derek only spoke when he was certain. He didn't make irresponsible comments based on half-baked assumptions. If he hadn't said anything until now, it was because he didn't yet have clear proof to support his judgment. But, since Aislinn had been direct, he couldn't just ignore her, as they were in the same boat. Derek hesitated a moment, cracking his knuckles, and finally responded. Lady Aislinn, what kind of person do you think Lady Searn is? Well, although she has some rough edges, she's actually very pretty. If properly educated, she seems like someone who could become a good lady, like a diamond in the rough, don't you think? A person like a diamond in the rough? Yes, that kind of person. Are you sure? What do you mean? Aislinn swallowed instantly. She had to rethink what Derek had just said. However, even after reorganizing her thoughts, Derek's intent became more or less clear. Derek's gaze, sitting calmly and making eye contact, was penetrating. His pale red eyes peeked out through his fallen white hair. It was exactly the same gaze that stirred a strange fear in Searn. This man had spent his whole life wandering through labyrinths, researching, and killing countless monsters. If you piled up the corpses he'd left behind, they would form a mountain, and the blood of those creatures soaked his body and soul in a way that could never be washed away. That known fact seemed to carry meaning. Aislinn's fingertips began to tremble, and she held her breath. Shuck. Quack. This is a story from when Derek had not yet grown accustomed to the smell of monster blood. It was when he had just started interacting with the group of mercenaries and was getting familiar with the ecology of the labyrinth by following Jaden. The intimidation caused by goblins, trolls, ogres, and other monstrous demi-humans was considerable, so many mercenaries who explored the labyrinth for the first time would tremble or be of no help at all in combat. However, despite his young age, Derek slit their throats and severed limbs without hesitation, showing the demeanor of a cold and ruthless mercenary. Jaden often admired Derek's attitude, even thinking that maybe he lacked human emotions. Crackle, crackle, crackle. After completing the expedition that day, Derek, who was sitting at the camp tending the fire before returning to Ebelstein, showed no signs of exhaustion. He was, by nature, a complete mercenary. Jaden thought this as he watched him. Derek. You worked hard today. No. Just make sure to give me a fair share tomorrow when we get back to the taverns in the district. Of course. By the way, aren't you tired? I can handle it. There's no other job in the commercial district that pays this well, so I actually feel pretty good. This was said by a boy who had yet to undergo his coming-of-age ceremony, after having massacred dozens of monsters in a single day. A sight that would make anyone unfamiliar with him shudder. The harsh environment of life, like a long winter, sometimes created human beings like this boy. They had a human form, but there was a strange sense that something was missing in terms of humanity. Jaden was a renowned mercenary who had fought on many battlefields and had made a name for himself even in the so-called Dawn War. Having spent so much time in brutal combat, he knew well how precious a child's pure smile was. That's why seeing a boy who had already learned all the harshness of the battlefield at such a young age unsettled him. Jaden sat across the fire. And with a warm, human laugh, he said. Derek. You're human. As long as you live killing monsters like in a trance, there will come a time when you question your own humanity. When that happens, don't forget to reflect on it. Crackle, crackle. Derek looked at him silently. Jaden smiled kindly, but there was a firm resolve in that smile. It was advice born of experience. That old mercenary named Jaden had wandered the battlefield for a long time and had come to his own conclusions. What's the difference between humans and monsters? I've heard there are quite a few monsters that mimic humans. Most are simple tricks, so their habits or characteristics are quickly noticed, but they also say distinguishing between a human and a high-level monster can be very difficult. Jaden quickly caught the meaning behind Derek's question. The boy had already gone through the worries that troubled him. He was facing an anguish that most mercenaries only experienced much later in life. You know the habits of monsters well, Derek. They kill humans. Yes. Monsters kill humans. It's just their instinct. No different than humans eating to live, reproducing, or seeking pleasure. That's why monsters must be eliminated, and mercenaries like us make a living from it. Jaden looked up at the sky. Many stars were visible. Comparing the number of monsters he had killed to the number of stars, it was hard to know which was greater. Jaden's life was steeped in blood to that extent. It's no different than exterminating pests. Just think of it that way and go on with your life. With a calm smile and his head lowered, Jaden quietly said that was the only conclusion he had come to. Derek had no intention of arguing. The natural order implied that living beings harmed or killed others to survive. It was simply that kind of problem. He didn't think he had to find a deeper meaning. You were recognized as a hero in the Dawn War, right? Derek asked. Although more than 10 years had passed since the war ended, it was such a major event for the northern continent that it was still spoken of as if it had happened yesterday. To defeat the great demon Noir, humanity lost the 6-star mage Calamford. The only other 6-star mage present on that battlefield, Melvarot, was the one who finished off Noir and exterminated all the demon tribes, sealing the war with victory. Jaden, who had been present at that horrifying scene, always showed a serious expression when recalling it. Even veteran mercenaries remembered it as hell, and the scars that war left on the north were immense. The colossal figure of that monster, visible even beyond the horizon, was still remembered as a symbol of terror by all northern humans. Even so, why are you working as a mercenary here in Ebelstein? Don't mention it, Derek. I refuse to return to a battlefield like that. Jaden, with arms crossed, silently watched the fire. Those who remember the madness of that battlefield consumed by Noir would think the same. Something like that must never happen again. Demon tribes possess a natural sense of smell. It's subtly different from humans and seems to pick up the peculiar scent of blood in those soaked in demon blood. When Derek killed his first demon, he didn't sense such a presence. When he had killed 100, he sometimes detected their fear. And by the time he had killed 1,000, it became evident. They perceived the trace of demon blood soaked into Derek's body. Only humans who had spent their entire lives massacring demons could emit such an intense presence. Every time Derek killed a member of the demon tribe, he could clearly see their eyes trembling before the final blow. When hunted by the human they believed to be prey, they sensed the blood on Derek and instinctively knew it was the end. The weaker the demon, the more evident it became. Some even wet themselves or preferred suicide. Of course, stronger demons resisted. Sometimes they injured Derek or forced him to flee. But younger demons, who hadn't even spread their wings, often lost all strength just by sensing that smell on Derek. That's why Derek had an intuition. Hick. Hick. Seeing the trembling figure of Lady Cyrn in the snowy field as he approached, he felt she wasn't merely a frightened human. The way she manipulated magic was also completely different from the orthodox, systematic Lord Melvarot. It was enough to cause a sense of unease. Cyrn's magic, impossible to define by the star ranking system, leaned more toward an otherworldly existence than a human one. However, intuition is not evidence. That's why Derek examined various records related to Lady Cyrn. Step, step. Derek walked firmly through the luxurious hallway of the Rochester mansion. A drop of cold sweat ran down Aislin's cheek as she hurried after him. Reviewing the records left by the servants since Lady Cyrn's childhood, he found many details that would be overlooked by others but were alarming to Derek, an expert in demon tribes. Killing servants without reason, running off into the snowy plains to hunt and kill beasts, learning magic at an abnormal pace. The reasons why so many high-ranking mages who tried to teach her ended up dead, injured, or quitting. The insistence on keeping everything about Lady Cyrn secret. It seemed all the puzzle pieces were falling into place. Once he organized his thoughts to that point, everything became clear. It wasn't just a matter of bad temper or lack of magical talent. Perhaps Cyrn Elena Rochester was the most difficult person Derek had ever had to teach. Derek never worked for free. If there was risk, there had to be a corresponding reward. That's how the world worked. Derek. While Derek organized his thoughts, Aislinn quickly stepped in front of him to block his path. Derek. Where are you going now? I'm going to Lord Melvarot's office. They say it's in the main building beyond the tower, so I must walk diligently. And what are you going to say to Lord Melvarot? Derek replied without changing expression. I intend to negotiate. Aislinn's face tensed again. The young man before her was thinking of negotiating with a 6-star mage. Though Derek seemed to be considering the situation, Aislinn couldn't help but voice her concern. Suppose your hypothesis is correct. If they really are hiding a demon tribe member in the mansion, raising her as a noble lady and turning a blind eye to the killings, just revealing that would be fatal. Aislinn checked several times that no one was in the hallway, then lowered her voice. If I were Lord Melvarot, the first thing I'd think of would be silencing you. You said it yourself, right? If the power difference is too great, negotiations are meaningless. Even if we try to shake them with Lady Cyrn's secret, we have no proof, and I don't think they'll be affected by something like that, Derek. Aislinn continued, her face full of worry. Many magic instructors who came to teach Lady Cyrn died, were injured, or resigned, right? Do you really think all that was just Lady Cyrn's doing? She spoke seriously. Those who tried to manipulate Lord Melvarot's secret likely met a terrible end without exception. But Derek shook his head. What he intended wasn't a threat, but a negotiation. And that was something entirely different. The Rochester mansion, in the northern region where snowstorms raged. In the tower office, a 6-star mage sat alone, gazing out the window with his chin resting elegantly. Despite his immense power, he rarely left the barren land he ruled. Those at the top of the magical world all have some defect. Old Dreist is obsessed with wandering and has no interest in worldly affairs, and let's not even mention a lunatic like Coella. And I'm not exactly normal either. Those were Melvarot's own words. There are no normal 6-star mages. Even as he spoke so coldly, he didn't exclude himself. There he was, alone in these monster-infested lands, locking away a creature disguised as a human in his room, calling her daughter, and pushing expensive tutors to somehow socialize her. There had to be a reason for such madness. A reason not yet visible. That couldn't be known. And even if there were someone who did know it, it could only be Melvarot himself. That's why, to resolve this situation, it was necessary to speak directly with Melvarot. I heard you ran into Cyrn on your way to the mansion. It's fortunate no serious accident occurred, but as her father, I must apologize. Do you now understand a bit more why I was so careful when selecting someone to care for my daughter? Yes, Lord Melvarot. He had heard that residents of the North considered it normal to wait more than a month to be granted an audience with the Lord of the Rochester Mansion. Only people of very high rank could be given such an opportunity. However, Derek and Aislinn were able to go straight to the office the moment they requested it through the butler. That demonstrated just how special the treatment was toward those teaching Cyrn. As soon as Derek entered the grand office of the Rochester Mansion, he saw Melvarot seated in an elegant fur coat, resting his chin on his hand. He was an imposing, striking man, with silver hair flowing over his shoulders. He was still calmly reviewing the affairs of the territory. Melvarot, sitting in a finely carved wooden chair, glanced sideways at Derek. After observing his expression, he finally set aside the documents and leaned back. I understand your arrival was delayed due to a certain disturbance. So, how was meeting Cyrn? Do you think you'll be able to teach her the manners of high society? Of course. However, as you mentioned, it seems more difficult than I thought. I understand. I'm not ignoring the difficulty of the task. I don't intend to belittle your effort with a mediocre reward, but it seems there's something you want. Derek had considered taking some valuable magical artifacts stored by the Rochester family. They wouldn't only help with his transformation magic training but would also be useful for his work as a mercenary. However, upon reconsidering, he felt the need to change his approach. Taking a few magical artifacts wasn't enough. He felt he needed to convey that idea to Lord Melvarot. So, Derek knelt on one knee and bowed his head as he spoke. I know it's an unreasonable request, but may I ask that you have all the guards leave the office? At those words, Melvarot's brow furrowed slightly. That meant there was something he wanted to say that others must not hear. Is there a reason to go that far? There's only one thing I need to say. Derek lifted his gaze and spoke directly to Melvarot. I don't know if you've considered it, Lord Melvarot, but I've spent my entire life killing monsters. I can say with confidence that I understand the ecology, habits, and behavior of monsters better than any magic master. In truth, high-ranking magic masters, dressed in luxurious robes and reciting academic theories, often lacked practical knowledge of monsters. However, Derek, who had risen from the bottom with blood on his hands, was entirely different from them. If you wish, I can speak my mind here and now. But I find it hard to judge whether that would be the right thing to do. That's enough. Everyone, leave. Having heard that much, Melvarot gestured with his arm and ordered the guards to withdraw. It was uncomfortable to leave an armed foreign mercenary alone with their lord in a small room. However, the guards hesitated only briefly before stepping out into the hall. The lord they served was none other than Melvarot, a 6-star mage. Judging there would be no serious harm, they didn't take long to leave. After the disturbance, the office fell silent. Derek, who had maintained a low posture, and Aislinn slowly stood up. Aislinn's face clearly showed tension, but Derek's remained as calm as ever. He was a person of extraordinary valor. Melvarot could easily understand what kind of man he was. All right. Speak. Is Lady Cyrn truly human? You came here already knowing she isn't, didn't you? Melvarot answered naturally, without any significant change in expression. As Derek silently watched him, Melvarot let out a short laugh and continued. Why? Do you think you accepted the wrong job? May I ask why the other magic instructors resigned? I dismissed all the mediocre ones who didn't even notice Cyrn's true nature. And what happened to the ones who did? Derek asked directly. Aislinn, standing behind him, was sweating nervously. There are only two outcomes. Either they begged to resign, or they tried to handle it to the end and met a terrible fate. How many survived? It's better if you don't know. Derek didn't press further. From the beginning, there had been several strange aspects. He fully understood the moment he faced Cyrn. Her magical prowess was excessively high. Even if she had inherited the best bloodline, it was unusual for someone her age, still not an adult, to already use 3-star magic. It was an achievement that made one question whether it was even possible within the human world. Even across the entire continent, you could count on one hand the number of mages who had reached such a level at her age. What happiness it would be to have someone like her as a disciple. With that thought, many masters had approached her, but most seemed to meet an unfortunate end. Siern Elena Rochester was not a disciple just anyone could handle. That fact was already clear. Seems a bit late for regrets. You've already arrived at my mansion in the north, so you can't leave just because you feel like it. Do you think you can cross this vast, freezing field of snow alone? From the start, setting foot in that mansion was already part of Melvarot's plans. Once inside, one couldn't leave without his permission. To emphasize it, Melvarot's eyes glinted once. As you know, the north is full of monsters, and many suffer accidents while traveling across the harsh snowy fields. And monsters don't distinguish between commoners and nobles, between ordinary people and mages. If you don't want your name added to that list of victims, perhaps it would be better to give your all to this rather than regretting it. I don't regret it. In fact, Lord Melvarot has found the right talent. It was an intimidating threat for anyone. When a mage who had reached 6 stars spoke so openly, most would succumb to fear or be swept up in the atmosphere. However, the young man named Derek stood up with a satisfied smile. Melvarot was momentarily surprised by that attitude but didn't show it. Didn't I tell you in our first conversation? It's not an easy task, but it's worth trying. But, the gold coins and magical tools you promised aren't enough for me. Oh, so you came to negotiate your pay? It might be something deeper than that. Didn't you say, Lord Melvarot, that you knew better than anyone what I wanted? Melvarot observed Derek's expression with his chin resting on his hand. There was nothing crude in his confident demeanor. He was truly willing to take charge of Siern. He didn't even ask why Melvarot was protecting a monster disguised as a human. Of course, Melvarot had no intention of answering, but he was surprised that Derek didn't even question it. He simply laid out what needed to be done with cold clarity. I'm a mage. Mages always dream of higher realms. Yes. But even if someone from the bottom reaches out, the times will simply reject them. Exactly. That's why I need a weapon to resist that. If you help me, I'll take all of Lord Melvarot's secrets to the grave and resolve the concerns regarding Lady Siern. What supported his confident tone was the fact that he wasn't a cheap worker. It's common for a capable person to have ambition and desire. Melvarot didn't consider that disposition to be a flaw. However, what the hell was he planning to ask for that made him show up to negotiate with a smile in a life-or-death situation? Even if a mere commoner made a grand demand, it would often amount to pocket change for Melvarot, one of the Empire's stars. Hearing what he wanted wasn't that hard. So Melvarot asked. Very well. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? If Lord Melvarot wants me to keep quiet, you'll have to put a muzzle on my mouth. At Derek's response, Melvarot's expression hardened. A title. There are no cheap but competent talents in the world. Although he knew that well, his opponent's request went a few steps beyond what he expected. The rank doesn't matter, but I need a title. He had been born in the depths of the slums. A dark place where the rooftops of dilapidated buildings blocked the sunlight. Growing up in such a place trapped one's vision and thoughts, forcing them to crawl forever along the muddy ground. However, his eyes were truly fixed on the highest peaks of the magical world. Even if it's low-ranking, I must become a noble.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.